Chapter 1. The magnificent scene of the Phoenix and Dragon treasure canopy is adorned with exquisite mud-gold craftsmanship. The meandering mountains are cloaked in a verdant hue, fluttering sleeves dance in the reflection of rosy clouds. Pear blossoms, drenched in rain, vie for splendor. Peonies enveloped in mist display their alluring beauty. As long as one possesses the enchanting ability to sway, one can reclaim the favor of the sovereign of everlasting joy. The freshly penned characters, with ink still wet, exhibit a vigorous flourish, their strokes reminiscent of dragons and phoenixes. What a splendid hand! Insho tossed aside the brush in his hand, his face illuminated with pride. Recently, his calligraphy skills had seen a remarkable improvement. Wait a moment. What on earth am I doing? He suddenly awakened, realizing that he had summoned a live streaming host to engage in revelry and unlock new postures, hadn't he? How did he find himself writing characters here? My king, this poem is utterly inappropriate. Nuwa is the progenitor of humanity. How can one treat her so frivolously? I implore you, your majesty, to wash it away with water swiftly. Should you provoke Nuwa, she may unleash divine retribution, and all the people shall suffer. Please, your majesty, reconsider your actions. Your majesty, do not treat the mother of humanity with such levity. A chorus of voices arose from behind him. Your majesty, what is that? Just as Insho found it peculiar, a torrent of vast memories surged into his mind. I have traversed time. I have crossed over to the world of Feng Shen, the realm of the last human emperor, Xan. Oh my, it is merely a case of sharing a name and gender. And now, I am thrust into the situation. This scene resembles offering incense at the Nuwa temple. It's a bit overwhelming. Offering incense at the Nuwa temple. King Zhou has offended Nuwa, prompting her to send the 3 demons of Xianyuan to infiltrate the palace, bewitching the monarch, thus commencing the Great Calamity of Feng Shen. The so-called Great Calamity of Feng Shen is merely a contest of power among various deities. At this moment, the 3 teachings must have already signed the Feng Shen list, actively promoting the calamity. The Great Calamity of Feng Shen is a game for sages, and the Shang dynasty is destined for destruction, becoming a sacrifice for the calamity. And this last human emperor is fated to self-immolate within the star-picking tower. The situation is quite complex, yet Insho remains unperturbed, even feeling a flicker of excitement. After all, the Shang dynasty still has 28 years of fortune left. As a hedonist of the 21st century, indulging in the pleasures of the moment, one who never leaves wages unpaid overnight, to reign as emperor for 28 years is indeed a tremendous gain. Even without traveling through time, could his body, nearly drained by women, endure another 28 years? My king, please reconsider. My king, do not neglect the mother of Nuwa. Insho turned and saw a group of individuals clad in ancient ministerial garments, each one expressing deep concern, earnestly advising him with a sense of disappointment. Damn it, to be a king yet subjected to your incessant prattling. What kind of situation is this? Is this moral coercion? I possess no morals, what can you buy me with? Cough. Insho cleared his throat, adopting the tone of an emperor from the television. I am the current human emperor, the sovereign of the world, the supreme one of the 99. Am I not worthy of Nuwa? Moreover, Nuwa is a celestial deity of unparalleled magnanimity. Would she truly unleash divine retribution for a mere poem, causing the people to suffer? This poem is solely the work of this king. Should punishment befall, let be upon me. If she torments the people, how is she any different from a demon? Your malicious speculation of the sage's intentions is not a form of poisoning the sage. Insho's rhetorical questioning left by Gan, Shangrong, and the other ministers dumbfounded. After all, it turns out that the ones poisoning the sage were themselves. I implore you, your majesty, reconsider. Gan remained undeterred, continuing his entreaty. Insho waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Xiang, I know of your loyalty. However, my actions are justified. There is no need for your concerns. Let us return to the palace. This Nuwa temple is merely a statue. Insho is not so depraved as to be captivated by a statue of Nuwa. The harem in Chaoga awaits the arrival of several delicate consorts. Damn it, I traveled through time too hastily, and I have yet to savor the essence of the airborne female host. Insho yearned to return to Chaoga quickly, to indulge in the pleasures of ancient beauties, to heal his wounded spirit. Just as he wished to hasten back to the harem, a voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Your lackadaisical behavior has triggered the system's arrival. The blessing of many children system is currently binding. Ding. The blessing of many children system has been successfully bound. By acquiring more consorts and bearing more children, you shall receive the system's blessings. Furthermore, each child shall be of exceptional lineage. As your children grow stronger, you shall receive tenfold feedback. Ding. The novice gift pack has been dispatched to your system space. Please check. What? A system? I too have the benefits of a time traveler. As long as I acquire more consorts, I can receive system rewards. As for bearing more children, well, that's a side effect. If that side effect can also yield rewards, then it's not too shabby. Now that I am the human emperor, I need not worry about raising as many children as I desire. What calamity of Feng Shen? Let that be set aside for now. Let me first procure 100 or 80 consorts and bear several hundred or even thousands of offspring. A smile blossomed on Insho's face. This system is truly tailor-made for me. And there's a novice gift pack. Let's see what's inside. With a thought, a system space manifested before him. Inside that space lay several items. Upon seeing these items, Insho's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What the hell, system? You've gone too far. The packaging of these items was adorned with indecent imagery, reminiscent of the packaging found in those adult novelty shops before his transmigration. This flawed system seems to have a few issues. While seated in the dragon carriage returning to Chaoga, Insho waved his hand, and an item appeared in his grasp. Tearing open the packaging, a small blue pill came into view. What is this? Gazing at the heart-shaped pill, Insho furrowed his brows. Isn't this meant for middle-aged men suffering from erectile dysfunction? I'm only in my 20s, why would I need this? Holding the pill, Insho focused his gaze, and a line of text appeared before him. Luoyang Divine Pill. Consuming this pill transforms you into a Luoyang physique, significantly enhancing your endurance and resilience. You shall possess kidneys as strong as steel. What? Insho rubbed his eyes vigorously. Endurance and resilience? Is the system looking down on me? This body possesses the strength to lift beams and change pillars, the power to pull 9 carts, and can contend against 800 lords without faltering. It is undoubtedly a peak martial arts powerhouse. Could it be that my endurance and resilience are lacking? And this steel-like kidney, are you certain it's not kidney stones? However, the name of this pill is quite impressive, Luoyang Divine Pill. Fine, let's consider it a buff for myself. Oh no, this king shall reluctantly use it. Insho tossed the Luoyang Divine Pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a warm current surged from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body, coalescing in his dantian like a blazing flame, fiercely igniting. It truly works. He hurriedly took a deep breath, suppressing the rising heat within, and retrieved the second item from the system space. What is this? Upon examining the attributes of the second item, Insho's eyelids twitched once more. Products from the system are indeed of exceptional quality. What appeared in Insho's hand was a card. The imagery on the card was most unwholesome, inducing a rush of blood and an inclination to breach one's principles. Of course, this was not enough to astonish Insho. Without principles, one would not commit principled errors. What truly caught his attention was the card's description, which was extraordinarily remarkable. Soul binding card. When used on a target, it guarantees a 100 chance of pregnancy. It cannot be dropped or refined. The child will be born healthy and will possess a special physique. Incredible. This card is truly extraordinary. A 100 chance of causing pregnancy. It is a boon for those who are infertile. Well, I don't seem to require such a card. Insho never doubted his abilities in certain aspects. This confidence is something only a seasoned warrior could possess. Let's set this card aside for now. With a flick of his finger, the card flew back into the system space. What was touted as a novice gift pack turned out to contain only 2 items. Where are the techniques, the divine powers? There's nothing of the sort. System, are you trying to swindle me? What use are these trivial items? Am I meant to consume them? Yet, No matter how much Yin Shou complained, the system remained unresponsive. He began to suspect whether this was merely a dated fool's system. At this moment, the procession had already entered the royal palace of Chaoga. "Your Majesty, shall we convene in the Longda Hall for matters of state?" The herald approached the dragon carriage, bowing respectfully as he spoke in a hushed tone. "No need," Yin Shou replied decisively. He held little interest in court affairs, trusting his ministers to handle such matters. Instead, Yin Shou preferred to engage with the intrigues of the inner palace. "Let the ministers return to their respective residences. The dragon carriage shall proceed directly to the food palace," commanded Yin Shou. "By the decree of His Majesty, all ministers are to return to their homes," the herald announced loudly upon receiving the order. With that, the ministers dispersed, each making their way home. Yin Shou then made his way to the food palace, the residence of the Huang Fei. Just 2 days prior, Xin had summoned Huang Fei to the palace, where she now resided. Upon hearing of the king's arrival, the Huang Fei promptly adorned herself and hurried to greet him. As Yin Shou stepped into the food palace, he was met by a throng of palace maidens surrounding an enchanting beauty. My word! Upon seeing the lady's attire, Yin Shou raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was this some sort of performance akin to the city dressed in yellow scarves? How could the fashion of this ancient palace be so revealing? This world of deities seemed to resemble a modern rendition of a classic tale. What fortune! Yin Shou felt a rush of excitement, suppressing his exhilaration to compose his expression before speaking. "Huang Fei, there is no need for excessive formalities. I visited the NWA temple today to offer my prayers and felt somewhat unwell thus. I sought refuge in the food palace for a bath and some rest. It is my honor to have Your Majesty visit. Please come inside," Huang Fei replied softly, lifting her gaze. Yin Shou then noticed that the Huang Fei was exceptionally beautiful, rivaling even the stars of future generations, which piqued his interest further. Indeed, being an ancient emperor must be a splendid affair. Yin Shou strode confidently into the food palace, and Huang Fei immediately instructed the maidens to prepare warm water. She took a seat beside him, delicately peeling a citrus fruit, carefully removing the fuzz before offering it to his lips. As Yin Shou opened his mouth, his eyes remained fixated on Huang Fei. She was stunning, utterly captivating. The online celebrity he had previously admired paled in comparison to her beauty. Though he had missed the chance for an online star, he had gained a veritable treasure trove. This journey through time was certainly worthwhile. "What captures your attention, Your Majesty?" Huang Fei inquired, a hint of shyness creeping on her face, stirring Yin Shou's desires. "My beloved, you are truly exquisite." The moment the words left his lips, Yin Shou regretted his lack of finesse. After all, he had navigated the realm of romance for years. How could he utter such an unrefined compliment? Clear his throat. He coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. "I was merely contemplating how, with your exceptional beauty, should you bear a daughter for me, she would undoubtedly be equally enchanting." Huang Fei blushed at his words and giggled. "Your Majesty, as I am already your consort, it is only natural that I bear you children." Yin Shou chuckled. "Beloved, the way you blush is truly delightful. I imagine you must look equally lovely when you are breathless." "Your Majesty!" Huang Fei found herself momentarily flustered. Just as Yin Shou prepared to extend his hand, a palace maiden entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, the water is ready for your grand bath and change of attire. My dear consort, would you assist me in scrubbing my back?" Yin Shou rose, taking Huang Fei's delicate hand as he led her into another chamber. The room was spacious, adorned with sheer drapes, and at its center lay a large basin filled with steaming water, enveloping the entire space in a mist of steam. "Your Majesty, allow me to assist you with your garments," Huang Fei said, gracefully moving to stand before him. In moments, Yin Shou found himself as bare as a peeled egg. He finally took a step forward, making his way to the pool, and slowly entered its warm embrace. The water temperature was just right, allowing Yin Shou to feel a soothing warmth permeate every pore of his being. As he reclined within the pool, reflecting on the experience, this must be the true indulgence of an emperor. Ah, how delightful! At that moment, Huang Fei, wrapped in a gauzy scarf and barefoot, gracefully emerged from the water. Ding! You have obtained the qualification to journey to the endless Star River and capture the Child of Fortune. As the system notification echoed, a breathtaking scene of the starry river unfolded before Inshou's eyes. The infinite night sky stretched endlessly, boundless and vast. The river of stars lay across the void, reaching back to the dawn of time. Inshou's consciousness swept towards that star river, and suddenly, a flicker of flame danced before him. Boom! The flame erupted violently, as if seeking to scorch the heavens. Countless stars dimmed in its fiery glow. In that moment, Inshou's gaze was solely captivated by the pulsating flame. Indeed, the flame abruptly transformed, vanishing into the void, revealing a man clad in crimson robes. The figure stood amidst the star river, surveying the world beneath him, his gaze piercing through all life, with a slight elevation of his hand. A flickering flame danced upon his palm. What is this? Inshou was taken aback. He was certain this individual was extraordinary. Furthermore, there was an inexplicable warmth emanating from him. The man suddenly lifted his head, casting a glance towards Inshou, and it was then that Inshou noticed the flickering flames within the depths of his eyes. The man swayed slightly and soared toward Inshou. Inshou felt a refreshing chill wash over him, as if plummeting into an abyss of endless depth. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! You have completed the first seed planting. Reward granted. Significant enhancement of attraction to women. With a splash, the king emerged from the pool. Inshou rose from the water, while Huang Fei seemed to languish within it, her dazed gaze radiating satisfaction. Bring forth attendants to serve Huang Fei and assist this king in dressing. Inshou's commanding voice echoed, and soon, palace maids entered to assist him in donning his attire as he strode out of the food palace. Where shall we head next, Your Majesty? A maid inquired eagerly. The Zhou Xian Palace. The Zhou Xian Palace was where Inshou resided and rested. Once back in his palace, he reclined comfortably on his bed, a word slipping through his teeth. Bliss. Life as an ancient emperor was truly delightful. Servants attended to his every need, delectable feasts were served, and beautiful consorts were at his beck and call, available at a moment's notice. In stark contrast to the modern world, which often demanded dowries and luxury cars, leading to dissatisfaction and divorce. Here, women were infinitely more appealing. Yet, such a life would last a full 28 years. Could he not revel in this? Let me see how I can play with this era's emperors to my advantage. With a thought, Inshou summoned the system. What was the significance of the seed planting notification he received in the food palace? It was imperative to comprehend this system fully. System, what does the seed planting quantity signify? Inshou inquired mentally that a series of text appeared before him. The seed planting quantity indicates that you have successfully caused someone to conceive. After planting a seed, you may receive various bonus rewards. And what was the extraordinary vision I witnessed in my mind? Inshou pressed further. That was you capturing the souls of the heavens. When you ensnare a unique soul, the child born will possess extraordinary traits and will automatically awaken the original template of that soul. The soul you captured earlier belongs to the Crimson Flame Emperor, who practiced the flame technique. Upon the child's birth, you will receive a technique reward which you can pass on to the child, enabling them to cultivate. When a child with a soul template is born, you will receive tenfold feedback during their cultivation, and the technique will also be tenfold bestowed upon you, granting you the opportunity to comprehend new divine abilities. Inshou nearly leapt from his seat. This was simply too exhilarating. It meant he could focus solely on acquiring consorts and bearing children, leaving everything else to his offspring. In reality, children often relied on their parents, having become part of the lying flat generation. He never anticipated that after his reincarnation, he would experience a reverse lying flat scenario. The multi-child, multi-blessing system was truly remarkable. If bearing children could make him stronger, what was he waiting for? Inshou sprang into action. Striding out of the Zhou Xian Palace, as palace maids rushed to greet him, the Xianqing Palace. The journey begins. The Xianqing Palace was the residence of Yang Fei, and naturally, Inshou's next target was her. Soon, he arrived at the Xianqing Palace, where Yang Fei, upon hearing of the king's arrival, promptly dressed and emerged with a few palace maids. Your Majesty, we bow before you. The group approached, paying their respects to Yin Shou. Yang Fei, in her 20s and in the prime of her beauty, was elegantly adorned, instantly captivating Yin Shou's gaze. Her beauty was indeed worthy of the careful selection she had undergone, igniting a fervor within him. "Come, Yang Fei, enter the palace with me. I wish to cherish you well, without unnecessary words, and eager to bear children swiftly to reap the system rewards." Yin Shou was direct in his intentions. This was certainly not merely to satisfy his own desires. Yang Fei, recognizing the burning gaze in Yin Shou's eyes, understood well what was to come and promptly welcomed him into the palace. "All of you leave." Upon entering the inner chamber, Yin Shou waved his hand, and the palace maids departed with understanding, preparing warm water and suitable garments. "Your Majesty, allow me to assist you in undressing." Once the maids exited, Yang Fei transformed into a vision of allure, causing Yin Shou's heart to race. Goodness, these consorts must have undergone rigorous training. Yin Shou felt an overwhelming joy, sensing that his life of bliss was about to commence anew. As the curtains fluttered lightly, Yin Shou felt himself being lifted once more. This time, he harbored no fear, for he recognized it as the manifestation of his inner consciousness. As he gazed into the vast expanse of the starry sky, a small dark spot caught his attention amidst the myriad of stars. In this boundless universe, the small dark point appeared remarkably significant. The moment it emerged, it captivated Yin Shou's focus. With a mere thought, he approached the dark spot. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a small blade of grass. Floating like a rootless weed in the infinite void, 0.9 green leaves, resembling sharp swords, surged toward him with a fierce intent that sent a chill down his spine. What is this? This seemingly inconspicuous blade of grass possessed such formidable power? As Yin Shou was taken aback, the 9 leaves suddenly transformed into 9 long swords, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that engulfed the starry sea, overshadowing the brilliance of countless stars. The 9 swords danced through the void, gradually morphing into a shadowy figure. Yin Shou could not discern the figure's features, yet its sharp aura completely captivated his spirit. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary physique. That moment, as the shadow approached him and vanished. Yin Shou once again felt himself plummeting through the void. Ding! Your seed planting quantity has increased by 1. Stamina fully restored, and physique significantly enhanced. As everything settled and the storm subsided, Yin Shou emerged from the Xianqing Palace. Thoroughly satisfied, let us depart for the Fuzhou Palace. The Fuzhou Palace was a residence of Queen Jiang, and on his way there, Yin Shou summoned the system once more. System, what kind of physique did I just plant? And what makes it unique? That is the 9-leaf sword body, formed from the 9-leaf sword grass. Those who possess this divine body can rapidly comprehend various sword techniques, and their innate sword technique is the 9-leaf sword technique. Along with the 9-leaf sword formation, which wields tremendous power. This sounds like yet another remarkable physique. Yin Shou felt an inexplicable joy. Now, having sown 2 seeds, he believed that after 10 months, they would begin to sprout. And he, too, would receive feedback upon arriving at the residence of Queen Jiang. It was time to sow the 3rd seed. The Fuzhou Palace served as the dwelling of Queen Jiang, who was the daughter of the Eastern Marquis, Jiang Huanshu. When Yin Shou was still a prince, she had been married to him. Naturally, after he ascended the throne, she became the queen. The king has arrived. With the loud proclamation of the ceremonial officer, Queen Jiang immediately adjusted her appearance and came forth to greet him. "I have seen the king." The queen, adorned with a phoenix crown and dressed in exquisite garments, was followed by several maidservants, with a pair of round curves exposed. Fortunately, this was within the palace. Had it been outside, it would have undoubtedly caused quite a stir. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, my queen." Yin Shou waved his sleeve, prompting Queen Jiang to rise. Truly, Jiangzhou, hailing from a prestigious lineage, exuded an air of regal grace in her every movement. When Yin Shou finally beheld her countenance, his heart quivered anew. Her visage bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain renowned actress surnamed Gong from a later era, and indeed, she appeared as a version from ancient times. A picture comes to mind. How astonishing was this divine beauty crafted specifically for me? Even though Yin Shou had encountered numerous women before, such celestial beauty was a rarity. Moreover, Queen Jiang radiated a mature allure that left him breathless with desire. He could hardly contain himself, yearning to taste her enchanting charms instantly. My queen, let us speak further within the palace. In Shoshin stepped forward, resting one hand upon Queen Jiang's delicate shoulder while taking her jade-like hand with the other. Leading her into the Fusho Palace, my king. It has been quite some time since you last visited my Fusho Palace after taking in consort Huang, Queen Jiang remarked with a hint of melancholy. In Shoshin, hearing this, smiled and replied, "But here I am now. Today, I shall certainly make it up to you. Haha." Queen Jiang, being well acquainted with In Shoshina's intentions, could not help but feign modesty as she replied, "My king, must you speak so bluntly?" "Hee. What do you mean by blunt?" "I intend to be even more forthright," In Shoshin retorted, pulling Queen Jiang toward the inner chambers. In Shoshin dismissed all the maidens, and within the queen's quarters, he found her to be quite proactive. Indeed, Queen Jiang exuded an aura of experience and sophistication, her skills so refined that even In Shoshin was left in awe. Exclaiming how he could hardly endure in the queen's chamber, In Shoshin remained until the following morning. The night's tempest had ravaged countless blossoms, leaving petals strewn across the ground. However, the sensation of entering the realm of consciousness to capture the fateful spirit remained elusive, leaving In Shoshin perplexed. Noticing that Queen Jiang was still soundly asleep, In Shoshin summoned the system. "System, enlighten me on this matter. Why is Queen Jiang not with child? I have reason to suspect that you are a counterfeit." A stream of text promptly appeared before In Shoshin's eyes. Each consort may only bear one child of a special constitution. You and Queen Jiang have already produced two. Damn. In Shoshin nearly cursed aloud. Why did you not say so earlier? I thought my methods were inadequate, unlocking every conceivable position. If not for my strong constitution, I might have ended up with kidney deficiency. With a wave of his hand, the text vanished. Lying in bed, he stroked his chin. If each woman can only bear one child, then I must take in more consorts. There were not many maidens of exceptional beauty within the palace. Most were remnants from the previous emperor, and it was uncertain whether they had been favored by him. The thought of engaging with these maidens weighed heavily on In Shoshin's mind. I shall need the ministers to select a batch of beauties for the palace. As his thoughts settled, a voice from the doorway announced, "My king, the time for morning court approaches. Will you not freshen up?" With a sense of purpose, In Shoshin rose as maidservants entered with imperial robes and crown. In the Londa Hall, In Shoshin strode with confidence into the great hall. Upon seeing him, the civil and military officials immediately bowed, exclaiming, "We pay respects to the king. May he live long." In Shoshin approached the throne, seated himself with a flourish, and raised his sleeve, declaring there is no need for excessive formalities. The officials then stood upright. Bygone, Shang Rong, Mei Bo, De Yuanxi, Fei Zhong, Yu Hun, Wei Ziki, and other generals took their places on either side. In Shoshin inquired, "My esteemed ministers, is there any pressing matter to discuss?" The assembly of officials shook their heads. With the realm currently at peace and the populace thriving, aside from the rebellion in the North Sea, which Minister would have gone to quell, there were no significant issues to address. Since you have no matters to report, I, the king, have a decree to issue. Since ascending the throne, I have diligently attended to state affairs, neglecting the inner palace. Now, the maidens of the inner palace are predominantly those left by the former king, many of whom are quite aged. I shall distribute silver and send the elderly away. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the officials eagerly expressed their approval. Fei Zhong and Yu Han, among others, were particularly effusive in their praise. "This action by the king is indeed a blessing for our great Shang." One exclaimed, as the saying goes, once entering the palace, it is as deep as the sea. These elderly maidens should be allowed to enjoy their twilight years. Indeed, my king, you surpass Yao and Shun. This move aligns perfectly with the will of the people. Your wisdom is outstanding. Cough, cough. In Shoshin cleared his throat, interrupting the flattery of Fei Zhong and Yu Han. Though their words were pleasing, he had no desire to become a legendary emperor. Even if I wished to, it would be futile. The three teachings have already established the canon of deities. To offer sacrifices to Cheng Tang's dynasty as a mere mortal, what good would it do? Those web novels that speak of defying the heavens and the multitude of immortals and Buddhas are merely fabrications meant to delight readers. Who among us possesses the power to stand against the 6 great saints? After dispersing the elderly maidens, the inner palace would indeed become even more sparse. Let it be known that I shall decree to the lords of the 4 towns to select 100 virtuous maidens each, regardless of wealth or social status, provided they possess beauty and grace, to serve in the inner palace. Shang cleared his throat and continued, with 4 towns, that amounts to 400 beauties if I take one each night. It should suffice for over a year. Upon hearing his words, a minister stepped forward. It was Prime Minister Shang Rong. Your Majesty, Shang Rong bowed. As the saying goes, those who bring joy to the people will find the people joyful in return. Those who are concerned for the people's worries will share in their concerns in this time of frequent floods and droughts. Your Majesty focuses on matters of women, which may not be to your benefit. I implore you to prioritize the well-being of the people and refrain from excessive indulgence. Currently, there are already 1 or 2 consorts in the inner palace, along with numerous maidens. I urge your Majesty to reconsider. Before Shang Rong could finish, Baigon also rose to speak. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister speaks wisely. The North Sea remains embroiled in chaos. You must prioritize the stability of the realm. Indeed, Your Majesty. The state must take precedence, echoed several other ministers. Hearing this, Shang furrowed his brow. These insipid ministers fail to understand that even if he were to become a renowned sovereign, it would not alter the inevitable downfall of the Shang dynasty. With their incessant admonitions, they had made it difficult for Emperor Xian to maneuver. Now that he had traversed into this world, if they continued to restrain him, what meaning would there be in ruling? Was he to be morally shackled by these sycophants? Just as Shang was about to retort, Fei Zhong, discerning the king's expression, swiftly grasped the situation that if he could not read the room, he would not have arrived at his current position. My colleagues, Fei Zhong proclaimed, the king is the sovereign of a nation. He must not only be diligent in state affairs, but also have a flourishing inner palace. If not, how can we showcase the grandeur of our great Shang? The king is young and vigorous. This is the perfect time to take consorts. Why do you seek to obstruct him? Seeing Fei Zhong speak up, Yuhan felt a twinge of shame for being outpaced. He quickly stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, I believe Fei Zhong's proposal holds merit. The king is indeed a wise sovereign, unparalleled throughout history. Choosing a few consorts is entirely normal. The affairs of the inner palace are crucial and cannot be neglected. The flattery of Yuhan nearly caused Yin to feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. However, this treacherous minister possessed a singular merit. He was astute in discerning the will of the sovereign and spoke in a manner that was pleasing to the ear. Rendering his words quite agreeable, it is little wonder that emperors of antiquity favored the employment of such cunning advisers. Who does not relish hearing sweet words? My esteemed ministers, Yin proclaimed besides Queen Jiang. I have but 2 consorts, and at the age of 27, I am blessed with only 2 sons. How can the illustrious house of Shang allow itself to dwindle? If I do not sire more offspring, would I not be remiss in my duties to the ancestors of the Shang? The prosperity of the Shang royal lineage is essential for the stability of our realm. Presently, with 800 feudal lords across the land, surely we can select one from every 2 lords. Is there any reason we cannot? Moral coercion. Who cannot wield it? Yin continued, directly invoking the legacy of the Shang ancestors. If you lot persist, it would seem you wish to hinder my procreation and desire the royal line to face extinction. Who among you would dare bear such an accusation? Indeed, upon hearing these words, the ministers' faces betrayed their discomfort. While they recognized that Yin's remarks were somewhat inappropriate, they could not immediately devise a rebuttal. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. Indulging in the pleasures of beauty is unbecoming of a wise ruler. Shang Rong hastily interjected. Yin cast a glance at Shang Rong, who was obstinately persistent. Then Fei Zhong spoke up. Minister Shang, I have heard you have a daughter named Shang-Qing. Why not present her to His Majesty to enrich the harem? Yin's spirits soared at this suggestion. How could he have forgotten about Shang-Qing? She was none other than the betrothed of King Wu of Zhou, currently residing in her maiden chamber. A perfect opportunity for him to seize. Minister Shang, I have often heard that although Shang-Qing is a woman, She is well-versed in poetry and literature, gentle and virtuous, with an appearance of dignified grace. I shall command that she be brought to the palace and be conferred the title of consort Xian. What say you? Shang Rong was taken aback, not anticipating that the king would turn his attentions towards his own daughter. He hesitated, wishing to refuse, yet found himself at a loss for words. Fei Zhong, seeing the situation, chuckled. If the prime minister's daughter enters the palace, surely the prime minister will be elevated to the status of the royal father-in-law. Congratulations, Minister Shang. The assembly of ministers promptly stepped forward to offer their congratulations. With a heavy sigh, Shang Rong withdrew to the side. Yin declared loudly, "Where's Yin Pabai?" A general stood up and replied, "I am here. Relay my command. Today, welcome Shang Qing into the palace. Minister Shang, please return and make the necessary preparations." Yin Pabai complied and departed, while Shang Rong could only bow and take his leave. Yin was filled with delight. After all, he was about to take the wife of that fellow. King Wu of Zhou. King Wu, a mere puppet of the Chan teachings, usurped the Shang dynasty. Thus, snatching away his spouse seemed hardly excessive. The thought alone brought Yin pleasure. As Shang Rong exited, Yin's gaze swept the room as he proclaimed, "Let it be known that I command the 4 vassal lords to each select 100 beautiful women to enter the palace, without exception." The ministers were taken aback, yet no one dared to voice opposition. Shang Rong's protest resulted in the potential loss of a daughter. They understood that should they persist, the king's wrath would surely follow. Seeing that no further opposition arose, Yin's lips curled into a faint smile. "I have heard that the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, has a daughter, the renowned Su Daji, whose beauty is unparalleled and whose demeanor is gentle and charming, that I wish for her to be sent to Chaoga and to enter the palace as a consort. Do my esteemed ministers have any objections?" The ministers fell silent. Fei Zhong and Yu Han stepped forward to offer their praises. "The name of Daji is indeed well known to me. To be favored by the king is a stroke of fortune for Su Daji. How could any of us possibly object?" Yu Han added, "Marquis Su, who has raised his daughter well. She is indeed enviable, very well. Fei Zhong, you shall convey my intentions." Yin commanded. "Yes." Fei Zhong responded, receiving his orders. Seeing that all matters were proceeding as planned, Yin waved his hand. "If there are matters to discuss, speak. If not, you may disperse." Upon returning to the Shoshin Palace, Yin donned his finest attire and prepared for the arrival of Shang Qing. As the wife of King Wu, she was surely of exquisite beauty, truly something to anticipate. Just as Yin began to feel impatient and contemplated a visit to the residence of Shang Rong, the messenger finally entered, saying, "Your Majesty, General Yin has brought the daughter of Minister Shang to the Yangxin Hall. What are your instructions?" Upon hearing this, Yin's heart leapt with joy. "Bring her to the Shoshin Palace at once." The messenger withdrew, and shortly thereafter, several maidens appeared, carrying a soft sedan chair into the palace. "Miss Shang has arrived," one of the maidens announced, as the curtain of the chair was drawn back. A young woman clad in white stepped out, glancing around with curiosity. Yin's eyes widened in delight. What a stunning beauty! She resembled a pure maiden from a television drama, though he could not immediately recall who she resembled. Nevertheless, an air of scholarly grace enveloped her, both gentle and dignified, reminiscent of a newly blooming lotus. As Shang Qing descended from the chair and spotted the imposing figure of the sovereign in the distance, she recognized him as the king without a doubt. With measured steps, she approached and curtsied. "I am Shang Qing, and I pay my respects to your majesty. May you enjoy eternal health and longevity." Yin's eyes sparkled as he swiftly took her arms. "There is no need for such formalities. Now that you have entered the palace, you shall be my consort. Henceforth, you shall be known as Consort Shu." "Thank you, your majesty," Shang Qing replied promptly. Yin responded with a smile. "You are too kind. Come, Consort Shu, let us converse further within the palace." Upon entering, Yin instructed the maidens to bring forth fruits, and he and Shang Qing sat across from each other, appraising one another. Shang Qing radiated a certain ethereal charm that elicited Yin's tender feelings. Fortuitously, he had traversed time. Otherwise, such a remarkable girl would have fallen into the hands of that GFA. Such a gem, if not utilized for his own purposes and included in his harem, would be akin to squandering a precious resource. Consort Shu, do you play chess? Yin inquired. I possess a modest understanding, she replied. Then, would you care to engage in a few matches with me? Yin ordered the attendants to bring forth the chessboard and pieces, and he began to play against Shang-Qing. Though he was not a master, he soon discovered that Shang-Qing's skill was exceptional. In several matches, he found himself unable to breach her defenses. Yet, Shang-Qing was considerate and did not utterly vanquish him. Such an understanding individual only endeared her to Yin further. Though Shang-Qing was well-educated and refined, she remained an innocent young lady. Her pure appearance, combined with her gentle glances, evoked a sense of tenderness within him. Therefore, he could not treat her as he did the likes of Huang Fei or Yang Fei. He needed to maintain a sense of charm that, as they played chess, they engaged in light conversation, as a seasoned suitor. Yin quickly became familiar with Shang-Qing. Your Majesty, before I enter the palace, my father repeatedly cautioned me to advise you against excessive indulgence in beauty, reminding me to prioritize the empire's affairs. Shang-Qing remarked calmly. Yin chuckled. Minister Shang truly has your best interests at heart. I appear to be one who is captivated by beauty. Shang-Qing scrutinized Yin before shaking her head. Not particularly. Those who are infatuated with wine and lust move with a lightness in their step, their countenance darkened, while your gaze is bright and your stride steady. You do not seem to be one so easily ensnared. Ha ha! Yin laughed. I did not expect Consort Shu to possess such perceptive insights. Attend to it. Bring forth some wine and dishes. I wish to toast with Consort Shu. The wine and food were quickly served. And Yin and Shang-Qing continued to sit across from each other. As several cups were consumed, Shang-Qing's complexion grew increasingly flushed, and Yin found himself more enamored. Though he had encountered countless women, it was his first experience with someone as youthful and innocent as Shang-Qing. Thus, he felt no urgency, prioritizing the development of their rapport. Once they had feasted and drunk their fill, Yin instructed his attendants to prepare a bath and change of clothes for Consort Shu. Leading her to the inner chambers, with everything in place, Yin entered the chamber. Shang-Qing, like a timid fawn, nestled within the bedding, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and anticipation. Yin approached, gently caressing her delicate face. Consort Shu, from the moment you enter the palace, you have belonged to me. There are certain experiences you must undergo, but do not fear. Your Majesty, please be gentle. I wish to preserve my purity, she implored. Shang-Qing anxiously clutched the quilt, whispering softly, her eyes avoiding the penetrating gaze of Yin Shou. Yin Shou gently lifted Shang-Qing's chin, assuring her, Fear not, I shall act with discretion. With that, he waved his hand, shedding his garments and slipping beneath the covers. The journey was fraught with twists and turns, as Yin Shou assumed the role of a life mentor, guiding Shang-Qing on the path to womanhood. The experience was both intricate and enlightening. Shang-Qing, possessing remarkable intuition, swiftly learned how to navigate the complexities of their shared exploration. In the ebb and flow of their encounters, Yin Shou felt as if he had taken flight once more. Yes, it was precisely this sensation that filled him with unbridled joy. In a state of half-consciousness, he sensed himself transported to another realm, a boundless expanse of stars and the vast universe. As Yin Shou gazed around, a formidable aura surged forth from the starry depths. In an instant, the celestial bodies shifted, and the air was filled with the sounds of endless conflict. He beheld the void shattering, revealing countless colossal beasts of the cosmos, trembling as they lay prostrate in the starlit river. Then, a fierce blade of energy surged toward him. In the blink of an eye, all the beasts were reduced to mere ashes. Such strength! Just as Yin Shou marveled at the spectacle, a multitude of celestial beings manifested in the void. Purple mist rolled in from the east for thousands of miles, and myriad divine lights flickered in the emptiness. An endless tide of auspicious energy flowing forth. Amidst this celestial radiance, a figure gradually emerged, a sovereign clad in imperial robes, crowned with a regal diadem, standing like a mountain amidst the starry sky. Gazing upon the infinite river of stars, as if piercing through all ruins and voids, at the sovereign's feet lay countless desiccated bones. The imposing aura radiating from him stirred something deep within Yin Shou. What a soul of such grandeur! Regardless of the circumstances, this spirit must possess immense power. This one is perfect. With a thought, Insho summoned the spirit, which transformed into a stream of light, piercing into his being. Then, Insho plummeted from the void. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired a consort. The consort will be recorded in the world of deification, with a qualification rating of 5 stars, enhancing the fortunes of the Great Shang. Within 10 years, there will be favorable weather, bountiful harvests, and no disasters will befall the land. Congratulations, your sowing count has increased by 1, stamina restored, and your ability to charm women has improved. Upon hearing the system's notification, Insho could not contain his elation that he never anticipated that by acquiring such a talented consort, he would also receive additional rewards from the system, an increase in the fortunes of the Great Shang. Favorable weather. This is indeed a blessing for the common folk. The it appears I must take in more extraordinary beauties, especially those recorded on the deification list. Not for any other reason, but for the peace and prosperity of the people. Sacrificing a bit of my allure is a trivial matter. Present. I have already decreed that Daji shall enter the palace. That Su Daji is renowned for her beauty. If I can achieve this, would it not also yield system rewards? However, according to the deification narrative, there seem to be obstacles to taking Su Daji as a consort. Su, who, her father, was unwilling to allow his daughter into the palace, and even rebelled. Yet, in the end, Daji was still sent to the palace. On her journey to Chaoga, Daji became possessed by a 9-tailed fox, sowing discord within the court. The thought of the 9-tailed fox sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Insho. This creature, with its innate allure, is a pinnacle among demons, and being favored by Nuwa herself is testament to its extraordinary beauty. Should I not bring her into the palace? If Su Xian dares to ride a serpent, what do I, a time traveler, have to fear? System, reveal yourself. Insho summoned the system and inquired, I wish to know, if I were to take a demon as a consort, would there be any adverse effects? A line of text appeared before him. Rest assured, host, regardless of whether they are celestial beings or demons, you may take them into your harem. This system guarantees your safety. Upon seeing this, Insho was filled with indescribable joy. Since the system assures me there should be no issues, system, can humans and demons produce offspring? He queried further. Theoretically, humans and demons are subject to reproductive isolation. However, your unique constitution allows for the possibility. Any celestial being or demon can conceive. Although the chances are lower than for humans, you can utilize a soul infusion card for a guaranteed conception. Insho's heart soared at this revelation. He continued, what kind of constitution did the seed I just sowed possess? Is it formidable? That is the human emperor's sacred body, a constitution only possessed by those born as sovereigns that it can cultivate through national fortune values and will inherently comprehend the techniques of the deification of emperors. Rated at 9 stars, so remarkable. It appears I have a successor on the horizon. The Great Shang still possesses 28 years of fortune. In 28 years, this human emperor, endowed with a supreme body, will be 27 years old. Does this not imply he has the potential to reverse the tides of fate? In an instant, Insho's thoughts began to race. As long as I bear many children, if some possess extraordinary constitutions, they may ensure the Great Shang's immortality and even contend against the 6 saints of Hongjun. It seems I must hasten to procreate, striving to produce as many descendants as possible. According to the system, the likelihood of a child born of a woman not recorded in the deification world possessing a special constitution is exceedingly low. However, due to my own constitution, all my offspring will be of exceptional quality. By taking women of cultivation as consorts, I will receive a 100% feedback of their cultivation levels. In a moment of clarity, Insho realized that while the human emperor cannot cultivate, directly receiving feedback from the cultivation of others is far more efficient. Women of cultivation, whether human or demon, would suffice. Insho quickly determined the first candidates for his harem. The 3 demons of Xuanyuan's grave are pivotal in the deification narrative and possess cultivation themselves. Though their levels may be low, they are better than nothing. After all, Mother Nuwa has already decreed that these 3 demons may infiltrate the palace to sow discord. I am merely following the flow of events. With the system in place, Even if the nine-tailed fox possesses innate charm and alluring powers, it should not be able to ensnare me, that if I take the nine-tailed fox into my harem beforehand. Then Su Daji will not be possessed by the fox, and I will have acquired yet another beauty. For the next 10 days, Inshou abstained from court affairs, reveling in the company of several consorts. Each consort possessed her own unique charm. Shang Qingjun was innocent and well-educated, a maiden untouched by worldly affairs. Huang Fian was fiery, lively, and full of energy, with a seductive and varied demeanor. Yang Fei was experienced and often took the initiative, her combat prowess being the strongest among the consorts. Yet, in the face of Inshou's exceptional constitution, Yang Fei often found herself surrendering. Meanwhile, Queen Jiang radiated an air of maturity, a true embodiment of femininity, providing the best experiences for Inshou that if one were to compare, each of these four consorts had their own merits. Inshou's 10-day absence from court left the ministers outside in a state of agitation. Since Emperor Xn ascended the throne, he had been diligent in governance, yet after taking in a general consort, he had not attended court for 10 days, prompting widespread inquiries regarding Shang Rong. Minister Shang, how have you educated your daughter to so captivate the king that he neglects court affairs? Indeed, Minister Shang, you must provide an explanation. Faced with the minister's pressing questions, Shang Rong found himself at a loss. He had clearly instructed his daughter to persuade the king further, yet the result was counterproductive. Once one enters the palace, it is as deep as the sea. Now, even seeing his daughter is no easy feat. At that moment, news reached Chaoga. Zhou of Shang was unwilling to send his daughter, Su Daji, to the palace. Instead, he vehemently denounced Emperor Xn and declared he would never serve the Shang, training troops with the intention of rebellion. Upon hearing this, the ministers hurried to the Nine Chambers Hall, claiming they had urgent matters to discuss with the king. Immersed in his blissful reverie, Inshou could no longer contain himself and had to don his attire. Proceeding to the Nine Chambers Hall, "Your Majesty, long live the king!" Upon Inshou's entrance, the ministers hurriedly bowed in respect. There is no need for such formalities. Rise. Inshou sat upon the throne, raising his grand sleeves. Only then did the gathered ministers lift their heads, observing the flicker of brilliance in Inshou's gaze, his entire demeanor radiating an emperor's aura. Leaving them all puzzled, it appeared that the king was not ensnared by indulgences, displaying such vitality. Yet, why was he absent from court? Esteemed ministers, what brings you to seek me? Inshou felt a tinge of discontent, for handling state affairs was hardly as pleasurable as reveling in the harem. Your Majesty, Duke Zhou of Shang has plotted treason, uttering wild words and vehemently cursing you, declaring he shall never attend court again. He is training soldiers with the intent to rebel. We beseech your Majesty to command a great army, to quell him, and uphold the majesty of the Shang dynasty. Baigon stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Inshou's brow furrowed slightly. What a fine fellow. This Zhou who has turned against us. It mirrored the events of the investiture of the gods. Yet he remained unperturbed. According to the narrative, Zhou would not stir up significant turmoil. Such trifles were beneath the notice of the king. Inshou waved his hand dismissively. Convey my intention to summon the northern Duke Chong Hu and the western Duke Ji Chong to lead the army against Zhou. Should he refuse to surrender, bring him to Chaoga for judgment. Since the story dictated that these two dukes would vanquish Zhou and compel his capitulation, Inshou naturally dispatched them accordingly. Yes. The ministers bowed in unison. Shang Rong then spoke. Your Majesty, your prolonged absence from court has left us uneasy. We implore you to attend court diligently and reform your ways. Indeed, if the king were to indulge only in beauty, it would not bode well for the legacy of Cheng Tang. They urged the king to attend court daily and manage state affairs. Here we go again. These individuals never cease. I end this world of the investiture of the gods. What use is it to govern with diligence? Their incessant nagging surely does not please the king. Inshou waved his hand again. All right, I have understood. Hearing this, the ministers finally took their leave. Huang Feihu lingered. As the ministers exited, Inshou hastily called out to him. This moment, Huang Feihu, in his 40s, exuded a formidable presence as the commander of the Shang's military forces. tasked with safeguarding the capital. Chao, upon hearing Yin Shou's call, he swiftly turned. "Your Majesty, what is your command?" "Prepare the imperial carriage and accompany me outside the palace," Yin Shou instructed. "Yes." Huang Feihu bowed and exited promptly, in no time. 100 elite soldiers surrounded the imperial carriage, departing from Chaoga City towards the western gate. Huang Feihu, mounted on a 5-colored divine ox, clad in battle armor and wielding a spear, approached the imperial carriage with an imposing demeanor. "Your Majesty." "Where are we headed?" Yin Shou, seated within the carriage with his eyes closed in contemplation, replied, "To Xuan Yuan's tomb." "Your Majesty, that tomb has lain in disrepair for ages. What purpose do we have in visiting Xuan Yuan's tomb?" Huang Feihu inquired, puzzled. Yin Shou explained, "Xian Yuan, the Yellow Emperor, is a revered figure of humanity. I shall emulate Xian Yuan and lay an unprecedented foundation. Last night, the Emperor Xian Yuan appeared in my dreams, urging me to visit his tomb, claiming there are fortuitous opportunities awaiting me." Huang Feihu was momentarily taken aback, but felt a surge of joy upon hearing Yin Shou's intention to follow in Xuan Yuan's footsteps. "Your Majesty's ambition to become a timeless emperor is indeed a blessing for our Shang." He urged the divine ox forward to the front of the procession, proclaiming, "Let us proceed to Xuan Yuan's tomb." The tomb was not far from Chaoga, merely 100 or so li away. Soon, they arrived at Xuan Yuan's tomb. "Your Majesty, we have arrived," Huang Feihu announced somberly as he approached the imperial carriage. Yin Shou opened his eyes, drew back the beaded curtain of the carriage, and stepped out with hands clasped behind him. Gazing ahead, he beheld a massive hill, the imperial mausoleum of Xian Yuan, the Yellow Emperor. However, the site was now overgrown with thorns and brambles, wild grass, and vines rampantly flourishing over the once sacred ground. Yin Shou was well aware that this place was inhabited by the lineage of the nine-tailed fox, the very abode of the mystical creatures. It was indeed lamentable that the grand mausoleum of the human emperor had fallen into disarray. Now a dwelling for demons. All eyes were fixed upon Yin Shou, who squinted, speaking softly. "It is hard to fathom that the illustrious Xian Yuan, who vanquished the shaman Qiyu and established such monumental achievements, has his tomb deteriorated to this state. Truly, it evokes a sense of melancholy. What does it matter to have accomplished greatness if, in the end, one becomes nothing more than dust, forgotten even in death?" Upon hearing Yin Shou's words, Huang Feihu and his loyal guards echoed his sentiments with solemn reflections. Had it not been for the king's mention, they would not have come to view Xuan Yuan's tomb. While people revered Xuan Yuan's accomplishments, no one tended to his resting place. "Commander Wuqing, send someone to restore this tomb, that I wish to pay my respects to the human emperor personally," Yin Shou commanded loudly. "Yes," Huang Feihu accepted the order and promptly instructed the soldiers to clear the thorns from a hill. Meanwhile, within Xuan Yuan's tomb, a different scene unfolded. Here a hidden paradise awaited, with a vast internal space where 3 enchanting female demons conferred on how to infiltrate the Chaoga Palace and fulfill the mission assigned by the goddess Nuwa. "Sisters, the goddess has entrusted this important task to us. Should we succeed, we shall be richly rewarded by her. Imagine receiving a few spiritual pills, and our cultivation would soar." The beautiful Jade Peepa spirit, Wang Marin, exclaimed excitedly. This Jade Peepa spirit was exceptionally charming, her eyes sparkling with life. Reclining upon a jade bed was a woman clad in purple robes, possessing an innate allure that was utterly captivating, with a face sculpted as if by divine hands. Her fiery red hair cascaded like flames, and her bare feet and short white skirt accentuated her exquisite figure, while her 9 purple tails playfully swayed behind her. This woman was none other than the nine-tailed fox, an ancient variant among her kind and the sovereign of the Qingqiu lineage. Upon hearing Wang Marin's words, the nine-tailed fox smiled softly, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. "Sister, the goddess has promised that if we complete the task, she will take me as her disciple, allowing me to remain in her palace for cultivation. Is that true?" questioned another woman, her voice tinged with surprise. Dressed in a light green garment adorned with colorful feathers, she possessed an enchanting charm, though not quite rivaling that of the nine-tailed fox. Yet, her every gesture exuded an alluring grace that captivated all. She was Hushime, one of the three spirits of Xuanyuan's tomb. Hushime, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "If you enter Nuwa's palace, sister, you shall surely ascend to greatness and achieve your Tao fruit in no time, but we could then traverse the vast wilderness without hiding in this tomb." "Indeed, we must accomplish this task," Wang Marin declared. "But why does the goddess wish for us to undermine the kingdom of Chengtang? Though he is the human emperor, how can he compare to a sage? It is baffling that he has offended the goddess. We need not concern ourselves with that. We simply follow the goddess's orders." Hushime waved her hand dismissively. "However, that human emperor is blessed by the fate of humanity. How can we approach him?" Just as the three spirits contemplated ways to infiltrate Chaoga and draw near to the emperor, a fox hurriedly dashed in from outside. "Ladies, a group of soldiers has arrived, clearing the thorns from Xuanyuan's tomb." "What?" The three spirits were taken aback. "Let us go see." With that, the nine-tailed fox swiftly leaped outside. The three demons concealed themselves among the thorns, peering out. Indeed, they saw a throng of soldiers wielding swords, diligently clearing the brambles from Xuanyuan's tomb. "How outrageous! Are they intent on destroying our home? I shall deal with them." Wang Marin fumed, ready to charge out and use her powers against the soldiers, but was restrained by Hushime. "Sister, do not act rashly. Look over there." Wang Marin followed Hushime's towards a robust man clad in a black and gold ceremonial robe, adorned with the imperial crown, surveying the tomb. Above him, a glow of fortune flickered ominously, making it difficult to gaze directly upon him. Beside him stood a formidable general clad in armor, emanating an aura of authority. "It is the human emperor. DXing." Wang Marin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the emperor of humanity, Hex, would appear in Qingqiu, especially when he and his three were just deliberating on how to approach him. "Sisters, this is our chance to draw near to the emperor of humanity. Truly, it is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon us by the heavens. Perhaps it is the goddess Enhua who is aiding us. We must seize this moment. Follow me. That moment. Inshou was gazing towards the direction of Qingqiu. If the three of Xianyuan tomb resided there, clearing away these thorns would leave them nowhere to flee. The three, under the directives of the goddess Enhua, would undoubtedly not dare to endanger their own lives nor offend him. Thus, Inshou felt no concern. Not to mention, even deities from the heavens would need to weigh their options before attempting to slay the emperor of humanity. The emperor embodies the fortune of the human race. To slay him would inevitably incur catastrophic karma and invite calamity. Just then, a delicate cry echoed from not far away. "Oh no, my lord, there seems to be some commotion over there." Huang Feihu pointed towards the nearby thicket. "Go and take a look." Inshou waved his hand. Two guards stepped forward, parting the nearby bushes, and were instantly frozen in place. Upon witnessing this, Huang Feihu hurriedly approached, his expression suddenly solidifying. In the thicket sat three women, each possessing a beauty that could rival the most exquisite flowers. Upon seeing Huang Feihu, one of the women exclaimed, "General, please save my sister," just as Huang Feihu was about to respond. Inshou had already stepped forward. Upon seeing the women's beauty, his eyes sparkled with delight. "What a stroke of luck! You three have finally made your entrance. This lonely king has come expressly for you." The allure of these, particularly the nine-tailed fox, stirred an indescribable longing within Inshou. Her enchanting eyes gazed at him, igniting a desire to hold her close and shower her with affection. "Why are you here?" Inshou managed to suppress his emotions and inquired. The fox spirit, Hushime, replied, "My sisters and I were visiting relatives far away, but we lost our way on the return journey. When we arrived here, my elder sister stumbled and injured her foot. Seeing someone approach, we feared encountering ill-intentioned individuals, which is why we hid in the thicket." To his surprise, "You are indeed officials. This gentleman here is the Great King." "The Emperor of the Great Shang," Huang Feihu interjected hastily. The three feigned astonishment, quickly bowing. "We pay our respects to the Great King. We beg your pardon." Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox remained seated, her voice soft and delicate. "Great King, my foot is injured, and I cannot rise to pay my respects. That I hope you will forgive me. Where are you hurt?" "Allow this lonely king to take a look." Inshou began to step forward, but Huang Feihu restrained him, saying, "Your Majesty, this is unwise. There are no nearby inhabitants or official roads. The sudden appearance of these women must have a reason." In Shou waved his hand dismissively. Wuqing Wang, you worry too much in the vast realm of the Great Shang. How could there be any demons? Moreover, these three ladies are as delicate as flowers. What harm could they possibly pose to me? With that, he approached and took hold of the nine-tailed fox's exquisite foot. It must be said that her foot was remarkably perfect, seemingly untouched by the travails of travel. As his fingers glided over her skin, In Shou couldn't help but silently exclaim in delight. "Is this where hurts?" he inquired, gently squeezing her ankle. The nine-tailed fox gasped, her voice dripping with allure. Huang Feihu frowned, gripping the hilt of his sword. "Your Majesty, it hurts? And oh worries, this lonely king will give you a gentle massage," In Shou said, beginning to knead the nine-tailed fox's foot, eliciting a series of soft gasps from her. "Great king, please be gentle. I am but a humble maiden." Noticing her reaction, In Shou turned his gaze to the nine-tailed fox, who was looking at him with flirtatious eyes, her tongue teasing her lips, exuding an irresistible charm. "I cannot withstand this," he thought, feeling himself stirred. Meanwhile, Huang Feihu averted his gaze, looking off into the distance. "Ding! The nine-tailed fox has cast a charm upon you. The system has successfully resisted it. Goodness, so the nine-tailed fox was attempting to bewitch me. Thankfully, I have the system. Otherwise, I would have fallen for her trick," he mused. "With the system by my side, I need not fear these. I shall ensure you call me father every day, that I refuse to bring shame upon myself as a time traveler." "My beauty, are you feeling better?" In Shou inquired softly. "Much better, thank you, great king," the nine-tailed fox replied, rising to bow in gratitude. Just then, a soldier clearing the thorns suddenly shouted, "Not good. There are foxes, lots of foxes." Huang Fu hurried over to investigate, then approached In Shou. "Your Majesty, we have discovered a den of foxes amidst the thicket. Please make a decisive judgment." Upon hearing this, the three felt a pang of anxiety. Those foxes were their descendants. In Shou declared, "Set the thicket ablaze and see where these foxes flee." "Your Majesty, please do not." Wang Marin cried out urgently, "Oh, what is the reason against it?" In Shou turned to the anxious three. The nine-tailed fox pleaded, "Great king, my sisters and I have a deep fondness for small creatures. These foxes are living beings. Why must we destroy their homes and condemn them to death?" "Ha ha!" In Shou chuckled. "The three beauties possess kind hearts. I shall not go against your wishes. In that case, Huang Feihu, clear the thorns only from the edge of Qingxiu. After that, I shall pay my respects, and we shall return to the palace." "Shall we?" Huang Feihu complied, and soon cleared an area before Xianyuan tomb. In Shou instructed his attendants to set up incense and candles, then stepped forward to light 3 sticks of incense. Placing them before the tomb, bowing 3 times, "Emperor Xianyuan, in your time, you achieved unparalleled merits. You battled Qiyu, educated the people, and gained supreme virtue. I do not revere the deities, but I honor the Emperor of humanity. It is unfortunate that you were ensnared by the heavenly scheme and trapped in the Fire Cloud Palace. It is truly lamentable." Gazing at the stele before Xianyuan tomb, In Shou could not help but sigh. As In Shou paid his respects to the Emperor within the Fire Cloud Palace, Emperor Xianyuan felt a stirring in his heart, hearing In Shou's words, and he was filled with profound emotion, as well as a sense of dread. Indeed, he had garnered supreme virtue for the human race. Yet the fortune of humanity had been divided among the 3 teachings and the celestial court, leaving him, along with the heavenly Emperor Fuxi and the earth Emperor Shinon, trapped within the Fire Cloud Cave. The heavenly path truly schemes against humanity. At this moment, a new calamity was about to unfold, and DXN was the new Emperor of humanity, destined to be a sacrificial offering. However, how could DXN know that I've been ensnared by the heavenly scheme and trapped in the Fire Cloud Palace? Who has leaked this heavenly secret? Does DXN even realize that he will be the master of this calamity? Alas, I hope this generation's Emperor of humanity can break free from the heavenly scheme. I shall lend you a hand, hoping you can turn the tides. May you remember to pay your respects to me in return." With this thought, Xianyuan Huangdi pointed towards the void, and a stream of light shot forth. Yin Shou's veneration at Xianyuan tomb was a pretense. His true intention was to woo the three of Xianyuan tomb. The act of paying respects was merely a formality. Now that the three had appeared, there was no need for him to linger here. Just as Yin Shou was about to depart, suddenly, the sky erupted with radiant light. An auspicious energy surged as a beam of light descended from the heavens. Landing before Yin Shou, a resounding voice transcended space, echoing in Yin Shou's ears. I never expected that countless years later, someone would still pay homage to me. This Xianyuan sword is the sword of the Emperor of humanity. Since you are the current emperor, I shall lend it to you for the time being. Indeed, as the light dissipated, a grand sword stood before Yin Shou. The sword measured 3 feet and 6 inches, ancient and heavy, one side engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicted mountains, rivers, and flora. The blade was 5 inches wide, and the hilt was over 8 inches long, covered with dense inscriptions to "Is this truly the legendary Xianyuan sword?" Staring at the sword before him, Yin Shou's eyelids twitched with excitement. It is said that the Xianyuan sword was forged from the copper of the divine gathering at Chaosang Mountain, capable of slaying demons and monsters. It is indeed a divine artifact. To think that by merely paying homage to the Emperor of humanity, he would receive such an unexpected boon. Yin Shou could not help but feel overwhelmingly joyous. Thank you, Emperor Xianyuan. Having expressed his gratitude to the Emperor of humanity, Yin Shou extended his hand to grasp the sword hilt. With a gentle exertion of strength, the Xianyuan sword was drawn into his possession, and an extraordinary sensation surged into his mind. At that moment, Yin Shou felt an inexplicable connection to the Xianyuan sword. Little did he know that this was the sword of the Emperor of humanity. Had he not been the Emperor's chosen, and with the sword having been bestowed by Xianyuan after erasing its original mark, he would have been utterly incapable of wielding it. Ecstatic at having acquired the Xianyuan sword, Yin Shou reveled in the knowledge that, as the Emperor's chosen, he could wield the sword even without formidable cultivation. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, he could vanquish the demons of the heavens. After offering a brief homage to Emperor Xianyuan, he felt a sense of recognition and reward from the sword, which filled him with joy. Thank you, Emperor Xianyuan. I shall surely honor and elevate the Xianyuan sword, living up to your expectations. Meanwhile, Huang Feihu, witnessing his lord's acquisition of the Xianyuan sword, was equally filled with uncontainable joy. Stepping forward to proclaim, "Congratulations, my lord, on obtaining the Xianyuan sword. Your recognition by Emperor Xianyuan indicates that you are destined to become a wise sovereign. A blessing for the realm," he added. If the other ministers were to learn of this, they would be beside themselves with joy. Unlike Fei Zhong and Yu Han, Huang Feihu rarely engaged in flattery, but when he did, it greatly pleased Yin Shou. You flatter me. King Wucheng, it seems Emperor Xianyuan has indeed entrusted me with a dream, and I have reaped the rewards. On the other side, the 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb exchanged glances upon witnessing Yin Shou wield the Xianyuan sword. This sword was known for slaying demons, and they, with their meager powers confined to the realm of celestial beings, would likely find it exceedingly difficult to withstand Yin Shou should he choose to strike. That it appear that their endeavor to bewitch the Emperor of humanity during this visit to the Great Shang Palace would not be as simple as they had anticipated, especially the 9-tailed fox demon, who had already attempted to employ her enchanting arts on Yin Shou, only to fail, leaving her utterly bewildered. It being naturally gifted with allure, it was no easy feat for even celestial beings to resist her charms. Yet, she had not anticipated that the current emperor, merely a mortal, could withstand her beguilement. "Let us proceed," Yin Shou declared, leading Huang Feihu before the 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb. The 3 demons, upon catching sight of the Xianyuan sword in Yin Shou's grasp, displayed evident trepidation, which delighted Yin Shou immensely. It seems even these demons fear the Xianyuan sword. He mused, "Pray tell, where do you reside? I shall have my guards escort you home." Yin Shou addressed the 3 demons, well aware that they intended to accompany him to the palace. Without the palace, how could they hope to enchant the sovereign? How could he turn the tables and fulfill the system's task of gathering concubines? These 3 demons were renowned figures on the investiture of the gods. possessing considerable magical prowess. After consummating their union, he would undoubtedly gain a return in power. It was a proposition of manifold benefits. Indeed, and the very reason for his visit to Xianyuan tomb. Upon hearing Inshou's words, the three demons began to weep. "My lord, we are without a home that we beseech you to take us in." "My lord, these three appear unexpectedly in a desolate wilderness, dressed provocatively, unlike respectable women that I urge you to reconsider, for such common folk should not be brought into the palace." Huang Feihu interjected promptly. Inshou waved his sleeve dismissively. "King Wuqing, I possess my own discernment. Look, even Emperor Xianyuan has recognized me. How could mere demons dare to enter my domain?" Turning toward the three demons, he continued, "Since you have nowhere to go, you would surely fall victim to malice. I see you possess certain charms. Would you be willing to accompany me to the palace to serve me?" The three demons were taken aback, filled with elation, for this was precisely what they desired. Nonetheless, they concealed their inner thoughts. "Thank you, my lord, for your kindness." Inshou stepped forward and gently scooped up the nine-tailed fox demon, who instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "You have an injury. I shall carry you into the dragon carriage. The two lovely ladies may also join me, for the journey to Chaogar is long, and I would not wish to disturb your grace." The nine-tailed fox, naturally endowed with allure, felt exquisite in his embrace, her alluring gaze causing Inshou's heart to race and his body to respond involuntarily. Just as he was lost in this intoxicating moment, the system's voice jolted him back to reality. "Ding, the system has shielded you from an enchantment. Good heavens! This seductive fox is still attempting to bewitch me." Inshou composed himself and placed the nine-tailed fox into the dragon carriage, followed by the other two demons. The imperial carriage was a grand 8-person sedan, drawn by 8 leisurely horses, offering ample space for the 4 of them to sit comfortably without feeling cramped. With a resounding command from Huang Feihu, the procession commenced, the carriage swaying gently with vibrant motion. "My lord, now that you have brought my sisters into the palace, does that mean we belong to you?" The jade-stone Pipa demon inquired, her delicate hand resting on her chin, gazing at Inshou with the utmost allure. The implications in her expression were unmistakable. "Indeed, my lord, we shall serve you well from now on," chimed in the nine-headed rooster demon, licking her lips with anticipation. Inshou found himself overwhelmed, unable to resist the scene unfolding before him. What in the world is happening? Are these demons so eager? Just as he was grappling with this overwhelming situation, the nine-headed rooster demon had somehow slipped behind him, her delicate hands kneading his shoulders with practiced skill. The sensations coursing through him were electrifying, an indescribable delight. The two demons posed provocatively before him, and Inshou could hardly contain himself. "Good heavens! Are these two demons trying to drive me mad?" "My lord, we have arrived." Huang Feihu's voice resonated from outside the carriage, bringing Inshou back to his senses. The pleasant journey had passed all too swiftly. "My beauties, it is time to disembark." Inshou stepped out of the dragon carriage, adjusting his attire. The three demons followed suit, gazing in awe at the palace. This is the grand palace of my lord, truly magnificent. Had we not encountered him, we would have never laid eyes on such splendor. The three demons chattered excitedly among themselves, while Inshou frowned inwardly. "Are you three still pretending? King Wuqing, you may return now." Inshou waved his hand, and Huang Feihu promptly took his leave as palace attendants approached. "My lord, would you care to dine first?" One attendant inquired. "Return to Shouxian Palace. I am weary and in need of rest," he declared with a sweeping gesture. Soon, Inshou arrived at Shouxian Palace, where the unfolding events would depend entirely on the reader's imagination. Within the chambers of Shouxian Palace, Inshou reveled in the pleasures of his newfound fortune. The three demons of Xianyuan tomb employed every tactic in their arsenal to bewitch the sovereign, each one designed to ensnare him in the allure of beauty, diverting his attention from governance, and even aiming to gain his exclusive favor, manipulating his desires to disrupt the state. The nine-tailed fox was particularly relentless, leveraging her magical abilities to repeatedly cast her enchantments, seeking to ensnare Inshou and bend him to her. As beings of extraordinary power, their combat skills were formidable. However, Inshou, possessing a unique constitution, remained impervious to the charms of the Xianyuan tomb's three demons. Yin Shou welcomed each of the three demons into his realm. Torrents of powerful magic surged from within him, converging at his dantian and rushing toward his mind. Elation overwhelmed him, for he realized this was the cultivation feedback he received from integrating the Xianyuan tomb's three demons into his harem. Among them, the nine-tailed fox held mid-level celestial cultivation, while the nine-headed rooster demon and the jade-stone pipa demon were at the early stages. Each time he welcomed a demon into his realm, he would receive a full return of their magical prowess. Before long, Yin Shou experienced a surge of cultivation feedback from the jade-stone pipa demon and the nine-headed rooster demon, their energies flooding into his dantian like a mighty river, breaking through the barriers of his mind. In an instant, his Niwen palace was unsealed. Within his mud pill palace, he carved out a vast sea of consciousness. In this ocean of awareness, a fragment of his primordial spirit slowly coalesced into form, gradually transforming into an infant. The infant grew at a visibly rapid pace, soon taking on the appearance of Yin Shou's true self. Yin Shou's entire being became translucent, and, as his divine sense swept forth, it enveloped the entirety of the imperial palace. The sensation of elevating his cultivation filled Yin Shou with uncontainable joy. Following the feedback from the cultivation of two demons, Yin Shou's own prowess reached the threshold of the mid-stage celestial immortal realm. With the feedback from the nine-tailed fox, he would ascend to the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. Yin Shou shifted his focus to the nine-tailed fox. One could not help but acknowledge the fox's innate allure. Indeed, its relentless pull seemed intent on siphoning the magical energy Yin Shou had just acquired. Suddenly, a thought sparked within him, and he discreetly retrieved the soul-binding card, directing its use toward the nine-tailed fox. Upon employing the soul-binding card, a torrent of immense magical energy surged into Yin Shou's body, instantly propelling his cultivation to the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. Simultaneously, he found himself transported to a peculiar space. This was a great mountain, its height unknown, piercing the clouds, with ancient trees flourishing amidst its grandeur. Along the rugged mountain path, a young girl was struggling to crawl. She wore her hair in two horn-like braids, her face smudged with dirt, yet her large eyes sparkled with the purity of black gems. Evoking empathy, her tattered dress was patched in places, and her shoes bore holes for her toes. Each step seemed to sap her entire strength, yet her gaze remained resolute, as if she would not cease until she reached the mountain summit. Yin Shou found himself perplexed. In previous encounters, every appearance had been nothing short of stunning. Yet this time, it was merely an ordinary girl. If there was anything extraordinary about her, it was her unwavering determination, as if she would never relent until her goal was achieved. Her gaze even stirred a faint emotion within Yin Shou. Suddenly, the girl looked skyward, seemingly having discovered something. She broke into a radiant smile, her form transforming into a streak of light that flew toward Yin Shou, merging with him. Concurrently, Yin Shou felt a long-held energy within him being expelled, rendering his entire being transparent. Ding. Your number of seeds sown has increased by 1, granting you the special ability to manipulate freely. Ding. You have successfully taken in a consort. This concubine will be remembered in the world of Feng Shen. Rated 6 stars, significantly enhancing the probability of producing quality talents within the Great Shang realm. Ding. You have successfully taken in a consort. This concubine will be remembered in the world of Feng Shen. Rated 6 stars, and the city of Shanggu has become a hub of fortune, greatly increasing its allure to practitioners. Ding. You have successfully taken in a consort. This concubine will be remembered in the world of Feng Shen. Rated 9 stars, and you have received the reward of the sacred realm of enlightenment, which has been dispatched to your system space. What a tremendous windfall! The series of system notifications left Yin Shou in a state of ecstatic delight. His decision to gather the three demons of Xianyuan tomb proved to be exceptionally wise. Not only had he acquired three exquisite beauties, indulging in the bliss of abundance, but he had also sown a seed for the future, reaping the rewards of the system. An hour later, Yin Shou emerged from the Palace of Longevity. Feeling invigorated, he had now attained the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. and with the Xianyuan sword in hand, he could easily subdue the 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb. The reward for taking in 3 consorts are quite substantial. The talent probability and the notion of Shanggu as the hub of fortune. I'll set those aside for now. What exactly is this sacred realm of enlightenment? Yin Shou made his way to another chamber. Seated upon the bed, and opened his system space. Within the space, a luminous orb radiated a soft glow. With a gesture, he extracted the orb from the system space. System, what is this peculiar object, and what purpose does it serve? Yin Shou inquired. That a line of text appeared before him. The sacred realm of enlightenment is a dimensional space, an ideal locale for comprehension and cultivation. Within the sacred realm, the elemental forces of heaven and earth are 100 times denser than in the outside world. Cultivating for 1 year within the sacred realm is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation in the outside world. Moreover, breaking through in the sacred realm offers a significantly higher probability of grasping one's unique path. This sounds remarkably impressive. However, is this orb truly a dimensional space? How does one enter this dimensional realm? Yin Shou pressed further. This orb merely serves as a portal. Simply stand upon it to be transported into the dimensional space. To exit, a mere thought will suffice. Within the dimensional space, you will still be able to observe the commotion outside. This orb is visible only to you or those you permit. There is no need to worry about being discovered. Upon entering the dimensional space, you will appear to be in the same location to others. Is it truly that remarkable? After reading the system's description, Yin Shou was overwhelmed with joy. Placing the orb before him, he stepped onto it. Instantly, he felt a momentary blur before finding himself in another realm. That a torrent of elemental forces surged toward him, invigorating his spirit. This was the so-called sacred realm of enlightenment. The dimensional space. Wherever Yin Shou gazed, he beheld swirling white clouds, auspicious light ebbing and flowing, and a dense elemental energy circulating within the space. At this moment, Yin Shou was firmly in the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. Standing amidst the void, he absorbed the elemental energy surrounding him. Here, the speed of cultivation was 100 times faster than outside. Yet for Yin Shou, this felt like a mere trifle, regardless of whether the cultivation speed was 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or 10,000-fold. What significance did it hold? He had ascended to the sage realm in merely 28 years, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 6 great sages. Achieving sagehood required not only cultivation, but also the establishment of supreme merits and the acquisition of fortuitous encounters. Do not forget, since the dawn of creation, the number of sages in the vast world of Honghuang is exceedingly limited. Each sage possesses an extraordinary foundation and has garnered opportunities from the heavenly Tao, receiving the primordial purple energy, thereby forming the mixed-origin Tao fruit and stepping into the realm of sages. Many practitioners, having reached the peak of the quasi-sage realm for years, have failed to break through to the sage realm. Not to mention forming the mixed-origin Tao fruit and becoming a mixed-origin sage. Even reaching the quasi-sage realm necessitates a solid foundation and fortune. Thus, Yin Shou had no intention of cultivating here. However, familiarizing himself with his own powers in this space was indeed beneficial. Yin Shou attempted to control the magical energy within his body, sweeping his sleeve, and a surge of energy erupted forth. Instantly, the clouds roiled, producing a thunderous sound, as the energy shot forth for dozens of miles before vanishing from sight. Truly, as a celestial being, even a casual strike could likely annihilate 1,000 troops. System, what is the hierarchy of cultivation levels in this world? Although Yin Shou was familiar with the Honghuang system, it was prudent to inquire about the Feng Shen world from the all-knowing system. As expected, a line of text appeared before him. This realm follows the Honghuang system, with cultivation levels divided into refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, earth immortal, celestial immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-sage, sage, and heavenly Tao sage. Above the heavenly Tao sage, it is said that there exist legendary entities such as the chaos sage and the primordial sage. What? Reading the system's introduction, Yin Shou felt a tremor in his heart. This hierarchy bore striking similarities to the Honghuang system he was familiar with. However, the existence of the Chaos Age and the Primordial Sage above the Heavenly Dao Sage was something Yin Shou had not anticipated. Hong Jun Daozu is a Heavenly Dao Sage, wielding dominion over the Heavenly Dao of Hong Wang, effectively controlling all within that world. What then are the Chaos Sage and the Primordial Sage? Yet this question remained unanswered by the system. Yin Shou could only continue to acclimate to the Xianyuan sword and his newly acquired magical energy within the sacred realm of enlightenment. Meanwhile, within the Palace of Longevity, the three demons of Xianyuan Tomb were also impeccably dressed, seated in the courtyard, enjoying fruit and engaging in lively conversation. Sister, I have noticed that my divine sense is suppressed within this palace, allowing me to scan only a short distance of 1 or 2 zhang. The exquisite jade lute spirit, Wang Meirun, placed a grape in her jade-like mouth, chewed a few times, and remarked, "Indeed, the grand palace of the Shang dynasty is imbued with a rich aura of human fortune, which inevitably imposes a constraint upon our demon clan, of course. This is also due to our relatively low cultivation levels." The nine-headed pheasant spirit interjected. The nine-tailed fox furrowed her brow, remaining silent. The two demons sensed something amiss and quickly inquired with concern. "Sister, you appear rather unhappy. What troubles you?" A hint of sorrow flickered in the nine-tailed fox's eyes as she replied, "I feel as if I might be pregnant. There is a small life burgeoning within my lower abdomen." "What?" exclaimed Wang Meirin and Hu Shimei, nearly leaping from their seats. Wang Meirin said, "Sister, how can this be? You are a demon, a fox. How could you possibly conceive with a human?" "Exactly." Hu Shimei nodded vigorously. "I can't believe it." "Sister, is it not merely an illusion?" The nine-tailed fox countered. "When have I ever deceived my two younger sisters? As cultivators, we possess the ability to peer within ourselves. I would not mistake this." Wang Meirin and Hu Shimei considered this and agreed. Their sister was indeed at the mid-stage of celestial immortality and could discern her own bodily condition. "Sister, if you truly are pregnant, there is no need to fear. You can refine it," suggested Hu Shimei. "Yes, after all, it is merely a human child. Refining it shouldn't be overly difficult," Wang Meirin chimed in. The nine-tailed fox shook her head. "I have tried. It cannot be refined at all." Upon hearing this, Wang Meirin and Hu Shimei realized the gravity of the situation. The three of them had come to beguile the king. How could one of them bear the child of the human emperor? If it were truly born, would they disregard their own flesh and blood? "Sister, what shall we do? Perhaps we should seek the assistance of Lady Niuhua." In no time, the three demons had made up their minds. With no other recourse, they could only implore Lady Niuhua for help. As a sage, she would surely have a way to expel the child from the nine-tailed fox's womb. "Sister, if the three of us leave, DXN may grow suspicious, and our plans would be in vain. Thus, you should go to the Niuhua temple alone while we stay to keep DXN occupied," said Hu Shimei and Wang Meirin, remaining in the grand palace of Shang. The nine-tailed fox then transformed into a gentle breeze and swiftly made her way to the Niuhua temple. Soon, she arrived at the temple, entered and prostrated before the sacred statue of Lady Niuhua, saying, "Your Highness, the humble demon seeks your guidance." Within the Niuhua palace, Lady Niuhua stood by a pond, feeding the koi fish, when she suddenly felt a sense of awareness and knew that the nine-tailed fox was beseeching her. With a thought, a strand of divine consciousness flew forth and settled upon the statue in the Niuhua temple. "What troubles you, nine-tailed fox?" The statue of Lady Niuhua spoke slowly. Seeing Lady Niuhua manifest, the nine-tailed fox was overjoyed and quickly said, "Your Highness, I, the humble demon, was sent by you to the grand palace of the Shang to beguile the king and fulfill your command. However, I inadvertently became pregnant with the blood of the human emperor, and I beseech you to intervene and dispel this human abomination." Lady Niuhua furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing this. "That nine-tailed fox, though your powers are limited, you possess celestial realm cultivation. Is this truly a matter that requires my intervention? Your Highness, it is not that I lack capability, but the situation is peculiar. This human blood cannot be refined," the nine-tailed fox hurriedly explained. Lady Niuhua, upon hearing this, flicked her finger, sending a stream of spiritual energy into the nine-tailed fox's body, revealing a look of astonishment on her face. "Nine-tailed fox, What you carry is the child of fortune. The human fortune is exceedingly strong. If you forcibly dispel it, you will surely attract karmic retribution. What? The nine-tailed fox was taken aback by this revelation. A child of fortune. That was an existence that gathered immense human fortune, explaining why she was unable to refine it at all. Despite being of celestial realm cultivation, refining the essence of a human should have been as easy as a snap of her fingers. Yet now, even with all her might, she could not achieve it. It turned out this child was indeed the offspring of human fortune. Reflecting on the time when Emperor Daoist worshipped the human Emperor Xianyuan, he had received an abundance of auspicious light and the treasured Xianyuan sword from the human emperor. The nine-tailed fox suddenly understood that the human emperor's fortune was too profound, if she truly wished to beguile him completely. The task was indeed daunting. Your Highness, what should I do? The nine-tailed fox inquired urgently. Lady Niuhua regarded the nine-tailed fox and sighed heavily. The dynasty of Chengtang has another 28 years of fortune. And now, Chengtang's fortune has grown even stronger. To nine-tailed fox, the child you carry is graced with human fortune. You must first give birth to it. What? The nine-tailed fox could scarcely believe her ears. Lady Niuhua had commanded her to beguile the king, yet now she instructed her to give birth to the child of the human emperor. What sense did this make? Lady Niuhua waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, go now." With that, Lady Niuhua transformed back into the statue. The nine-tailed fox, seeing Lady Niuhua depart, felt utterly helpless and made her way back to the grand palace of Shang. Within the Niuhua palace, Lady Niuhua frowned. She sensed that something was amiss. The calamity of the gods had already commenced, and the fortunes of the Shang would inevitably decline. Yet the nine-tailed fox had conceived the child of Daoist. This was utterly unfathomable. She harnessed her divine powers and gazed towards Chaoga. Indeed, she saw that the aura of fortune surrounding Chaoga City was vibrant, showing no signs of decline. Emperor Daoist, who was known for his lustful nature, even dared to speak insolently before her sacred statue. He did not seem like a wise ruler at all. Why then had the fortunes of the Shang increased instead? Could it be that she had misjudged him? Lady Niuhua, upon realizing this, suddenly sat cross-legged and formed a seal with her hands. Boundless magical power surged forth, creating a massive barrier around her. Then, with a commanding shout, an endless red light erupted from her being. In the void, a rumbling sound resonated. She opened her eyes, looked into the void, and traced the threads of fate, attempting to decipher the celestial machinery. The great calamity was approaching, and the threads of fate were in disarray, making it difficult to predict. Thus, Lady Niuhua had no choice but to employ forbidden techniques to reverse the celestial order. Finally, the scene of the Niuhua palace emerged in her vision. After observing, Lady Niuhua could not help but feel immense rage. It turned out that those two figures from the Western teachings were scheming, using the human emperor to plot against her, intending to strip her of the human fortune that she embodied. Truly despicable. The more Lady Niuhua thought about it, the angrier she became. She, as the holy mother of humanity, was repeatedly plotted against by the heavens, which showed no regard for her at all. This time, they had deliberately instigated a conflict between her and the human emperor, seeking to sever her ties with humanity completely. This was utterly infuriating. Since you have conspired against me, why should I not conspire against you? With this thought, Lady Niuhua waved her hand, sending forth a spell towards Chaoga City. The nine-tailed fox returned to the grand palace of the Shang, increasingly filled with trepidation. If she were to give birth to the human fetus, would she not forever be unable to achieve her own Dao fruit? She attempted to summon all her magical energy to refine the essence left behind by Yin Shou, but to no avail. Sister, what did the lady say? The nine-headed pheasant spirit and the jade lute spirit approached the nine-tailed fox, their expressions filled with concern. The nine-tailed fox shook her head. The lady said that the child within me is the offspring of human fortune. Should I attempt to refine it, it would surely attract the karmic retribution of the heavens, bringing calamity upon me. What? The two demons gasped in astonishment. Sister, do you mean to give birth to this child? Indeed, sister, we are demons. If you bear this child, an unbreakable bond will form between you and Yin Shou, jeopardizing his dynasty. The nine-tailed fox, who she may, and Wang Meiren were at a loss, their minds in turmoil. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the heavens, landing before the two demons, the decree of the demon clan. Upon seeing this, the three demons hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the decree." The light suddenly dispersed, and the voice of Lady Nuwa echoed in the ears of the three demons. Nine-tailed fox. Hu Shimei, Wang Meiren. The human emperor is the master of fortune. You must not harm him that I entrust this decree to you three demons. Serve the human emperor well and uphold the Shang dynasty. Should the human emperor encounter any troubles, you must assist him in resolving them. If anyone schemes against the human emperor, you three may come to the Nuwa temple to report. Should you complete this task, I shall reward you. We humbly accept the decree. The decree of the demon clan scattered, leaving the three demons exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Did Lady Nuwa not want them to beguile the human emperor? Now, it seemed they were to serve and protect him instead. Sister, Lady Nuwa's instructions must carry profound meaning. Could it be that Nuwa has made another discovery? Sister, do you think that assisting the emperor in having children would count as an achievement? Of course, it certainly would. The three demons quickly changed their minds, and the nine-tailed one felt relieved as well. When Nuwa issued her command, they dared not disobey it if one were to bear the child of fate. Would that not be a magnificent feat? With the emperor's blood now within her, we must strive harder, the two of us. Naturally, Insho was unaware of all this. Within the sacred realm of enlightenment, he swiftly adapted to his magical powers and completely refined the Xianyuan sword. With just a thought, the Xianyuan sword would appear in his hand. This sword, a symbol of the human race's fortune, was formidable in slaying demons and vanquishing evil. By harnessing his magical powers, he could even tear through the void to strike at enemies from afar. Filled with excitement, Insho exited the sacred realm of enlightenment and made his way towards the palace of Shang Qingjun. After all, Shang Qingjun had recently entered the palace, and while enjoying the company of the three demons, she must not be neglected either. The next day, all the officials gathered for court. In the grand hall, civil and military officials buzzed with discussions. They heard that the king had paid homage to the Xianyuan emperor yesterday and had gained his recognition. Indeed, the Xianyuan emperor had bestowed upon him the Xianyuan sword, the sword of human destiny. The king's acknowledgement by the emperor surely heralded his emergence as a wise ruler. Truly, it is a blessing for the nation and its people. It seems the king has not succumbed to indulgence in the harem, and our concerns were unfounded. The king surely harbors aspirations for the realm, and having more offspring will be a boon for the great Shang. We shall no longer impede the king from taking concubines. Just as the ministers were engaged in conversation, a herald announced loudly, "The king approaches." The ministers quickly bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the king. May he live long," with a commanding presence. Insho strode to the throne and waved his hand. "No need for excessive formalities. Present your matters, and if there is none, you may retire." After all, listening to the ministers drone on was far less exhilarating than attending to the whispers of the beauties in the harem. Then Fei Zhong stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the southern Marquis, Yi Chengyu, has sent his son, Yi Shun, and the eastern Marquis, Jiang Huanshu, has dispatched his son, Jiang Wenhuan, each bringing 100 beauties who have already arrived in Chaoga." Upon hearing this, Insho instantly perked up. Considering the timing, the lords from the four towns had indeed sent beauties to Chaoga. However, the western Marquis Ji Chong and the northern Marquis Chong Ho, who were delayed due to military campaigns against Jizhou City. The other two lords, however, had arrived in Chaoga Point. 200 beauties would be more than enough for his enjoyment for a while. Hearing that 200 carefully selected beauties had arrived in Chaoga, Insho was overjoyed. Just days prior, he had dismissed those aging palace maids, conveniently freeing up several spots. Thus, these 200 beauties could easily reside in the royal palace. "Bring these 200 beauties to the Ningxiang Hall. After court, I shall personally inspect them," Insho commanded with a sweep of his hand. "Understood," Fei Zhong replied and took his leave. Next, Insho summoned Jiang Wenhuan and Yi Shun to the hall, rewarded them with silver coins, exchanged some pleasantries, and sent them on their way. As the ministers retired, Insho could hardly contain his eagerness and made haste to the Ningxiang Hall. Upon arrival, his brows raised in surprise, and his eyes widened. Goodness! Jiang Huanshu and Yi Chongyu truly delivered. Every beauty selected was a prime specimen. Each one was enchanting, with youthful allure, all around 18 years of age, and exuding a freshness that was irresistible. Your Majesty, upon seeing Yin Shou, the 200 exquisite beauties bowed in unison. As he surveyed the blossoms before him, his heart raced with excitement. Had he not possessed the cultivation of a celestial being, his composure might have faltered, and he would have been left drooling in own need for excessive formalities. Raise your heads, so I may see you clearly, Yin Shou commanded, waving his sleeve. All 200 beauties lifted their gazes, and as Yin Shou observed each one, his excitement only grew. To be chosen for the palace meant they had been meticulously selected, each a verified maiden. Your Majesty, how shall we arrange these beauties? Inquired the official in charge of etiquette, approaching Yin Shou. Let them reside in the palace. Did we not just dismiss a batch of palace maids? They can fill those positions. Each will receive a token, and I shall select from them nightly. As for how many, that will depend on my mood. One must be fair and equitable. After all, Yin Shou proclaimed loudly, for someone like Yin Shou, who had long traversed the gardens of beauty and frequented the bathing establishments, such management was second nature. Yes, Your Majesty, the etiquette officer responded promptly. Let the selection commence tonight. With the arrangement of the 200 beauties concluded, Yin Shou strolled with hands behind his back, feeling fulfilled, and made his way towards the Shoshin Palace. Inside the Shoshin Palace, the three demons of Xianyuan were engaged in discussion. Big sister, we have just received word that Emperor Xian has selected 200 palace maids. It seems he will not visit the Shoshin Palace for the time being. The jade and stone Pipa spirit, Wang Marin, whispered to the other two. Hearing this, the nine-tailed demon furrowed her brow. How can the king, indulging in such debauchery, be deemed a wise ruler? Indeed, if the king continues down this path, we three shall have failed the trust placed in us by Niuhua, the nine-headed chicken demon added. Since Niuhua has spoken thus, there must be her reasoning. As the three demons continued their discussion, Yin Shou approached. Upon seeing him, the three demons exchanged glances, realizing they sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from him. They hastily attempted to probe his cultivation level, but found themselves unable to penetrate the protective aura of human destiny surrounding him. The Emperor cannot cultivate, yet this Emperor Xin possesses a flow of magical energy. Could it be that he has broken free from the shackles of the human Emperor and can now cultivate? Your servant pays her respects to the king. The three demons promptly greeted as Yin Shou drew near. As he cast his gaze over them, a satisfied expression graced his face. The allure of demons far surpassed that of humans. Even the 200 beauties paled in comparison to these three, especially the nine-tailed one, whose charm was captivating to the bone. No wonder she received a 9-star rating from the system, truly a gem among gems. What delightful spirits you three possess. What were you discussing? Do share with me. Yin Shou inquired with a smile. In the presence of the king. What else could we possibly think of? Surely, the king can guess. Hu Shimei replied playfully to ha. Why wait until nightfall? Yin Shou chuckled as he approached, wrapping his arms around the slender waist of the nine-tailed demon. Her form slithered into his embrace like a delicate serpent. Now, with his celestial cultivation, Yin Shou's vigor was unparalleled. After an hour of satisfaction, he emerged from the Shoshin Palace. Channeling his magical energy to replenish his essence, he instructed the etiquette officer to arrange the three demons of Xianyuan in the Yangxin Hall. After all, the Shoshin Palace was designated for his reception of the 200 beauties. In the days that followed, after attending court, Yin Shou reveled in the pleasures of the harem, indulging in the bounties of companionship. Finally, the long-awaited system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the concubine acquisition milestone of 100, earning a heartfelt card. Ding! Congratulations on completing the concubine acquisition milestone of 200, earning 3 soul infusion cards. Indeed, when quality is lacking, quantity suffices. Who would have thought such a special achievement could be garnered? Hearing the system's announcement, Yin Shou couldn't contain his elation. Last time, a single soul infusion card had led to the nine-tailed demon's pregnancy. And this time, he had received 3 Hu Shimei and Wang Marin. These beauties would also require my attention. After all, these two individuals are renowned figures in the world of deification. Their offspring possess extraordinary constitutions. To Yin Shou's astonishment, during this period, he had frequently visited the nurturing heart palace to discuss matters of survival and reproduction with the three demons of Xianyuan tomb. However, the nine-tailed fox had never employed her enchanting arts on him. Could it be that after becoming pregnant, she underwent a transformation and no longer wished to seduce the monarch, thereby jeopardizing the grand dynasty of Shang? Moreover, these three demons showed him exceptional care, even offering spiritual fruits to bolster his vitality, leaving Yin Shou utterly perplexed. Regardless, this was a fortuitous development, indicating that the three demons of Xianyuan tomb had been captivated by his charm. No, by his abilities. It seems that even demons can be governed by their baser instincts. Having acquired 3 cards capable of bewitching, Yin Shou made his way to the nurturing heart palace. As he approached, he opened the system interface to examine the introduction of the unwavering heart card. The unwavering heart card. When used on a female target, she will immediately fall in love with you, wholeheartedly and without betrayal. This was akin to the seductive potions advertised in later times, though those advertisements were mere fabrications. Yet, this unwavering heart card produced by the system was undoubtedly genuine. What a wonderful card! Once used, it would ensure unwavering loyalty from its target. Upon arriving at the nurturing heart palace, Yin Shou wasted no time and directly addressed the beautiful consort. Utilizing one of the bewitching cards, as the card activated, he felt himself soaring once again. His eyes met with the vast expanse of mountains, lush and verdant, dominated by a colossal tree reaching for the heavens. Using his spiritual sense, he discerned a breathtaking woman seated within the giant tree. She gazed skyward, her radiant smile capable of melting all, seemingly poised to envelop Yin Shou in warmth. Just as Yin Shou found himself captivated, the woman suddenly turned her gaze towards him, her form shimmering as she approached, only to vanish without a trace. Ding! System activated. Stamina restored. Ding! Your offspring count has reached 50, completing the first phase of the system's task, and you have obtained an unwavering heart card. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Yin Shou plummeted from the sky. Overwhelmed with joy, it appeared that reaching a certain threshold in procreation would yield rewards. Next, Yin Shou's attention turned to Hu Shimei, and he employed another bewitching card. Taking flight once more, this time, he beheld a valiant warrior clad in golden armor, standing atop a massive 8 trigrams formation, enveloped in a golden aura. Surely, this individual possessed a unique constitution as well. The bewitching card took effect, and the golden-armored warrior was successfully enchanted. Subsequently, Yin Shou discreetly retrieved an unwavering heart card and used it on the nine-tailed fox. A stream of light silently merged with her being. The gaze the nine-tailed fox cast upon Yin Shou was suddenly filled with a hint of affection. It worked. Yin Shou was elated. The nine-tailed fox was the leader of Xianyuan tomb. Once he subdued her, the other demons would naturally follow suit. In every sense, this transaction was exceedingly advantageous. The following day, the officials gathered for court. Yin Shou remained seated on the throne, attending to state affairs, given that the fortunes of the Shang kingdom were on the rise. With favorable weather and no natural disasters, there were few pressing matters requiring his attention. Those with business presented their matters, while those without simply withdrew from court. Feeling rather bored, Yin Shou waved his hand dismissively, contemplating how much more entertaining the harem was compared to the assembly of men before him. That moment, Shang Rong stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have matters to report. Speak. The northern Marquis Chong Hohu and the western Marquis Ji Shang had led their forces to defeat the rebel Su Hu of Jizhou, who had since surrendered. His daughter had now been sent to Chaoga, and Su Hu, along with his son Su Chuanzhong, awaited an audience with the king outside the palace. Summon them, as the palace attendant's voice rang out. The two entered the grand hall, bowing respectfully to Yin Shou. Criminal Su Hu and Su Chuanzhong pay their respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty reign for 10,000 years. The two knelt before the throne. Does the Marquis of Jizhou have something to say? Yin Shou gestured for them to rise. He was not particularly concerned about Su Hu's rebellion. After all, Su Hu was unlikely to stir up any significant upheaval. especially since he would ultimately have to send his daughter into the palace. Su Hu and Su Chuanzhong straightened themselves. In Shou inquired, Su Hu, I wish to summon Su Daji to the palace as a consort. Why do you oppose this and continue to rebel against me? This question piqued In Shou's curiosity. As the Emperor Shang, he ruled over a vast empire, while Jizhou was but a small territory. Not comparable in strength, that it seemed illogical for Su Hu to refuse his daughter to the Emperor Shang. Upon hearing this, Su Hu hesitated slightly before replying, Your Majesty, my daughter Daji is already betrothed. If she were to be summoned to the palace, it would disrupt the principles of propriety, which is why I have refused to send Daji. In Shou smirked, his mind racing as he recalled the tales from the deification narrative. Suspecting that the one to whom Daji was betrothed was none other than the son of the Western Marquis, Bo Ikao was also endowed with great fortune, a natural-born sovereign. Thus, in the tale, Emperor Xen must eliminate Bo Ikao. Following Bo Ikao's demise, he was conferred the title of the Emperor of the Purple Microcosm, his status comparable to that of the Heavenly Emperor. A testament to his immense fortune. Of course, In Shou was not particularly invested in this. After all, the Shang still possessed 28 years of fortune. Their downfall would not come from the likes of Western Shi or Jizhou, but rather from a coalition of the Chan sect. Western sect and human sect. The machinations of the sages were inescapable. The Emperor of the Purple Microcosm was merely a pawn in the grand scheme before the sages. Is it true that Daji is betrothed to Bo Ikao? In Shou asked Su, whose heart skipped a beat. The betrothal between Daji and Bo Ikao had been established when they were children, arranged by himself and the Western Marquis. How did the Emperor know of this? However, now that Su Hu found himself in a precarious position, he dared not speak recklessly and quickly affirmed. Indeed, so was Bo Ikao. In Shou inhaled deeply and asked, Then why are you willing to send Daji to the palace now? Su Hu replied, My daughter has already dissolved her engagement with Bo Ikao. Good. In Shou nodded in approval. Since the engagement has been annulled, it is only proper for me to take her into the palace. In light of your willingness to send your daughter into the palace, I shall overlook your treasonous actions. Upon your return to Jizhou, you and Su Chuanzhong must govern the city well and bring prosperity to the people. That is the righteous path. You may leave. Provided that Su Daji was secured, In Shou had no interest in punishing Su Hu and his son. Allowing them to return to Jizhou was of no consequence. Su Hu, upon realizing that Emperor Xen did not pursue his crimes, was filled with joy and quickly expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Fei Zhong stepped forward, exclaiming, Your Majesty, your benevolence and kindness towards others is indeed a blessing for the Shang. Su Hu, the Emperor's grace must be reported upon your return to Jizhou. Upon encountering the situation, Yu Han recognized it as a splendid opportunity for flattery and promptly stepped forward. Your Majesty. Such magnanimous actions are akin to those of Yao and Shen. They are bound to inspire the hearts of the populace, ensuring that our great Shang shall prosper in peace and stability. Su Hu glanced at Fei Zhong and Yu Han without uttering a word, hastily taking his leave. Noble lords, do any of you have matters to present? In the wake of Su Hu's departure, In Shou eagerly sought to glimpse the captivating Su Daji, whose beauty was said to bring ruin to nations and sway the very hearts of men. Noting the silence among the courtiers, he nodded, prompting the herald to declare loudly, The court is dismissed. As the herald's words echoed, In Shou rose and made his way towards the inner palace. Where is the ceremonial officer? Where can I find Su Daji? Daughter of Su Hu, the ceremonial officer responded without delay. Your Majesty, she has been arranged to reside in the Chenghuan Garden. Excellent. Lead me there. Following the ceremonial officer, In Shou arrived at the Chenghuan Garden, where he beheld a stunning beauty seated in the courtyard. Even her silhouette stirred the heart. Just as the ceremonial officer was about to speak, In Shou gestured for silence, indicating that they should not intrude. He approached quietly. There stood Su Daji, lost in contemplation as she cradled a delicate flower. When In Shou's gaze fell upon her face, his heart quaked with astonishment. Beautiful, such extraordinary allure. It was no wonder she could ensnare the very soul of King Zhou. Clad in a light yellow garment, her bare shoulders and alluring collarbones were captivating, and her exquisite visage bore a striking resemblance to a young star of the Hong Kong film industry. Suddenly, Zhou Daji noticed the presence of a man in a dragon robe gazing at her, and she gasped in surprise, rising to her feet. "Why you? Who are you?" Observing her startled demeanor akin to that of a frightened rabbit, Inshou felt a surge of triumph. "I'm the one and only Emperor Exant. How could you not know who I am?" "Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daji instinctively took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "Please do not come any closer." Inshou furrowed his brow. "Why should I not approach? This realm and its territories belong to me. Moreover, this is my palace." Wu, upon hearing his words, tears streamed down Zhou Daji's face as she sank onto a stone bench. Sobbing uncontrollably, she understood that once she entered the palace, escaping Inshou's grasp would be nearly impossible. Even if she managed to flee, the wrath of the king would surely bring calamity upon her entire family in Jizhou. The man before her was the emperor, one of the most powerful figures in the world. Any woman he desired could not hope to escape his clutches, even as the daughter of the Jizhou marquis. She would have no choice but to comply. Observing Zhou Daji's reaction, Inshou chuckled. "Zhou Daji, I advise you not to overthink this. Upon entering my palace, you shall be my woman, should you dare to take your own life. Your entire family shall pay the price. Think carefully." With that, he stepped forward and gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her. Zhou Daji, akin to a frightened rabbit, tensed up completely, gazing at Inshou in terror. Intrigued, Inshou found her spirit refreshing. In recent days, the beauties of the harem had been utterly compliant, which had diminished his interest. Now, with a spirited Daji in his midst, how could he not be captivated? Hee, Inshou laughed. "Daji, you still harbor feelings for that boat, Ikao, do you not? Alas, you shall never be together." Ew. A look of horror crossed Zhou Daji's face. The man before her was the emperor. If he were to harbor resentment against Bo Ikao, would the latter not be doomed? In an instant, Zhou Daji was torn between concern for Bo Ikao's safety and her own dread. Utterly flustered, Inshou approached her, grasping her chin and locking eyes with her. "Listen well. If you wish for your father, brothers, and family to live, and for Bo Ikao to survive, you must obediently heed my commands. Only when I am pleased can they live peacefully. Do you understand?" "Woo-woo." Zhou Daji nodded in fear. "Good. Now serve me well." With that, Inshou scooped her in his arms and strode toward the inner palace. He could easily employ a special card to make Zhou Daji forget Bo Ikao and wholeheartedly follow him, yet that would strip the experience of much of its intrigue, allowing Zhou Daji to gradually fall for him. However, required a patience he did not possess, as Zhou Daji was a figure of renown on the Feng Shen list. The sooner she was in his harem, the sooner he would reap the rewards. Thus, Inshou resolved to take decisive action and turn the raw rice into cooked grains. As for the romantic game of the domineering CEO, he had time to indulge Zhou Daji later. Within the inner palace, Zhou Daji was in tears. She had grown to despise the man before her. However, this man wielded immense power, controlling the fates of her entire family and even that of her beloved. Zhou Daji had no choice but to submit to Inshou's commands, clumsily attending to his needs. Half an hour later, Inshou felt himself soaring again, his gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of the heavens. Within that ethereal void stood a man, his eyes gently closed, harmoniously merging with the very fabric of space. He seemed a part of that boundless expanse. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, and beams of divine light shot forth, as if penetrating the essence of all existence. Golden light radiated from him, and countless dragon-shaped waves of energy surged forth from his being. This was assuredly a person of extraordinary nature. Inshou was astonished to discover that one of the man's eyes possessed 2 pupils, a rare phenomenon indeed. Inshou's heart raced with realization. Those born with such dual pupils were undoubtedly favored by fortune. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, only 8 individuals were recorded as possessing this trait: Song Jie, Yu Shun, Chong Er, Xiang Yu, Gao Yang. Yu Zhu Luo, and Li Yu each had left an indelible mark on history. Just as Inshou grappled with his astonishment, the man transformed into a streak of divine light that shot towards him and merged with his being. Ding! You have successfully acquired a concubine. This consort shall be remembered in the world of Feng Shen. Rated 8 stars. You have received a system reward. Gender transformation card. Ding! Your procreation count has increased by 1, granting you a substantial boost in comprehension. Upon hearing the system prompt, In Shou was overjoyed. Wiping away Su Daji's tears and offering her comfort, he finally exited the Yangxin Palace. As he walked, he examined his system rewards. Indeed, there lay a card within the system space. Gender transformation card. A special card that, when used on a target, instantly converts their gender, permanently preventing a return to their original gender. Effective for cultivators below the saint level. Wow, this gender transformation card is remarkable. It seems I can perform gender reassignment surgery for free. Moreover, it has no side effects. This card could prove useful. Just imagine, when someone displeases me, I could simply use the card to change their gender. The sensation would surely be delightful. Just envision a man suddenly transformed into a woman. One can only wonder at the psychological impact. The thought made In Shou chuckle to himself. The system had rewarded him with such an item? In the days that followed, In Shou continued to linger within the inner palace, tirelessly sowing seeds of fortune. As Chaoga City flourished, the ambient energy of the land grew increasingly rich, drawing cultivators to its bustling streets. Even various supernatural beings began to roam the city. One day, feeling a sense of ennui, In Shou had a sudden urge to venture beyond the palace walls. After all, he had remained within the palace since his arrival. Although surrounded by a cadre of beauties, life had become somewhat monotonous. Coincidentally, Huang Fian arrived at Shoshin Palace, seeking to alleviate In Shou's boredom. Lady Huang, I wish to don commoner's attire and take a stroll through Chaoga City. Would you care to accompany me? Upon hearing this, Huang Fian's face lit up with joy, eagerly agreeing. Since entering the palace, he had remained ensconced within its confines. Upon hearing that In Shou was to leave the palace and would take her along, Huang Fian was naturally filled with an inexplicable joy. That moment, In Shou instructed the palace servants to bring forth 2 sets of garments, transforming himself into a wealthy young master while assigning Huang Fian to masquerade as his attendant. Dressed as a scholar's boy, Huang Fian's innate beauty could not be concealed. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated an unparalleled vivacity, leaving In Shou in a state of admiration, with an exquisite figure and striking looks. She exuded charm in any attire. It is said that while one may adorn themselves with finery, true allure lies in one's natural grace. When beauty reaches a certain pinnacle, garments merely serve to embellish an already splendid visage. Gazing at Huang Fian in her scholar's attire, In Shou was suddenly seized by a bold impulse. The flash of inspiration struck him. These past days in the harem had grown tedious, despite the presence of numerous beauties. Each with their own allure, he found himself weary of their sameness. His movements within the harem had become less frequent than before. The sight of Huang Fian's scholarly guise ignited a daring idea in Shou's mind, prompting him to promptly gather brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Although Huang Fian was unaware of his intentions, she quickly assisted him in grinding the ink. With brush in hand, In Shou began to sketch on the paper, and soon a design for a garment emerged. My lord, this appears to be a rather peculiar outfit, Huang Fian remarked, her curiosity piqued as she studied the drawing. In Shou smiled gently. The attire illustrated was modern, specifically a nurse's uniform. Lacking romance, one must resort to uniforms. To live fully, one must learn to create their own amusements. Following that, In Shou continued to sketch various costumes, sailor outfits, school uniforms, and an array of eccentric garments reminiscent of the extravagant fashions found in the Bird Kingdom's grand productions. Summoned the ceremonial officer, In Shou commanded with authority, and a palace servant scurried off to comply. Before long, the ceremonial officer hurried into Shoshin Palace, surprised to find In Shou clad in scholarly attire. His expression one of astonishment as he bowed. Your Majesty? Ah! In Shou chuckled at the officer's bewilderment. What do you think of this attire, my good sir? Ah, anything your Majesty wears is splendid, the officer replied, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. Now, take these sketches to the tailor's department and instruct them to craft 10 sets of each design. I wish to adorn the esteemed concubines of the palace. Though the officer's expression was one of confusion regarding the unusual designs, he dared not question further as he took the sketches and departed. Once the officer had left, Yin Shou waved his hand, leading the scholarly attired Huang Fian out of the palace. The king's desire for a discreet excursion meant that no one dared to obstruct their path. As they exited the royal confines, they found Chaoga bustling with life. Merchants and commoners alike filled the streets, from affluent young masters with bird cages to women shopping for vegetables, and vendors pushing their carts, creating a vibrant tapestry of activity. Huang Fian flitted about like a joyous bird, her eyes darting from one sight to another, utterly delighted. "Why, lord?" "Oh no, I mean young master, may I have that?" she inquired, pointing at a string of pearls displayed in a shop. Yin Shou paused, momentarily taken aback. He had not brought any money. Moreover, as the emperor of the great Shang, he had no need for coin. "I haven't any money on me. Shall we visit the residence of the king of martial valor and procure some from your brother?" Huang Fian readily agreed. Just as they turned to leave, a squad of soldiers appeared, escorting a palanquin, which drew the attention of passers-by, who quickly stepped aside. Who might this be? To command such authority? Yin Shou mused, his interest piqued. If it were an official, he could approach them for some fun. Soon, the palanquin drew near, and with a sweep of his mind, Yin Shou recognized the occupant as Fei Zhong, a notorious official known for his avarice and treachery, likely possessing considerable wealth. "Make way," a soldier barked, noticing Yin Shou obstructing the path. With a frown, Yin Shou grasped the soldier's wrist, applying just enough pressure to elicit a pained reaction, causing the soldier to nearly kneel. The other soldiers, witnessing this, drew their weapons and surrounded Yin Shou and Huang Fian. "You audacious rascal! How dare you obstruct Lord Fei's palanquin? Apologize at once," the lead soldier bellowed. Yin Shou stroked his chin. "Is that not Fei Zhong? Have him come forth to see me." "Who are you to demand an audience with Lord Fei?" The soldier scoffed, waving his hand and commanding. "Seize him for disturbing Lord Fei's procession." In an instant, more than 10 soldiers lunged towards Yin Shou, daring to lay hands on the emperor of the Shang dynasty, a reckless act indeed. Yin Shou remained still. But Huang Fian sprang into action, as the daughter of the esteemed General Huang Gun and sister to the king of martial valor. Huang Fian was well versed in combat. With a swift movement, she dashed into the fray, her legs delivering swift kicks to the soldiers. In mere moments, those soldiers found themselves dispatched to the ground. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers, who gawked and murmured in disbelief at the audacity of these two against an official's entourage. It was well known that in Chaoga, offending Lord Fei was an act fraught with peril. That moment, the palanquin's door swung open, revealing Fei Zhong in his official garb, stepping forth with an air of authority. "You dare to stop my palanquin and assault my men? Do you know who I am?" he thundered, only to be taken aback upon spotting Yin Shou's smiling countenance. Nearly losing his footing, he rushed forward to bow, but an unseen force halted him, and Yin Shou's voice whispered in his ear, "Do not reveal my identity." Fei Zhong, quick-witted as he was, immediately deduced the situation, recognizing the gravity of having provoked the emperor. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. If the emperor were to take offense, his official position would be in jeopardy. Yin Shou stepped forward, addressing Fei Zhong. "Your men have dared to lay hands on me, scaring both myself and my little attendant. How shall we settle this matter?" Fei Zhong stammered, caught in a dilemma. The figure before him was none other than the emperor, and any misstep could cost him his position. "What you propose?" "Monetary compensation," Yin Shou replied. "Compensation? What?" Fei Zhong was taken aback. He had expected severe repercussions for disturbing the emperor, not merely a demand for money to owe him. This was hardly a punishment. Money was a trivial matter. Without hesitation, he produced a pouch of silver and handed it to Yin Shou. Yin Shou weighed the pouch in his hand, then waved it away. "Consider this a reprieve, but should I encounter your men laying hands on anyone in the streets again, I shall not be so lenient." Yes. Fei Zhong nodded fervently, gesturing to his subordinates. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and carry the palanquin away." The soldiers promptly lifted the palanquin and hurried off. The surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence. They did not recognize Yin Shou. As the human emperor, he was accustomed to traveling in a dragon carriage during public outings for the common folk of Chaoga. Glimpsing the emperor was a rare occurrence, almost mythical. What just happened? Lord Fei's men were beaten and had to pay this young master. They marveled, their eyes wide with astonishment. It seemed that the tyrannical Fei Zhong had met his match. Who was this young master, to command such respect and authority? Amidst the murmurs and speculations of the surrounding crowd, Yin Shou had already taken Huang Fian by the hand and entered the shop. The shopkeeper, upon seeing Yin Shou's arrival, quickly greeted him with a beaming smile. After all, this was a figure whom even Fei Zhong held in awe. What chance did a mere shopkeeper have to offend him? Esteemed guest, what would you like to order? With newfound wealth in hand, Yin Shou felt a surge of confidence. Huang Fei, choose whatever you fancy. It shall be on me. Huang Fian, elated, began to select over 10 exquisite pieces of jewelry, intending to take them back to the palace as gifts for Sister Yang and Sister Jiang. With money in abundance, Huang Fian reveled in her freedom, indulging in a shopping spree on the bustling streets. Yin Shou couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering how, whether in ancient or modern times, the essence of a woman's character remained largely unchanged. The thrill of shopping, of exploring markets, ignited a spark of excitement within her. Observing the lively atmosphere of Chaoga City, Yin Shou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was astonishing that such a grand dynasty as the Shang had been obliterated by Shiqi, were it not for the intervention of the celestial saints. Shiqi's aspirations to extinguish the Shang would have been mere folly. After a lengthy stroll, they settled at a tavern, where Yin Shou ordered several signature dishes, and they sat by the window, enjoying their meal while observing the bustling crowd outside. Huang Fian, like a jubilant little bird, chattered incessantly, her joy infectious, lifting Yin Shou's spirits considerably. This sensation was far more delightful than the company of the concubine. The two shared laughter and conversation until Huang Fian's gaze suddenly shifted toward the entrance of the tavern. Noticing her distraction, Yin Shou turned to look and was instantly captivated. The woman clad in purple gracefully entered the tavern, her beauty rivaling that of Shang Qingjun, with her long hair elegantly tied atop her head and draped in a purple cloak. A silk scarf encircled her neck. She appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. Her delicate features marked her as a stunning beauty. In recent times, Yin Shou had encountered countless women and held high standards. Thus, it was remarkable that this woman could capture his attention, clearly a figure of extraordinary allure. Not only Yin Shou, but nearly every patron in the tavern was drawn to her presence. The woman, seemingly accustomed to such attention, paid no heed and took a seat at the table adjacent to Yin Shou. A surge of magical energy. Yin Shou's brow furrowed. This woman possessed a distinct aura of mystical power. It appeared she was a practitioner of the arcane arts, which explained the ethereal grace that set her apart from ordinary folk. Innkeeper, bring me a table laden with fine food and drink. No fish, anything else will do, the woman proclaimed loudly. Of course. The waiter, momentarily dazed by her beauty, quickly snapped back to reality and hurried off. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Yin Shou to take a few deep breaths. The fragrance of maidenhood. Excuse me, miss, are you here alone? A voice rang out from within the tavern. Yin Shou's mind scanned the room and spotted a burly man approaching from the other side, wielding an iron staff, his gaze fixed intently on the purple-clad maiden. Most alarmingly, this man also radiated a magical energy, accompanied by a hint of demonic essence, clearly indicating he was no mere human. The appearance of two practitioners in the tavern promised an entertaining spectacle. Sir, do you require something from me? The purple-clad maiden stood up, smiling at the burly man, showing no signs of fear. Little girl, you are quite the sight. I fancy you. How about you come with me and become my wife? The man boomed with laughter, extending his hand toward the maiden. That moment, a sharp voice interjected. How dare you harass a woman in broad daylight? This is utterly unacceptable. It was Huang Fian, who had suddenly leaped forward to shield the purple maiden. A slight smirk played on Yin Shou's lips. This Huang Fian, a mere mortal, was boldly intervening in a matter between practitioners, attempting to play the hero. Even the purple maiden appeared somewhat astonished. Another woman. Today is my lucky day. I have encountered two stunning beauties." The burly man laughed heartily, realizing Huang Fian was disguised as a woman. His excitement surged, and he lunged toward her. Huang Fian attempted to retaliate, but suddenly found her strength waning, her heart racing with alarm. Little did she know, the burly man had suppressed her with his magical powers. His hand descended toward Huang Fian. A flash of sword light appeared, and the man's hand abruptly fell away. "Xian Yuan's sword," he exclaimed in shock, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. The tavern erupted in gasps, many patrons fleeing in terror. The innkeeper, distressed, shouted, "Some of these guests haven't even settled their bills." Approaching Yin Shou, he wore a troubled expression. Yin Shou casually tossed several silver ingots into the innkeeper's hand. Satisfied with the compensation, the innkeeper departed with a smile. "My lord, that man was exceptionally fierce. I felt utterly powerless before him," Huang Fian said, finally calming down as she approached Yin Shou. Before he could respond, the purple maiden spoke up. "I didn't expect you to act so gallantly. This is quite amusing." "Hey, we saved you, and this is how you speak?" Huang Fian exclaimed. "Did I ask for your help?" The maiden replied with a smile, turning to Yin Shou and Huang Fian, "I didn't foresee that you wield the Xian Yuan sword." "There are many things you haven't anticipated," Yin Shou chuckled. "Your words are rather intriguing, and you are as well. How about we share a drink? My treat." Yin Shou offered generously. "Sounds delightful," the maiden replied, taking a seat beside Yin Shou without hesitation. "May I inquire your name and origin, fair maiden?" Yin Shou asked with a smile as she settled in. "I hail from the EC, and my surname is Ao Ing," she replied. Upon hearing EC, Yin Shou's brow furrowed. This maiden must be one of the dragon maidens from the EC. The dragon maiden of the EC, renowned in the investiture of the gods, was a figure of great significance. Observing her cultivation level, she seemed to have reached the celestial realm. It was curious that she was alone in Chaogad. If his thoughts began to race, he produced a card from his hand, the One Heart, One Mind card. As the Emperor of the Shang, he could hardly afford to indulge in a romance with a dragon maiden. How could he afford to be entangled in such trivialities? Holding the One Heart, One Mind card before the dragon maiden, he chose to activate it. Indeed, a momentary daze crossed her features before she regained her composure. However, her gaze toward Yin Shou had noticeably shifted. "So, it is Lady Ao, a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Yin Shou said with a smile. Ao Ing beamed back. "Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you. I wonder, might I visit your home?" Such directness took Yin Shou aback. This One Heart, One Mind card was indeed effective. Was the dragon maiden pursuing him? "Ha ha," Yin Shou chuckled. "I reside in Chaogad City. You are always welcome to visit." "Really?" the dragon maiden exclaimed with delight. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were extraordinary. I have fallen for you at first sight. May I ask if you harbor any feelings for me?" Ao Ying's cheeks flushed, as if gathering the courage to voice her sentiments. She did not perceive any impropriety in her words. At that moment, she was filled with affection for Yin Shou, convinced that he was the only one for her. This was rather forward indeed. Yin Shou felt a flutter in his heart. "Fair maiden, your beauty is unparalleled, and how could I possibly resist? If you wish, I shall take you home at once." Huang Fian observed the exchange, glancing between Yin Shou and Ao Ing, her face a mask of confusion. It appeared that such an innocent maiden was utterly unaware of her own allure. Yet, she felt no urge to voice her thoughts in Yin Shou's presence, having activated the One Heart, One Mind card. Yin Shou felt a sense of ease, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The beauty was willing to accompany him, as expected. Ao Ing did not refuse. "Very well. If you find me acceptable, I shall gladly accompany you." With no further hesitation, Yin Shou rose to his feet and declared, "My lady, let us depart." He took the hands of Huang Fian and Ao Ing, leading them out of the tavern and directly towards the imperial palace. Before long, they had entered the palace grounds. My lord, it seems we have arrived at the Chaogu Palace. Do you reside within the palace?" Ao Ing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. My esteemed master is none other than the current human emperor, the sovereign of the great Shang, Fixin. Huang Fian replied with a smile. "So you are the reigning human emperor?" Ao Ing remarked, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, merely taken aback, since utilizing the heart and soul card. Ao Ing had transformed into a love-struck individual, her ability to discern feelings significantly diminished. Indeed, I am the current human emperor, Insho affirmed with a nod. Would you be willing to become my consort? I would certainly accept, Ao Ing replied without a moment's hesitation. As long as I am with the king, I am content. Ha! Insho laughed heartily. Rest assured, Ao Fei, Insho, shall not disappoint any beauty, he continued. Shall we consummate our union this very night? The straightforwardness of their dialogue left Huang Fian utterly astounded. To meet for the first time and engage in such direct conversation was rather unexpected, especially as the king sought to perform marital rites with this maiden bearing the surname Ao. Yet, to her surprise, Ao Ing shyly nodded in agreement. Overjoyed, Insho proclaimed, Huang Fei, please make the necessary arrangements. I wish to engage in the marital rites with Ao Ing tonight. Naturally, Huang Fian would not refuse such command. She understood that the king merely wished to dismiss her for the moment and promptly set off to fulfill his request. Insho, holding Ao Ying's delicate hand, made his way towards the Shouxian palace. Ao Ing, true to her lineage as a dragon maiden, possessed exceptionally smooth and exquisite hands. Upon their arrival at the Shouxian palace, the two were already entwined, reluctant to part at last. Having acquired a new consort, Insho was filled with elation. Moreover, this consort hailed from the East Sea Dragon Palace and possessed formidable cultivation. By consummating their union, he would gain the benefits of her spiritual power. Although Ao Ing was not renowned on the list of deities, she was a figure of significance within the primordial realm. Engaging with her might even yield rewards. Without further delay, Insho led Ao Ing into the chamber. I could see that moment. Ao Ying's heart was solely occupied by Insho, yearning to merge with him completely. Both understood what was to transpire, and inevitably, it unfolded. True to her dragon lineage, Ao Ing, despite being inexperienced, exhibited considerable prowess. Insho, with his unique constitution, engaged with her for nearly an hour, until he felt himself nearing an extraordinary elevation. It was then that he made a decisive move, utilizing the final card of Soul Infusion upon Ao Ing. The card unleashed a radiant flow of light that penetrated Ao Ying's being, causing her entire form to tense. An unusual brilliance shone in her eyes, accompanied by a low, resonant dragon's roar. In that moment, Insho felt himself ascend, and a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before him. In the boundless void, myriad dragons roared, shaking the realms. Amidst these colossal dragons stood a magnificent temple, from which floated a pearl of light, shining with ethereal brilliance. As the dragons unleashed their roars, each expelled their own pearls towards the grand orb, spiraling around it in a grand display. Golden dragons, fire dragons, azure dragons, water dragons, earth dragons, and various other majestic dragon pearls radiated with vibrant colors, all being drawn into the immense orb. With a thunderous sound, the colossal pearl erupted, and a great dragon emerged from within. Countless dragons roared in reverence, seemingly paying homage to this newly birthed dragon. The dragon swayed in the void before transforming into a figure of striking beauty, adorned in shimmering hues, exuding an aura of dragon majesty. Suddenly, the dragon unleashed a roar and shot forth a beam of light towards Insho, merging with his being. A system notification chimed in Insho's ear. Ding! You have successfully acquired a consort. Due to the auspicious nature of the target, your overall score is 8 stars. You have triggered a 100-fold critical reward. Dragon Clan Treasure. Dragon Gate. Ding! Your count of seeds has increased by 1. And you have received the reward. True, Simultaneously, Insho received a surge of Ao Ying's spiritual energy, a vast reservoir of power flooding into his body. Ao Ing was a celestial caliber. Insho received a complete feedback of her power, resulting in a significant enhancement of his own cultivation level. Although he remained at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, his magical prowess had multiplied several times over compared to an ordinary mid-stage celestial. The power he acquired was equivalent to that of Ninetales combined with Hushi and Wang Meirin, plus Ao Ing. However, The additional magical energy was not merely a sum of parts. With his cultivation elevated and two system rewards obtained, Inshou could not contain his delight. In the face of such enticing system rewards, what did morality matter? It was merely a matter of taking a dragon maiden into his palace and employing a few strategies. Though Ao Ying was of dragon lineage, after enduring Inshou's passionate advances, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Inshou accessed the system to examine his newfound gains. True Eye, a special gaze that allows one to see through an enemy's cultivation. True Form, and more, capable of piercing illusions effortlessly. What a marvelous treasure! Inshou utilized the True Eye to gaze upon the dragon maiden beside him, and indeed, he beheld a small dragon. Goodness! Inshou's eyebrows shot up in surprise. I truly shared a bed with a dragon. If he had not looked, it would have been one thing, but now that he had, a peculiar sensation stirred within him that in the future, when engaging in certain activities, he must refrain from using the True Eye. Otherwise, should he find himself embracing a fox, a chicken, or a peepa who could maintain interest, in a dire scenario, it could lead to utter embarrassment. He vigorously shook his head, dispelling those unsettling thoughts. Possessing the True Eye with the ability to see through others' cultivation and true forms was immensely beneficial. For instance, if Yang Jian transformed into a small creature, he would be able to see through it. Similarly, he could unveil the true forms and powers of those demons disguised as humans. If the adversary's cultivation was too high for him to contend with, he could devise an escape plan. With such a useful reward in hand, Inshou was overwhelmed with excitement. Subsequently, he opened the system space, where he discovered a shimmering portal, faint dragon roars emanating from within. Could this be the Dragon Gate? This treasure, acquired through a 100-fold critical reward, was undoubtedly extraordinary. With a thought, he activated the True Eye upon the Dragon Gate, and its information materialized before him. Dragon Gate, a treasure of the Dragon Clan, containing boundless true dragon energy and featuring 81 trials. Should a water creature enter the Dragon Gate and conquer all trials, they will attain the true dragon form, with enhancements to their root, comprehension, and cultivation. Note, only water creatures may leap through the Dragon Gate. What in the world? Upon reviewing the attributes of the Dragon Gate, Inshou's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This was indeed a treasure of the Dragon Clan. After the cataclysm of the Primordial Era, the Dragon Gate had vanished, leading to a gradual dilution of the dragon bloodline. Pure dragon lineage had become increasingly rare. After the calamity, the three tribes suffered devastating losses. Their elites wiped out, and the Dragon Clan retreated to the Four Seas, ultimately submitting to the Heavenly Court. For countless years, the new generation of dragons had grown weaker and weaker, with even the Sea Dragon Kings merely reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. In the realm of the primordial world, the Dragon Clan existed in a state of trepidation, suffocated by powers like the Jie Jiao, Chan Jiao, and Western teachings. Even the great Luo realm experts, upon entering the Four Seas, were met with polite treatment from the Dragon Clan, who often bowed and scraped. If the Dragon Clan were to acquire the Dragon Gate, in due time, they would undoubtedly rise again, now that he had taken the Dragon Princess as his wife. If the Dragon Clan were willing to collaborate with the human race, he might even bestow this treasure upon them. Having assessed his rewards, Inshou inwardly rejoiced at his tremendous fortune. Indeed, taking a consort could lead to great strength. In the celestial abode of Shuxiangu, Inshou cast a glance at the slumbering Ao Ying. The faint smile of contentment graced the corners of Ao Ying's lips. Her hair tousled, and a bead of unshed sweat lingered upon her delicate nose, rendering her appearance remarkably playful. Inshou gently pressed his lips against Ao Ying's, brushing away the droplet of perspiration before rising to his feet. I wonder which of the concubines remains awake? With a sweep of his consciousness, he enveloped the entire imperial palace. Everything within it vividly reflected in his mind's to his surprise. The three demons of Xian Yuan Fen Lei entwined together. One of the nine-tailed fox's jade-like feet rested upon the bosom of the Wang beauty, who was astonishingly licking the exquisite toes of the nine tails. Nearby, the nine-headed pheasant spirit, Hushime, sprawled in a carefree manner, her enchanting form barely concealed by her attire, revealing a thigh as white as lotus root. exuding an irresistible allure. In Shou smirked, directing his consciousness elsewhere. Shang Qingjun lay fully clothed in slumber, mumbling indistinctly as if lost in dreams. The Huang and Yang concubines, along with Queen Jiang, were all deep in sleep. Yet only Daji remained seated in the courtyard, gazing at the luminous moon above, a mysterious flower cradled in her hand, lost in thought. Is Daji perhaps pondering a secret lover? In an instant, In Shou's figure flickered, and he found himself in the courtyard of Yangxin Hall, striding forward to place his hand upon Daji's shoulder. Daji, startled, rose in fright, retreating a few steps. Upon recognizing In Shou's visage, her expression softened considerably. "My lord, you're still awake? If you, my beauty, have not yet succumbed to slumber, how could I possibly sleep?" In Shou replied with a smile. "Daji, what occupies your mind?" "My lord, Daji is not thinking of anything in particular," she responded. Yet, In Shou, with his keen insight, could easily discern her hidden concerns. However, he remained unperturbed. The moment Daji entered the palace, her fate with Bo Yikao was irrevocably sealed. "Come, let this lonely king accompany you in moon-gazing." In Shou grasped Daji's delicate hand, drawing her onto his lap. Though somewhat reluctant, Daji did not oppose, awkwardly settling down. In Shou pointed to the moon above. "Daji, do you know, a beautiful maiden resides upon that moon. Her name is Chang'e." Daji was unfamiliar with the tale of Chang'e's flight to the moon. "My lord, you mean to say there are indeed people living on the moon?" she inquired, astonished. "Indeed, for the moon is home to the Guanghan Palace of the heavenly realm. The story of Chang'e's ascent is one steeped in love, which this lonely king will share with you." Thus, In Shou began narrating the tale of Chang'e's flight to the moon, embellishing it with his own interpretations. He recounted how Chang'e and Hou-Yi fell in love, how Hou-Yi, a valiant hero, faced countless trials to obtain the bow and arrows capable of shooting down the suns, ultimately saving the common folk. As Hou-Yi's wife, Chang'e was gifted an elixir of immortality by the heavens, yet she chose to steal it and ascended to become a celestial being, leading to her imprisonment in the Guanghan Palace as punishment by the Jade Emperor. Daji listened, bewildered. Why would such a beautiful figure like Chang'e steal Hou-Yi's elixir? Because to become an immortal is to achieve eternal life, free from death. Chang'e, despite her love for Hou-Yi, harbored her own selfish desires. "If you were Chang'e, what would you do?" In Shou countered. "What would I do?" Daji gazed at the sky, contemplating. "Perhaps I would destroy the elixir and grow old with Hou-Yi." "Huh." In Shou chuckled. "But if Hou-Yi were to discover that you destroyed the elixir, cutting off his path to immortality, would he rejoice? Would he not be angered? Perhaps even forsake you? With such a rift between you, how could you remain steadfast?" Daji found herself at a loss for words. "Moreover, is your love for Hou-Yi truly about remaining together, knowing you have severed his chance at immortality? Do you not feel remorse? True love, is it not about wishing the best for the other?" Daji fell into contemplative silence, reflecting upon In Shou's words. True love, it seemed, did not hinge solely on eternal companionship. In Shou continued. Even if Chang'e could assure herself that she harbored no selfish motives, could she guarantee that Hou-Yi would love her as deeply as she loved him? If love can endure, does it truly matter whether day or night is spent together? With a deep sigh, In Shou lamented. What is called love often serves merely as an excuse for the balance of interests. If Bo Yikao genuinely loved you, he would take you away to soar high, rather than relinquish you to another. He clings to his title as the heir of the West Bo Marquis, unwilling to part with it. Daji, the love you perceive is fragile, unable to withstand the ravages of self-interest. With that, In Shou lifted Daji and carried her towards the inner palace. "It is late. Rest now, lest you catch a chill." Within the confines of the palace, Daji pondered In Shou's words. Was love truly insignificant? Would Bo Yikao genuinely act for his own gain? Did her daily heartache hold any value? Tears streamed down her cheeks. That moment, In Shou had returned to Shuxiangu, his consciousness sweeping through Yangxin Hall, observing Daji weeping silently. A slight smile curling upon his lips, the seed of doubt had been sown in Daji's heart. Soon, she would transform her love into resentment, willingly seeking solace in his embrace. On the following day, The dragon maiden awoke to behold the smiling visage of Inshou. My lord, my beauty, this lonely king must attend court. Remain here in the palace, and upon my return, I shall join you. Shortly, I will summon Huang Fei to keep you company. Having spoken, Inshou rose from his bed, attended by eunuchs. The subsequent days passed without incident, save for the news of several concubines' pregnancies, prompting Inshou to temper his pursuits. He could not deny that, at times, love merely served as a topic for discussion, just as he was on the brink of famine. The West Bow Marquis, Ji Chong, instructed his son Bo Yikao, while the North Bow Marquis, Chong Hohu, dispatched Chong Yingbiao, each sending 100 maidens. Now arrived in Chaoji, in the court. Fei Zhong bowed forward, addressing the sovereign. My lord, the North Bow Marquis and the West Bow Marquis have each sent 100 maidens to Chaoga, and Bo Yikao and Chong Yingbiao await your decree outside the hall. Upon hearing of the maiden's arrival, Inshou felt an inexplicable joy. However, upon realizing that the sender was Bo Yikao, a pang of unease struck his heart. In the tale of the investiture of the gods, Bo Yikao had indeed met with Daji during his previous visit to the capital. Would he now find himself in a precarious position? Inshou steadied himself and instructed, send these 200 maidens to the newly established West Garden for temporary accommodation. I shall arrange the rest. Understood. Fei Zhong complied. Inshou then commanded, summon Bo Yikao and Chong Yingbiao. The herald raised his voice, shouting, summon Chong Yingbiao and Bo Yikao. As the command echoed, 2 young men clad in official robes entered the grand hall. The moment they appeared, Inshou's gaze fixated on one among them. The youth bore sharp brows and bright eyes, moving with an air of confidence that commanded attention wherever he went. Not only Inshou, but nearly all the ministers in the hall were drawn to Bo Yikao. Your Majesty, long live the king! The 2 young men approached the dais and bowed in unison. Rise. Inshou gestured with a wave of his sleeve. Bo Yikao and Chong Yingbiao stood upright. Inshou continued, you 2 have successfully escorted the maidens. Each shall receive a reward of 10,000 that return promptly to report. Do not linger in the capital. His meaning was clear. Bo Yikao, leave swiftly, lest you place a crown upon my head. Otherwise, your life may not be spared. The 2 young lords bowed in gratitude and took their leave. Any matters to report, speak now. If none, the court is dismissed. With the presence of beautiful women, Inshou found himself disinterested in attending court. He waved his hand and made his way towards the Western Garden. The Western Garden was a newly constructed estate following Inshou's decision to take concubines, where 200 stunning women had already been brought to await his inspection. This new batch of beauties was every bit as remarkable as the last. Inshou understood that his blissful life was about to commence. As before, the process of selecting concubines would occur in phases. And for a full 20 days, Inshou found himself immersed in labor, akin to a diligent ox plowing his own field. The system chimed. Congratulations, your number of concubines has reached 300, enhancing the prosperity of the Great Shang, resulting in a doubling of all agricultural yields within the realm. Another notification followed. Congratulations, your number of concubines has reached 400. You have acquired the divine skill of water escape, allowing you to move freely through water. Indeed, every 100 concubines brought a reward. Inshou was overwhelmed with excitement. The prospect of doubled agricultural output within the Great Shang was truly formidable, with ample food supplies. The populace could enjoy a stable and prosperous life, especially with favorable weather conditions, allowing him to worry not for the common folk, free from any concerns. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. The pregnant concubines began to show, and even the 3 mischievous spirits of Xianyuan tomb exhibited slight bulges. Throughout this period, Inshou continued diligently to cultivate the land. The system's notifications rang out once more. Congratulations. Your sowing quantity has reached 100, triggering a 100-fold critical reward. The 3 swords of the human emperor. What? Achieving a sowing quantity of 100 also grants a reward, and 100-fold at that. What exactly are the 3 swords of the human emperor? He opened the system space and beheld a parchment radiating an ancient glow. The 3 swords of the human emperor, a special sword technique. only to be wielded by those who practice the human emperor's transformation arts. There are three swords: the sword of royalty, the sword of fortune, and the sword of creation. The sword of royalty, unleashed with the supreme aura of an emperor. Its might is unparalleled, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting peaks. The denser the royal aura, the greater the sword's power. The sword of fortune, a sword that gathers the national luck of the great Shang. The stronger the national luck, the mightier this sword becomes. The sword of creation, a blade that channels the creation power of all beings. When drawn, it can cause the stars to fall and all beings to wither. So use it with caution. Incredible. Just reading the descriptions of these three swords made Insho feel immensely powerful. Moreover, these swords do not rely on his own cultivation strength. They unleash the auras of royalty, national fortune, and the creation power of all beings. Once mastered, he could easily surpass enemies of higher cultivation. That moment, Insho was filled with immense joy. He clapped his hands, and the parchment transformed into a stream of light. Shooting into his mind, an overwhelming torrent of information flooding in, revealing the techniques of the three swords of the human emperor. The three swords of the human emperor are sword techniques? Let's test the power of these three swords. Returning to his palace, he entered the Enlightenment Sanctuary and began practicing the three swords of the human emperor within the sanctuary, standing amidst the void. He moved his hand, and a long sword materialized. His expression turned serious, as boundless imperial might surge through his being. His gaze emitted two beams of divine light, surveying all beings, looking down upon the world. Suddenly he moved. With a sweep of the long sword, boundless energy surged towards it, pouring into the blade, as a magnificent imperial phantom gradually emerged in the void. The emperor, wielding the sword with one hand, summoned the aura of royalty that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Though merely a phantom, beneath its feet lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, countless skeletons and vengeful spirits struggling in their demise. Every emperor must tread upon the endless bones to ascend to greatness and achieve the supreme throne. In that moment, Insho's aura intensified, becoming even more formidable. Slash! With a resounding shout, he swung the long sword. Simultaneously, the imperial phantom also wielded its sword. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Wherever the sword struck, space warped and countless energies erupted violently. An energy storm swept through the realm. That moment, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, slicing through the void, vanishing into the distance. In the far-off expanse, sounds of explosive energy could be heard. How formidable! Witnessing the spectacle caused by this sword, Insho was left astonished. This sword was immensely powerful. Even mountains could be cleaved in twain. That if the sword of royalty is this formidable, how much mightier are the sword of fortune and the sword of creation? Insho promptly unleashed the sword of creation and the sword of fortune, and indeed, their might was extraordinary, filling him with delight. With the three swords of the human emperor in his possession, he had secured a means of self-preservation. Next, he began to practice the sword of creation and the sword of fortune. Each strike exhibited boundless power. Although there were only three swords, each was a formidable technique. With the enhancement of the Xinyuan sword, the power of the three swords of the human emperor would be even more potent. Once he had thoroughly mastered these three swords, Insho emerged from the primordial sanctuary. Feeling that something was amiss, within the palace, there seemed to be a peculiar aura. Yes, the aura of the true dragon. Could it be? His heart trembled, and as his consciousness swept through the entire palace, he quickly discovered that one individual was missing: the Dragon Palace Princess, Ao Ying. Upon realizing Ao Ying's disappearance, Insho was taken aback. He swiftly moved to her chambers in the Shoshin Palace. Inside, the familiar aura still lingered, yet Ao Ying was nowhere to be found. To his astonishment, someone dared to infiltrate the palace of Chao Gu and abduct someone. Insho's brow furrowed sharply. That moment, three figures approached from behind him. They were the three mischievous spirits of Xinyuan Tomb. What has happened? While others might not notice the presence of a powerful individual entering the palace, the three spirits, being celestial beings, were certainly capable of sensing such a presence. The Dragon King, the East Sea Dragon King himself, has come to take away Princess Ao Ing. Jiawei replied that we three are no match for the Dragon King. I see. Insho nodded. Ao Ing was the daughter of the Dragon King, so it was not surprising for him to come and take her away. However, my woman is not someone who can simply be taken away. I'm the human emperor. I must bring Ao Ing back. With that thought, Insho suddenly activated the technique of shrinking the distance and sped towards the East Sea. The three spirits of Xianyuan Tomb exchanged glances, wanting to pursue Insho, but found themselves unable to keep up in the East Sea. Within the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King sat upon his throne, his face a mask of fury as he looked down at Ao Ing. How outrageous! You dared to leave the Dragon Palace and venture into the mortal realm, and even entered the palace of the Great Shang to become the concubine of that human emperor. You have brought shame upon our dragon lineage. The Dragon King berated her in a fit of rage. Unfazed, Ao Ing met the Dragon King's gaze. Father, I truly love the human emperor. Why must you tear us apart? Nonsense! That human emperor, with countless women in his harem, could ever truly love you. The Dragon King thundered. Ao Ing, I could tolerate your capriciousness in the past, but now you have committed a grave mistake. Father, I do not understand what I did wrong. Is it wrong for your daughter to pursue her own happiness? You dare to retort. The Dragon King slammed his fist upon the throne, rising to his feet. You infuriate me, you rebellious daughter. At that moment, the Dragon Queen also stood up. Dragon King, the daughter has returned to the Dragon Palace. Do not blame her. Let her be. After several decades, when a human emperor's lifespan ends, she will naturally forget him. Sigh. The Dragon King sighed heavily. Very well. Summon this rebellious daughter and confine her for 50 years before releasing her. No. Father, I am already pregnant with the human emperor's child. I must go to Chao Gu to find him. Ao Ing cried out. What? Both the Dragon King and Dragon Queen were taken aback. How is that possible? How could a dragon and a human conceive? Do not deceive me, the Dragon King shouted. The Dragon Queen quickly used her aura to sense the truth and gasped. She is truly pregnant. What? The Dragon King, upon hearing this, swept his consciousness and discovered that Ao Ing was indeed with child. This offspring must not be allowed to remain. How could my dragon clan intermingle with humankind and bear the progeny of mortals? Let my father eliminate this child. After the Dragon King spoke, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable magical power. No. Ao Ing cried out, hastily activating her own power in an attempt to resist the Dragon King. However, with her cultivation at the celestial immortal level, she found herself unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure from the peak of the Golden Immortal realm, and her body was instantly sealed. The Dragon King's magic surged toward Ao Ying's abdomen. Yet, just as his power approached the child, a dragon shadow flickered across Ao Ying's belly, causing the Dragon King's energy to vanish as if devoured by an unseen force. Such potent dragon aura. The East Sea Dragon King was taken aback. The child within Ao Ing bore the true dragon bloodline, and its purity was astonishingly superior, even beyond his own lineage. What is it? The Dragon Mother, noticing the change in the Dragon King's expression, inquired with curiosity. The child within Ao Ing is a true dragon fetus, with a bloodline concentration far exceeding that of this king. The Dragon King replied in astonishment. What? The Dragon Mother trembled. She understood the rarity of a true dragon fetus. Moreover, the purity of the bloodline within Ao Ying's womb surpassed even that of the Dragon King. It is well known that in the East Sea, the bloodline of the East Sea Dragon King is the most pristine. If that child possesses sufficient purity, could it not imply that its future achievements would surpass those of the East Sea Dragon King? This is undoubtedly the hope of the East Sea Dragon clan. The Dragon King, this child absolutely must not be eliminated, the Dragon Mother declared resolutely. The Dragon King then laughed heartily. This time, misfortune has turned into fortune. The potential of this child is limitless. You must bear this child, for I shall dedicate all the resources of the East Sea to nurture Ao Ing. Hearing that her unborn child was indeed a true dragon fetus, felt an indescribable joy. Then, does father no longer oppose my union with the human emperor? Impossible. The East Sea Dragon King replied firmly. Though the human emperor is the sovereign of humanity, our East Sea Dragon clan is under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court. Intermarriage between dragons and humans is forbidden. You must relinquish that notion. Father, if you refuse, I will take my own life, and the true dragon fetus shall perish with me. Ao, Ing cried out. How outrageous! What has the human emperor done to you? The Dragon King seethed with fury, yet he dared not press Ao Ing too hard. If she truly took her own life, he would lose both his daughter and the true dragon fetus. At that moment, a shrimp soldier hurried in. Dragon King, a person claiming to be the human emperor has arrived from the East Sea and requests an audience with you. The human emperor? He has come to the East Sea. The Dragon King was immediately startled. Ao Ing, on the other hand, grew excited and shouted, Great King, I am here, I am here. Before she could finish her sentence, she was struck by the Dragon King's spiritual energy and promptly fainted. Dragon King, what are you doing? My daughter carries a true dragon fetus. If anything happens to her, you shall weep. The dragon mother began to scold. The Dragon King shot a glance at the dragon mother and retorted irritably, Hurry and take her away. As the dragon mother led Ao Ing away, the Dragon King then shimmered and exited the dragon palace, soaring towards the surface of the East Sea. There, he found Insho standing in the void, gazing down at the vast ocean. Suddenly, the water erupted, and a troop of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surfaced, forming an orderly line. Following this, a column of water shot skyward, and amidst a flash of light, an elderly figure clad in dragon robes, with a dragon's head and a human body, appeared out of thin air. Seeing the human emperor, Insho, standing in the void, the Dragon King felt a jolt of surprise. The human emperor cannot cultivate, yet how is he able to stand in the void? This clearly indicates a level of power. The Dragon King's consciousness swept over Insho, and he was once again astonished. The human emperor has attained the mid-celestial immortal level of cultivation. Upon noticing the peculiar appearance of the visitor, Insho immediately deduced that this must be the Dragon King. You have taken Ao Ing, have you not? Insho asked directly. Indeed, the Dragon King replied. She is the daughter of this king. Then you're my father-in-law, are you not? Yes, the Dragon King was about to respond but quickly realized. Wait, this king has not yet consented to your union. You may agree now. The Dragon King snorted coldly. Ao Ing is a dragon maiden. Although you are the human emperor, you have no authority over my waters. We shall not interfere with one another. This king will not marry my daughter to you. It seems that taking Ao Ing away will not be an easy task. Insho's brow furrowed slightly. Dragon King, do you recognize this? With a wave of his hand, a luminous portal appeared beside him, shimmering with flowing light and dancing runes, from which a faint sound of dragon roars emanated. Seeing this, the Dragon King's eyelids twitched, and he involuntarily exclaimed, The Dragon Gate! He was about to reach for the Dragon Gate when Insho had already retracted it. The Dragon King, after a struggle to regain his composure, understood that although his cultivation surpassed that of Insho, the latter was the human emperor possessing the fortune of humankind. Humankind is the protagonist of the world, with a rich fortune, while the Dragon Clan had long since retreated from the stage of the primordial chaos. Although he is the Dragon King, he dared not harm the human emperor. Not to mention that the EC Dragon King does not dare. No one below the great 12 Golden Immortal would dare to slay the human emperor. To do so would invite endless karma and calamity. Only when the human emperor's fortune is depleted could a celestial being dare to act against him. This was also the reason why, during the battle of the 800 lords, the celestial beings and deities were reluctant to intervene, ultimately leading to the self-immolation of the Emperor Exen. Why would the Dragon Clan's treasure, the Dragon Gate, be in your possession? The East Sea Dragon King was both excited and astonished. He was thrilled that the Dragon Gate had resurfaced after countless years of disappearance, and shocked that it was in the hands of the human emperor. Insho did not answer the Dragon King's question, but instead stated, After the war among the three clans, the Dragon Clans suffered devastating losses and retreated to the Four Seas. The Dragon Clan's treasure, the Dragon Gate, also vanished without a trace. Since then, the Dragon Clan has been in decline. East Sea Dragon King, you should well understand how repressed your clan has been over the years. Now that I have obtained the Dragon Gate, It signifies a special connection between the dragon clan and humankind. If the dragon clan regains the dragon gate, given time, it will surely rise again. You should know the value of such a treasure. The Dragon King looked at Yin Shou and said solemnly, Human Emperor, what must you do to be willing to return the dragon gate to my dragon clan? Yin Shou replied, It is quite simple. You shall marry Ao Ing to me. And furthermore, if humanity faces peril, the dragon clan must lend its full support. The dragon clan owes humanity a debt of karma. That is all. The Dragon King swallowed hard, contemplating. Human Emperor, Ao Ing is my most beloved daughter. I can agree to her marriage to you. However, you must provide a formal marriage proposal, and the child within Ao Ing is a true dragon sacred body, possessing the bloodline of my ancestral dragon. After birth, it shall be nurtured by my dragon clan, of course. Only my dragon clan can best nurture this child. If he grows up, he will surely become the leader of the dragon clan, with a status surpassing that of the 4 sea dragon kings. Upon hearing that the child within Ao Ing was a true dragon sacred body with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, Yin Shou felt a tremor in his heart. The Dragon King was not mistaken. Such a bloodline could only be better nurtured by the dragon clan. Very well, I agree. The child shall be raised by the dragon clan, and I will also send someone to propose to the Dragon King's temple and welcome the 3rd princess of the dragon clan. Seeing that Yin Shou had agreed to leave the true dragon sacred body with the dragon clan, the East Sea Dragon King couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He then added, As for my dragon clan's full support for humanity, I must discuss it with my 3 brothers before making a decision. I believe I will have news for you soon. Very well, when you have news for me, we shall then discuss the matter of the dragon gate. Upon concluding his words, Yin Shou's figure swayed, and he executed the art of contracting space, vanishing without a trace. Observing Yin Shou's departing silhouette, the Dragon King stroked his dragon whiskers. In this day and age, the Emperor of humanity has not only attained the ability to cultivate, but has also sown the seeds of the true dragon sacred body. Our dragon clan's treasured dragon gate has, astonishingly, fallen into his possession. It seems that the resurgence of our dragon clan is inextricably linked to this individual. Contemplating this, the Dragon King promptly returned to the dragon clan and summoned the other 3 dragon kings for a gathering. Before long, the Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the North Sea, Ao Shun, and the Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Run, all arrived at the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Sea. Eldest brother, why have you gathered us 3? Inquired the impatient Ao Qin. The Dragon King of the East Sea wore a look of joy and replied, Brothers, our dragon clan is on the verge of rising. My daughter, Ao Ing, left the Dragon Palace of the East Sea some days ago, and after encountering the Emperor of humanity, has become pregnant. What? Eldest brother, such a thing has occurred, exclaimed Ao Shun. Indeed, how could a human and a dragon intermarry? This is a disruption of the natural order. Eldest brother, this matter must not be accepted. That child must not be allowed to remain. Alas, the Dragon King of the East Sea interjected, Brothers, allow me to finish my words. The child in Ao Ying's womb is the true dragon's sacred body, possessing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. What? The 3 dragon kings nearly leapt to their feet. The ancestral dragon is the first divine dragon between heaven and earth. The progenitor of all dragons, the ancestral dragon led our clan to rise, commanding all aquatic beings, once dominating the cosmos alongside the Qilin and Phoenix clans. The ancestral dragon had even reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, just a step away from becoming a saint. Currently, the strongest among our dragon clan is the Dragon King of the East Sea, who is merely at the Golden Immortal level. If our clan had a quasi-saint realm pinnacle powerhouse, why should we endure in the wilderness and bow before even the great Luo realm powerhouses, devoid of dignity? Eldest brother, is this true? Although the 3 knew their brother would not jest about such matters, they could not help but inquire. Absolutely true. Would I deceive you? The Dragon King of the East Sea asserted. Moreover, there is another matter that will undoubtedly astonish you. What matter? The 3 dragon kings' gazes shifted back to the Dragon King of the East Sea. Our clan's treasure dragon gate has re-emerged in the wilderness. The 3 dragon kings were struck with shock, followed by ecstasy. Eldest brother, where is the dragon gate now? Indeed, the dragon gate is our clan's sacred artifact. If we can obtain it, Our clan will surely rise. We must spare no effort to acquire the Dragon Gate. The three Dragon Kings were overwhelmed with excitement at the news of the Dragon Gate's return. It is in the possession of the Emperor of Humanity, replied the Dragon King of the East Sea. Excellent. Let us seize it. Yes, that is the sacred artifact of our Dragon Palace. It must return to us. Upon hearing this, the three Dragon Kings were eager to act. Should the Dragon Palace fall into the hands of other powerhouses, they would feel some trepidation. However, they held no fear of the Emperor of Humanity, as the Dragon Palace is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, which stands behind the Dao ancestor Hong Jun. No, the Dragon King of the East Sea waved his hand. I called you here to discuss this matter. The Emperor of Humanity is not simple, possessing mid-level heavenly immortal cultivation. Furthermore, the child in Ao Ying's womb belongs to Emperor Exin. With the Dragon Gate in his possession, it is evident that this generation's Emperor of Humanity is extraordinary. What? The other three Dragon Kings were once again taken aback. The potential of the Emperor of Humanity is undeniable. However, this Emperor Exin possesses mid-level heavenly immortal cultivation. What does this signify? Emperor Exin is only in his 20s. Achieving mid-level heavenly immortal status in just over 20 years surpasses the cultivation of others who toil for millennia, even tens of millennia. This indicates that Emperor Exin is a prodigy, a being of great fortune. The fact that Ao Ying can conceive a true dragon offspring, coupled with the Dragon Gate, suggests that this Emperor of Humanity is far from ordinary. Gazing at his three brothers, the Dragon King of the East Sea continued. Emperor Exin has requested that I marry my daughter to him, and that our Dragon Clan forms an alliance with the Human Clan. Should the Human Clan face adversity, the Dragon Clan must lend assistance. If I agree, Emperor Exin will allow the true dragon sacred body to remain in the East Sea, to be nurtured by our Dragon Clan, and he will also bestow the Dragon Gate upon us. Thus, I have invited you here to deliberate on this matter. Upon hearing this, the West Sea Dragon King interjected, Eldest brother, the Dragon Gate is a sacred artifact of our clan. Such conditions are trivial. Why not agree to them? Indeed, acquiring the Dragon Gate and having the true dragon sacred body manifest will surely lead to our clan's resurgence. The three Dragon Kings, without a moment's hesitation, unanimously agreed to Inshou's terms. The Dragon King of the East Sea, elated, responded, You speak wisely. I am well aware of your sentiments. However, regarding matters of our clan, I cannot act unilaterally. Very well, I shall inform Emperor Exin of our acceptance. 3 days hence, he may come to the Dragon King Temple in Chaoga to wed Ao Ying. Eldest brother, this cannot be. The West Sea Dragon King exclaimed urgently. Our Dragon Clan's union with the Human Clan defies reason, especially concerning the Dragon Gate. If other powerhouses hear of the Dragon Gate's emergence, they will surely covet it. Our Dragon Clan is already weakened. How can we contend with powerful foes? Therefore, we must act discreetly. Brother, you shall send Ao Ying to the Shang Royal Palace, and then retrieve the Dragon Gate. The three of us will follow in secret to prevent such a precious treasure from falling into others' hands. Upon reflection, the Dragon King of the EC agreed. The news of the Dragon Gate's emergence must not be leaked. Very well, I shall go and bring Ao Ying to tea that moment. The dragon maiden Ao Ying was heartbroken over her inability to see Inshou, while the Dragon Mother stood by, soothing her gently. Just then, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings entered. The Dragon King of the East Sea said, Inger, do not weep. Your father has agreed to your marriage with Emperor Exin. What? Father, what did you just say? Ao Ying, upon hearing this, could scarcely believe her ears, her sorrow transforming into joy as she eagerly inquired. The Dragon King of the East Sea explained, I have met the Emperor of Humanity and believe him to be a person of great potential. Furthermore, he sought you out in the East Sea, demonstrating sincerity. Thus, I consented, allowing him to return to Chaoga first. I shall accompany the 3 Dragon Kings to escort you there. That cannot be. Ao Ying protested. Father, you cannot be this kind-hearted. You must be deceiving me, right? The Dragon King of the East Sea stroked his dragon whiskers and replied, How could I not be your father? Moreover, the child in your womb is the true dragon's sacred body. Should anything happen to you, I would be profoundly unsettled. Inshou has promised me that after the child is born, he will bring you to the Dragon Palace for nurturing. Therefore, I have agreed to your union." Upon hearing this, Ao Ing finally believed the Dragon King. Consequently, the four sea Dragon Kings set forth with Ao Ing towards Chaoga. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Dragon King Temple in Chaoga, where the Dragon King conveyed a message to Yin Shou. Yin Shou, currently in the royal palace playing chess with Shang Qingjun, upon receiving the Dragon King's message, activated the art of contracting space and made his way to the Dragon King Temple. "My king," upon seeing Yin Shou, Ao Ing immediately leaped into his embrace. Sobbing, "I thought I would never see you again." Yin Shou gently stroked Ao Ying's hair, saying, "Foolish girl, no one can hinder our bond." Upon hearing this, Ao Ing felt a rush of emotions. The Dragon King of the East Sea remarked, "Emperor, I have entrusted my daughter to you. You must treat her well. After the child is born, I will come to take Ao Ing back to the Dragon Palace for a time." Yin Shou understood the implication behind the Dragon King's words. Slowly, he released Ao Ing, and with a gesture, the Dragon Gate materialized in his hand. Upon seeing the Dragon Gate, the eyes of the four sea Dragon Kings lit up, their hearts racing. The sacred artifact of the Dragon Clan. The hope for our clan's resurgence. How could they not be thrilled? "Take it," Yin Shou said with a slight wave of his hand, sending the Dragon Gate flying towards the Dragon King of the East Sea, who hastily caught it and stowed it away. "Dragon Gate, my king, you actually possess the Dragon Gate," Ao Ing exclaimed in surprise. With the Dragon Gate secured, the Dragon King of the East Sea and the other three Dragon Kings wasted no time. Their figures flickered and they vanished into the statue of the Dragon King. "Let us go." Yin Shou patted Ao Ying's shoulder. "I have many more treasures to share." He did not disclose to Ao Ing that he had employed the Dragon Gate to retrieve her. It appears that Ao Ing is still naive to the ways of the world, and Yin Shou does not wish to taint her spirit. Linking arms with Ao Ing, Yin Shou made his way towards the imperial palace. Returning to its confines, in the subsequent time, all remained peaceful. Yin Shou continued to linger in the inner palace, diligently striving to ensure that the maidens who had yet to conceive would bear his offspring. At long last, a system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding! System notification. Your number of seed sown has reached 100, completing the first phase of the branching achievement. You have received the reward of the Great Barrier Technique." With the sound of the notification, a surge of information flooded into Yin Shou's mind, detailing the incantations of the Great Barrier Technique. Upon absorbing this information, Yin Shou felt a mix of astonishment and joy. The most formidable aspect of the Great Barrier Technique is its ability to obscure heavenly secrets. Once the technique is employed to establish a barrier, even the sages cannot probe into the affairs contained within. Excellent, truly powerful. Yin Shou felt an indescribable delight. With the impending calamity of the deification, the celestial mechanisms were already in disarray, and various factions would undoubtedly focus their attention on Chaoga City, monitoring his every move. With the Great Barrier Technique, it would not be so simple for them to investigate the situation. Even sages would find it quite improbable to uncover anything. This Great Barrier Technique is, in essence, a forbidden art. Naturally, Yin Shou was overjoyed to acquire it. This technique would expand its coverage as his cultivation improved. Currently, Yin Shou was merely at the celestial immortal realm. Thus, he could only cover the entirety of Chaoga City with the Great Barrier Technique. However, as long as the mighty beings of the heavens could not ascertain the circumstances within Chaoga City, it would prove immensely beneficial. Anything he undertook within the city would remain unknown to the celestial deities. Outside the Nine Chambers Hall, Yin Shou waved his hands, unleashing boundless magical energy. He swiftly formed dozens of seals, pointing towards the void. In an instant, a visible stream of light surged forth, dispersing in all directions from Chaoga City. Vanishing from sight, "Barrier, arise," Yin Shou called out in a low voice, casting the final seal into the void. Immediately, numerous beams of light shot down around Chaoga City, converging in the sky to form a transparent light dome. Enveloping the entire city within. It is complete. Observing the barrier in the void, Yin Shou dusted off his sleeves, revealing a look of satisfaction. He stepped into the Nine Chambers Hall, seated himself upon the throne, and gazed up at the ceiling. Presently, nearly 100 concubines within the palace were expecting his children, the majority of whom were already beginning to show. In a few months, these children would be born. During this time, it was impossible for Yin Shou to share a chamber with them. Fortunately, the palace was sufficiently staffed to care for the expectant mothers. However, it seemed he had encountered a bottleneck. Without new consorts entering the palace, it would be challenging to receive system rewards. Must he once again expand the harem, allowing the 800 feudal lords to select beauties to join these ordinary beauties? Though numbering 100 would only yield rewards for him, if only there were renowned figures from the deification world. Particularly, if female cultivators with cultivation could be added to the harem, he might even receive cultivation feedback. With this thought, Yin Shou stroked his chin. The number of women who left their mark in the deification world was quite limited. For instance, he had once considered Deng Chanyu, daughter of Deng Zhiogong. However, upon learning that she was merely 10 years old, he abandoned the idea that to include a 10-year-old girl in his harem would be utterly beastly. Of course, the primary reason was that accepting 10-year-old Deng Chanyu would lead to the demise of the author's narrative. Thus, Yin Shou had to relinquish this thought. There was also Gao Lanying, the wife of Zhang Kuei. Presently, she was wed to Zhang Kuei, and he could not simply seize her away if he were to take Zhang Kuei's wife. Would Zhang Kuei not rebel? Additionally, there was the wife of Dou Rong, the Lady Che Ti, but alas, he had arrived just a step too late, for she was already married to Dou Rong. Aside from these few, those who could leave their names in the deification world were all practitioners of considerable cultivation, such as the three Shao ladies, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. These were profound beings of magic, and all had lived for countless years as cultivators. To take them as consorts would be a formidable challenge. During this period, Yin Shou had frequently used his divine sense to scan Chaoga City, hoping to find female cultivators akin to the Dragon Maiden. Yet he was met with disappointment. Although there were cultivators and demons in Chaoga City, no beautiful female cultivators had appeared. Over this time, the realm of Shang had been harmonious, with no significant events occurring. Only the expedition of Wen Taisher against Yuan Fudong remained, and he had yet to return, and of course, Yin Shou did not concern himself much with this. Wen Zhong's absence from Chaoga was not a misfortune for him. After all, Wen Zhong was more formidable than the likes of Shang Rong and Bygone, and as a minister of the state, his absence allowed Yin Shou a peaceful mind. Yin Shou continued to attend court daily. Yet there were no extraordinary matters, merely routine affairs. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhun sought to implement the deification calamity, observing the celestial signs, only to discover that the fortunes of the Shang were flourishing. Yuan Zhun was taken aback and hastily began to calculate. Yet he could not discern the movements. The deification calamity was approaching, and the heavenly secrets were in turmoil. Yuan Zhun could not help but exclaim, "White Crane," as he called out. A handsome young man clad in white, with his hair tied in a Daoist bun, stepped into the Jade Void Palace. This was none other than the White Crane youth, disciple of Yuan Zhun. Upon seeing the celestial master, the White Crane youth immediately bowed in respect. "I pay my respects to the celestial master." Yuan Zhun nodded slightly and instructed, "Go, summon your senior brothers to the Jade Void Palace for a meeting." The White Crane accepted the order and turned to leave. Before long, 12 Daoists entered the Jade Void Palace. These 12 were none other than the 12 Golden Immortals of Yuan Zhun. As the 12 Golden Immortals entered the Jade Void Palace and saw Yuan Zhun seated upon a mat, they hurriedly approached and bowed. "We pay our respects to the Celestial Master." Yuan Zhun slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his disciples before speaking. "You 12 have committed acts of slaughter, and the Tao ancestor wishes to summon you to the heavenly court for service. In order to protect you, I have agreed to the Tao ancestor's request to implement the deification calamity. Within this calamity, countless cultivators will perish. If you wish to survive unscathed, you must prepare in advance." The 12 Golden Immortals were all shaken to their cores. Once cultivators are beset by slaughter calamities, they will be subject to the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Now, with the deification calamity approaching, it would cleanse those burdened by their karma, and they were included among them. Dare I ask, Celestial Master, how can we navigate this great calamity? Guang Chengzi stepped forward to inquire. Yuan Zhun replied, "The slaughter calamity is too severe. Someone must bear the brunt. You must ascend the mountain, gather disciples, and pass down the Dao lineage. Should your disciples face calamity, your own calamity will be diminished, and you may yet preserve your lives. Go. Yuan Shurtian Zun waved his hand, and the 12 Golden Immortals could only take their leave. Not to mention the other Golden Immortals, Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi bid farewell to Yuan Shurtian Zun and set forth towards the mortal realm. Brother, where shall we seek out exceptionally gifted disciples? Qi Jingzi inquired. Guang Chengzi pondered for a moment before responding. In the past, when I took Xian Yuan as a disciple, it proved fruitful. According to our master, the impending deification calamity will bring significant changes to the human race. The West will rise while the Shang will fall. Why don't we proceed to Chaoga and take the two sons of the human Emperor Xian as our disciples? Upon hearing this, Qi Jingzi immediately understood. The sons of Emperor Xian must possess a rich aura of fortune. Since the emperor cannot cultivate, if they were to take the two princes, would it not be a marvelous opportunity to seize the human race's fortune? Thus, Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi each employed their evasion techniques and headed towards Chaoga. Soon, the duo arrived outside Chaoga City, transforming into two Daoists as they stepped into the city. Such a powerful aura of human fortune. As they entered Chaoga City, Guang Chengzi remarked in surprise. Even Qi Jingzi furrowed his brows. Indeed, I feel as if my divine sense is suppressed by this aura of human fortune, allowing me to scan only a distance of about 10 feet. Upon hearing this, Guang Chengzi immediately extended his divine consciousness. Indeed, even with his cultivation at the Great Luo level, under the oppressive aura of the human fortune in Chaoga City, he could only reach a distance of about 10 feet, leaving him greatly astonished. How could Chaoga City possess such a dense concentration of human fortune? Little did they know, besides the human fortune, they were also being suppressed by the Grand Barrier technique of Yin Shou. Of course, this Grand Barrier technique could only suppress divine consciousness, not magical power. Brother, how shall we search for the two princes? Qi Jingzi inquired, as their divine consciousness was hindered, preventing them from sensing the presence of the two princes. Guang Chengzi replied, both of us are disciples under the Yu Su sect, followers of the sage. Even if they are sons of the human emperor, taking them as our disciples would not be a disgrace. Let us proceed directly to the palace for an audience. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingzi accompanied him toward the palace. As Qi Jingzi and Guang Chengzi stepped into the royal palace, another disciple from the Yu Su sect was also entering Chaoga City, none other than the esteemed Qing Su Dao de Jinjun. The Yuan Shurtian Zun had commanded Qing Su Dao de Jinjun to descend the mountain to gather disciples, and he immediately thought of Chaoga City, a place renowned for its fortune, abundant with individuals of exceptional talent. Not long after entering the gates of Chaoga City, Qing Su Dao de Jinjun arrived at a grand residence. Looking up, he saw the words Wuqing Wangfu inscribed above the entrance. It was clear that this was the residence of the Wuqing king, Huang Fei. Just as Qing Su Dao de Jinjun was about to enter, suddenly, a child of 3 or 4 years dashed out from within the Huang residence. The child was remarkably clever and adorably charming. Upon extending his divine consciousness, Qing Su Dao de Jinjun discovered that this child possessed spiritual roots. Overjoyed, he approached, took the child's hand, and activated his teleportation technique, soaring into the sky and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Yin Shou was holding court in the palace. He scanned the assembly of ministers and casually waved his hand. If there are matters to discuss, please speak. If not, you may disperse to tea that moment. A guard hurried in. Your Majesty, there are 2 Daoists outside seeking an audience. Daoists? Yin Shou was slightly taken aback, but he then extended his divine consciousness and indeed perceived 2 elderly Daoists standing outside the Londa Hall. Let them enter, Yin Shou commanded, waving his hand. Yes, soon as he spoke, the 2 Daoists had already entered the grand hall. The ministers, observing the extraordinary demeanor of the 2 Daoists, were equally astonished. Poverty-stricken Daoist Guang Chengzi and poverty-stricken Daoist Qi Jingzi pay their respects to your Majesty. The 2 Daoists entered the Londa Hall and slightly bowed towards Yin Shou as a form of greeting. Upon hearing this, Yin Shou's heart jolted. Good gracious! Aren't these 2 the foremost among the 12 Golden Immortals? What brings them to Chaoga City? I sent your school intent on extinguishing my Changtang. Using his true eye, he scrutinized the 2 Daoists, confirming that they were indeed of the great Luo cultivation level. Not imposters. Uncertain of their intentions, Yin Shou asked, "Honored Daoists, what brings you to my Chaoga?" Guang Chengzi, unfazed, replied, "Your Majesty, we have come to take on disciples." "Oh, taking on disciples." Yin Shou's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly recalled that during the Feng Shen era, his two sons had been taken as disciples by Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, shining brilliantly on the battlefield. Many generals among the Western Qi army had been elevated to the Feng Shen list by the two. It seemed that the Feng Shen calamity had thoroughly commenced. Yin Shou understood that their intention to take on disciples was merely to prepare his sons, Yin Hong and Yin Jiao, for the impending calamity. In essence, the Feng Shen calamity and the war between Shang and Zhou were but a scheme. Yuan Shi Tanzun dispatched Jiang Zia to the Western Qi, then sent Shen Gongbao to Chaoga to join the Jiejiao, orchestrating a performance where Shen Gongbao was responsible for summoning the disciples of Jiejiao, while Jiang Zia handled the slaying. Should the opponents prove too formidable, Jiang Zia might even intentionally send disciples to their doom to fulfill the requirement of 365 righteous deities. With this in mind, Yin Shou stroked his chin thoughtfully. After some time, he finally smiled and said, "Honored Daoists, it is evident that you possess profound cultivation. It is indeed a great fortune for my sons to follow you in the pursuit of immortality. Please wait a moment. I shall summon them." The ministers, witnessing that the two Daoists intended to accept the princes as disciples, were filled with inexplicable joy that if the princes were to become immortals, their lifespans would be endless. What concern would there be for the Shang dynasty's longevity? However, Yin Shou had other intentions. These two were indeed powerful figures under the Yusu sect, great Luo cultivators. If you were to offend them directly, they would certainly grow suspicious. They plotted against my Shang. But I, Yin Shou, can also scheme against the two of you in the future, when the princes descend from their training, taking with them your treasured items, such as the Fan Tian Yin, Luo Han Bell, and Yin Yang Mirror. You shall find it impossible to reclaim them, that I shall not let the princes enter the battlefield. What will you do then? Not long after, the two princes were brought to the Longda Hall. "We greet our father," Yin Hong and Yin Jiao said, bowing respectfully to Yin Shou. Yin Shou nodded slightly. "Hong, Jiao, come, pay your respects to your masters. From now on, you shall follow them to learn the path of longevity and become capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth as immortals." Upon hearing this, the two princes promptly turned to Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, bowing deeply. Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi were filled with immense joy. After thanking Yin Shou, they each took a prince and departed the palace. Soaring into the clouds. After sending off the two immortals, Yin Shou finally sighed in relief. In his harem, there were still several fortunate children yet to be born. If Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi discovered this and reported it to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Given Yuan Shi Tianzun's character, one could only imagine what might ensue. Meanwhile, as Huang Feihu returned to his residence after court, he found his family in a state of chaos, frantically searching for his son. "My lord, the first prince has gone missing." One of the family members rushed forward in panic to report. "What?" Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu was immediately taken aback and hurriedly led his retinue to search within the city of Chaoga. Yet, after an extensive search, they found no trace of Huang Tianhua, leading them to reluctantly abandon their efforts. All of this was observed by Yin Shou, who was acutely aware that Huang Feihu's son, Huang Tianhua, had been taken away by his master, the true lord of clear void and virtue, to be groomed as a disciple in preparation for the impending calamity of the canonization. Naturally, Yin Shou kept this knowledge to himself. Meanwhile, the Daoist Celestial Lord and the Merciful Voyage Daoist arrived at Chentang Pass, each taking Jin Jia and Mu Jia as their disciples. The Jade Calder True Man had already taken Yang Jian as his disciple, while the Supreme One and the Primordial Celestial Lord had other plans and did not descend the mountain to accept disciples. The scheme for the canonization tribulation had long been in the works, with the Primordial Celestial Lord instructing his disciples to descend and gather followers in response to the impending calamity. That on another front, the two saints of the Western sect dispatched disciples to the Northern Di to incite Yuan Futong into rebellion. With the assistance of the Western sect, Yuan Fudong engaged in a fierce battle with Wenzhong in the northern territories, aiming to delay Wenzhong's forces and deplete the fortunes of the Shang dynasty. However, for the time being, Inshou was not particularly concerned with this matter. As a time traveler enjoying a life akin to that of a monarch, he felt quite content. Upon seeing Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi accompanied by the two princes, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, as the court dispersed, Inshou returned to the palace. Currently, the palace was filled with expectant mothers, all bearing Inshou's lineage. In a few months, these children would be born. Inshou eagerly anticipated the experience of fatherhood and the rewards that would accompany it. Huang Fei, Yang Fei, and the three Yao of Xinyuan Fun, as well as Shang Qingjun and Su Daji, all had noticeably rounded bellies. Since becoming pregnant with Inshou's offspring and sensing the vitality of the unborn child, Su Daji seemed to have almost forgotten about Bo Yi. The child within her had become her entire world. Each day, Su Daji would converse with the baby, sharing her innermost thoughts. Of course, Inshou was keenly aware of Su Daji's situation and kept a watchful eye on the happenings within the harem. He noted the changes in Daji with pleasure, understanding that a child is a mother's greatest balm, providing her with a sense of purpose, which was indeed a positive development. Furthermore, the three Yao of Xinyuan Fan often gathered to converse, enlightening Inshou about many secrets concerning the demon clan. Your Majesty, as Inshou entered the palace of the three Yao, they eagerly approached him, preparing to pay their respects, but Inshou quickly gestured for them to rise. You are all with child. There is no need for such formalities. Come, let me see my little treasures. He invited the three Yao to sit and gently caress their bellies, eliciting peals of laughter from them. With their pregnancies, the three Yao exuded an enchanting aura, radiating a maternal glow. It is said that a woman with child is the most beautiful, and now Inshou found himself compelled to acknowledge the truth of this adage. After caressing the belly of Jiwei, he probed with his spiritual awareness and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, the child within her was a girl, possessing no extraordinary physique, yet Inshou could sense her formidable spiritual power. What are you feeling, Your Majesty? Jiwei inquired playfully, noticing Inshou's hand on her abdomen. I am merely having a chat with my daughter, he replied with a smile. That is not fair. Am I not also carrying your flesh and blood? Hushime chimed in with a teasing tone. Inshou smiled gently and approached her, placing his hand on Hushime's belly. As he scanned her child with his spiritual awareness, he immediately felt the powerful vitality within. The robust metallic elemental essence startled him. After inquiring with the system, he learned that this physique was known as the Golden Spirit Battle Body, a natural warrior's soul with a remarkably strong physical form, capable of seeking breakthroughs in battle. Have you communicated with my child? Hushime asked with a grin. Inshou raised an eyebrow. Of course, he calls me father, and I have urged him to come out early to help me govern the realm. Hushime burst into laughter. Oh dear, Your Majesty, you are biased. Do you not love the child within me? Wang Marin also chimed in playfully. How could that be? Inshou laughed. Come, let me see if your child will call me father as well. He approached Wang Marin, caressing her abdomen and probing with his spiritual awareness. The child within her was of the wood element, possessing a unique constitution and an incredibly strong life force. Inshou was certain that these children, once grown, would undoubtedly become formidable cultivators. This little rascal already has a temperament, blaming me for being the last to see him. He chuckled. The three Yao erupted in laughter, after chatting with the three Yao and urging them to take care during their pregnancies, which delighted them immensely. Inshou took his leave from their palace and made his way to the Dragon Maiden's chambers. Upon entering the palace, Ying, who had been conferred the title of Dragon Queen, was busy sewing garments for the baby. Seeing Inshou enter, she promptly greeted him. Your Majesty, you have arrived. Dragon Queen, why are you making clothes yourself? With your powers, you could conjure them with a mere gesture. Besides, if you wish to do so, the tailoring chamber is responsible for such tasks, Inshou remarked, gently caressing Ying's belly with concern. Your Majesty, that is not the same. What I sew with my own hands carries my heartfelt intentions. Ying replied. Inshou chuckled. The child within you is a true dragon's sacred body, Are you certain that he would fit into the garments you sew? Of course, he can take human form. He is not a dragon. Ao Ying responded confidently. In Shou moved closer, caressing Ao Ying's abdomen, and upon probing with his spiritual awareness, he discovered a baby sitting peacefully within her womb, surrounded by swirling currents of true dragon energy. Truly deserving of the title True Dragon Sacred Body, a child with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, In Shou couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Dragon Queen, once the child is born, your father will come to meet him. Will you remain by my side then? He inquired. Of course. I will stay with the child, but I will often bring him to see you, for I cannot bear to be apart from you. Ao Ying replied, gradually nestling into In Shou's embrace. As In Shou gazed into the distance, he pondered whether, had he not utilized the heart and soul card, Ao Ying would harbor such love for him as she did now. After sharing tender moments with Ao Ying, he eventually rose and exited the Yangxin Palace. Daily inspections of the children's conditions had become an essential duty for In Shou. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that these uniquely gifted children would bring forth once they came of age. On the following day, the officials gathered for court. In Shou sat upon the throne, surveying the assembled ministers. If there are matters to discuss, speak. If not, you may retire. Like tea that moment, Shang Rong stepped forward. Your Majesty, tomorrow marks the birth of the Xian bird. According to tradition, in leap years, the Emperor of the Shang must go to the Xian bird temple to offer incense and pay homage to the Xian bird. Oh, In Shou responded, raising an eyebrow slightly. He had heard of the tale of the Xian bird giving birth to the Shang. In ancient times, a woman swallowed a Xian bird egg, thus birthing the progenitor of the Shang. Countless years later, when Shang Tang overthrew the Xia dynasty, he also received the assistance of the Xian bird. In gratitude, the Shang maintained the tradition of emperors worshipping the Xian bird. Very well, Prime Minister Shang. Prepare accordingly. Tomorrow, I shall personally go to pay homage to the Xian bird. The Xian bird temple is situated on Fengwu Mountain, just outside the city of Chaozhou. It is said that during the reign of Emperor Pan Gong, the sound of Fengwu echoed from the mountain, heralding the descent of the Xian bird, a sign of good fortune. Following the advice of his ministers, Pan Gong established the capital near Fengwu Mountain, naming it Chaoga for this very reason. The news of the Shang Emperor's pilgrimage to worship the Xian bird had already spread throughout the city of Chaoga. Countless citizens gathered early along the roadsides, awaiting the procession to pay homage. In Shou, seated upon the dragon litter, along with his ministers, departed from the Longda Hall, making their way towards Fengwu Mountain. Along the route, the citizens of Chaoga bowed reverently on either side. Long live the king! The common folk of Chaoga cried out in unison. In Shou's divine consciousness swept across the scene beyond the dragon carriage, attentively observing the every move of the populace. Suddenly, his brow arched in surprise as he noticed a young man clad in white standing in a nearby tavern, his gaze fixed upon the dragon carriage and the assembly of ministers. A look of curiosity etched upon his features, a daughter of the realm. With his true sight, In Shou discerned that despite the youth's disguise, he recognized him at once. Yet, this was not the most significant revelation. The youth exuded a surge of spiritual energy, unmistakably indicating he was a practitioner of the mystical arts. However, as they were en route to pay homage to the Xian bird, In Shou had no time to concern himself with this disguised youth. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the procession slowly exited the city of Chaoga. Leading the way was the formidable king Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu, mounted upon a 5-color divine ox, accompanied by 50 elite soldiers, followed closely by the dragon carriage of Emperor Exin. Behind the dragon carriage trailed a host of civil and military officials, each soldier brandishing banners, safeguarding the procession headed towards the Xian bird shrine. As In Shou's divine consciousness scanned the fields, a slight smile graced his lips upon discovering that the disguised young man had followed closely behind, further piquing his curiosity. At last, the procession arrived at the foot of Fengming Mountain, where a series of stone steps lay before them, rendering it impossible for In Shou's dragon carriage to proceed. The procession halted, and Bai Gan stepped forward, urging, Your Majesty, please disembark. Very well, In Shou replied, stepping down from the dragon carriage and leading the assembly up the stone steps. Though there were but 999 steps, they proved quite taxing for the pampered civil officials, who gasped for breath, including Shangrong, Baigon, and Feizhong. Ahead stood the Xian Bird Temple. Yin Shou glanced at the assembly and declared, "I shall enter alone to pay my respects. You may wait outside." The ministers nodded in agreement. The Xian Bird Temple was a hallowed ground, accessible only to the emperor of the Great Shang. This was also Yin Shou's inaugural visit to offer his prayers, for the Xian bird was honored only in leap years. He personally carried the offerings and incense, stepping into the temple. The Xian Bird Temple was a courtyard, and upon entering, one was greeted by an ancient pine tree and several structures within the premises. To the rear of the courtyard stood a colossal phoenix tree, so large that it required several people to encircle its trunk. And the courtyard was meticulously maintained. Typically, soldiers guarded the temple, and no one dared intrude. Who had been responsible for its upkeep? Yin Shou pondered little on this as he entered the main hall of the temple. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find a Daoist standing within. Clad in a pale purple robe and adorned with a goose crown, the Daoist radiated an aura of spiritual energy, exuding an ethereal presence. The Daoist cultivation was so profound that even Yin Shou's true sight could not penetrate it. A tremor coursed through Yin Shou as he placed the incense and offerings upon the altar, then turned to address the Daoist. "I humbly invite you, esteemed Daoist." The Daoist scrutinized Yin Shou, an expression of astonishment crossing his face. Although Yin Shou had concealed his cultivation through a grand barrier technique, the Daoist could not discern any magical power emanating from him. Yet he sensed the abundant luck and fortune surrounding Yin Shou. "Could it be that you are the human sovereign?" Yin Shou nodded, having nearly deduced the Daoist's identity. "I am indeed the human sovereign." The Daoist replied, "I am Kong Xian, honored to meet the human sovereign." Indeed, it was him. A wave of joy surged within Yin Shou. Kong Xian was renowned as the mightiest being beneath the sages. With his innate divine ability, the five-color divine light, he could sweep away anything in his path. Even the Daoist Lord Liu Ye had to flee before him. Had it not been for the sages subduing Kong Xian and bringing him to the Western teachings, none in the West Qi army could rival him. Kong Xian, the son of the primordial phoenix, possessed the innate five-color divine light, and the Xian bird clan was also part of the phoenix lineage. Thus, Kong Xian's presence here was entirely logical. It is the esteemed Daoist Kong. What a fortuitous encounter. Yin Shou inclined his head slightly as a gesture of respect. The status of a human sovereign was exalted, akin to that of the heavenly emperor, and he naturally could not bow before Kong Xian. "I perceive that the Daoist exudes a profound aura of celestial spirituality. Undoubtedly a sage of great renown. Please allow me to pay my respects to the Xian bird before we converse further." With that, Yin Shou turned back, arranging the offerings and lighting 3 incense sticks upon the altar, bowing thrice before the Xian bird's tablet. Instantly, an immense wave of merit and fortune surged forth from Yin Shou, flooding into the tablet. Kong Xian observed this with astonishment. "Daoist Kong?" Yin Shou then turned to him. "If I am not mistaken, esteemed Daoist, you too are the Xianwu lineage, are you not? Since you are here, why not visit a residence in Chaoga City and allow this humble king to extend his hospitality?" Kong Xian replied, "Your Majesty, in truth, I am here today specifically to await your presence to..." "Oh?" Yin Shou expressed his surprise. Might the Daoist have a matter to discuss? Kong Xian nodded slightly. "Indeed, I was cultivating within the South Mingli Fire Mountain when a senior imparted a message to me, stating that a prince would soon emerge in Chaoga City, a child of the fire spirit's sacred body, capable of inheriting the bloodline of our Phoenix clan's fire spirit. I was tasked with bringing him to the Southly Fire Mountain, where this esteemed elder would nurture him." Yin Shou furrowed his brow upon hearing this. In the investiture of the gods, Kong Xian was a general of the Great Shang. It was unexpected that in this world, he had not yet pledged allegiance to the Great Shang, but instead represented the Phoenix clan to recruit a disciple in Chaoga City. The son of the primordial phoenix. Those who could be referred to as senior by him were exceedingly rare. Undoubtedly among the strongest, it was highly probable that this senior was the formidable fire-based demon, Zhu Ke. Among the many celestial embryos he had sown, only the child within Huang Fei's womb Was the fire spirit sacred body? Was he to entrust his own prince to the Phoenix clan for cultivation? Daoist, as of now, my prince has yet to be born. Even if I were to send him to the Phoenix clan, it would be several years hence. There is no need for haste. Kong Xian replied, I am here to establish the master-disciple relationship on behalf of the esteemed elder. When the child is older, I shall return to escort him. As Kong Xian spoke, his expression suddenly shifted. Who dares eavesdrop on our conversation? With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Not far away, a piercing scream from a woman rang out, followed by a figure shooting in from outside the Xian bird temple, exclaiming loudly, How dare you, you old Daoists, harm me? The figure that appeared before Yin Shou and Kong Xian was none other than the young man in white. However, her voice was unmistakably that of a girl. Such a disguise could not escape the keen eyes of Yin Shou and Kong Xian. Kong Xian exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the girl before him possessed an initial cultivation at the Golden Immortal stage. Although his earlier strike would not have killed her, she should not have been able to withstand it so easily. That was a blow from a quasi-saint. You old Daoists, I was merely passing through this area. Who cares about your so-called secrets? You struck me first, and I shall return the favor tenfold. With that, the youth waved his hand, sending a streak of light towards Kong Xian. Seeing this, Kong Xian's heart jolted, and he quickly retreated a few steps, attempting to grasp the white light with a swift motion. The young man in white, however, deftly captured the light, revealing it to be a rope that seemed alive. Writhing in her hand with eagerness. What a marvelous treasure! Kong Xian exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the artifact in the young man's possession. Though her cultivation was merely at the Golden Immortal stage, the artifact she wielded was incredibly powerful, clearly not an ordinary item. Humph. I possess many treasures, the girl declared, promptly retracting the rope and releasing a large net. The net soared into the air, enveloping the Xian bird temple in a dense mist, accompanied by the resounding roar of wind and thunder emanating from the swirling fog. Observing this, Yin Shou swiftly retreated, recognizing that the girl's cultivation surpassed his own, though she was protected by the fate of the human race. One could not be too cautious. Kong Xian observed the woman summon a radiant net of light. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, an overwhelming surge of magical power erupted forth. The luminous net in the woman's grasp rebounded in response. Well, you cunning old Taoist, you possess some skill, don't you? Prepare to meet my sword. As he spoke, the young man deftly produced two long swords, which he then directed toward Kong Xian with ferocity. Seeing the two swords coming at him, Kong Xian bellowed loudly, waving his hand to unleash a beam of yellow light that spiraled toward the young man's swords. Clang! The swords collided with the yellow light, sending both the youth and his weapons hurtling backward. If Kong Xian had not held back, the young man would likely have faced severe injury or even death. How outrageous! You eavesdrop on my conversation, and yet you dare to provoke me. I must teach you a lesson. You arrogant girl. With that, Kong Xian extended his hand, sending a shadow of a claw towards the woman. In response, the woman dropped her swords to the ground and exclaimed, Bullying the weak, you claim to be a master? If you dare to strike me, my father will not let you off easily. Yin Shou couldn't help but smile at the amusing turn of events. Kong Xian, taken aback by the woman's surrender, hesitated. He could not persist in his attack against one who had yielded. Reluctantly, he reined in his magical power. However, at that very moment, several chilling beams of light shot toward Kong Xian with such swiftness that even Yin Shou barely registered them. Clearly, this was another treasure at play. Kong Xian was caught off guard by the woman's sudden assault. His attempt to evade was futile. Thud! 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 The sharp sounds echoed as the beams struck Kong Xian. Upon seeing him hit, the woman could barely contain her delight. You old Taoist, you struck me first, and now I have returned the favor. Fair is fair. Even Yin Shou was taken aback. Kong Xian was a figure of considerable prowess. Yet he had been struck by a girl of mere golden immortal status. Such news would surely be met with disbelief. As Yin Shou pondered whether to intervene, he noticed a glint of cold light in Kong Xian's eyes as the beams of light ricocheted back at their origin. You vile creature, resorting to a sneak attack. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. The beams were revealed to be silver needles, crafted from fine materials. Although they failed to injure Feng Shen, they disrupted his protective energy, causing him considerable discomfort. Furious, Feng Shen summoned his magical power, drawing the young man toward him against his will, while simultaneously sealing the woman's magical abilities with a flick of his fingers. "What do you intend to do?" The woman stammered, panic rising as Feng Shen seized her by the shoulder. "My father is the heavenly sovereign. If you dare to harm me, he will surely avenge me." Upon hearing this, Shou was jolted with surprise. The woman before him was none other than Princess Longji, daughter of the Jade Pool's golden mother and the heavenly sovereign. He was well aware of her reputation. She had been exiled for her unruly nature, but had once emerged to aid the Western Qi during the investiture of the gods. However, at this moment, she remained as headstrong as ever, perhaps still unpunished. Feng Shen, upon realizing her identity, was momentarily taken aback. The daughter of the heavenly sovereign was no ordinary person. The heavenly sovereign himself was a figure of great might. And behind him stood the revered Hong Jun Daoist Zhun Ti. Offend the heavenly sovereign was a matter to be weighed carefully. Shou quickly stepped forward, saying, "Daoist Kong, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. For the sake of the crown prince, why not spare her life?" Feng Shen, caught in a dilemma, seized the opportunity to gracefully withdraw, replying, "For the sake of the emperor of humanity, I shall let you go this once." Turning to Shou, he added, "I shall visit you in Chaoga another day. Farewell." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Only then did Shou turn his attention to Princess Longji, his mind racing with possibilities that if he were to keep her by his side as a consort, would he not gain further rewards from the system? Just as he prepared to speak, Princess Longji smiled and said, "Your Majesty, thank you for your intercession. I shall remember this favor. Farewell." With a flicker, she too disappeared. Shou stroked his chin, lamenting the missed opportunity. He had already exhausted his soul entry cards and his heart's desire card. If only, well, perhaps this was simply not meant to be. Exiting the Xian Bird Temple, his ministers hurried to greet him, bowing deeply. "Let us return to the palace," he commanded, waving his hand as he approached his dragon carriage. As he pulled back the curtain, he was taken aback to find a stunning young woman clad in colorful garments seated within. Upon noticing him, she beamed with a radiant smile, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. "What are you doing here?" Shou exclaimed, astonished. To his surprise, it was none other than Princess Longji herself. He had not anticipated her presence in his dragon carriage, especially considering her formidable golden immortal prowess. Nearly at the pinnacle of the realm, her cultivation exceeded his own, leaving him uncertain of her intentions. "Thank you for your earlier plea on my behalf," she said with a playful grin. "However, I could tell that the old Taoist, while formidable, did not dare to harm me. In this world, aside from the 6 great saints, who would dare lay a hand on Princess Longji?" Shou frowned at her overconfidence. Such arrogance could lead to dire consequences. If she were to learn that she would perish in the calamity of the investiture of the gods, what would she think? Naturally, Shou would not divulge the narrative of the investiture at that moment. He climbed into the carriage and took a seat, finally asking, "As a princess of the heavenly court, what brings you to my Dashang? I noticed you in Chaoga and followed my entourage. What are your intentions?" Princess Longji had been trailing his party, raising suspicions in Shou's mind. Perhaps she was sent by the heavenly court to keep an eye on him. With a chuckle, she replied, "I have come to the mortal realm simply to explore. The capital of the Dashang, Chaoga, is the most prosperous place among the human race, so I wish to see it for myself. Observing the citizens honoring you has been quite amusing, which is why I followed you. I did not anticipate being discovered by that old Taoist." Shou stroked his chin, realizing that Princess Longji was not one to shy away from trouble. The heavenly sovereign and the golden mother must have endured their fair share of headaches. "I am returning to the palace now. Will you accompany me?" he inquired. "Of course. I have yet to indulge myself. This dragon carriage is truly comfortable. The mortal emperor is not inferior to the heavenly sovereign," she declared, reclining against the carriage and stretching lazily, adopting a relaxed posture. Shou was taken aback by her nonchalant demeanor. Her flawless skin and alluring figure were undeniable. As she stretched, even the seasoned warrior felt a surge of temptation. Princess Longji seemed entirely oblivious to the effect of her actions on Yin Shou, exclaiming, "The Dashang Palace must be delightful. Your Majesty, I am determined to visit the royal palace," she spoke to herself, making a firm decision. Yin Shou remained silent, quietly observing Princess Longji while contemplating his next move. She was the daughter of the heavenly sovereign, a name etched on the investiture of the gods that, if he were to take her into his harem, would he not gain further rewards from the system? What would the heavenly sovereign think if he were to wed his daughter? Soon, the dragon carriage came to a halt within the grand palace of the Dashang. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the palace," announced Huang Feihu from outside the dragon carriage. Yin Shou nodded. Stepping out of the carriage, upon glancing back, he noticed the carriage was empty. Princess Longji had vanished without a trace. Where could that girl have gone? Yin Shou mused, stroking his chin as he made his way toward the Shoshin Palace. Once seated within the palace, he expanded his divine consciousness across the royal grounds, and soon located Princess Longji. To his surprise, Princess Longji was standing atop the roof of Shoshin Palace, gazing around with curiosity at the scenery of the palace. Could it be that she truly came to the palace for leisure? Yin Shou dared not let his guard down and discreetly observed her movements. Should she pose a threat to the concubines of the harem, he would be prepared to intervene. That he then noticed Princess Longji sway and alight near the palaces of the three demons of Xinyuan tomb. There, he saw the three, each with a pronounced belly, reclining on bamboo chairs in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight, while several palace maids attended to them. The maids had peeled oranges, separating them into segments, which were then fed to Jiwei, Hu Shimei, and Wang Meiran, as the three demons shared laughter amidst their enjoyment of the fruit. Their blissful demeanor was palpable. Princess Longji furrowed her brow, pondering. How peculiar! These three are clearly demons, yet they bear the children of the human emperor. They appear quite happy. Bearing a child, truly such a source of happiness. The more she observed, the more bewildered she became, even feeling a twinge of envy towards the three demons of Xinyuan tomb. As a princess of the celestial realm, she had everything at her disposal. Yet, Princess Longji found no joy in her existence. Although the denizens of the heavenly court obeyed her every command, she had no friends. Moreover, the Jade Pool and the heavenly emperor were often absent, leaving her with a persistent sense of loneliness. The mortal realm is truly wonderful, she sighed, and then flew toward another palace, seeing that Princess Longji seemed harmless. Yin Shou relaxed, maintaining a watchful eye on her every move. The princess arrived at the location of the dragon maiden, who was also with child by the human emperor, further piquing her curiosity. After observing for a while, she swiftly moved closer to Ao Ing, startled by the sudden appearance of Princess Longji. Ao Ing inquired, "Who are you?" With a smile, Princess Longji replied, "I am Longji. Sister, your true form must be that of a dragon. How is it that you bear a human child?" Seeing the innocent demeanor of Princess Longji, Ao Ing responded, "Perhaps it is due to love." "What is love?" Longji asked, her curiosity piqued. "Love is the earnest desire to be with someone, never to part. When they are happy, you share in their joy. When they are sad, you feel their sorrow. You are open with each other, willing to do anything for them, including bearing children," Ao Ing explained. "Is love truly like that?" Longji pondered, thoughtfully stroking her chin. "Sister, as a dragon, how did you come a Chowga?" she asked with genuine interest. "Oh, I'm the third princess of the East Sea Dragon King. I found the East Sea rather dull, so I ventured to the human realm to have some fun, arriving in Chowga, where I encountered the emperor. Later, my father took me away, but the emperor personally journeyed to the East Sea and brought me back. He is the most understanding man in the world." "That sounds profound. Sister, shall we be friends? I am the celestial Princess Longji, daughter of the heavenly emperor." I too snuck out. She proposed out of course. Ao Ing, feeling rather bored at her palace, was delighted to gain a new friend. The budding friendship between Princess Longji and Ao Ing was somewhat unexpected for Yin Shou. Since returning to the palace with Yin Shou, Princess Longji treated the place like her own home, showing no signs of restraint. With her considerable cultivation, she managed to remain undetected by the other palace maids. Within the palace, where the aura of humanity was thick, Princess Longji's divine consciousness was subdued. And Inshou had no need to worry about her spying on him for information about Chaoji. In fact, his divine consciousness far surpassed hers, enabling him to monitor her every action. To his astonishment, he discovered that during his intimate moments with the other palace maids, Princess Longji had been secretly observing, seemingly quite excited by the spectacle. This left Inshou feeling somewhat displeased, yet he chose not to confront her. For each time she spied, she appeared genuinely intrigued. Days passed, and as Inshou lay comfortably on his bed, relishing the life of an emperor surrounded by numerous beauties, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. To be the sole arbiter of such pleasures was an exhilarating sensation. After all, having traversed realms, one must indulge in the joys of life rather than toil endlessly in arduous cultivation. What folly it would be to endure hardship as a mere laborer in the face of such opportunities. As he reminisced about his newfound existence, a sudden flash caught his eye. Princess Longji appeared before him seemingly out of thin air. Inshou regarded her with a measured gaze and remarked, "Is life in my palace to your liking? Indeed, it is enjoyable. Human Emperor, I am curious. What is it like to engage in those indescribable acts in the harem every day? Is it truly as delightful as it seems?" Princess Longji inquired. Inshou sat up, scrutinizing her with a mix of surprise and amusement. What kind of curiosity is this? He thought. It seems she merely wished to satisfy her curiosity after all. Indeed, it is delightful. It is one of the most beautiful experiences in a mortal realm, he replied, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. May I have a try? Princess Longji suddenly proposed. Inshou nearly choked on his own breath. What on earth? He exclaimed internally. The audacity of Princess Longji asking to engage in such activities was beyond him. In an instant, she shimmered and reclined upon his bed, striking a comfortable pose. Human Emperor. Come forth. Inshou's heart raced, and he silently marveled at the unexpected turn of events. System, is this your gift to me? He pondered. The daughter of the heavenly emperor, Princess Longji, had appeared in his chamber, requesting his assistance. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Yes, he stood, rubbing his hands together. A peculiar gleam sparkled in his eyes. In such situations, every man knows what choice to make. Moreover, considering the identity of the individual before him, he was even more compelled to act, especially with the potential rewards the system promised for taking her as a consort. The figures within the Feng Shen storyline often bore generous rewards. Princess Longji, in her innocence, was too naive to realize the implications of her request, and Inshou found himself at a crossroads of temptation. Half an hour later, after witnessing Princess Longji reach the pinnacle of ecstasy, he too felt himself lifted to euphoric heights. Before him unfolded a surreal spectacle, a chaotic dance of myriad demons. Countless giants howled to the heavens, each capable of devouring the sun and moon. Their might unparalleled, as they moved through the cosmos, stars shattered, and countless beings were mercilessly slaughtered by the relentless onslaught of these titans. Could it be that the seed of a demon was sown within him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a colossal leg descended from above, crashing into the horde of giants, adorned with swirling runes and radiating golden light. Wherever it landed, the giants were instantly obliterated. Inshou's divine consciousness surged, revealing the full form of the massive leg. It belonged to a divine elephant, standing in the void, towering over all at a height of hundreds of thousands of feet. Its body adorned with flowing symbols and radiant light. The moment the divine statue manifested, the surrounding starry river dimmed in comparison, and even Inshou's spirit was entirely absorbed by the statue. However, before Inshou's thoughts could settle, the statue transformed into a stream of radiant light and instantly surged into his body. A formidable surge of mystical energy flooded into Inshou, propelling his cultivation from the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm in mere moments. With only the right opportunity needed to ascend to the 12 Golden Immortal realm, a system notification echoed in Inshou's ear. Ding! You have successfully accepted a consort. The counterpart is a renowned figure among the deities. The number of illustrious individuals among your consorts has reached 10, triggering a 10,000-fold reward. The primordial royal Tao grand dispersal scripture. What is this? a 10,000-fold critical hit reward. Insho's heart raced uncontrollably. His 100-fold critical hit reward was already astonishing, and this 10,000-fold reward was even more extraordinary. Upon hearing the name, it was evidently a cultivation technique. Overwhelmed with excitement, Insho calmed Princess Longji, who appeared thoroughly satisfied and had even drifted off to sleep. Only then did he rise at a powerful being of the Golden Immortal realm. Sleep was unnecessary, yet Princess Longji had succumbed to slumber, a testament to her use of primal In earlier, stepping into the courtyard of Shoshin Palace. Insho felt rejuvenated, the elevation in his cultivation granting him an indescribable sense of elation. With a mere thought, he could envelop the entirety of Chaoga City. Even the central primordial spirit of the Naiwan Palace felt exponentially amplified. Was this the might of the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm? With a wave of his hand, a surge of mystical energy erupted forth, grasping at the void, and a colossal hand of energy flickered momentarily in the air before vanishing. Indeed impressive. This reflected the cultivation level of Princess Longji at the Golden Immortal realm, equivalent to several millennia of arduous training. Naturally, in this era where Golden Immortals were as common as dogs, and the Tao of Great Luo flourished. Even his peak Golden Immortal status was not particularly remarkable. However, blessed with the body of the human emperor and the luck of the human race, aside from the position of a sage, anyone wishing to take his life would need to reconsider their odds at 10,000-fold critical hit. The primordial human emperor grand dispersal scripture obtained should be an extraordinary technique, but let's examine it further. Insho summoned the system space, and with a flick of his hand, a jade slip appeared in his grasp. He squeezed it tightly, and streams of radiant light shot into his consciousness. Instantly, he grasped all the cultivation methods contained within the scripture. My word, this technique is astonishing. Absorbing the information of the scripture nearly propelled Insho into exuberant leaps. After Princess Longji entered the palace, Insho's tranquil days came to an end, while his other consorts awaited his attentions. Princess Longji was different. She would seek him out whenever she felt the need, only leaving once her desires were thoroughly satisfied. At critical moments, Princess Longji's demands were exceedingly fervent, and it was fortunate that Insho had attained the Tai Golden Immortal realm and possessed a unique physique, allowing him to keep pace with her. As time passed, and the child within Princess Longji began to take form, her visits to Insho gradually diminished. Meanwhile, the other consorts' bellies grew ever larger. Within the palace, over 100 expectant mothers awaited their time, and Insho had summoned over a dozen midwives and several dozen wet nurses, all standing by to welcome new life. On this day, Huang Fei was about to give birth. Two midwives busied themselves inside the chamber, while Insho sat at a stone table outside, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the child. The one in Huang Fei's womb was destined to be a child of fortune. As per the system's description, presumably a fire spirit sacred body. Indeed, as the skies above Chaoga City began to swirl with chaotic elemental energy, the violent fire attribute intensified, and crimson clouds appeared in the void, rolling like flames in a fierce blaze. Subsequently, fiery phoenixes burst forth from the red clouds, their cries resonating throughout the heavens. Countless citizens of Chaoga raised their heads in astonishment, while radiant red light illuminated the ground, seemingly heralding the arrival of a new life. In the void, hundreds of fiery phoenix apparitions soared above, performing a mysterious ritual, 100 phoenixes paying homage. This was a rare omen of fortune. Such a portent would surely bring peace and prosperity to the great Shang dynasty. The king, a truly enlightened ruler, had summoned forth such auspicious signs. The citizens of Chaoga were left bewildered, engaging in animated discussions. The ministers were equally astonished by this phenomenon, standing frozen in place, gazing toward the palace. The turbulent fire elemental energy grew increasingly chaotic. Even with the protective barrier around Chaoga, this celestial anomaly pierced through, resonating with the heavens. At this moment, countless powerful beings turned their gazes toward Chaoga City, each displaying expressions of surprise that a celestial phenomenon, 100 phoenixes paying homage. Could it be that great events were unfolding in Chaoga City? These powerful beings extended their consciousness, seeking to probe the happenings in Chaoga. Yet the eternal barrier's protection and the impending cataclysm distorted the heavenly secrets, rendering their efforts futile. Kunlun, Yushu Palace, suddenly awakening from meditation, Yuan Shi Tianzun opened his eyes and looked toward Chaoga City. Such potent luck, could it be that a great fortune-bearer is being born in Chaoga? Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression shifted in astonishment as he extended his sage consciousness, which instantaneously enveloped the entire Great Shang dynasty. However, just as his consciousness approached Chaoga, he discovered that the city was shrouded in a thick mist. What? Yuan Shi Tianzun's brow furrowed slightly. He was unable to discern the situation within Chaoga. As a sage, a primordial golden immortal, how could he be obstructed? Was there some unforeseen change occurring within Chaoga? Bai He, Yuan Shi Tianzun called out. In a flash of light, Bai He Tongzi appeared before him. Bowing and saying, "Greetings, Tianzun. Wishing you eternal longevity. Convey my decree to the deity Ci Hang, instructing him to venture to Chaoga and investigate the situation there, returning with haste." Understood. Bai He Tongzi accepted the command and promptly relayed the message to Ci Hang Daoren. Upon receiving the Tianzun's decree, Ci Hang Daoren departed from the South Sea's Puto Mountain, heading toward Chaoga. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tianzun, seeing Bai He Tongzi leave, focused his mind and grasped at the void, summoning a red pearl into his hand. Spirit Pearl, you have absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon for countless years within my Yushu Palace. As the calamity of the deities approaches, I shall send you down to the mortal realm to partake in the calamity of the deities, to accumulate merits and achieve the ultimate result. Go. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Shi Tianzun sent the pearl flying toward the direction of the Great Shang dynasty. Subsequently, he summoned a decree of the sage, ordering the Tai beings to seek out the reincarnated vessel of the Spirit Pearl and take them as disciples to prepare for the calamity of the deities. In the southern wilderness, at the Nanjing Leaf Fire Mountain, this was an active volcano with magma surging from the depths, rendering the surrounding area desolate and devoid of life. However, near the volcano stood a colossal phoenix tree. Towering into the clouds, the tree was immense, requiring dozens of people to encircle it. Each leaf blazed with a fiery red hue, akin to flames in full blaze. Beneath the phoenix tree stood a man clad in a Daoist robe, 5 beams of divine light shimmering behind him. His gaze fixed intently toward Chaoga City. A voice echoed within the volcano, resonating in Kong Xian's ears. Kong Xian, the fire spirit's sacred child has been born. Hurry to Chaoga and accept him as my disciple. This pearl is a gift for your introduction 3 years hence. Bring him to the Nanjing Li Fire Mountain to formally pay homage. As the voice faded, a red light shot forth from the volcano, landing in Kong Xian's hand. It was a string of pearls, as vivid as flames. Upon grasping the pearls, Kong Xian felt the intense fire elemental energy surging within them. Yes, mother, I shall head to Chaoga City at once. With that, Kong Xian's figure shimmered and transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward Chaoga City. The celestial phenomena abruptly vanished in a thin that moment. Within the Palace of Fortune, a resounding cry of an infant echoed, causing Yin Shou to be overwhelmed with joy as he prepared to investigate the source. Just then, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. System notification. You have completed the achievement of branching out and expanding your lineage. The first child of destiny has been born. You are rewarded with the burning method. Your child as cultivation level rises. You will receive a 10-fold return. Upon hearing this, Yin Shou could not contain his delight. If the child within Huang Fei's womb were to be the fire spirit's sacred body, then this burning method would undeniably be a precious gift for that child. The fire spirit's sacred body, possessing an innate fire attribute physique, cultivates fire-based techniques at an astonishing speed that, if coupled with a unique technique, Zhun Ti, that speed be even more remarkable. Let us see what the burning method entails. As Yin Shou strode towards the palace, he opened the system space to examine the details of the burning method. Burning method, a special technique. Those who cultivate the burning method can enhance their cultivation by refining exotic flames, significantly improving their fire control skills. Indeed, it is formidable. After perusing the information on the burning method, Yin Shou marveled at its prowess. This was no ordinary technique. It could be likened to an existence with cheat-like advantages. Provided one possesses a sufficient quantity of exotic flames, the cultivation of the burning method would propel one's level skyward like a rocket. Yin Shou entered the inner chamber, where a midwife was cradling a newborn. Bowing respectfully to him, "Your Majesty, both mother and child are safe. You have a prince. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Yin Shou was filled with elation as he reached out to receive the infant. The child was plump and fair, with a flame-shaped birthmark on his forehead. Astonishingly, the baby opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, beaming a radiant smile upon seeing Yin Shou. In that moment, Yin Shou's heart melted. "I have become a father. Who would have thought that I, once averse to marriage, would become a father after traversing worlds? Truly, he is my flesh and blood, with such looks and cleverness. Yet, it is remarkable that a newborn displays such intelligence. He must indeed be the fire spirit sacred body." Yin Shou affectionately caressed the baby's cheek, unable to suppress his joy. "Yes, indeed, he is the son of the lonely king. Henceforth, your name shall be Yin Yan. One day, you shall become an extraordinary man to ha-ha." The infant's smile grew even brighter, seemingly pleased with the name bestowed upon him. "Huang Fei, you have worked hard," Yin Shou said, cradling Yin Yan as he approached the bed. Placing the baby before Huang Fei, although she appeared weak, her face radiated happiness to Yin'er. "Come, let me hold you." She extended her arms to receive Yin Yan. With a wave of his hand, Yin Shou channeled a surge of spiritual energy in a Huang Fei's body. She felt a warm current flow through her, instantly restoring her strength and alleviating her pain. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Huang Fei expressed gratefully. "No, Huang Fei, it is I who must thank you for giving me a son." After exchanging a few words, Yin Shou instructed the palace maids to take good care of the prince before stepping out. In that instant, Yin Shou felt an elevation of his entire being. He had a child, moreover a clever one at that. He finally understood why, in the real world, those who had children willingly toiled to provide them with the best education and opportunities, buying cars and homes for them. It all stemmed from paternal love. Suddenly, a grave thought struck him. What would happen to his children if the Great Shang were to fall in 20 years? He had enjoyed 2 decades of life. Yet his children's lives were just beginning. Damn it, raising children truly is a vexing dilemma. Yin Shou rubbed his head, furrowing his brow. Could it be that he must truly safeguard the Great Shang and confront the celestial sages? Not only for the sake of the Shang dynasty, but also for his children's futures. He could see that moment. His consciousness stirred unexpectedly, and he scanned the surroundings, soon discovering a cloud of auspicious vapors approaching from outside Chaoga City. Upon that cloud stood a bearded Taoist, holding a whisk, clad in azure robes, wearing a fishtail Taoist crown, exuding an ethereal presence as he advanced towards him. In the blink of an eye, he hovered above Chaoga City, and upon extending his consciousness, the Taoist's face revealed a look of astonishment, such a dense aura of human destiny. Even my spiritual awareness is suppressed. No wonder my master instructed me to investigate the situation. This Taoist was none other than Zhihong, one of the 12 Golden Immortals under the esteemed Yuan Shi Tianzi, hovered above the palace. He saw Yin Shou standing outside the 9-hall palace. Noticing the rich aura of destiny surrounding him, he immediately recognized him as the human emperor. With a slight shift of his form, he landed before Yin Shou and bowed slightly. "I greet the human emperor." Yin Shou, noting the Taoist's dignified demeanor, nodded slightly in return. "May I inquire your esteemed title and the location of your cultivation? What brings you to Chaoga City?" The Taoist replied, "I am Zhihong, a disciple of the Yushu sect. I have come today for one matter. I have heard that a prince has been born. May I have the honor of seeing him?" Yin Shou secretly furrowed his brow. The Chan sect harbored intentions to obliterate the Great Shang, especially Yuan Shi, who was the instigator of this divine calamity. If Zhihong were to see the prince and recognize him as the fire spirit sacred body, he might report back to Yuan Shi Tianzun, potentially prompting them to prepare in advance. Indeed, there's a prince born within my palace. However, the child has just arrived and is not yet fit to meet outsiders. I hope the Daoist will understand." Yin Shou stated. Zhihong replied, "Human Emperor, I am a practitioner of the Tao, and I have a fated connection with this prince that I implore you not to disrupt the natural order." "Haha," In Shou chuckled. "Daoist, you have forcefully intruded into my great Shang palace. It is already a considerable leniency that I do not hold you accountable for your trespass. I urge you to observe some decorum, lest you provoke my ire." Zihong, feeling belittled by In Shou's dismissive tone, pondered that if he did not demonstrate some prowess, this human emperor would likely not regard him with any fear. Consequently, with a flick of his whisk, two enormous stone lions materialized outside the Nine-Hall Palace, soaring into the sky. Shortly after, with a wave of his hand, the stone lions returned to their original positions. Zihong, wearing a smile, said, "Your Majesty, may I present my humble abilities? Might I now see the prince?" In Shou remained expressionless, neither pleased nor displeased. "Even if you are one of the 12 Golden Immortals, do you dare to threaten the human emperor?" Just as he was about to respond, a beam of golden light shot towards him. In a flash, Kong Xian, wearing a broad smile, appeared outside the Nine-Hall Palace. Kong Xian landed outside the Nine-Hall Palace, and upon sensing the dense aura of human destiny, his heart trembled involuntarily. Though he was at the quasi-saint realm, he felt as though his powers were subtly being suppressed by the human destiny aura. Why is the human destiny so potent here? I greet the human emperor. Kong Xian approached, cupping his hands towards In Shou. Then turning to Zihong, I noticed a surge of spiritual energy here and saw the stone lions soar into the sky. Was this the doing of this esteemed Daoist? Zihong, upon seeing Kong Xian arrive, discreetly employed his spiritual awareness to probe Kong Xian's cultivation level. Unfortunately, due to the thick human destiny aura, he could not discern Kong Xian's depth. However, as a disciple of a sage, Zihong naturally did not regard Kong Xian highly. "I am Zihong, a disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun from the Yushu sect. May I inquire who this Daoist is?" Kong Xian replied, "I am Kong Xian, and I have some connections with the Great Shang. If you, Daoist, intend to cause trouble in the Great Shang, I kindly ask you to leave swiftly to avoid discord. Should you wish to fight, I shall gladly accompany you." Seeing that he had not intimidated Kong Xian, Zihong contemplated silently. Having never heard of Kong Xian before, he feared that he might be an arrogant rogue. The thought of being mocked by a mere rogue from the Yushu sect ignited an unquenchable fury within Zihong. "This esteemed Daoist, I have come at my master's behest that if you insist on obstructing my path, do not blame me for being impolite." Upon finishing his words, the Zihong Daoist waved his dust whisk, launching an attack towards Kong Xian. The Zihong Daoist, a being of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, possessed considerable strength among the 12 Golden Immortals. Even a casual strike from such a powerful figure caused In Shou to stagger back several steps, merely a testament to the residual might of his immense magical power. Observing the Zihong Daoist's move, Kong Xian smiled slightly, sweeping his sleeve, causing the Zihong Daoist's magical energy to vanish without a trace. The ease with which Kong Xian dispelled his attack left the Zihong Daoist utterly astonished. This man's power was on par with his own, but he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent within the grand palace of the Deshang dynasty. "If you wish to engage, I shall oblige, but this is the palace of Deshang. Should anyone here be harmed, we will both incur karmic retribution. Why not accompany me to the realms beyond the 9 heavens for our duel?" Kong Xian proposed. Faced with the challenge, the Zihong Daoist had no choice but to accept, especially since his mission to investigate the Deshang Palace remained unfulfilled. Consequently, both ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the higher realms. Beyond the 9 heavens lay the layers of wind, thunder, and fire, separating the heavenly court from the earth. Within these turbulent layers, fierce winds howled, and bolts of lightning raged, posing a grave threat to those of lesser cultivation, as they could be torn apart by the elements. Even one's primordial spirit stood a significant risk of being struck down, reduced to ash. Standing amidst the chaotic winds, the Zihong Daoist approached once more, wielding his dust whisk to strike at Kong Xian. With a mere sweep of his sleeve, Kong Xian caused the Zihong Daoist's magical force to dissipate entirely. Alarmed, the Zihong Daoist realized that this man's cultivation exceeded his own. Without resorting to magical artifacts, victory would be elusive. Resolutely, he retrieved a multicolored bottle, proclaiming, "Friend, You underestimate the Yusu sect. Today, I must demonstrate my prowess by capturing you in this bottle and bringing you back to my master." Upon finishing his incantation, he directed the mouth of the bottle towards Kong Xian, unleashing an immense suction force as if attempting to draw him inside. This bottle, known as the Lioli Pure World Bottle, was a formidable treasure capable of ensnaring beings within its confines, ready to unleash the black mist contained within to reduce them to mere blood. Aware of the treasure's potency, Kong Xian swiftly retaliated with a flash of red light, a manifestation of a yellow light from the five-color divine light, which struck the Zhihong Daoist in his bottle, sending them tumbling backward for miles before finally halting, leaving the Zhihong Daoist in utter disbelief. The cultivation of this individual surpassed his own, and the divine light was unfathomably profound, beyond his capacity to withstand. Little did he know, Kong Xian had spared him out of respect for the Yusu sect. "You have offended the Yusu sect today. Rest assured that someone will come to settle the score with you in the future." With that, the Zhihong Daoist prepared to depart. Meanwhile, In Shou observed from below, furrowing his brow. This Zhihong Daoist, boasting of his formidable powers, dared to act recklessly within the Dashang Palace. "If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will certainly return," In Shou thought. Swiftly producing a transformation card, with a flick of his wrist, he activated it against the Zhihong Daoist, who remained oblivious until he had flown thousands of miles away, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "Humph. I will report to my master and ensure that Kong Xian understands the consequences of his actions." However, at that moment, the Zhihong Daoist suddenly sensed something amiss. "Why has my voice turned into that of a woman? Where have my whiskers gone?" Panic seized him as he probed his body with his spiritual sense. "Have I truly transformed into a woman? No, I must revert." The Zhihong Daoist hastily attempted a transformation spell to revert to his male form. Yet he discovered, to his shock, that while he appeared male outwardly, his essential attributes remained unchanged. "What has Kong Xian done to me?" The Zhihong Daoist was both astonished and furious, setting his course towards Kunlun Mountain's Yusu Palace. "Surely, my master can undo this curse." Meanwhile, In Shou reveled in his success with the transformation card. "Zhihong Daoist, I've granted you an unexpected change. When you seek to become Guanyin, it will save you much trouble. You ought to thank me." At that moment, a streak of light descended from the nine heavens, swiftly arriving before In Shou. It was Kong Xian returning. "Daoist, how did it go?" In Shou feigned ignorance, hastening to inquire. "I have successfully driven away the Zhihong Daoist. The disciples of Yusu Palace often act arrogantly, leveraging their sect's name. Teaching them a lesson is indeed beneficial," Kong Xian replied. He continued, "Now that the Prince of the Fire Spirit's sacred body has been born, I have come to receive a disciple. May I have a glimpse of this prince?" "Of course." Given Kong Xian's profound connections with the Dashang, In Shou readily agreed. They proceeded to the food palace, where In Shou commanded a maid to bring forth the young prince. Shortly thereafter, a palace maid emerged, cradling a small child. Upon seeing the child, Kong Xian's joy knew no bounds. Truly, he is the legendary fire spirit sacred body. No wonder the elders are so captivated. He stepped forward, observing the child's eyes, akin to black gemstones, gazing back at him, which filled Kong Xian with delight. This child shall undoubtedly achieve great things. It is a blessing for the emperor to have such a son. After speaking, he produced a string of fiery red beads, declaring, "Today, I shall accept a disciple on behalf of others." This string of fire spirit beads is a high-quality treasure, containing boundless fire elemental energy. It can be used not only in combat, but also to aid in your growth and rapid cultivation. With that, he draped the beads around the child's neck, who responded with a smile, appearing quite perceptive on behalf of my son. "I thank you, esteemed elder. As he is still young, please return to accept him as a disciple when he turns 3, In Shou said. "Daoist Kong, might I invite you to the Nine Chambers Hall for tea?" he added. However, Kong Xian waved his hand. "No need. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the void in an instant. In Shou approached the maid to take the infant in his arms. Upon seeing In Shou, the baby burst into laughter, delighting the palace maids, who could hardly contain their joy. "Little rascal, I know your intellect surpasses that of ordinary children. If you can understand my words, blink your left eye. Insho stated his delight. The infant complied. Ha! Indeed, the son of a tiger will not be a dog. You are truly my son, Dixon. With such intelligence, I shall impart to you the burning technique, which you may cultivate at your leisure. With that, Insho produced a jade slip, crushing it effortlessly, as a stream of information surged into the infant's mind. As the young Yin absorbed the essence of the technique, Insho received feedback in turn out a vast stream of information flooded his consciousness, and simultaneously, he gained access to the cultivation methods of the burning technique. As the technique manifested, the Hongming Dao Sutra began to operate autonomously. Assimilating the burning technique, in an instant, a notification sounded. Your Hongming Dao Sutra has successfully evolved, granting you the burning technique divine power. Buddha Fire Angry Lotus. Henceforth, Insho could utilize the Hongming Dao Sutra to wield the divine powers of the burning technique. Moreover, the divine powers unleashed by this Hongming Dao scripture are even more formidable than the burning technique itself. Insho experiences the sheer might of the Buddha Fire Fury Lotus, stirring an exhilarating excitement within his heart. The Buddha Fire Fury Lotus generates tremendous power by igniting the fire elemental energy within the void that, if enhanced by the explosive interaction of two different, would yield an even greater force, unleashing a cataclysmic power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The stronger and the greater its quantity, the more potent the power manifested by the Buddha Fire Fury Lotus becomes. Indeed, this is quite remarkable. Insho feels an indescribable joy. This system of abundant offspring truly is formidable. Not only does it grant rewards for acquiring consorts and bearing children, but it also provides feedback on the powers of the children. It is indeed difficult not to ascend. Yinner, devote yourself to your training. Our enemies are formidable, and it falls upon you and your brothers to defy fate, safeguard the legacy of Chung Tang, and strengthen the human race. Insho states, handing over Yin to a palace made before stepping out. This moment, he scans his surroundings with his spiritual sense, discovering that several palace maids are about to give birth, prompting him to hasten towards the western garden. The more seeds one sows, the greater the harvest one reaps. That on this first day, 5 royal sons and 4 princesses were born within the palace, each child adorably charming. Insho embraces one and inspects another, his smile widening with delight. Simultaneously, he feels the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. As the emperor of the Great Shang, he need not worry about raising children. However, this is the Great Shang, a casualty in the calamity of the canonization of gods. If the Great Shang were to fall, he would meet his fate, and these children, being so powerful, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the celestial deities and the 6 great sages, who would not spare them. For the sake of his children, Insho can no longer afford to be complacent. I must strive to fortify the Great Shang's ironclad realm, enhancing its prosperity and gathering the fortune of humanity. Only then, by employing humanity's will against the heavenly decree, can we secure a glimmer of hope for the Great Shang. Insho resolves in secret to reverse the tides and alter the course of the canonization calamity. Although this is exceedingly difficult, he must persevere. That night, 2 more princes are born, and Insho is filled with immense joy that on the following day, the officials convene. Insho, brimming with ambition, sits upon the throne, his eyes radiating an unusual brilliance. His demeanor has undergone a complete transformation, exuding vitality and determination that a multitude of civil and military officials step forward to pay their respects. We greet the great king. Long live the king! Insho nods slightly, raising his hand and saying, "There is no need for such formalities, my esteemed ministers." Once the officials rise, he continues, "I bear good news to you all. Yesterday, in my harem, 8 princes and 4 princesses were born, a most joyous occasion. Furthermore, there are over 100 palace maids who are soon to give birth. I have decided to grant a general amnesty, so that we may all celebrate together." Upon hearing this, the officials are immediately overjoyed. "Congratulations to the king! Congratulations!" they exclaim. "This is truly splendid news. From this day forth, the royal family of the Great Shang shall flourish, bringing blessings to the realm and its people." The officials, all wearing expressions of joy, exchange congratulatory remarks with Yin Shou. Fei Zhong and Yu Han, in particular, shower him with praise, extolling the greatness of the king. It is said that Emperor Xianyuan could consort with 3,000 women daily, yet the king surpasses this, fathering dozens of children, a fortune for the Great Shang and a boon for the common folk. Henceforth, the royal family of the Great Shang shall prosper, ensuring eternal stability for the realm. That I propose, my king, that you take more consorts to further enrich the royal lineage of the Great Shang. Enough. Yin Shou raises a hand, prompting the ministers to cease their discussion. From today onwards, our Great Shang shall implement new policies, benevolent governance, that I shall frequently issue new decrees, reform the Great Shang, and bring benefits to the people, granting a general amnesty for past crimes, forgiving previous transgressions. From now on, all must adhere to the laws of the Great Shang. Any violators, whether princes or commoners, shall face justice without leniency. The ministers, recognizing the gravity of Yin Shou's words, understand that the Great Shang is poised for genuine reform. Shan Rong, Bygone, and other officials are filled with uncontainable excitement. That it seems that the king has fully awakened, determined to revitalize the Great Shang. The Great Shang is fortunate to have a king like him, and the officials vow to steadfastly support and serve him. Yin Shou nods slightly. In that case, let us discuss some laws today. Enact benevolent governance. I shall abolish cruel punishment such as beheading, dismemberment, and other severe penalties. That if capital punishment is necessary, it shall be carried out by suffocation, preserving the integrity of the body. What do you think? The officials, hearing this, naturally express no dissent. Seeing their agreement, Yin Shou continues, I wish to abolish the inhumane practices of human sacrifices and funerary burials. What do you all think? The Great Shang dynasty still employs the practice of human sacrifices, with many nobles being buried alongside their concubines and servants upon their deaths, a brutality beyond measure. Such customs, in Yin Shou's view, are utterly inhumane and should have been abolished long ago. Previously, he had turned a blind eye to such matters, content to be king. However, now, for the sake of his descendants and the Great Shang's future, he must enact reforms. Taking bold steps may lead to missteps. Thus, Yin Shou plans to proceed gradually. Nevertheless, if such atrocities are curtailed, it will surely win the people's favor and bolster the Great Shang's fortunes. Indeed, no sooner had Yin Shou finished speaking than Bygone stepped forward. My king, human sacrifice is an age-old custom of the Great Shang, a law of our ancestors that should not be abolished. I implore you to reconsider. Customs of the ancestors. Yin Shou scoffs, saying, I bear no intention to insult our forebear, Cheng Tang. Our Great Shang is vast yet sparsely populated. To strengthen our dynasty, we must promote population growth. Such abhorrent practices only diminish our numbers. Moreover, commoners are also human, and their lives hold equal value. To arbitrarily take lives is hardly a display of benevolent governance. Today, I shall establish new policies to eradicate these old customs. Bygone, upon hearing this, can only step aside. Yin Shou continues, From the day the laws of the Great Shang are enacted, the number of slaves per household shall be restricted, and the buying and selling of slaves shall be prohibited. I shall introduce a slave law to safeguard their rights. Yin Shou spends the entire day deliberating with the officials on the implementation of new laws, most of his ideas receiving overwhelming support. The ministers are deeply impressed by the king's extraordinary vision and the innovative policies he proposes, which are unlike anything they have ever encountered. Yin Shou discusses reforms with the ministers. He finally concludes around midday. Esteemed ministers, we shall end today's discussions here and reconvene tomorrow. Dismissed, we bid farewell to the king. Just as Yin Shou returns to the harem, a sudden gathering of auspicious clouds fills the sky. A portent of good fortune swirling above the palace. Another child of destiny about to be born. Yin Shou scans with his spiritual sense, and indeed, finds that in the Qin Yuan, Jiwei lies on the bed, attended by two midwives. Meanwhile, Hushime and Wang Mei are in, both heavily pregnant, anxiously await outside the chamber, that he swiftly moves to the courtyard. Upon seeing Yin Shou, Hushime and Wang Mei hurriedly greet him. My king. Yin Shou nods slightly. I'm already aware that my king. Will my sister be all right? Wang Marin inquires, of course. She is in excellent health. Giving birth is merely a trivial matter, Inshou assures her, as the three converse. A sudden cry of a newborn emanates from a room, prompting Inshou to be filled with overwhelming joy. He quickly leads Ushime and Wang Marin into the bedchamber. Indeed, the midwife emerges holding a swaddled infant. Congratulations. My king, it is a princess. Inshou's heart swells with delight as he takes the baby, seeing her delicate face adorned with large eyes, gazing curiously at him. From now on, you shall be our little treasure. Inshou turns to Zhou, saying, My beloved wife, you have worked hard to bear this princess. Let us name her Xiaonuan. Xiaonuan, what a lovely name, so endearing. Zhou exclaims joyfully, a great demoness. Inshou speaks truly. Giving birth is indeed a trivial matter. With a surge of magical energy, Zhou quickly regains her strength. Wow. Xiaonuan, let me hold you. Wang Marin and Ushime eagerly vied for the opportunity to hold the child, leaving Inshou with no choice but to place the infant into their arms. That moment, a system notification echoed in Inshou's ear. Ding! One more child of destiny has been added to your offspring. You have acquired a special technique, the Devouring Sky Demonic Art. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Inshou could not help but feel overwhelming joy. The Devouring Sky Demonic Art was something he vaguely recalled having heard of. After soothing Zhou for a while, Inshou exited the palace, his thoughts shifting as he opened the system's space. Indeed, within that space, there lay a jade slip, which he promptly read. The Devouring Sky Demonic Art. It allows the practitioner to consume other physiques, skills, and rare materials to enhance one's cultivation, ultimately transforming into the indestructible heavenly art at an advanced level, wielding immense power. This Devouring Sky Demonic Art seems quite promising, considering this little girl is also a master of destiny. I shall pass this technique on to her. Meanwhile, upon the birth of Zhou's daughter, the goddess Nuwa immediately sensed the event in the Nuwa palace. She opened her eyes and gazed towards the direction of Chaoga. This girl possesses a rich aura of destiny and possesses formidable spiritual power. She is a rare, special physique, appearing once in 100,000 years. It would be prudent to take her as a disciple and nurture her properly. Perhaps I might gain a trace of the aura of the divine clan. With this thought, Nuwa moved her hand, sending a strand of divine consciousness that flew into the Nuwa temple, causing the sacred statue to open its eyes. Nuwa stepped out from the statue and made her way towards Chaoga City, entering its midst and revealing an expression of astonishment. Such a dense aura of human destiny. Even my divine consciousness feels suppressed by the human aura. Nuwa's figure flickered, transforming into a Daoist and heading towards the royal palace. In the blink of an eye, she descended into the courtyard of the Qingyan. Inshou was about to leave the courtyard. A figure appeared before him. He quickly employed his true eye to discern the strength of this Daoist. Nuwa. Upon recognizing the visitor as Nuwa, Inshou's heart trembled with excitement. However, he maintained an appearance of ignorance and inquired, Esteemed Daoist, what brings you to the great Shang royal palace? Nuwa replied, I am the Wu-Yi Daoist from Wu-Yi Mountain. I passed through Chaoga and observed many unusual phenomena within the city. Upon further calculation, I discerned that a child of destiny has been born in the royal palace. Thus, I have come to request the privilege of holding your esteemed daughter. Knowing that she was a saint, and recalling that she had sent the 3 demons of Xianyuan to protect him rather than harm the great Shang. Inshou did not dare to delay. He hurried into the room and took the little girl from Zhou's hands. Nuwa's divine consciousness swept over the infant. She recognized her as a child of destiny and couldn't help but feel delighted. Your Majesty, this girl possesses extraordinary talent. She will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. I am very fond of her and wish to take her as my named disciple. Would you consent to this? What? Inshou's heart jolted. The goddess Nuwa wished to take the little girl as her named disciple. This was a saint, although not an official disciple. Being a named disciple was an honor not easily attained. In his memory, it seemed that Nuwa had no disciples, only apprentices and servants. Of course, little girl, from now on, you shall be a named disciple of Wu-Yi. You truly have a connection with the divine. Overjoyed, Niwa produced a jade ruby and placed it into the little girl's hands, saying, "When she turns 3, I shall come to take her for cultivation. This jade ruby is a token of my acceptance as a disciple. Should she encounter danger, I will sense it. Farewell." With that, Niwa did not linger but vanished in a flash. Insho embraced the little girl and returned to the palace, where Jiawei, puzzled, asked, "Who was that Daoist just now? Why did the king allow our little girl to take him as a master, and as a named disciple at that?" Insho smiled slightly. A significant individual. Could he be a powerful being of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm? The great Luo Golden Immortal? Insho's lips curled into a faint smile. She is the incarnation of Niwa. Do you think she's not a significant figure? Upon hearing this, Jiawei's heart trembled. The Daoist was indeed the goddess Niwa. Heavens! A saint has taken our little girl as a disciple. If my 2 sisters knew, they would surely be envious to the point of madness that I enter the palace to draw closer to Niwa. And now that she has accepted our little girl as her disciple, it feels like my wish has been fulfilled. Our little girl is truly blessed, Jiawei remarked, gazing at the ceiling. Meanwhile, the compassionate Daoist had transformed into a female form to report back to the primordial heavenly venerable. Upon reaching the Yusu Palace, the compassionate Daoist bowed and greeted, her voice delicate. The primordial heavenly venerable immediately sensed something amiss. "Compassionate, why have you transformed into a female form?" he inquired, frowning slightly. The compassionate Daoist hurriedly explained. "Master, I followed your instructions to go to Chaoga and entered the royal palace, only to find the aura of human destiny was exceptionally rich. When I approached the palace, the human emperor treated me with disdain. At that moment, a man named Feng Shen appeared, and after a disagreement, we clashed. Feng Shen was formidable, and I was no match, so I had to retreat. Suddenly, I found myself transformed into a female form. I beseech you, master, to assist me in regaining my male form." Upon hearing the compassionate Daoist words, the primordial heavenly venerable directed his gaze to the pinnacle of the Yusu Palace. There, a celestial map of the starry heavens was displayed. With the positions of the stars constantly shifting, the primordial heavenly venerable spoke slowly. In ancient times, Yuan Feng bore 2 sons. One was the 5-colored peacock, and the other was the golden-winged great pung. The peacock inherently possessed the 5 elemental attributes, forming the 5-color divine light, capable of transcending all. After Yuan Feng's demise, the Phoenix clan retreated to the southernly Fire Mountain, remaining hidden for countless years. Many years ago, the Xian bird aided Tang in his campaign against Xia, establishing a connection with the Great Shang. Now, Feng Shen has emerged. This is indeed unexpected. Do not worry. Compassionate, I shall restore your true form. With that, the primordial heavenly venerable turned and waved his hand, channeling a surge of power into the compassionate Daoist body. The primordial heavenly venerable couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You have been subjected to an ancient forbidden technique, which I am unable to unravel. To be precise, in all the realms. No one can undo it." "What?" The compassionate Daoist was taken aback. "Master, does that mean I will remain in this female form from now on?" "Compassionate, appearances are merely superficial. As cultivators, we should not cling to external forms. Whether as a woman or a man, it matters not. What truly matters is the cultivation of one's essence," the primordial heavenly venerable replied. "I understand." The compassionate Daoist, accepting her new reality, resigned herself to her fate as a woman. The primordial heavenly venerable added, "Now, as calamity approaches and the aura of the Great Shang remains so potent, compassionate, I shall send you to the Western sect. Have the 2 elders from the Western sect devise ways to undermine the Great Shang's destiny." Yes, the compassionate Daoist took her leave. With the birth of the little girl, Insho was filled with indescribable joy, and every day, several princes and nobles were born. He also began to discuss with ministers such as Shang Rong, Mei Bai, and Baigan the promulgation of the Great Shang laws. On this day, an extraordinary phenomenon reoccurred. Countless threads of destiny converged upon the royal palace, forming clouds of auspiciousness that floated above it. Another child of destiny is about to be born. Insho felt a surge of happiness, and, with a sweep of his divine consciousness, discerned that the Empress Jun was about to give birth. Some palace maids stood guard outside the chamber, while two midwives busily attended to the room. Shou swiftly appeared outside the room, and the palace maids hurriedly approached to greet him. This moment, the aura of destiny intensified in the sky, as if the very essence of destiny was converging towards this place, forming a majestic sacred hall above Chaoga City. The presence of the sacred hall emanated a solemn and profound imperial aura, descending from the heavens and causing all the ministers and citizens of Chaoga City to feel a sense of trepidation, igniting an urge to bow in reverence. Even Shou felt his heart tremble. Although he was the human emperor, this imperial aura was almost on par with his own. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resonated in the sky, and the imperial aura transformed into two golden dragons of destiny, spiraling above the royal palace. A heavenly omen has descended. The great Shang shall flourish. Countless citizens of Chaoga, upon witnessing the majestic golden dragon of fortune, were overwhelmed with excitement, while the ministers prostrated themselves in reverence before the auspicious dragon of the great Shang dynasty. The very moment the golden dragon appeared, the imperial aura within Shou was also ignited, transforming his presence entirely in the Fire Cloud Palace. The three saints of humanity suddenly opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing down upon the mortal realm. Such formidable luck for the human race, they exclaimed. How can the human race possess such profound fortune? Could it be that the human race is destined to rise? The three displayed expressions of astonishment. Emperor Xianyuan sighed deeply, proclaiming, "Our human race is the master of heaven and earth. Alas, for innumerable generations. Our fortune has been divided and depleted by the myriad deities and Buddhas that I never anticipated that today the human race would gather such a rich fortune." The Earth's sovereign, Shinnong, nodded slightly. "Our human race has indeed been schemed against by the heavens. This calamity arises once more. It seems the celestial order intends to plot against our human race again, that I hope that we unite and consolidate our fortune. For only then will we have a chance to weather this tribulation." Fushi sighed as well. To extricate ourselves from the schemes of the heavens is no simple task. The primordial supreme being and the two saints of the Western teachings are cunning beyond measure, manipulating the myriad beings of heaven and earth at will. When shall our human race rise? Wait, this is the descent of the human emperor's sacred body, Emperor Xianyuan suddenly exclaimed. What? Fushi and Shinnong simultaneously closed their eyes and sensed, their expressions transforming to one of shock. The human emperor's sacred body, trained in imperial doctrines, could break the curse preventing the human emperor from cultivating, mastering the fortune of the world, a true-born sovereign. The primordial world has never seen the likes of the human emperor's sacred body before. Now that it has manifested, does it not herald the imminent rise of the human race? The three saints were filled with immense excitement. Then Fushi declared, "The emergence of the human emperor's sacred body is a blessing for our kind. I shall present the emperor with a gift to assist him." As he spoke, Fushi conjured a scroll in his hand. The river diagram. Upon seeing the scroll, Xianyuan and Shinnong gasped in astonishment. Fushi smiled. In the past, during the War of Witches and Demons, the heavenly emperor Dijuan wielded the river diagram and the Luo book to orchestrate the grand celestial array against the witch clan. At that time, I was still in the form of a great demon, aiding the demon court. With Dijuan's demise and the Luo book's disappearance, I came into possession of the river diagram. Using it, I have deduced the 8 trigrams, and now I intend to gift this diagram to the human emperor's sacred body, hoping he may derive new powers from it. With a wave of his hand, Fushi sent the river diagram soaring towards Chaoga City. Simultaneously, the golden dragon of fortune shot into the hall of nurturing the heart. Vanishing from sight, and all unusual phenomena dissipated, a baby's cry echoed within the palace. Hearing this, Shou was filled with overwhelming joy. Had the human emperor's sacred body been born, he hurried toward the palace, as a system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully sowing the child of fortune. You have received a reward, the divine mandate of the Son of Heaven. Upon hearing the system prompt, Shou quickly opened the system space and retrieved the jade slip containing the divine mandate of the Son of Heaven. The divine mandate of the Son of Heaven. a special technique that gathers the fortune of humanity, reverses fate, and vanquishes celestial beings, and demons. Point 1 can cultivate using the fortune of the human race, and upon reaching great success, can bestow divinity upon the gods of humanity. This, after glancing at the divine mandate, Insho's heart surged with excitement. Such a powerful technique exists in this world. Cultivating with the fortune of the human race will undoubtedly yield astonishing speed. Upon achieving great success, being able to confer divinity to the gods is far superior to the list of deities. The list relies on absorbing true spirits and utilizing the divine sealing platform through the power of heavenly text to appoint the gods of the heavenly court. However, the divine mandate of the Son of Heaven can directly confer divinity, granting the gods the strength of divinity, transforming them into true divine powers. If this human emperor's sacred body cultivates the divine mandate, the results will surely be remarkable. And for himself, he would receive a tenfold return in the future. Mastering this divine mandate should not be a daunting task. If he were to appoint the esteemed civil and military officials of the Shang dynasty as gods, would that not enable them to contend with the heavenly court, even resist the myriad celestial demons? It can be said that the divine mandate of the Son of Heaven is exceptionally formidable. Stepping into the palace, he beheld a baby cradled in the hands of midwife. The child exuded an aura of immense fortune, suffused with imperial energy. Truly, a born sovereign, just moments after birth, he already possessed such a rich essence of fortune. As Insho approached, the midwife promptly bowed. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have been blessed with another son." The prince holds on to something tightly, refusing to let go. Insho extended his hand to receive the infant and beheld the child's handsome visage. With eyes sparkling like stars, upon being held, the little head nestled against Insho's chest, displaying immense satisfaction. Indeed, the child grasped an object tightly in his hand, a companion treasure. Insho's brow arched in curiosity as he gently stroked the baby's small hand, causing it to release its grip. In the child's hand rested a small scroll, just the right size for the infant to hold. Upon the scroll were inscribed the two characters of the river diagram. The Luo book, that is a treasure of Dijuan, the bearer of the river diagram, and the Luo book possesses the luck of the heavenly emperor. However, this infant only holds the river diagram, with no sign of the Luo book. Nevertheless, this can be considered a companion spiritual treasure of the human emperor's sacred body. Insho cradled the baby and approached the bedside, where Shang Qingjun gazed lovingly at the infant, still glistening with beads of sweat on her forehead. "Dear consort, you have worked hard," Insho said, placing the baby beside Shang Qingjun. He took her delicate hand, channeling his energy into her, restoring her strength in an instant. "Your Majesty, let me see the child." With her strength restored, Shang Qingjun sat up, cradling the baby with a radiant smile. "So adorable. Your Majesty, please name our child." Insho stroked his chin thoughtfully. "As my son, he shall naturally hold a revered status, unyielding to others. Let us name him Intian." "Intian, splendid." Shang Qingjun joyfully caressed the baby's small face. "From now on, you shall be Ter." "Indeed, consort, you have just given birth and must be weary. Please rest now." As Insho spoke, he discreetly retrieved the jade slip of the divine mandate of the Son of Heaven, directing its power toward Intian. The slip transformed into a stream of light, surging into Intian's mind. Simultaneously, the divine mandate's essence also resonated within Insho's consciousness, absorbed by the primordial Tao Sutra. This meant that in the future, Insho could also wield the various divine powers it contained within the divine mandate, with potency far exceeding that of Intian. Very well. After ensuring that Shang Qingjun could rest peacefully and that the palace maids would tend to her with care, Insho took his leave. Now, 3 children of fortune have been born. Each of these children is a prodigy among mortals, destined for extraordinary accomplishments. What Insho must now do is seek resources for these children to cultivate, laying a solid foundation. When they grow, the possibility of reversing the heavens is not beyond reach. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, princes and princesses continued to be born. In the heavenly court, all appeared calm, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents flowed. The princess has vanished. This news left Yaoqi Jinmu and Hao Qian Shangdi utterly astonished. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Qian Shangdi gestured, summoning a treasure realm that floated in the void. The Hao Qian realm, also known as the Heavenly Mechanism realm, it allows one to witness all affairs of the heavenly court. Hao Qian Shangdi activated the Hao Qian mirror, muttering incantations, and pointed to the mirror. Instantly, the image of Longji Longzhu appeared. There stood Princess Longji, stealthily slipping out of the southern heavenly gate while the celestial soldiers were distracted, entering the realms of wind, thunder, and fire, heading toward the mortal world. How outrageous! Hao Qian Shangdi roared in fury. This Longji, though usually willful, has now audaciously descended to the mortal realm. That I shall send someone to retrieve her and ensure she faces severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Yaoqi Jinmu immediately interjected, displeased. Hao Qian, she is your daughter. How do you intend to treat her? If this matter spreads, it will tarnish our reputations. You dare to make a grand show of capturing her? You. Hearing Yaoqi Jinmu's words, Hao Qian Shangdi found himself in a difficult position. A mother's indulgence leads to a wayward child. If it weren't for your leniency, would Longji have turned out this way? What do you suggest we do? In the celestial realm of Yaoqi, the Golden Mother proposed. Dragon Ji possesses formidable powers and wields numerous treasures. Ordinary heavenly soldiers are no match for her. Rather, I suggest we dispatch Princess Longji's dear friend, the three Holy Mothers, to discreetly investigate the situation, assess the risks, and persuade her to return to the heavenly court promptly. The supreme deity, stroking his beard, nodded slightly in agreement. The three Holy Mothers are reliable and share a close bond with Longji. Sending her forth would not be unwise. Upon hearing this, the Golden Mother of Yaoqi immediately chanted incantations and unleashed a spell that soared towards the Yaoqi. Before long, a celestial maiden gracefully entered the grand hall. Appearing to be in her 20s, clad in white attire, her features were strikingly beautiful. She was none other than the three Holy Mothers. The three Holy Mothers, known as Yang Chan, was the sister of Yang Jian. After Yang Jian transformed into the celestial pure and profound true monarch, the Jade Emperor summoned his sister to the heavenly court, where she became one of the three Holy Mothers and formed a deep friendship with Princess Longji. Are you aware that Longji has descended to the mortal realm? The Golden Mother inquired of the three Holy Mothers. What? Longji has ventured to the mortal realm? Exclaimed the three Holy Mothers. Taken aback. Indeed, some days ago, Princess Longji descended of her own volition. Though the Heavenly Emperor and I were enraged, we chose to spare her dignity due to her noble status. Thus, we intended to send you to find her and urge her to return to the heavenly court. Should she agree to return, neither the Heavenly Emperor nor I will hold her accountable. I shall heed the Golden Mother's command and will certainly descend to retrieve Princess Longji. The three Holy Mothers responded earnestly. Go forth, commanded the Golden Mother, waving her hand. The three Holy Mothers took her leave and exited through the southern heavenly gate, heading towards the mortal realm. In the original text of Feng Shen, neither Yang Jian nor Neza had been conferred divine status. The celestial pure and profound true monarch and the Erlang Shun were not mentioned, yet in the narrative of Feng Shen, as soon as Yang Jian appeared, he was introduced as the celestial pure and profound true monarch. Thus, it can be inferred that prior to the Feng Shen, Yang Jian already held a divine position, being the only one among the third-generation disciples to be granted divinity by the Jade Emperor. Therefore, the presence of the three Holy Mothers in the heavenly court becomes explicable. Yang Jian, having been a disciple of the Chan school prior to the Peach Mountain incident, raises the question, how can the timeline depicted in the television series be deemed accurate? In the 40th chapter of Feng Shen, when Yang Jian first makes his appearance, he engages in a fierce battle against the four generals of the demon clan. The four generals, having achieved victory, returned to their camp to celebrate with drink. As the hour grew late, Emo Lisho remarked, Elder brother, let us release the flower ferret into Shiqi city. If it consumes Jiangshang and swallows the king of Wu, our great endeavor will be secured. At that point, we can return home triumphantly without the need to remain in a stalemate. Each of the four, in their drunkenness, began to boast. Li Qing interjected, your words hold merit. Dear brother, Elisha then produced the flower ferret from his leopard skin pouch. Exclaiming, "My precious, should you devour Zhou of Shang in return, your merit will be unparalleled," he released it into the air. The flower ferret, a beast known solely for its insatiable appetite for humans, was unaware that devouring Yang Jian would spell disaster. Yang Jian had mastered the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong and the 72 transformations, achieving a saintly physique and being conferred the title of celestial pure and profound true monarch. When the flower ferret attempted to consume him, Yang Jian, aware of the 4 general schemes, declared, "You foolish creature, do you not know who I am?" With a mere squeeze of the flower ferret's heart, it emitted a cry and fell from the sky. Yang Jian revealed himself and cleaved the creature in 2. Let us now turn our attention away from the 3 Holy Mothers' descent to seek Princess Longji, and instead focus on the royal palace of the Great Shang, which was in the throes of an impending birth. In recent days, princes and princesses have been born almost daily, causing a flurry of activity throughout the palace. On this particular day, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested over the city of Chaoga. An endless stream of sword intent surged towards the heavens, causing the swords of all soldiers within Chaoga to unsheathe and float in the air, emitting a symphony of ringing blades that end the void. 9 golden swords danced gracefully, their radiant light resembling a soaring dragon that howled through the air. The overwhelming sword intent engulfed the entire city, sending waves of trepidation through its denizens. The sky resonated with the harmonious sound of myriad swords. This was the herald of the birth of the 9-leaf sword body. Yin Shou, filled with inexplicable joy, hurried to the chambers of Yang Fei to await the arrival of the 9-leaf sword body. Among the princes, the 9-leaf sword body was not the most powerful, yet it possessed the most intense aura of slaughter. Born for the sword, it embodied the unity of man and blade, capable of comprehending the supreme sword path and reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Indeed, as Yin Shou eagerly anticipated, a cry akin to the wailing of a sword echoed from Yang Fei's chambers, prompting the system notification. "Ding, you have successfully sown the seeds of fortune. A child has been born with a 9-leaf sword body. You have received the 9-leaf sword path cultivation technique, which has been granted to your system space." Yin Shou quickly accessed the system space, revealing a jade slip in his hand. 9-leaf sword path, the sovereign path of swordsmanship. Mastering it allows one to comprehend various sword techniques and divine abilities, and cultivation to the 9-leaf sword body is remarkably swift, truly a formidable sword path. Overjoyed, Yin Shou entered Yang Fei's chambers, offering her comfort and assisting in her recovery of strength before embracing the child and imparting the 9-leaf sword path to him. Subsequently, Yin Shou named the child Yin Jiu and exited Yang Fei's quarters. Upon stepping outside, he witnessed another astonishing phenomenon in the world. With the arrival of the 9-leaf sword body, all signs of the previous anomalies had vanished. However, the air was now thick with an abundance of fortune energy, which began to coalesce. As this energy gathered, the ancient trees within Chaoga sprouted fresh buds at a visible rate. Elderly citizens felt a wondrous force infuse their bodies, rejuvenating them by a decade in an instant. In the sky, streams of green light converged. Yin Shou sensed that this verdant light was imbued with vibrant life force. Was the wood spirit body about to manifest? Once again, Yin Shou was filled with uncontainable joy and hurried towards the courtyard where the 3 demons of Xinyuan were located. "My king, Hu Mei Mei, is about to give birth," reported Jiu Wei, cradling a little girl, while Wang Mei Run appeared poised to give birth at any moment. Their expressions were a mix of tension and exhilaration. Yin Shou nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry. With Hu Mei Ren's constitution, the child will surely be born safely." If to affirm his words, the swirling green light in the sky formed spirals above the chambers, continuously revolving. The citizens of Chaoga were nourished by this potent wood elemental energy. Those who had been bedridden suddenly regained their health and rose from their beds. All gazed towards the royal palace, uncertain of what transpired within. That moment, streams of green light surged into the chambers, and all anomalies vanished. Soon, the sound of a newborn's cry resonated from within. "They've given birth." Both Jiu Wei and Wang Mei Run were overwhelmed with joy. rushing into the chambers to welcome the newly born life without waiting for Shou's invitation. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Shou's ears. Ding! You have successfully sown the seeds of fortune. The wood spirit body has been born. You have received the cultivation technique, Imu Dao Jing. Upon hearing this, Shou promptly retrieved a jade slip from his system space, Imu Dao Jing, the method for cultivating wood elemental techniques. By practicing this scripture, one can comprehend wood elemental abilities as their cultivation progresses, and the wood spirit body cultivates at an extraordinary pace, delighted by the introduction of the Imu Dao Jing. Shou entered the chambers, where Wang Mei Run was already cradling a baby, laughing joyously. "Sister, look, this child resembles you so much," she exclaimed. "This little one is truly clever. Even upon arrival, they already know to smile at me." Upon seeing Shou, Wang Meirin eagerly placed the child in his arms. Shou took the infant, noting the child's exquisite features and noble demeanor, filled with joy. "Ah, little rascal, you shall henceforth be known as Mu. For you are the prince of my royal lineage," he proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Jiawei, Wang Mei Run, and who she may shared in the elation of the moment, with who she may being a great demon. She would fully recover after the birth, provided her magical energy flowed smoothly. "Come, Hu Mei Run, let us see your child." Shou handed Imu over to Hu Shimei, while the three of Xianyuan Fen immediately surrounded the two children, chattering incessantly. Within a single day, two fated children were born. Shou made his way to the palace, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After imparting the Imu Dao Sutra to Inmu, he received an immediate feedback of tenfold power from the technique. Under the auspices of the Hongmeng Dao Sutra, Shou comprehended a new divine ability known as the Great Life Technique. This technique harnesses the wood element energy from the void, activating forbidden arts that can bring withered trees back to life. Even a deceased individual, reduced to mere bones, can be resurrected if their soul is retrieved. It can be said that this Great Life Technique is extraordinarily formidable. Following the transmission of the nine-leaf sword body to Jiao, Shou also received a tenfold return of power from this technique. Through the deductions provided by the Hongmeng Dao Sutra, he formulated the grass character sword formula, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This sword formula possesses exceptional might. Even wielding a blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars, consisting of 9 forms, each more powerful than the last. Naturally, the strength of the sword formula increases with the practitioner's cultivation level. However, Shou currently lacked the time to cultivate this sword technique. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with discussions among the ministers regarding how to reform the Deshang laws, aiming for a complete overhaul of the administrative system to further solidify the Deshang dynasty. With the births of the nine-leaf sword body and the wood spirit body, the palace now boasted 5 fated children: the fire spirit sacred body, the sky-swallowing demon technique, the wood spirit body, the nine-leaf sword body, and the human emperor's sacred body. Moreover, soon to be born are the god of war body within Hu Shimei's womb, the of Wang Meiran, and the true dragon's sacred body nestled in the belly of the Dragon King's 3rd princess. Of course, Princess Longji, who carries an immortal constitution, still has some time before giving birth. Shou stepped into Ying's palace, where he found Ying and Princess Longji engaged in quiet conversation. Just as he was about to eavesdrop on what the two young ladies were discussing, he was spotted by Princess Longji. "Great King, you have arrived." Despite her pregnancy, Princess Longji remained nimble, unperturbed in the slightest. Today she donned a chef's outfit, with 2 fluffy white bunny ears tied atop her head, her large eyes twinkling mischievously. This chef's ensemble was a playful outfit specially tailored by Shou for her. He hadn't anticipated that Princess Longji would take such a liking to it, wearing it constantly while frolicking about the palace. Although expecting a little one, her spirit remained lively, frequently engaging with Shou in discussions about the connections between mortals and immortals, making it difficult for him to refuse her, as he treaded carefully, wary of causing any harm to the fetus. Yang Daxiang. Shou, what the hell? Noticing that he had been caught by Princess Longji, Shou boldly stepped into the courtyard. Princess Ying rose to greet him, but he gently supported her. "Dragon Princess, there's no need for such formalities. Be careful not to strain the fetus. Thank you. Great king, that I feel as though the little one will arrive in the next couple of days. Ao Ing responded. He, what you carry is indeed the true dragon sacred body. Not only is he our little one, but he is also a child of your dragon clan. Allow me to bestow a name upon this child, Yin Shou exclaimed, stroking his chin. Let us call him Yin Long, shall we? Yin Long, that sounds lovely. Ao Ing chuckled. However, Princess Longji furrowed her brow, saying, Great king, I can't shake the feeling that your naming is rather careless. You bear the surname Yin as a member of the de Shang royal family, and he is of the dragon clan. You would dare simply name him Yin Long, would you? Upon hearing this, Yin Shou laughed. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Yin Long is both simple and memorable. Is this name not suitable? Princess Longji pouted. Great king, henceforth, please refrain from naming my child. I shall do it myself. Very well. Yin Shou generously relinquished his naming rights. Just then, Ao Ing suddenly clutched her belly. Great king, I feel that he is about to emerge. Upon hearing this, Yin Shou's body jolted, and he hastily called out, Quickly, summon the midwife. Soon after, Princess Ao Ing was escorted into the birthing chamber, and the palace maids began to bustle about. Yin Shou and Princess Longji anxiously awaited. Great king, is it nearly time? In less than a quarter of an hour, Princess Longji had asked this question dozens of times. Longji, why are you so anxious? Yin Shou queried, bemused by how Princess Longji seemed more impatient than the father himself. Of course, I am a child's godmother, Princess Longji replied. Meanwhile, an endless stream of fated energy began to converge above the palace, in the heavens. Dragon-shaped phantoms spiraled endlessly, their roars resonating throughout the cosmos, that moment. The East Sea Dragon King felt a surge of sensation. The true dragon's sacred body is about to be born. He could hardly contain his delight. Simultaneously, the West Sea Dragon King, North Sea Dragon King, and South Sea Dragon King also sensed the impending arrival of the true dragon's sacred body and swiftly made their way towards Chaoga. Before long, the four Sea Dragon Kings arrived in Chaoga City. Landing before Yin Shou, we pay our respects to the human emperor. The four Dragon Kings offered a slight bow before raising their gazes to the sky, where the essence of the true dragon was gathering. The essence of the true dragon. The three Dragon Kings were filled with indescribable excitement. This was the legendary true dragon sacred body. Once the true dragon's sacred body matured, it would herald the rise of the Dragon Clan. For countless years, the Dragon Clan had endured great humiliation, forced to remain beneath the heavenly court, subject to its commands. In the sky, the essence of the true dragon grew ever denser, and numerous fated true dragons gathered in the air, bowing reverently towards the palace. Meanwhile, all the aquatic tribes across the four seas turned their gaze toward Chaoga, collectively kneeling in homage. The true dragon descends, and the aquatic tribes submit. Countless water beings prostrated themselves, sending forth excited roars towards the direction of Chaoga. Last, all the fated true dragons converged, shooting into the birthing chamber and vanishing from sight, followed by a sound akin to a dragon's roar. A baby's cry echoed, stirring the four Sea Dragon Kings into a frenzy. They attempted to rush into the birthing chamber, only to be halted by Yin Shou. Four Dragon Kings. The concubine is in labor. It would not be appropriate for you to enter. The four Dragon Kings then realized their oversight. My apologies. I was simply too excited, the East Sea Dragon King said sheepishly. Human Emperor, may we request to see the true dragon's sacred son once he is born? The West Sea Dragon King inquired. Yin Shou smiled gently. Of course, please wait a moment. With that, he stepped towards the birthing chamber. Just then, a system prompt resounded in his ears. Ding! You have successfully sown the seeds of a fated child. The true dragon's sacred son has been born. You have received the cultivation technique, True Dragon 9 Transformations. What is this True Dragon 9 Transformations technique? As he walked towards the birthing chamber, he opened his system inventory to check the details of the True Dragon 9 Transformations technique. True Dragon 9 Transformations, a special cultivation technique for the true dragon body, consisting of 9 layers. Each layer represents a transformation, and upon reaching the 9th transformation, one becomes the ancestor dragon, embodying heaven and earth. Omnipotent. This technique is truly remarkable. Shou was filled with astonishment, and Daoist Long, as his son Long cultivated the true Dragon 9 transformations, he would receive a tenfold feedback, undoubtedly possessing immeasurable power. Upon entering the birthing chamber, the midwife approached, cradling the infant. "Congratulations, great king, it is a prince." Shou extended his hands to receive the child, marveling at the baby's exceptional appearance, surrounded by a swirling aura of fate, and felt a surge of affection and protectiveness. With emotion, he took out the jade slip containing the true Dragon 9 transformations technique and chose to use it on Long. A beam of light shot into Long's body, and the system prompt immediately rang in Shou's ears. "Ding! You have received feedback for the true Dragon 9 transformations, which is fused with the Hongming Dao Sutra, resulting in the derivation of the divine ability, Divine Dragon Fate Technique." As the system prompt faded, Princess Longji squeezed her way over. "Baby my godson, how adorable!" The usually carefree and boisterous Princess Longji had transformed into a picture of tenderness, caressing Long's forehead with a loving gaze, leaving Shou utterly astonished. Could it be that every woman possesses a nurturing instinct? Even a princess of the heavenly court is no exception? Taking advantage of Princess Longji's moment of holding the child, Shou swiftly sensed the effects of the Dragon God's Fortune technique. This technique allows the merging of the fortunes of the Dragon clan with those of the human race, thereby generating a unique force of fortune that can condense into a true golden dragon of fortune. Ordinary fortunes tend to dissipate over time due to various circumstances, and may even be directly seized by others. However, once the golden dragon of fortune is formed, it remains steadfast, ensuring that as long as the golden dragon endures, the fortune cannot be usurped. This fortune encompasses the grand fortune of the Daoist kingdom and the fortunes of the human race. As the human emperor, acquiring the fortunes of both the dragon and human races significantly enhances one's power. Shou felt an overwhelming joy. It seemed imperative to find a way to condense the grand fortune of the Daoist kingdom and the fortunes of humanity to manifest the golden dragon of fortune. "Baby, so well-behaved," exclaimed Princess Longji as she affectionately cradled the child. Meanwhile, the 4 dragon kings outside had grown increasingly impatient. "Human Emperor, where's my grandson? Are you trying to drive us 4 brothers to the brink of despair?" bellowed Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Only then did Shou remember the East Sea Dragon King waiting outside. He hurriedly took the child and stepped out of the courtyard, where the 4 ancient dragons, collectively over 10 million years old, immediately surrounded him. "This child is undoubtedly of the East Sea Dragon Palace's lineage. Look how clever he is, haha! Only our dragon lineage could produce such a perfect child," they exclaimed. "Little one, call me Grandpa. You know that, right? Our dragon race's hopes rest upon you." The 4 old fellows were as exuberant as children, particularly delighted by the child's abundant draconic fortune. Hey, don't scare my godson," Princess Longji interjected, stepping forward to take Long into her arms and moving aside. The 4 old dragons were instantly displeased. "You little girl, how can you be so unreasonable? This is my own grandson, and you won't even let us see him?" "Exactly. If it weren't for my good mood today, I would have taught you a lesson. Hey, run. Don't be rash. What she holds is the heart and treasure of our dragon race. Don't harm a child." Humph. The expressions of the 4 dragon kings brought great satisfaction to Princess Longji. You wouldn't want the matter of the true dragon sacred body to reach the heavenly emperor, would you? This princess has business at the Daoist Palace. If you dare to speak of it, I will reveal the matter of the true dragon sacred body to the heavenly emperor. The 4 sea dragon kings were taken aback. If news of the true dragon's sacred body's emergence reached the heavenly emperor, it could provoke unnecessary trouble. "All right, Longji, take the child inside," Shou gestured. Only then did Princess Longji carry Long into the inner palace. The 4 sea dragon kings turned to Shou, saying, "Human Emperor, we will temporarily leave this child in Chaoga. When he turns 3, I will take him to the East Sea if the Daoist faces any troubles. We 4 sea dragon kings will certainly not stand idly by. Farewell." With that, the 4 sea dragon kings took their leave. As Shou watched them depart, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, with the bond of this child. The human race and the dragon race were effectively united in a shared destiny. The dragon god's fortune technique required the gathering of the fortunes of both clans. As both grew stronger, so too would his own cultivation. After some contemplation, Shou decided to first condense the fortunes of the human race, that he swiftly made his way to the Longda Hall. The Longda Hall served as the place for the Daoist state affairs and was also the location of the most concentrated fortune in Chaoga City. Standing outside the Longda Hall, Shou closed his eyes slightly and extended his consciousness outward, swiftly covering the entire Chaoga City. His dragon robe billowed as he placed his hands before him, forming numerous seals before suddenly pointing into the void. Instantly, countless forces of fortune began to converge upon Chaoga City. Human fortunes, the grand fortune of the Daoist, and a portion of the Dragon Clan's fortunes were all drawn towards the Longda Hall. In the skies above, pathways of fortune began to form, with innumerable fortunes flowing along these veins from all corners of the Daoist towards Chaoga City. The city itself became like a chain, locking these forces of fortune within. Shou recited incantations, his hands moving in a flurry as he utilized the Hongming Dao Sutra to invoke the dragon god's fortune technique. With each gesture, the gathered forces of fortune coalesced above his head into a colossal, mysterious pattern. As the accumulation of fortune grew denser, the pattern radiated an endless brilliance, resembling a blazing sun hanging above Shou. Noticing this spectacle, all the dignitaries of Daoist sensed Shou's activity and made their way to the Longda Hall. Seeing Shou standing at the front, performing powerful rituals, the ministers kept their distance, hesitant to disturb the emperor of Daoist. The citizens of Chaoga also gazed in astonishment towards the royal palace. Recent days had seen numerous strange occurrences at the Chaoga Palace, stirring much speculation among the populace. 2 hours later, the pattern above Shou's head had enveloped the entire palace, with endless forces of fortune surging within it. "Consolidate!" Shou suddenly shouted, his figure shifting as he unleashed over 10 seals, which rushed towards the mysterious pattern, embedding themselves within it. With a resounding dragon's roar, the mysterious pattern vanished, and a 10-Zhonglong golden dragon burst forth from the void. The golden dragon of fortune had finally been condensed. Although not all human, Daoist, and dragon fortunes were gathered, a significant portion had been amalgamated. Once the golden dragon of fortune was formed, this portion of fortune would no longer dissipate, ensuring the lasting prosperity of the Daoist. Above Chaoga City, the golden dragon soared through the air, with infinite forces of fortune surging in all directions. Countless citizens looked up in excitement at the magnificent dragon. Such an auspicious sight appearing above the royal palace indicated the divine protection bestowed upon Daoist, ensuring its eternal glory. The great king is indeed a timeless emperor, which has allowed Chaoga's fortunes to flourish so richly. All the ministers outside the Longda Hall were filled with immense joy at this sight. "The gathering of national fortune heralds a great rise," they exclaimed. "The great king truly deserves the title of a benevolent ruler throughout the ages. Our Daoist will undoubtedly endure for millennia, never to perish." Particularly, ministers like Baigon and Shangrong were overwhelmed with delight. The great king had not only gained the recognition of Xianyuan's sword, but had also condensed the golden dragon of fortune. What more could one ask for from a ruler of such legendary caliber? In the future, the accomplishments of the great king shall undoubtedly surpass those of his ancestor, the illustrious Changtang. I could see this moment. Shou suddenly waved his hand, and before him appeared the Xianyuan sword. It seemed to be summoned by the auspicious golden dragon, transforming into a colossal sword stretching 10 zhang in length, soaring through the heavens with a resounding roar. Upon the blade of the Xianyuan sword, all the intricate patterns were activated, revealing the wondrous realms of the universe, the evolution of all living beings, and the endless panorama of flying birds and roaming beasts, flickering into visibility within the void. Majestic mountains towered, mighty rivers surged, and the vast ocean spread wide. Within that void, a grand mural depicting the mountains and rivers of the realm materialized. The auspicious golden dragon let out a jubilant cry as it ascended into the mural. Spiraling around a magnificent peak, with another wave of his hand, the wondrous scene in the sky vanished without a trace, and the Xianyuan sword returned to him, transforming back into an ordinary heavy sword. resting in Yin Shou's grasp. Holding the Xianyuan sword, a golden dragon of fortune coiled around him, enveloping him in an overwhelming aura of imperial majesty that swept across the 8 directions. In that instant, Yin Shou became the true sovereign, master of destiny. All the ministers, filled with awe and delight, prostrated themselves upon the ground. Long live the great king! Ha ha! Yin Shou laughed heartily, and only then did he cast his gaze around. His regal presence radiating. All ministers rise. Just now, I, the solitary king, have gathered the fortunes of the human race, inspired by the call of past emperors. Starting tomorrow, I shall gradually promulgate the new laws of the Shang dynasty, reform the Shang system, and create an everlasting era of prosperity, ensuring stability for the people and the eternal flourishing of the nation. Congratulations, great king! The ministers chorused in unison. Yin Shou waved his hand, saying, "You may return for now. Tomorrow at court, I shall announce the first phase of the reforms." "Yes, your majesty." With that, the ministers took their leave as he gathered the auspicious golden dragon and infused it into the Xianyuan sword. Yin Shou felt a surge of ambition. As long as the fortunes of the Shang dynasty remained intact, how could the celestial saints, seeking to borrow the fortunes of humanity to enthrone the gods, find it an easy task? Yin Shou sheathed the Xianyuan sword and turned to enter the Longda Hall. For the sake of his children, Yin Shou, would no longer rest idly. He must forge a legendary Shang dynasty to counter the impending calamity of the divine sealing. You celestial saints, if you wish to enthrone the 365 righteous deities, to eradicate the human emperors and establish a heavenly authority over the mortal realm, you must first seek my consent. On the second day, as the court officials gathered, Yin Shou strode into the Longda Hall with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. That moment, he exuded an aura of imperial authority, embodying the very essence of a fated ruler. Upon the arrival of their sovereign, the ministers bowed in reverence. "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the king." Yin Shou nodded slightly, taking his seat upon the throne, and then raised his hand. "All ministers, please rise." The ministers straightened themselves. "Today, I shall proclaim the 10 fundamental laws of the Shang dynasty. Under these laws, no one may contravene them. Otherwise, severe penalties shall be enforced. In my harem, I have already welcomed several children, a cause for universal joy. Today, I grant a general amnesty. All those who have committed offenses shall be released from prison, provided they do not commit further crimes. They may reclaim their lives. However, should they transgress again after today, the punishment shall be doubled. The king is wise." The ministers exclaimed in unison. Yin Shou gestured and said, "Shang Rong, please announce the 10 fundamental laws of the Shang dynasty." "Yes." Shang Rong stepped forward, retrieving a scroll from within his robes, unfolding it to read aloud. The 10 fundamental laws of the Shang dynasty. First, abolish human sacrifices, ritual deaths, and all forms of torture. This new legal code of the Shang was crafted by Yin Shou, drawing inspiration from the laws of the Great Ming, while integrating his own modern philosophies. Naturally, Shang Rong, Bygone, and other elder statesmen of the Shang also contributed their insights, ensuring that the laws resonated with the current era. Only when Yin Shou was satisfied did the proclamation commence. This, however, was merely the first step in the reform. It would take several years to perfect all the laws, penetrating into every sector and aspect of the Shang dynasty. A crucial element of the reform was education. The Shang would establish an imperial academy in Chaogu, where both noble and common children could gain admission through testing. Simultaneously, local academies would be constructed, and only those who excelled there would be eligible for the imperial academy. In the future, the talents of the Shang dynasty across all professions would emerge from these institutions, dismantling the monopoly of the aristocracy. Not only ordinary nobles, but also the offspring of various feudal lords would be required to send representatives to study at the imperial academy. These feudal heirs would also serve another purpose. Acting as hostages, should a lord attempt rebellion, they would be compelled to consider the safety of their children in Chaogu. Within the imperial academy, Yin Shou would instill loyalty and patriotism in these feudal heirs. After returning home, their likelihood of betrayal would be significantly diminished, potentially even restraining other feudal heirs. And of course, this was merely a preliminary idea, and its implementation would require considerable time. Before long, Shang Rong finished reading the 10 fundamental laws, and Yin Shou commanded Yin Pa to dispatch messages to every major city and feudal lord, disseminating the new laws of the Shang dynasty. The arrangements were swiftly put into motion, with couriers riding out at great speed. Soon, the new laws of the Shang reached every corner, and local administrators posted them in bustling marketplaces and spread the word among the populace. As news circulated, countless commoners rejoiced and cheered. The concepts of human sacrifice and ritual death had long been loathed by the common folk, and various corrupt practices had sown discontent among the masses. This new legal code completely altered such injustices. Most importantly, it alleviated taxes and reduced labor obligations, allowing the populace to receive compensation for their work. A tangible benefit that elicited widespread acclaim. In a short span, the support for the Shang dynasty surged among the people, and its national fortunes began to rise steadily. With the elevation of national fortunes, Yin Shou, endowed with the auspicious dragon fortune technique, felt an exhilarating resonance within himself. It appeared that his reform strategy was indeed on the right path. As the fortunes of the Shang dynasty strengthened, so too did the fortunes of humanity. Thus, even with the impending calamity of divine sealing, the possibility of a turnaround was not beyond reach. The reforms of the Shang dynasty were gradually advancing, and the Imperial Academy was under construction. Meanwhile, within the harem, as celestial phenomena manifested, Kushime gave birth to a son, embodying the essence of the golden battle body. Yin Shou personally visited the inner palace to welcome this new life. The child of fortune had arrived, and Yin Shou received a system reward, the God of War Sutra. This sutra was a method of honing the physical body, drawing upon the primal energies of heaven and earth to refine one's form, granting immense physical strength. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, one could shatter stars and sever rivers with a mere punch. Yin Shou named the child Yin Zhan and imparted the God of War Sutra to him. Simultaneously, Yin Shou himself received a tenfold feedback, and the God of War Sutra evolved into the 9 transformations of profound arts. The 9 transformations of profound arts was renowned in the primordial era as the most formidable method for refining the physical body, practiced by Yang Jian. With 9 transformations in total, achieving mastery would grant one the ability to wield the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang and possess divine abilities, such as the golden body of the Dharma, making it exceedingly powerful. A.S. Hushime's child was born. Su Daji also went into labor. That moment, the heavens darkened, and a void appeared above the palace, where celestial phenomena manifested. As the phenomena dissipated, Su Daji gave birth to a son. This child, with dual pupils, emerged into the world without a cry, merely gazing around with curiosity, astonishing even the midwife. Zhong. Yin Shou was filled with joy, for upon the child's birth, he received a system reward, the mythical veil of heaven technique. This technique differed from the cultivation systems of the primordial era. It could be said to be entirely distinct from the refinement of essence and a chi practiced in the primordial realm. Within this veil of heaven technique, there were 5 major realms: the Wheel Sea, Dao Palace for poles, transformation into dragon, and celestial platform that, if one were to cultivate the Dao to its utmost pinnacle, one could reverse the river of time. With a mere snap of the fingers, obscure the heavens and sever the continuum of ages, exhibiting unparalleled might. Yin Shou, having acquired this mythic technique of obscuring the heavens, naturally passed this path down to his son, Yin Hao, who was born of himself and Su Daji. Simultaneously, Yin Shou received a tenfold feedback, with his eye of truth elevated to the eye of dispelling illusions. The eye of dispelling illusions allows one to see through all deceit, penetrate the essence of things, and comprehend all that has come to be, shall be, may be, and has yet to. In other words, this eye not only unveils the true form of demons, but also discerns their imminent fate, enabling an accurate prediction of an opponent's next move, thereby facilitating timely preparations. All conspiracies, when faced with the eye of dispelling illusions, are laid bare, making it exceedingly formidable. With the birth of numerous children of destiny, Yin Shou's feedback through the calculations of the Hongmeng Dao Sutra yielded substantial benefits. He believed that as these princes matured, the cumulative effect of the tenfold feedback would equate to numerous children of fortune aiding his cultivation, resulting in a significant enhancement to his prowess, a terrifying prospect indeed. Within the imperial palace, the number of princes being born increased, and Yin Shou's reform strategies were being diligently implemented as the consorts recovered from childbirth. Yin Shou's life became increasingly vibrant. These children of destiny, tended by wet nurses, meant that the mothers were not overly burdened. On this particular day, Yin Shou was about to visit the three of Xianyuanfa. Among the many consorts, Princess Longji was the most diverse. While the three of Xianyuanfa possessed the finest skills, Yin Shou frequently visited these consorts in hopes of producing a second child soon. At that moment, a sudden system notification echoed. Ding! System notification. Your branch and leaf count has reached 100, achieving preliminary success in branching out. The fortune of the Dashang has significantly increased. And you have obtained the schematics for the chaos opening array. Surprised, Yin Shou exclaimed, achieving 100 branches and leaves grants a special reward. This was indeed an opportunity. He felt the national fortune of Dashang surge, and promptly opened the system space, where he discovered a scroll laid out before him. The scroll bore intricate patterns and numerous lines, causing Yin Shou to furrow his brow in confusion. This array was so complex. Who could possibly comprehend it? The chaos opening array was something he had never heard of before. That moment, the Hongmeng Dao Sutra within him began to operate autonomously, initiating the deduction of the chaos opening array. As the deductions progressed, Yin Shou's understanding deepened, gradually unveiling the mysteries contained within. Half an hour later, the sheepskin scroll transformed into a beam of light, piercing into Yin Shou's sea of consciousness, inundating him with vast amounts of information, allowing him to grasp all the intricacies of the opening array without a teacher. Hongmeng represents the ultimate unity, while chaos is born from Hongmeng. The chaos opening array is the progenitor of all arrays, with every great formation traceable back to I in essence. Mastering this array would enable the deduction of others. However, the perfect form of the chaos opening array requires 36 children of destiny to serve as its foundation. Guarding 36 directions, when activated, the array transforms into a state of chaos, reversing time and returning all to its origin. Even powerful beings like the Deluo Jinxian would be instantly obliterated upon entry, while those at the quasi-saint level could scarcely ensure their own survival, making it no easy feat to escape the array. The perfected form of the chaos opening array could even ensnare saints. In awe, Yin Shou felt an indescribable joy. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to set up a genuine chaos opening array. However, as the progenitor of all arrays, he could certainly derive other formations from it to protect Chaoga City. Abandoning his initial intention to seek the three of Xianyuanfa, Yin Shou proceeded to the Longda Hall, seated himself upon the throne, inhaled deeply, and with a flicker of his mind, a man identical to him appeared at his side. This was a manifestation of his consciousness. After reaching the Tai Jin Xian realm, Yin Shou's primordial spirit had grown immensely powerful. Manifesting his consciousness was merely a trivial task. The manifested consciousness bowed slightly to Yin Shou, grinning before swiftly diving underground. In an instant, the consciousness had burrowed 1,000 meters deep, where it waved its large sleeve and summoned the Xianyuan sword into its grasp. As incantations flowed from his lips, the Xianyuan sword began to dance around him. Within moments, a subterranean palace was carved out beneath the Longda Hall. Observing the palace, the manifested consciousness nodded in approval. Subsequently, Yin Shou's true form vanished, merging with the consciousness, and he too entered the underground palace. Inside the palace, Yin Shou drove the Xianyuan sword into the ground before him, and with a flourish of his hands, boundless fortune surged forth from the sword, transforming into numerous banners of destiny before him. With these banners, he could establish a grand spiritual array beneath the palace of Chaoga City, channeling the earth's ley lines to transform Chaoga into a true sanctuary for cultivation. As the banners of fortune coalesced, infused with power, intricate symbols danced upon them, reminiscent of miniature dragons gliding through the air. Witnessing the banners take form, Insho chanted incantations and executed several hand seals, causing an array pattern to materialize within the palace. The pattern swirled with the energy of fortune, resembling pulsating veins of light, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Go! With a powerful shout, the banners soared towards the four corners of the palace. Trailing the array patterns as they extended into the distance, they swiftly merged with the earth's ley lines, reaching across the vast expanse of the divine land. Insho planted the Xianyuan sword behind him, channeling his entire fortune, and the sword emitted a dragon's roar as a golden dragon of fortune surged forth, weaving through the ley lines, traversing the lands of Shang, and nourishing every mountain and river along its path. As the myriad energies of the earth converged upon Chaoga City, the vitality of all things began to flourish. The grand array commenced its operation, the fortune of Shang nurturing mountains and rivers, while the elemental energies of heaven and earth gathered within Chaoga, perpetually circulating. Insho was confident that before long, the spiritual energy of Chaoga City would become rich and vibrant. Even ordinary people without spiritual roots would find their lifespans extended significantly through the nourishing energies, while ailments would diminish greatly. The strength of the common folk would similarly increase. With the task accomplished, Insho withdrew the Xianyuan sword, held it firmly, and summoned the Dragon of Fortune, which surged from the depths, disappearing into the sword. Indeed, this spirit-gathering array has been successfully established. In the future, Chaoga City shall undoubtedly become a holy city for humanity. Satisfied, Insho stroked his chin and with a flicker of his form, reappeared within the Longda Hall. While Insho was engaged in establishing the spirit-gathering array, the compassionate navigator, having received secret teachings from the primordial heavenly sovereign, journeyed to the Western Church to meet with its two great saints. Upon departing from the Yushu Palace, the compassionate navigator ascended upon clouds. Making his way westward soon, he arrived at the peak of Mount Shumi, where a towering tree stood, the sacred Bodhi tree of the Western Church. Beneath the Bodhi tree sat a Daoist, legs crossed, eyes gently closed, holding a withered branch. Clad in a green Daoist robe, he exuded an air of ethereal wisdom, unmistakably a transcendent being. The Daoist sat motionless beneath the Bodhi tree, seemingly merging with the tree, the mountain, and the very fabric of existence. The compassionate navigator approached and bowed slightly before him, saying, "Compassionate navigator pays respects to Master Zhun. Only then did the Zhun Ti Daoist slowly open his eyes, glancing at the compassionate navigator and speaking in a measured tone. As the saying goes, no one visits the three treasure hall without a purpose. You have come here today, surely with important matters at hand." The compassionate navigator promptly replied, "Master, my teacher has indicated that the fortune of Shang is increasingly robust. Do you have any countermeasures? The calamity of the Feng Shen is imminent, and we must not allow any missteps." The Zhun Ti Daoist responded, "Please report back to your teacher that I am already aware." "Understood, Master." Upon hearing this, the compassionate traveler took his leave, ascending upon the auspicious clouds, returning to the Jade Void Palace to report. The Zhun Ti Daoist, witnessing the departure of the compassionate traveler, flicked his fingers, unleashing a spell that shot forth into the distance. In a short while, three figures clad in monks' robes appeared before the Zhun Ti Daoist. "Esteemed Master," the three approached, bowing respectfully as they addressed him. The Zhun Ti Daoist regarded them and nodded slightly, saying, "Yaowang, Mile, Liligwang, you three have cultivated for many years. Your powers profound. The fortunes of the great Shang dynasty are increasingly robust. I request that you send disciples to the east to assist Yuan Fudong in battle. Furthermore, our pawns among the Dongyi tribe should also be mobilized. Remember, at all costs, you must ensure that the great Shang remains embroiled in turmoil, thus diminishing the fortunes of the Shang dynasty." The three disciples bowed in unison to the Zhun Ti Daoist, accepting the decree, and soared upon the auspicious clouds towards the horizon. Meanwhile, the Western saints had dispatched their disciples from the mountains, while the three holy mothers descended from the heavenly realm to the mortal world in search of the whereabouts of Princess Longji. The great calamity was imminent. The heavenly secrets were in disarray. And the vast expanse of the primordial world made the quest for Princess Longji's whereabouts exceedingly arduous. Just as the three holy mothers were feeling disheartened, she suddenly recalled the Bao Yin lantern, which could illuminate the path and perhaps lead her to Princess Longji. With this thought, the three holy mothers alighted upon a mountain peak, sweeping her hand to reveal the floating treasure lamp before her. As she chanted incantations, the Bao Yin lantern began to emit faint glimmers of light. With a sudden exclamation, she pointed at the Bao Yin lantern, which immediately took flight in a certain direction. Overjoyed, the three holy mothers followed the lantern as it soared through the mountains, soon coming to a halt. The three holy mothers sensed the dense aura of humanity and looked down to see a bustling human city not far away. The city was fortified and thriving, with countless pedestrians bustling about. Above the grand city gates, two gilded characters proclaimed, "Chaoga." Thus, it was revealed that she had arrived at the city of Chaoga, the very residence of the human emperor. Could it be that Princess Longji had entered Chaoga? This girl was far too playful, entering a human city with her esteemed status, unafraid that her celestial essence might be tainted by mortals. The three holy mothers promptly employed her divine sense to scan Chaoga. However, she found that her divine awareness was utterly suppressed beneath the weight of human fortune. Alas, I must ascend to search myself. With that, the three holy mothers transformed into a humble village maiden and entered the city of Chaoga. Upon entering, she was immediately taken aback by the vibrant scene before her. The streets were alive with people. Vendors calling out, soldiers patrolling, elders leisurely sitting at their doorsteps, and children playing joyfully. Indeed, this is the most prosperous city of humanity, she thought, nodding in approval as she sought the aura of Princess Longji. Yet, within this realm, the Bao Yin lantern was also subdued by human fortunes, rendering her search much more challenging. The king is implementing new policies to benefit the common people. Truly, he is a wise ruler of the ages. Indeed, I have heard from relatives serving in the court that the king intends to establish an imperial academy. Construction has already begun, allowing common folks' children to receive an education. Such benevolence, the king has granted amnesty and abolished cruel punishments. This is a blessing for our great Shang. Moreover, it is said that the king has gained the recognition of the Xianyuan sword, a blade symbolizing the fortunes of humanity, wielded only by the greatest of emperors. The king has fathered over 100 children, and there are rumors of a holy body descending into the world. It seems we commoners will soon enjoy better days ahead. As she journeyed, the three holy mothers overheard the praises sung by the common folk about the human emperor Exen, growing increasingly curious about this ruler. Was he truly such a hero, recognized by the Xianyuan sword and beloved by the masses? I shall visit the palace and see for myself, she resolved. Upon reaching the palace, however, she was soon detected by Yin Shou. A village maiden with latent powers had come to the palace. He was determined to uncover her origins. Yin Shou's piercing golden eyes shot forth beams of divine light toward the three holy mothers, revealing her true form in his mind's eye. Simultaneously, he discerned the events of the three holy mothers' audience with the Queen Mother of the West. What a beautiful maiden! I had not anticipated she would be the three holy mothers. This moment, she should not have developed mortal desires, nor descended to wed Liu Yanshang. The Queen Mother has sent you to seek Princess Longji. I shall see what you are up to. Should the opportunity arise, I could certainly add the three holy mothers to my harem, thus begetting a child of fortune and reaping additional rewards. In a moment, Yin Shou's thoughts were alight with schemes. Meanwhile, the three holy mothers remained blissfully unaware that she had caught the attention of a scheming mind. Hovering above the royal palace, she extended her divine sense, only to find it stifled by the overwhelming human fortune. Peering down, she noticed numerous palace maids bustling about, and the cries of infants echoing through the halls. It appeared that the tales of the Chaoga citizens were indeed true. The human emperor Exan had fathered over 100 princes and princesses. Could Princess Longji be among them? However, just as the three holy mothers pondered this, a familiar figure appeared in the courtyard below. Princess Longji, the princess, her belly round with child, was watching a butterfly flit about the yard, a gentle smile gracing her features. What is happening here? In that moment, the three holy mothers felt her beliefs shatter. She had never imagined that Princess Longji would be within the great Shang palace, and furthermore, pregnant. She was a princess of the heavenly realm, favored daughter of the Queen Mother of the West and the Jade Emperor. How could she have fallen to such depths? The three holy mothers swiftly descended to where Princess Longji stood. Upon seeing her, the princess's face lit up with joy. "Sister, what brings you here?" The three holy mothers scrutinized Princess Longji before stating, "The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother have sent me to find you and bring you back to the heavenly realm. Come with me." Princess Longji stepped back, saying, "Sister, I have wed the human emperor. How can I return to the heavens? Moreover, I am with child. I cannot accompany you. Longji, do you not realize that you have violated heavenly decrees? Should the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother discover this, they shall be wrathful indeed. Even as their daughter, you would face years of confinement, and your child would certainly perish." Princess Longji hastily implored, "Sister, we are good friends. You would not inform the Jade Emperor, would you? If you do, both my child and I are doomed." With a deep sigh, the three holy mothers replied, "Very well, Longji, give birth to the child first. Afterward, you must return with me to the heavenly realm. The Jade Emperor will likely remain unaware. Even if he does, he may choose to feign ignorance to protect you. No." Princess Longji shook her head vehemently. "Sister, if I bear this child, how could I bear to be separated from him? Would that not be cruel? Moreover, the current human emperor is a wise ruler. After living with him for many years, returning to the heavenly realm will not be delayed." The three holy mothers frowned. "Longji, do you not understand? That is simply impossible. That if I do not return to the heavenly realm, others will be sent in my stead, and they will not be as lenient as I. Sister, I beg you, please." The three holy mothers found herself in a predicament, torn between her dear sister and the decrees of the heavenly realm. After a long pause, she finally sighed, "Very well, Longji, you have already made a grave error. Allowing the child to be born is my ultimate kindness. Once the child is born, you must return with me, or else." Before she could finish, the three holy mothers felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She quickly summoned her powers to investigate the disturbance. However, as she did so, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her, causing her to sway and collapse to the ground. "The fairy-esque slumber." She pointed at Princess Longji, wanting to say something, but the words would not come. The fairy slumber, concocted by the Queen Mother of the West, was specifically designed to subdue disobedient celestial maidens. This potion was colorless and tasteless, ineffective on ordinary mortals, yet highly potent against those with celestial essence. Once afflicted by the fairy's slumber, one would be rendered weak and powerless for 3 days and nights. Yet the sensation lingers, a touch that remains. Yet I find myself immobile, subjected to the whims of others. Only the revered Yaoqi Jinmu possesses the antidote to this affliction. The Sansheng Moon never anticipated that Princess Longji would resort to the intoxication of celestial spirits to counter her. By the time she realized, it was too late. Meanwhile, Inshou observed every movement of the Sansheng Moon with keen interest. Upon hearing that she intended to take Princess Longji away, he contemplated intervening, only to discover that Princess Longji had ensnared the Sansheng Moon instead. What on earth is Princess Longji up to? With a mere wave of her hand, the Sansheng Moon floated upwards, entering her chamber, reclining upon the phoenix couch. Princess Longji then clapped her hands and said, "Sister, I apologize, but only by ensnaring you can I ensure that my secrets remain safe. From now on, we shall both be entangled in this predicament." Following this, Princess Longji flickered away to the Shoshin Palace. Inshou feigned ignorance, saying, "Longji, you are with child. Do not wander about recklessly. If you disturb the fetus, it would be most unfortunate." Princess Longji smiled mysteriously and replied, "My king, I have prepared a gift for you. Please follow me." Inshou raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "A gift? What sort of gift?" "Come with me." Princess Longji beckoned, leading him toward her chamber. Upon entering, he beheld a stunning beauty reclining on the bed, her exquisite figure on full display. "What is this?" Inshou pretended not to know. Princess Longji responded, "My king, please indulge. I shall take my leave." With that, she vanished in an instant. Inshou furrowed his brow, sighing, "Alas, I, Insho, am not one to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Very well, he sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the fair maiden before him. That T.O. claim he was not moved would be utterly disingenuous. However, Insho understood that to exploit this opportunity would be detrimental, as the author's narrative would be compromised. If the author disapproves, what recourse is there? Princess Longji's lack of discernment is troubling. How could she treat the San Sheng Mu in such a manner? San Sheng Mu, today, I shall spare you. However, I shall not permit you to take Princess Longji back to the heavenly court. She is mine, my woman, and I bear the responsibility to protect her. Not even the supreme heavenly emperor, nor the Tao ancestor himself, shall succeed in taking her against her will, even if it leads to war between the heavenly court and the human realm. I remain unconcerned. Although Princess Longji outwardly feigns departure, she silently observes the situation within the room. Witnessing Insho's intention to spare the San Sheng Mu, she felt a surge of dissatisfaction. However, upon hearing his subsequent words, she was immediately disarmed. That it seems, this prince is indeed a man of substance. My devotion to him has not been in vain. At this moment, Princess Longji was overwhelmed with emotion, convinced she had not misjudged his character. Simultaneously, the San Sheng Mu, though incapacitated, could hear Insho's words. After listening to him, she was filled with profound admiration. This emperor, who does not exploit the vulnerable, truly embodies the virtues of a noble ruler. A paragon of righteousness, and oh wonder Princess Longji is so steadfastly devoted to Emperor X. Initially, the San Sheng Mu believed she might not escape this calamity, but now she felt a sense of relief. Insho gazed tenderly at the San Sheng Mu, brushing his hand across her cheek with both affection and pity. In truth, I know you are the San Sheng Mu of the heavenly court. Originally named Yang Chan, your mother being the celestial Yao Ji. During a mission for the heavenly court, you were saved by Yang Tianyu and drawn to his kindness, which secretly blossomed into affection. Your parents, in love, were ultimately discovered by the supreme heavenly emperor, who dispatched celestial soldiers to apprehend them. In a fierce battle to protect her family, your mother fought valiantly, yet your elder brother and father fell to the celestial forces. Under her protection, you and your brother Yang Jian managed to escape. San Sheng Mu, the tragic fate of your parents must still haunt your memory. Why then, do you seek to tear apart the bond between me and Princess Longji? As Insho recounted the tale of Yao Ji, the San Sheng Mu recalled her mother and the joy she experienced in her youth with her father. However, the arrival of the celestial soldiers brought devastation, brutally taking her father and brother, forcing Yang Chan onto the path of fleeing for her life. Were it not for the benevolent intervention of Niuhua, who saved her and bestowed the treasured lotus lantern, granting her the means to protect herself, the San Sheng Mu would not have survived. After Yang Jian split the mountains to rescue their mother, he was honored as the Erlang Shun. Thereafter, Yang Chan followed him to the heavenly court, becoming the San Sheng Mu. Hearing Insho's words, the San Sheng Mu was flooded with memories of the past, tears streaming down her cheeks. Indeed, the emperor speaks wisely. She has endured the anguish of familial loss. Why, then, would she seek to forcibly sever the bond between the emperor and Princess Longji? The emperor is a noble ruler, while Princess Longji is the daughter of the heavenly emperor. They are truly a pair destined by heaven. At this moment, the San Sheng Mu felt an inexplicable regret. She should not have heeded the words of Yaoqi Jinmu and come to the mortal realm in search of Princess Longji. Noticing the tears glistening in the corners of the San Sheng Mu's eyes, Insho realized the impact of his words. With a deep sigh, he said, I never intended to take advantage of you. But if you return to the heavenly court, you will inevitably inform Yaoqi Jinmu. Should the heavenly emperor learn of this, he will surely dispatch celestial soldiers to apprehend Princess Longji, for the sake of Longji and her unborn child. San Sheng Mu, I must apologize. I hope you will not harbor resentment toward me. When the celestial soldiers arrive, chaos will ensue, and the suffering of my people will be immense. I am truly sorry for the distress this causes you. With that, Insho waved his hand, and garments began to float within the chamber. No. The San Sheng Mu cried out internally, yet she could not voice her protest. The intoxication could only be resolved by Yaoqi Jinmu. She could only submit to In Shou's actions. However, the Sansheng Mu held no ill will toward him, for she understood that this emperor acted out of concern for his wife and child. Fully aware of the pain of separation to in fact, she found herself rather fond of this bold and decisive man. Of course, in her current state of weakness, she could only watch as events unfolded. In Shou, understanding the value of delicate emotions, executed his actions with skill. Gradually, the Sansheng Mu's fear transformed into delight as desire began to take hold of her. Unconsciously, In Shou felt himself rising, a wondrous landscape unfolding before his eyes. Just as he was taken aback, the void suddenly tore open, and a brush, over a yard long, shot forth from the ether. The brush shimmered with divine light, emitting a resounding whoosh. It spun in the void, inscribing golden characters that read, Haoren Zhengqi. From those characters emanated an unending surge of righteous energy, and a figure clad in white gradually materialized in the void, with a flick of his hand. The great brush flew into his form, and the white-clad figure turned to face In Shou, swiftly merging with him and vanishing that moment. In Shou felt himself sliding down from a peak of tension, a sense of ease washing over him. Congratulations on your successful sowing. As the number of your progeny reaches 10, you have achieved a new milestone and been rewarded with the skill of return to simplicity. Transform into rainbow. Hearing the system's announcement, In Shou couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. After offering words of comfort to the Sansheng Mu, he waved his hand, donning his garments once more, and flipped himself upright. Princess Longji flickered into view before him. Embarrassed, he smiled, fully aware that Princess Longji had been watching all along. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for now. You should go and comfort her. She is likely feeling quite low. With that, In Shou took his leave, and Princess Longji approached the Sansheng Mu. Sister, please do not hold me in disdain. I acted out of necessity. If the Heavenly Emperor learns of this, he will certainly send someone to apprehend me. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Yet, the Emperor is truly a wonderful man. It is only through prolonged acquaintance that one can appreciate his virtues. In the future, we shall remain sisters, serving the Emperor together. What joy that would bring! And so, while Princess Longji endeavored to persuade the Sansheng Mu, In Shou exited her chambers. The flicker of thought ignited within him, prompting the opening of his personal system package. Indeed, nestled within were 2 jade slips. These slips contained the coveted techniques of the transformation of rainbows and the return to simplicity. The transformation of rainbows, a divine ability of the Jinwu clan. Categorized into 7 stages and hues: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Achieving the violet stage allows one to traverse a staggering distance of 120,000 miles with astonishing speed. Upon reading the description of the transformation of rainbows, In Shou could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This was indeed the innate divine ability of the Jinwu clan. Should one master it to perfection, it would surpass even Sun Wukong's cloud somersaulting technique in swiftness. Who could hope to pursue one who could vanquish such distances? As the lord of the Jinwu clan, Luya possessed the transformation of rainbows during the catastrophic events of the Feng Shen era. He had repeatedly employed this technique to escape perilous situations. It could be said that the transformation of rainbows was a rare life-saving skill. With that thought, In Shou carefully stored the jade slip. Refraining from immediately practicing the transformation of rainbows, do so would be a tremendous waste. Instead, if he could impart it to a certain fortunate child, he would receive tenfold the feedback. The potential enhancement of the transformation of rainbows was beyond imagination. After securing the jade slip of the transformation of rainbows, In Shou retrieved the second slip, the return to simplicity. A unique technique, practicing this method would yield the effect of returning to one's essence, allowing the practitioner to conceal all their aura and merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering them undetectable by anyone below the sage level. This technique, while not as potent as the transformation of rainbows, was still quite commendable. By suppressing one's aura, it would be possible to evade detection, making it an excellent means of escaping from pursuers. Moreover, by concealing one's cultivation level, one could achieve the element of surprise and strike down adversaries unexpectedly. Indeed, this return to simplicity should be passed on to In Tian, the human emperor's physique. After all, being the embodiment of the human emperor, drawing too much attention is not ideal. If he could mask the aura of the human emperor surrounding him, it would significantly enhance his safety. By imparting this return to simplicity to Yin Hao, he could gain tenfold feedback, and what that would transform into was beyond Yin Shou's contemplation. After storing the scroll of the return to simplicity, Yin Shou made his way toward the quarters of Huang Fei. It had been several days since he last visited her. With thoughts lingering in his mind, he soon arrived at the food hall, where Huang Fei, upon hearing of his arrival, hurriedly adorned herself and rushed out to greet him. "I pay my respects to the great king. I thought you had forgotten about me," she said, bowing elegantly. Yin Shou extended his hand, lifting her effortlessly, wrapping his arm around her slender waist as they strolled into the courtyard. "Royal concubine, I have been preoccupied with matters of reform these past few days and have neglected you. I have missed you dearly," he remarked as they walked. "King, your harem is filled with beauties. Now that I have borne a child, you surely must find me less appealing," she teased. "Ha ha." Yin Shou laughed. "Huang Fei, you remain as playful as ever. How could I ever find you lacking? By the way, where is Yin Air?" Huang Fei waved her hand. "I see you did not come to see me, but rather to see Tian Air. Kaiyun, bring Yin Air to me." Before long, a maid appeared, cradling the little Yin Air in her arms. Just over 2 months old, Yin Air had grown even more adorable and lively. Seeing this, Yin Shou hurried over, taking the child into his arms, prompting Yin Air to giggle joyfully. "Yin Air truly understands," he said affectionately, caressing the child's rosy cheeks. Secretly, he took out the jade slip of the transformation of rainbows and directed it towards Yin Air. Choosing to use it, a luminous ray shot into Yin Air's mind, and it was evident that he had begun to grasp the information of the transformation of rainbows. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in Yin Shou's mind. "Ding. You have received tenfold feedback. The transformation of rainbows has been upgraded to the violet transformation of rainbows." Upon hearing this, Yin Shou was overwhelmed with joy. The violet transformation of rainbows, enabling one to traverse 120,000 miles, effectively granted him an additional skill for evasion, making it exceedingly difficult for others to catch him. Having utilized the jade slip of the transformation of rainbows, Yin Shou played with Yin Air for a while longer, conversing with Huang Fei before taking his leave, heading towards the quarters of Shangqing Jun. Upon entering the chambers of Shangqing Jun, he found her amusing the child. Upon noticing Yin Shou, she promptly rose, and he quickly extended his hand to assist her. "Shu Fei, there is no need for such formalities. I have not visited you in Tian Air for quite some time. Come, let me hold Tian Air," he said, accepting the child from Shu Fei. Tian Air, being the human emperor's sacred body, exuded a rich aura of fortune that resonated with Yin Shou's own. The little one nestled his head against Yin Shou's chest, presenting an utterly endearing sight, filling him with immense joy. "Truly, he is my son," he thought. With a gesture, he activated the scroll of the return to simplicity towards Tian Air, and a flash of light entered the child's body, penetrating his consciousness. In an instant, the imperial aura surrounding Yin Shou vanished without a trace, concealed from sight. Concurrently, the system notification chimed in his ear. "Ding, you have received tenfold feedback for the return to simplicity. You have comprehended the divine technique of divine concealment." A wave of information surged into Yin Shou's mind, and he immediately grasped the intricacies of divine concealment. Unlike the return to simplicity, which passively hides one's presence, divine concealment allows for active concealment. By invoking this technique, one could obscure their aura, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Furthermore, activating divine concealment enabled one to evade enemy detection. Overall, it served as an enhanced version of the return to simplicity. "Quite splendid," he exclaimed. "Shu Fei, look how much Tian Air resembles me," he added with a smile while cradling Tian Air. Human infants are the most delightful creatures, and the bond of blood shared with one's own child is profoundly mystical. Gazing at his beloved son, Yin Shou's protective instincts surged forth, reminiscent of his own childhood. King, I shall summon a maid to bring you some tea," Shangqing Jun offered. Yin Shou waved his hand. "There is no need. I am busy with the new policies of the Great Shang and have many matters awaiting my decision. I will only stay a short while to accompany you." Seeing Yin Shou's diligence towards state affairs, Shang Qingjun felt a warmth in her heart. Upon entering the palace, her father had repeatedly urged her to encourage the king to focus on governance and not become too engrossed in the beauty of the harem. Now, witnessing the king's commitment, she felt she had fulfilled her father's wishes. The following day, the ministers assembled for court. Sitting upon the throne, Yin Shou surveyed the room before speaking slowly. "My esteemed ministers, our great Shang dynasty's initial reform has yielded preliminary results. We shall now progress to the second phase." Upon hearing this, the gathered officials felt a tremor of anticipation, their gazes riveted upon Yin Shou. Yin Shou paused for effect before continuing. "In this second phase, we shall reform the bureaucratic system, abolishing positions such as the noblemen and officials, and establishing 6 ministries. These will be the Ministry of Households, Ministry of War, Ministry of Works, Ministry of History, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Justice. Each ministry will oversee significant affairs of the Great Shang, operating independently, yet collaboratively, with a central secretariat established to oversee these 6 ministries. Ministers for the central secretariat will be selected from among you." Upon hearing of the impending bureaucratic reforms, all the ministers perked up, their attention fully captured. Yin Shou turned his gaze to Shang Rong. "Prime Minister Shang, please announce the details of the 6 ministries." "Yes, my king," Shang Rong replied, stepping forward and clearing his throat before slowly declaring. "The functions of each ministry are as follows. First, the Ministry of Personnel, responsible for managing civil officials, overseeing the selection and appointment process. Performance assessments and rewards and penalties. It will be divided into 4 divisions. The Civil Service Selection Division, the Seal Verification Division, the Merit Evaluation Division, and the Performance Assessment Division. The Civil Service Selection Division will oversee the ranking and listing of civil officials, while the Seal Verification Division will manage titles, hereditary positions, and related affairs. Secondly, the Ministry of Households will oversee the nation's territories, lands, census, taxes, salaries, and all financial matters. The internal administration of state is organized by regional divisions. These 6 ministries are derived from the bureaucratic system of the Great Ming Dynasty. Only by clearly delineating the functions of each department can the entire realm operate smoothly. When the Great Shang flourishes, even if the 800 feudal lords were to rebel, it would pose no significant threat. When Yin Shou proposed such reforms, his counselors, including Bai Gan, Shang Rong, and Meibua, were astonished beyond measure. They had never anticipated that the king possessed such profound insights into the intricacies of governance. In their eyes, Yin Shou had already become an emperor of eternal renown. To establish the bureaucratic system, Yin Shou set about reforming the local governance structure and forming a cabinet. The provinces were divided into several administrative regions: provinces, prefectures, counties, and neighborhoods. The entire territory of the Great Shang dynasty was divided into 3 provinces, with each province comprising 3 to 5 prefectures, each prefecture overseeing 3 to 5 counties, and each county further subdivided in neighborhoods, where neighborhood chiefs would manage their respective jurisdictions. Naturally, such a monumental reform would require 1.5 years to fully implement. The territory of the Great Shang itself was not vast, and beneath it were the 800 feudal lords, each commanding their private armies. Controlling these lords was no trivial task. It was indeed quite a headache. However, following Yin Shou's vision, the initial shape of the court would be established before extending it to the major lords. To weaken the power of the various lords, Yin Shou also issued the Edict of Redistribution, permitting the lords to divide their lands and assets among their descendants. This would effectively transform the great lords into lesser ones. Should any lord refuse to share, discord would inevitably arise among their heirs, significantly diminishing the lord's strength. Subsequently, Yin Shou began to assemble the cabinet, which would hold authority above the 6 ministries, overseeing national affairs and alleviating the king's burdens. All proposals would be made by the cabinet, and Yin Shou himself would make the final decisions. The 6 cabinet members, Bai Gan, Shang Rong, Meibua, Zhao Qi, Fei Zhong, and Wei Ziqi, were endowed with considerable power, with the ability to perceive the hidden thoughts of these ministers. Yin Shou could see through their intentions at a glance. After a few admonitions, the ministers noticeably became more compliant, fearing for their heads should the king truly lay blame upon them. Meanwhile, The reforms in the court were being carried out with great vigor. In the inner palace, after 3 days of weakness, the Sansheng Mu gradually regained her powers and sat up from her bed. Princess Longji, upon seeing her, immediately approached and said, "Sister, I am truly sorry for what has transpired. I have said all that needs to be said, and if you wish to lay blame, I shall accept your judgment." During these 3 days, Princess Longji persistently apologized to the Sansheng Mu and took great care of her, which had already swayed the Sansheng Mu's sentiments. "Perhaps this is fate," the Sansheng Mu sighed deeply, shaking her head. "Longji, I no longer hold you accountable. Since heaven has arranged it thus, there must be a reason. Moreover, I am already with child." "What?" Princess Longji was taken aback, then burst into joy. "Sister, is it true? How wonderful! You will become a mother." The Sansheng Mu nodded and said, "It is precisely because of the child that I now better understand your feelings. Alas, if heaven were to question us, let us face the reckoning together." Princess Longji waved her hand dismissively and retorted, "Sister, please do not mention those nonsensical heavenly decrees. Who cares about being a deity? In my view, these unreasonable edicts should have been abolished long ago. Such words cannot be uttered lightly," replied the Sansheng Mu. "The heavenly court has its own circumstances, distinct from those of mortals. Each individual possesses the potential for immortality. If everyone were to have children, would we not be overrun with deities? Since celestial beings cannot bear offspring, then where does my Longji come from?" Before Princess Longji could respond, the Sansheng Mu hastily interrupted her, fearing further blasphemous remarks. After discussing state affairs, Ingshou returned to the inner palace, surveying the palace with his divine awareness, taking in the condition of the harem. The situation of each consort was laid bare before him. Noticing that the Sansheng Mu had returned to normal and was happily conversing with Princess Longji, Ingshou was taken aback. "What is this? Shouldn't the Sansheng Mu be angry with Princess Longji?" He decided to listen to their conversation in the Shoshin Palace, after eavesdropping on the discussion between the Sansheng Mu and Princess Longji. Ingshou discerned that the Sansheng Mu also harbored resentment against the heavenly edicts. However, due to her lowly status, she could only endure for the time being. Furthermore, the Sansheng Mu bore no grudge against the princess. Instead, she considered matters from the princess's perspective. Alas, such kindness from the Sansheng Mu would later see her crushed beneath Mount Hu why accepting the Sansheng Mu. Ingshou had altered her fate, saving her from that catastrophe. Reflecting on this, he felt he had performed a good deed. Yet, he still felt too embarrassed to face the Sansheng Mu after taking advantage of her vulnerability. It was primarily a matter of avoiding awkwardness. The bureaucratic reforms of the Great Shang dynasty swiftly progressed, and suitable candidates for each ministry were appointed. Furthermore, Ingshou issued a decree seeking talented individuals to come to Chaoga. Only those who passed the assessments would be assigned to appropriate positions within the departments. After all, following the reform of the bureaucratic system, several vacancies needed to be filled. Time flew by, and 2 months later, the restructuring of the Great Shang had begun to bear fruit, while Princess Longji's belly had notably grown. In 2 months, she would be ready to give birth. One day, while Ingshou presided over court, the officials paid their respects. Shangrong stepped forward and reported, "Grand Tutor Wen has been campaigning against the North D for over a year now, with approximately 30,000 soldiers deployed. Now, half have been killed or wounded. And the Grand Tutor has sent word requesting that your Majesty conscript additional troops to replenish the northern front." Upon hearing this, Ingshou furrowed his brow. War not only depletes soldiers, but also saps resources. Grand Tutor Wen, a disciple of the, possesses magical powers. Why has he been unable to quell the North D after more than a year? The Grand Tutor has labored diligently for the nation and deserves commendation. So if he requests reinforcements, it must be attended to. Ingshou turned his gaze to Huang Feihu and inquired, "What is the current strength of our forces in Chaoga?" Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, the total military strength across the Great Shang amounts to 150,000, with 20,000 stationed in Chaoga under my command. Thus, the entire Great Shang had only 150,000 soldiers." Ingshou stroked his chin. It seemed that the Great Shang was not as formidable as he had imagined. Each of the 800 feudal lords commanded their own private armies, and their combined forces would undoubtedly surpass those of the Great Shang. Wuching Wang, I need you to draft 10,000 soldiers from the various fortifications in Chaoga within 3 days. Is that feasible? Ing Shou asked. Conscripting new soldiers would require time for training. It would be more practical to directly mobilize existing troops. Very well. I shall ensure that 10,000 soldiers are assembled within 3 days, awaiting your Majesty's orders, Huang Feihu affirmed. Now serving as the Minister of War, Huang Feihu commanded the military across the realm. All soldiers, except those guarding the palace, could be mobilized. Bai Gan then stepped forward, asking, if we are to summon these troops, which commander will lead them? Ing Shou clenched his fist and declared, this time, I shall personally lead the expedition. What? As soon as he spoke, the ministers were taken aback that a royal expedition is a matter of great significance. Bai Gan quickly interjected, Your Majesty, a nation cannot be without its ruler for even a day. Your life is invaluable. How can you personally lead the charge? If anything were to happen to you, the Great Shang would be doomed. Indeed, Your Majesty, Shang Rong added promptly, you must remain in Chaoga to maintain order and command the court. We all rely upon Your Majesty to make the crucial decisions. Your Majesty, please reconsider, urged the ministers in unison. Huang Feihu, too, stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops. Upon hearing this, Ing Shou responded, Gentlemen, before I ascended the throne, I led my forces on numerous campaigns, achieving countless victories. Though I am now the Emperor of the Great Shang, my martial skills remain intact. What is there to prevent me from waging war? Furthermore, as the human sovereign, I have the approval of the Xianyuan sword. This expedition shall surely yield great success. Perhaps those like Yuan Futong will surrender at the mere sight of me leading the charge, thus achieving victory with minimal effort. The northern conflict has dragged on for too long, causing suffering and loss. Why not bring it to a swift conclusion? Although the ministers felt that it was somewhat inappropriate for the king to personally lead the expedition, they refrained from voicing their concerns, considering the king's actions in recent days. There must be a reason behind his decision. Subsequently, Ing Shou arranged his affairs after leaving Chaoga and instructed Huang Feihu to mobilize the troops. While he prepared to set forth with the 3 generals, Hu Sheng, Hu Lei, and Lei Kai. With all preparations complete, Ing Shou made his way to the inner palace. He had to take this opportunity to comfort the consorts before departing for battle in 3 days. Upon hearing that Ing Shou intended to lead the expedition himself, the consorts expressed their reluctance, striving to demonstrate their affection, as if to compensate for the impending period of absence. They repeatedly urged him to return swiftly. Upon arriving outside the courtyard of Princess Longji, Ing Shou hesitated. The 3 holy mothers resided there with Princess Longji, and meeting her would inevitably be awkward. Yet he thought, one must face such situations eventually. When had he, Ing Shou, ever shied away? Resolving himself, he stepped into the courtyard of Longji. Scanning the area with his divine sense, he discovered Longji and the 3 holy mothers whispering in the chamber. As he entered, Princess Longji hurried to greet him, exclaiming, My king, you have come. If you had delayed any longer, I would have taken my sister to seek you out. Seek me? Ing Shou smirked. What for? The 3 holy mothers smiled awkwardly. Remaining silent, of course there is a reason, my king, they seemed to convey. Sister is still an unmarried maiden. You ought to give her a proper title. Moreover, she carries your child. Hearing this, Ing Shou smiled gently and replied, Indeed, that must be addressed. If the 3 holy mothers are willing, I shall bestow upon you the title of Chanfei. You are already my consort, and in the future, I shall ensure that you endure no hardship. Once you bear a prince, you shall be richly rewarded. Oh, my king, you are biased. Princess Longji exclaimed, Of course, I shall not forget the virtuous consort. Ing Shou laughed. In the future, your reward shall be equal to those of Chanfei. How does that sound? Thank you, my king. Princess Longji rejoiced, then turned to urge the 3 holy mothers, Sister, do not forget to express your gratitude to the king. It is the royal custom. Only then did the 3 holy mothers whisper, Thank you, my king. Noticing her shyness, Ing Shou stroked his chin. It seemed that there remained a lack of communication between him and the 3 holy mothers. He resolved to engage in deeper conversation with her over the next few days. as the right approach would foster openness and warmth between them. Cough. There is no need for such formalities. My virtuous consorts that be by the way. I shall be leading the troops against the Beatty in 3 days. I will come to see you both before I depart, Insho announced. Upon hearing that he would personally lead the expedition, Princess Longji urged, My king, you must return swiftly. That Beatty truly dares to rebel against you, causing us great concern. The 3 holy mothers remained silent at the news of his departure. With a smile, Insho addressed Longji, Since Chanfei is already my consort, it is not particularly appropriate for her to stay here. I shall arrange for a courtyard next door for Chanfei to reside in. This way, you may visit each other frequently. His intention was straightforward. Communication with the 3 holy mothers was essential, and having Longji around might complicate matters. The 3 holy mothers had just entered the palace, and their initial novelty had yet to fade. It was crucial to establish a deeper bond to avoid any awkwardness in their encounters. That night, Insho engaged in profound conversation with the 3 holy mothers in her new quarters. 3 days later, the officials gathered for court. Insho had completed all affairs concerning Chaoga, while Huang Feihu had assembled an army of 10,000. Given the king's personal expedition, Huang Feihu spared no effort in selecting only the finest soldiers. The soldiers, thrilled at the prospect of being led by the emperor of the Shang dynasty, brimmed with excitement. Generals Hu Sheng, and Lei Kai had completed the organization of the troops and awaited Insho's arrival in the training grounds. Mounted on a steed, Insho, accompanied by Huang Feihu, approached the training grounds. Typically, he traveled in a dragon carriage, so very few citizens recognized him. Upon entering the grounds, the soldiers hastily bowed, exclaiming, We greet the king. Insho rode his warhorse to the front of the ranks, surveying the soldiers before him. Gentlemen, the Beatty have rebelled, defying the edicts of the Shang and insulting our dignity. Marshal Wen leads the troops to quell this insurrection, though victory remains incomplete. Today, I shall personally lead you into battle against the Beatty. Victory is assured, and total triumph is imperative. Tell me, do you have confidence? Insho's magical power surged gently, amplifying his voice to resonate throughout the training grounds, shaking the soldiers to their cores. I could see that moment. Their blood surged with fervor as they shouted in unison, We have confidence. Victory is assured. Total triumph is imperative. Insho echoed. Victory is assured. Total triumph is imperative, roared Generals Lei Kai, Hu Lei, and Hu Sheng in unison. All the soldiers joined in a deafening chorus, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights, echoing across the training grounds. Even Huang Feihu clenched his fist, determination gleaming in his eyes, set forth with a powerful command. Insho squeezed his legs and his steed galloped out of the training grounds, followed closely by Lei Kai, Hu Sheng, and Hu Lei with their troops. Insho led his forces swiftly out of Chaoga City. Heading northward, Huang Feihu escorted the troops 10 miles beyond the city before bidding farewell with a wave, watching them depart before riding his 5-color divine ox back to Chaoga. Meanwhile, Insho and his army traversed the official road. To reach the territory of Beatty and quell the rebellion, they had to pass through Mianxi, Jiaoming Pass, Jizhou, and Chongcheng before arriving in the northern lands. The journey was long, requiring over 10 days to reach the northern territory. As Insho rode atop his warhorse, he squinted, occasionally scanning the surrounding mountains with his divine sense. The reason for leading the expedition himself was his confidence in having attained the 12 Golden Immortal realm and possessing various divine powers. He regarded minor demons and spirits with disdain. He felt no fear towards greater demons or cultivators either. It's the Emperor of humanity. He embodied the fortune of the human race, and those with cultivation dared not easily slay the Emperor. Otherwise, they would invite endless karmic retribution, leading to their demise. Before long, the army arrived at Mianxi, where the commander, Zhang Ke, upon hearing that Insho was leading the expedition, dared not delay. He promptly welcomed Insho alongside his wife. Gao Lanying and several generals, We pay our respects, my king. The commanders of Mianxi bowed deeply. Insho waved dismissively, no need for such formalities, before riding into the city of Mianxi. Mianxi served as the gateway to Chaoga. Located merely a few dozen miles from the capital, the city was fortified Bustling with citizens, there had yet to be a new county magistrate appointed. Zhang Kuei served as the interim leader. In the council chamber, In Shou, seated in the main position, surveyed the gathered generals standing on either side, awaiting his orders. His gaze emitted two beams of divine light, sweeping over the commanders with the breaking illusion's golden eye. He noted that Zhang Kuei possessed cultivation and even had earth-walking techniques among his divine powers. However, In Shou could not discern Zhang Kuei's lineage. Gao Laniying's magical prowess, astonishingly, surpassed Zhang Kuei's, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Zhang Kuei, known as the Five Mountains Assassin, had slain countless powerful figures from the West during the Feng Shen War, including even the Earthwalker's son Zhang Kuei. I am aware of your cultivation, but I am curious about your teacher's origins. In Shou inquired, intrigued by the controversial background of Zhang Kuei, who was neither a disciple of the Jie sect nor the Chan sect, yet possessed remarkable abilities. Hearing this, Zhang Kuei replied hastily, Your Majesty, in my youth, I encountered a Taoist who claimed we were fated to meet. He gifted me a set of cultivation methods and imparted his divine powers. However, he never revealed his name, and I have not seen him since. In Shou stroked his chin, realizing that Zhang Kuei's master would remain an enigma. Nevertheless, Gao Laniying, wielding the sun and moon divine blade, and adept with the solar divine needle, had a lineage that was likely discernible, presumably connected to the Changxi and Shihe schools. Since you do not know, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Zhang Kuei, a solitary soul, you and your esteemed wife shall accompany this solitary king on the expedition against the northern D. The position of the commander of the Mianqi shall be entrusted to Lei Kai. What say you? Zhang Kuei and Zhang Laniying possess remarkable martial prowess. Thus, In Shou intend to take both of them along. The king himself has issued the orders, and how could the couple dare to refuse? They promptly accepted the command. Very well. In that case, you two shall prepare yourselves, and at dawn tomorrow, set forth alongside this solitary king. On the following day, In Shou left Lei Kai to guard Mianqi, while he led Zhang Kuei and his wife, along with the brothers Hu Sheng and Hu Lei, to continue their journey northward. Before nightfall, they reached the Jiameng Pass. The guardians of Jiameng Pass were none other than the four generals of the Mo family. These four generals, being siblings, were born under auspicious omens. Upon hearing that the king was leading troops to subdue the northern territories, they wasted no time in welcoming In Shou into the Jiameng Pass, utilizing his break illusion golden eyes. In Shou scrutinized the origins of these Mo generals and was astonished to discover that they were indeed named disciples of the multi-treasured Daoist in the annals of the investiture of the gods. There is no record of the Mo family's background. It turned out that these four generals were affiliated with the Jiejiao. In Shou commanded Hu Sheng and Hu Lei to defend Jiameng Pass, instructing the Mo generals to accompany him on the expedition into the northern territories. Each of these generals was at the pinnacle of celestial being cultivation and with their magical artifacts in hand. Their combat prowess was formidable. Their advance into the northern territories would undoubtedly lead to numerous accomplishments and swiftly quell the northern D. Years of warfare had drained the populace and depleted resources, resulting in the decline of the Great Shang's fortunes. Only by pacifying the northern territories could the Great Shang restore stability across the seas and strengthen its national power. The next day, In Shou commanded Zhang Kuei and Zhang Laniying to lead a contingent northward while he sought out the Mo generals, stating, The situation on the northern front is urgent. You are all beings of magical power, and I urge you to accompany me as we ride the clouds toward the Great Shang's northern encampment. What say you? Upon hearing this, the Mo generals displayed expressions of astonishment. Mo Liqing, with his long green hair and clad in a blue Daoist robe, inquired, Your Majesty, we four can indeed ride the clouds, but how can a mortal such as yourself undertake the journey? In Shou chuckled, no longer concealing his magical prowess. His entire demeanor shifted, and a golden dragon of fortune coiled around him, radiating an overwhelming power that left the Mo generals shaken. The Mo generals were taken aback, having never anticipated that the king possessed such magical abilities and to such a high degree. They immediately assessed In Shou with their keen senses, but found his magical energy vast as the ocean, impenetrable to their scrutiny. How can a king of but 26 or 27 years possess such profound cultivation? Mo Li Hong inquired, astonished. Realizing the impropriety of his words, he quickly added, I merely express my curiosity, and do not intend to pry into the king's secrets. This was understandable, for the Mo generals had cultivated for hundreds of years, supported by various magical artifacts to attain their celestial levels. While Yin Shou, being in his 20s, surpassed them in mastery, which naturally prompted their bewilderment. With a slight smile, Yin Shou remained non-committal, stating, You four possess magical artifacts. Let us set forth immediately towards the northern territories. At that moment, the Mo generals chanted an incantation, summoning for clouds to carry them as they stepped onto the clouds. They turned to Yin Shou with curiosity, asking, Your Majesty, why do you not ride the clouds? Yin Shou replied, You four may do as you wish. This solitary king shall proceed at his own pace. With that, he transformed into a streak of purple light and soared into the distance, disappearing from Mo general's sight in an instant. They exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. They had not expected the king to possess such extraordinary abilities. Li Hai remarked, Indeed, the great Shang is undergoing reform, and with the king's prowess, it appears the dynasty shall become even more fortified. With that, the Mo generals took to the clouds and journeyed northward. Utilizing his rainbow transformation technique, Yin Shou traversed a staggering distance of 12,000 miles. Swiftly entering the northern territories, the north was the abode of the Northern Di, historically governed by the ghostly tribe. In the world of the investiture of the gods, the Northern Di was a conglomerate of numerous tribes, home to many exceptional talents. Once subjugated by the great Shang, they had sent tributes, acknowledging the great Shang's supremacy. However, the Yuan Fudong tribe of the Northern Di had risen to prominence, becoming the leader of the Northern Di tribal alliance. Soon after, they broke free from the great Shang's control, raising an army in rebellion with intentions of marching southward. Under the command of the Grand Tutor Wen, sanctioned by Emperor Xen, the great Shang's forces marched to the northern territories to engage in a great battle against the Northern Di. For reasons unknown, this conflict had dragged on for 7 years. Yin Shou furrowed his brow, aware that the Northern Di's rebellion must have substantial backing from formidable powers. Otherwise, they would not have withstood the Grand Tutor's campaigns for such an extended period. Moreover, the Grand Tutor was only tasked with pacifying the Northern Di, not eliminating Yuan Fudong, which was indeed intriguing. Hovering above the Northern Di territory, Yin Shou extended his spiritual sense, surveying everything below. The Northern Di lands were vast and sparsely populated, characterized by endless wilderness where countless primordial beasts roamed in search of sustenance. Many colossal creatures, towering 3 meters high, were beyond Yin Shou's knowledge, exhibiting ferocity as they pursued their prey. Truly, this was a realm of primordial chaos. Even Yin Shou could not help but express his admiration that in this world of primordial chaos, monstrous beasts abounded, and great demons roamed freely. Fortunately, the human race was safeguarded by their own divine fortune, preventing these formidable creatures from encroaching upon human territories. Yin Shou's form flickered as his spiritual sense swept across the wilderness, swiftly locating the Grand Tutor's encampment. Outside the Grand Tutor's camp, barricades of horse traps were set up, and within the simple tents, soldiers patrolled back and forth. Several dozen miles away from the Grand Tutor's camp stood another encampment, marked by a black flag fluttering atop it, and around it, a protective formation was visibly in place. Between the two camps lay a grand formation, within which sinister winds howled and malevolent energy surged, clearly a killing array. Curious as to which formidable expert had laid such a deadly trap, Yin Shou pondered. Stroking his chin, he flickered down to the outskirts of the great Shang's encampment that a few guards, upon seeing Yin Shou clad in a dragon robe, exuding an imposing aura, dared not to be remiss and promptly called out, "Pray tell, who approaches? What business do you have at our great Shang encampment?" These soldiers, engaged in battle far from home, had not had the opportunity to see Yin Shou and thus did not recognize the emperor of the great Shang. Yin Shou raised an eyebrow and declared sternly, "I am the king of the great Shang. Go and announce to Grand Tutor Wen that I have arrived." Though the guards were skeptical that the king would visit the camp alone, they could not ignore Yin Shou's noble demeanor. and thus they hastily reported his presence to the main camp. Inside, Grand Tutor sat on the main seat, his expression grim. Several generals surrounded him, all silent. Grand Tutor remarked, "I did not expect that Yuan Futong of the Northern D would enlist the aid of a master of formations to lay down a killing array, resulting in the loss of 2 of my generals. Even the Golden Light Holy Mother I summoned has fallen into the array. It seems I must make a trip to a main mountain to seek the assistance of Zhao Gongming. Master, there is no time to lose. The Golden Immortal Holy Mother has been trapped in the formation for half a day already. If this continues, she may encounter peril," Geely urged, standing up and bowing to Grand Tutor Wen. Grand Tutor Wen nodded, "Very well. You shall defend the camp and raise the white flag of truce. If the enemy attacks, simply hold your ground and do not engage until I return from Luo Fu Cave, Adame Mountain." Just as he prepared to rise and leave the encampment, a guard rushed in with news. "Grand Tutor, someone awaits outside, claiming to be the king and requests your presence to welcome him." The king? Grand Tutor Wen's heart jolted, and he quickly inquired, "Has the king personally come to lead the expedition? How many soldiers does he bring?" "Only himself." "What? How is it possible that someone would impersonate the king?" "I shall go out and have their head." Grand Tutor Wen reacted swiftly. However, before he could finish, a voice echoed from beyond the hall. "Wen Zhong, whose head are you planning to chop off?" At that moment, a man clad in a black dragon robe strode confidently into the camp. "Why, your majesty!" Grand Tutor Wen and the surrounding generals quickly rose to their feet, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the king. We were unaware of your arrival and have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive us." Insho cast his gaze upon the man before him, a figure in his 50s, with hair and beard streaked with gray, a countenance exuding righteousness, and 3 piercing eyes. His beard stood erect like steel needles, embodying the essence of iron. The corners of his mouth were subtly upturned. This man was none other than the Chancellor of State, the Grand Minister of the Shang Dynasty. Wen Zhong, his eyes swept across the room. The power of his golden eyes activated, and he discerned the aura of fortune surrounding the Grand Minister, leaving him momentarily astonished and a wonder. To slay Wen Zhong, it would require the intervention of the fortune and virtue immortal, Yin Zhongzi, for Wen Zhong was not a person whom just anyone could dare to kill. Otherwise, it would invite a calamity that could thwart the path of the Tao. "Minister, there is no need for excessive formalities." Insho waved his hand and strode directly toward the seat of honor, taking his place there. Only then did Wen Zhong and the others rise to their feet. The Grand Minister inquired, "Your Majesty, why do you come alone? If anything were to happen to you, it would be a misfortune for our Shang." Insho offered a faint smile, refraining from responding to Wen Zhong's question. Instead, he countered, "Minister, I have commanded you to campaign against the Northern D. It has been over a year now. Yet why have you not achieved any victories? Moreover, I am compelled to dispatch reinforcements. What is the reason for this delay?" Wen Zhong sighed in response, saying, "Your Majesty, the tribes of the Northern D are complex in their circumstances. However, they cannot withstand the might of our Shang army. Initially, we drove the Northern D back with successive defeats. Yet they have summoned numerous powerful beings and practitioners from beyond, repeatedly thwarting our forces. In desperation, I sought the assistance of those from the Jie sect, only to find that the master of Tongtian has ordered his disciples to remain in seclusion, reciting the Huangting scripture day in and day out. Consequently, I could only enlist some friends for aid. Although we have managed to break through several formations of the Northern D, their continued assistance from formidable figures has hindered our victory." Upon hearing this, Insho frowned. It was evident that some force sought to exploit the Northern D to deplete the strength of the Shang dynasty, stalling its army and allowing other lords to rise. Was this power from the Chan sect, the Western teachings, or some other faction? As I approached, I noticed a killing formation in the distance. "Whose handiwork is it?" Insho inquired. Wen Zhong hastily replied, "Your Majesty, recently, a powerful practitioner from the Northern D appeared, adept in the art of formations. He set up a 5-element dragon trap formation, which we have been unable to breach. In desperation, I sought help from the Golden Light Holy Mother of the Jie sect. However, when she entered the formation, she was unable to break it and instead became trapped. I was preparing to head to Amei Mountain's Lefu Cave to seek assistance from my sworn brother, Zhao Gongming, when I did not expect your majesty to arrive. After listening to Zhao Gongming's account, Yinsho finally grasped the situation on the northern front. It seemed that the Feng Shen calamity was even more intricate than he had anticipated. As the saying goes, strike first to avoid 100 retaliations. Minister, gather the troops, and I shall see how to breach this 5 elements dragon trap formation, Yinsho declared. Your majesty, this is unwise. This formation is a deadly trap. Not to be trifled with, if anything were to happen to you, it would be a grave misfortune, Wen Zhong warned. Yinsho chuckled lightly. Minister, you overstate the danger. I am the Emperor of humanity, a vessel of fortune. Even if I were to become ensnared within the formation, my fortune shall protect me. What harm could this formation bring? Besides, the Golden Light Holy Mother has come to assist our Shang. Now that she is trapped, I cannot simply stand by. Though Wen Zhong was unaware that Yinsho had already attained the realm of 12 Golden Immortal, he recognized that the dignity of the Emperor of humanity would shield him from peril. And thus he acquiesced. Once they assembled 2,000 soldiers and accompanied Yinsho toward the 5 elements dragon trap formation. The reading was free, and the author earned revenue through advertisements to a reader who begins from the first chapter. Reading up to 100,000 words might yield the author a mere penny or two. With a daily readership of 10 to 20,000, the author's share amounts to only slightly more than 100 points. This endeavor is powered by passion. By watching a 30-second advertisement, the author can receive a dime. Writing is arduous, so I urge all readers to lend their support. Before long, Yinsho, accompanied by Wen Zhong and other generals, arrived before the formidable 5 elements dragon trap formation. Within the formation, a palpable aura of killing intent surged, and the power of the 5 elements roiled continuously, accompanied by thunderous sounds echoing intermittently. Yinsho extended his divine sense toward the formation. Soon after, he withdrew his consciousness. The chaos return formation, the progenitor of all formations, could not escape the grasp of the chaos return formation, and with the aid of Yinsho's Hongming Dao scripture and the breaking false golden eyes, he swiftly discerned the mysteries of this formation. The so-called 5 elements dragon trap formation utilized the interdependent and conflicting powers of the 5 elements from the heavens and earth, employing 5 elemental treasures to draw forth a murderous energy within the formation. The cycle of the 5 elements is ceaseless. Once the formation is activated, the power of the 5 elements is unleashed, yielding immense might. Of course, since the 5 elements both generate and restrain one another. Understanding the subtlety of the formation and leveraging the principles of the 5 elements makes it relatively easy to breach the 5 elements dragon trap formation. The group observed the formation. Suddenly, it began to shift. A figure adorned with an Amei crown and clad in a blue Daoist robe appeared before the formation. Wen Zhong, have you come to send someone to breach my 5 elements dragon trap formation today? The Daoist called out. Seeing this, Yinsho promptly employed his breaking false golden eyes to scrutinize the Daoist, a faint smile gracing his lips. This Daoist was merely at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, a denizen of the celestial court. The celestial court established by Dong Wang Gong had been destroyed by the demon court, and this Daoist had been cast adrift overseas. After 10,000 years, he returned to the battlefield of Penglai Island and acquired the 5 elements universe plate. Upon refining the plate, he comprehended the 5 elements dragon trap formation. For reasons unknown, he had appeared in the northern D battlefield. Having discerned this Daoist's origins, Yinsho calmly stated, Minister 1, allow me to breach this formation. As he spoke, he advanced, but when Zhong urgently interjected, Your Majesty, this formation is perilous and difficult to crack. You are but a mortal. How could you breach such a formation? Yinsho smiled gently. Who says I lack power? With that, the power within him surged forth, the aura of the sovereign sweeping across the vicinity, causing the soldiers around him to stagger back. The imperial aura compelled these generals and soldiers to instinctively bow in reverence. Even when Zhong retreated several steps, his expression one of astonishment, he could not discern Yinsho's cultivation. Yet he was certain that Yinsho's prowess far surpassed his own. He had only been absent from Chaoga for half a year, and the emperor's cultivation had risen to such heights. Was it not said that the Emperor of Humanity could not cultivate? Had he been concealing his power all along? The five-element scatterer, witnessing Yin Shou's sudden display of might, felt his heart tremble and shouted, "Who approaches?" With a swift movement, Yin Shou closed the distance. Smiling slightly as he replied, "I'm the Emperor of the Shang. This Daoist is a practitioner. Why meddle in mortal affairs? If karma is incurred, would it not ruin your cultivation?" Upon hearing this, the Daoist chuckled. "Emperor, I have come at the invitation of a friend to offer assistance. Since you wish to breach the formation, I shall gladly accompany you. However, should anything go awry, do not blame me." With that, the five-element scatterer vanished into the five-elements dragon trap formation. Yin Shou, seeing this, let out a cold smile, stepping onto the five-elements bagua and entering the formation. As he crossed the threshold, the scene before him transformed abruptly. In the void, boundless elemental energy surged, with five kinds of divine light flickering amidst the chaos, accompanied by thunderous booms resonating all around. Unfazed, Yin Shou moved his hand, summoning the Xianyuan sword. As the power surged within him, a golden dragon of fortune coiling around him. Emitting occasional roars, the chaotic elemental energy, when confronted with Yin Shou's sovereign aura, began to dissipate. He advanced steadily to the center of the formation, with a five-element scatterer, noticing Yin Shou's entrance, summoned forth 49 formation flags around him. With a flick of his wrist, a five-colored disc appeared in his other hand, radiating brilliant light. His prized artifact, the five-elements universe plate. With the five-elements universe plate in hand, the five-element scatterer began to chant incantations, causing the array to levitate. That he pointed at the formation plate, and instantly, all the flags soared into the air, dispersing throughout the formation. Simultaneously, the five-elements formation plate emitted howling sounds, signaling the activation of the entire array. In the void, the elemental energy became even more chaotic, clashing with explosive sounds, and blades of energy composed of elemental forces surged toward Yin Shou from all directions. Observing this, Yin Shou remained entirely composed, flicking his fingers to unleash two streams of fortune energy in opposing directions. With merely two strokes of the power of fortune, the entire grand formation came to a standstill, and all strange phenomena vanished without a trace. What Yin Shou unleashed were but the forces of solid gold and blazing flames. These two energies struck at the core of the grand formation, instantly shattering the harmonious interplay of the five elements confining dragon array, disrupting its balance and leading to its unraveling. The extraordinary sights disappeared. The five elements wanderer, clutching the five elements Qianquan disc, stood frozen in place. Within the array, 24 precious mirrors floated in the void, emitting radiant light that formed a golden barrier around a woman clad in black. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an air of maturity. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders like a flowing black waterfall, adorned with shimmering jewels that sparkled like stars, resembling a celestial maiden. Dressed in a simple yet elegant long gown, she radiated an ethereal aura. Sitting cross-legged within the golden light, she appeared even more pure and enigmatic. Yin Shou's gaze swept over her, instantly recognizing her as the Golden Light Holy Mother without a doubt. Trapped within the five elements confining dragon array, the Golden Light Holy Mother could only resort to her prized artifact, the Golden Light Mirror, for self-preservation. Upon witnessing the array's destruction, she slowly opened her eyes and found a robust man in a black python robe, with eyes like stars, staring at her. This man emanated an aura of authority unique to a higher being, a sensation she had only previously experienced in the presence of the celestial teacher. However, as her consciousness scanned the surroundings, the Golden Light Holy Mother quickly realized the truth and slightly bowed to Yin Shou, saying, "Thank you, fellow Daoist, for your rescue. Otherwise, I would have been trapped within the array with no hope of escape." Yin Shou smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Holy Mother, your assistance to the Great Shang warrants my gratitude. You are the Emperor of Humanity." The Golden Light Holy Mother was taken aback. The distinguished man before her was indeed the sovereign of the Great Shang, possessing formidable powers. Meanwhile, the five elements wanderer, witnessing the collapse of the array, attempted to discreetly slip away. However, Yin Shou swiftly blocked his path. The generals, including Wen Zhong, were observing the battle and were filled with inexplicable joy at Yin Shou's sudden breakthrough of the 5 elements confining dragon array. They had not anticipated that the king had been concealing his true prowess, that it seemed that the great Shang could endure for millennia. What a blessing it was! Wen Zhong sighed in admiration. Now 500 years old, he had been taken as a disciple by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit in his youth due to his extraordinary aptitude, cultivating for 400 years, and accumulating merit while stepping into the mortal realm. Having assisted 3 generations of the great Shang's emperors, he had amassed great virtue, exuding an aura of righteousness that repelled all malevolence, that it could be said that Wen Zhong had witnessed Yin Shou's birth. Yet he never imagined that Yin Shou would possess such extraordinary fortune and cultivation, far surpassing his own. This realization filled Wen Zhong with both shock and delight. The emperor's cultivation could either be a blessing or a curse. In the midst of the battle, Yin Shou swiftly positioned himself before the 5 elements wanderer. Emperor of humanity, I do not wish to harm you. Should you force my hand, do not blame me for being merciless. The 5 elements wanderer coldly stated, in response, Yin Shou let out a chilling laugh. Do you truly believe you can harm me? I merely wish to know who sent you here. Reveal it. And perhaps I might consider sparing you. What nonsense! You think you can stop me? With that, the 5 elements wanderer flickered and activated the 5 elements escape technique, instantly appearing 1,000 miles away. Just as he thought he had evaded the emperor, a voice rang in his ear. Where do you think you're going? Turning back, he saw Yin Shou wearing a half-smile. Watching him, he was taken aback. Yin Shou's speed far exceeded his own. The 5 elements escape technique, capable of covering vast distances, could not shake off the emperor. Emperor, you are being overly aggressive. Allow me to show you my true strength, declared the 5 elements wanderer. Realizing escape was futile, he waved his hand, sending the 5 elements Qianquan disc hurtling toward Yin Shou. The forces of the 5 elements surged from the disc. Beams of elemental light scattering through the void as they enveloped Yin Shou. His expression turned cold, and his powers surged forth. The aura of the emperor erupted, summoning a golden dragon of fortune that swirled around him. With a swift motion, he appeared beside the 5 elements wanderer and struck him with a powerful punch to the back. The 5 elements wanderer had not anticipated that his opponent would engage in close combat rather than relying on artifacts or spells. He hastily waved his sleeve to brush away Yin Shou's attack. Simultaneously, the 5 elements Qianquan disc reversed course, striking at Yin Shou. Break! Yin Shou shouted coldly as the might of the Tai Golden Immortal level surged forth, instantly subduing the 5 elements wanderer. His punch landed squarely on the wanderer's back, shattering the protective aura around him. The wanderer's body was propelled away like a cannonball, though he was not killed. His physique was nearly shattered. His primordial spirit flickered, as if on the verge of escaping his body. Terrified, the 5 elements wanderer realized that Yin Shou's cultivation was likely far beyond his own, and he dared not linger, dragging his battered body away in retreat. Just as Yin Shou prepared to pursue, a beam of golden light shot forth from the distance, intercepting the fleeing 5 elements wanderer. The newcomer was none other than the Golden Light Holy Mother, her face icy and her voice as cold as ice. 5 elements wanderer, you trapped me for 3 days and nights. Today, I shall ensure your demise. With a wave of her hand, the 24 golden mirrors flew forth, targeting the 5 elements wanderer. With a formidable foe in front and pursuers behind, the 5 elements wanderer cried out, Fellow Daoist, save me. Indeed, a voice echoed from the heavens. Fellow Daoist, show mercy. As the voice faded, a colossal Buddhist hand descended from the skies, aimed directly at the Golden Light Holy Mother. The hand was adorned with swirling runes, radiating an overwhelming aura of Buddhist light, a vast sea of spiritual energy engulfing the entire realm. Before the hand even arrived, an immense pressure swept through the air. The Western Buddhist sect. Yin Shou's heart jolted. It was indeed the Western sect intervening in the Northern D conflict. Such radiant light and resonant chanting were unique to the Western sect, the most formidable force behind the divine calamity. Seeking to weaken the might of the great Shang, In Shou felt a surge of anger towards these treacherous individuals, and as the Buddhist light appeared, he resolved to take lethal action with a flick of his hand. The Xianyuan sword materialized, and as he grasped it, the imperial aura surged within him, a multitude of golden dragons swirling around his form. In that moment, the heavens dimmed, and all things faded into the background, leaving In Shou as the supreme ruler, towering over all, surveying the world with disdain. Slash! With a thunderous cry, In Shou unleashed the Xianyuan sword, cleaving down towards the colossal Buddhist hand, accompanied by the roar of the golden dragons. A massive golden sword beam, stretching 1,000 feet, surged forth to meet the descending hand. The sword of imperial might advanced unimpeded, casting its gaze upon all creation. In that moment, In Shou embodied the essence of the supreme monarch, channeling all his imperial power into this strike. The golden light Holy Mother was left speechless, and the severely wounded Five Elements Wanderer was equally astonished. Had he known In Shou possessed such strength, he would never have dared to act so recklessly in front of him. In the distance, when Zhong and the other generals, along with all the soldiers of the Great Shang, felt the overwhelming aura of the emperor, their mouths agape in astonishment, rendered speechless, an exclamation echoed through the void. "Oh!" As the sound resounded, the descending giant hand transformed from a palm to a claw, seizing the Five Elements Wanderer and retreating into the void. Clearly, upon witnessing In Shou's might, the individual had changed their mind, abandoning their initial intent to harm the golden light Holy Mother, now solely focused on extracting the Five Elements Wanderer. Yet, just as the giant hand was about to retract into the void, In Shou's sword beam reached its target, striking the Buddhist hand. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of explosive energy reverberated through the air as the light of the Buddhist hand was severed amidst the cacophony. The Five Elements Wanderer was struck by two overwhelming forces. Before he could even scream, his entire body exploded, his primordial spirit shooting forth in a desperate escape. That moment, a beam of golden light shot forth, striking the Five Elements Wanderer's escaping primordial spirit. Amidst the radiant golden light, the primordial spirit of the Five Elements Wanderer was instantly reduced to ashes. It was the golden light Holy Mother who activated her golden light mirror, executing the Wanderer's demise with lethal precision. This is preposterous. The figure in the void, taken aback by the unexpected demise of the Five Elements Wanderer right under his nose, let out a furious exclamation. In Shou coldly retorted, "Who dares to hide in the shadows? Come forth and face me." As his voice echoed, he brandished the Xianyuan sword, striking out towards the void. The beam of sword light soared through the air, cleaving towards the endless emptiness. In response, a radiant Buddhist light emerged from the void, intercepting the sword's trajectory. Subsequently, a stream of Buddhist radiance cascaded down from the heavens, revealing a chubby monk clad in Buddhist robes, his bald head shining as he beamed at In Shou and the golden light Holy Mother. With earlobes that drooped to his shoulders, a rotund belly, and a benevolent visage, he held a string of prayer beads in one hand and draped a cloth bag over his shoulder. His smile enigmatic, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. "Your Majesty, the human sovereign, I greet you," the monk said with a slight bow. "Were you the one orchestrating this?" In Shou demanded, as the golden light Holy Mother joined him. Despite the monk's cheerful demeanor, the Holy Mother sensed an ominous danger, prompting her to stand resolutely beside In Shou. "Your Majesty, it is said that one should show mercy when possible. The Five Elements Wanderer has struggled long in his cultivation. Your actions in slaying him are truly inexcusable. Moreover, to do so in my presence is a grave affront to my dignity." Though the monk's smile remained, his words turned decidedly less amicable. In Shou's piercing gaze swept over the chubby monk, awakening a tremor within his heart. This fellow was, indeed, Mithra. Furthermore, Mithra's cultivation had reached the late stage of the great 12 Golden Immortal realm, and no wonder he had effortlessly dispelled the sword strike earlier. Nevertheless, fortified by the protective aura of the human race's fortune, In Shou felt no trepidation. Mithra would not dare to strike him down. "Humph!" In Shou scoffed. The Five Elements Wanderer was merely a rogue cultivator from overseas. Had you not summoned him to tread upon this mortal realm, how could he have met such a tragic fate? It is clear you are a follower of the Western teachings. How dare you interfere in the affairs of the human race without offering this sovereign an explanation? Mithra, though irked by Yin Shou's sharp retort, maintained his smile. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The five elements wanderer has unfinished business in the mortal realm and must tread upon it. Today, while I cannot extinguish you, I can certainly take the life of this companion beside you. With that, Mithra extended his hand toward the golden light Holy Mother, initiating an arcane grasp. The overwhelming pressure from a peak great Luo expert instantly locked onto the Holy Mother. A colossal Buddhist hand reaching out to seize her. The suppressive force rendered the golden light Holy Mother's magical power nearly inoperative. Although her prowess did not match Mithra's, surrendering was not an option. With a swift motion, she unleashed 24 golden light mirrors, launching them towards Mithra. Each mirror emitted a beam of golden light, 24 streaks converging upon the monk. Observing this, Yin Shou would not remain idle. His figure shimmered as he ascended above Mithra, the Xin Yuan sword descending decisively upon the monk's head. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of fortune energy converged, manifesting as golden dragons, coalescing atop the Xin Yuan sword. 10,000 dragons roar. The collective force of the fortune dragons forged a sword beam of immense power directed at Mithra. The sword of fortune, embodying the destiny of the great Shang and the human race. Wielded extraordinary might, the moment the sword was unleashed, Mithra felt an acute sense of danger. Despite being at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he lacked the confidence to withstand the onslaught of human fortune. Not even a quasi-saint would dare to confront such an assault with mere physicality. Mithra waved his hand, sending forth a beam of Buddhist light to disperse the golden light emitted by the Holy Mother. Simultaneously, he swiftly retreated 100 paces, releasing the prayer beads from his grasp, hurling them at the descending sword beam. Each bead resonated with sacred sounds, the Buddhist light surging forth, repeatedly striking at Yin Shou's sword beam. With every impact, the fortune energy diminished. In mere moments, dozens of prayer beads had collided with the sword beam, dissipating its fortune energy entirely, causing the sword to vanish into the void. Your Majesty, let us put an end to this matter today. Mithra, taken aback by the unexpected strength of the human sovereign, shouted, waving his hand as a Chinquan bag soared into the air. The bag opened wide, drawing in the golden light Holy Mother. Instantly, her form was pulled towards it. Upon witnessing this, Yin Shou hastily moved, channeling his fortune energy as he aimed the Xin Yuan sword at the Chinquan bag. Yet, a tremendous force of attraction surged forth from the bag, causing Yin Shou to be drawn in. His surroundings blurring before his eyes. Inside the Chinquan bag lay an entirely different realm. Before him stretched a chaotic expanse, shrouded in gray mist. Quickly, Yin Shou summoned his fortune energy to shield himself, extending his consciousness, only to discover that it was suppressed here, rendering him unable to perceive the surroundings. As he stepped forward, he suddenly heard a soft whimper and looked down to see the golden light Holy Mother lying helplessly at his feet. Yin Shou quickly knelt to assist her, noticing her dazed expression and labored breathing. Your Majesty, we cannot allow this to transpire, she murmured, her heart racing in confusion. She had never anticipated that within this Chinquan bag, she would be stirred by mortal desires. Known for her countless years of cultivation and as one of the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island, her essence being that of a bolt of lightning. She had never engaged in matters of intimacy. Yet now, she felt utterly powerless, primal urges crashing over her like waves, compelling her to harness her magic to resist this sensation. To her astonishment, she found herself utterly incapable of gathering any magical power here. Little did she know, this Chinquan bag, fully known as the Chinquan human seed bag, would awaken her most primal desires while suppressing her cultivation, had it not been for Yin Shou's protective aura of the human race's fortune, which repelled all evils and shielded him from harm. He might have succumbed to the same fate as the golden light Holy Mother. Observing the flush on the golden light Holy Mother's face, Yin Shou's experience allowed him to discern that her current state was far from optimal. Indeed, she required male comfort. Daoist, How are you faring? Insho's deeply masculine voice resonated in her ears, nearly shattering her defenses. The imperial aura emanating from him further ensnared her senses. No, if I lose my purity, all my years of foundation will be for naught. Curse this situation. Why must it unfold this way? The Holy Mother struggled to maintain control, even attempting to push Insho away, yet she found herself devoid of the strength to do so. Daoist, what are you? Insho suddenly realized that the golden light Holy Mother's body was gradually succumbing to temptation, her delicate hand reaching towards him. Give me. Her voice, akin to a dream, reverberated in Insho's ears, striking at his very soul. He was no paragon of virtue, especially with the system at his disposal. The golden light Holy Mother was undoubtedly a figure of note within the world of the gods. Should he take her as his own, rewards from the system would surely follow. In such circumstances, Insho would seize the opportunity. Morality? Away with it. Within the Chinquan human seed bag, Insho unleashed his divine powers, employing various means to alleviate the golden light Holy Mother's suffering. She could only endure in silence, surrendering to his ministrations. As time passed, with the infusion of Insho's pure young dragon aura, the golden light Holy Mother gradually regained some strength, becoming more proactive. Simultaneously, Insho felt an unexpected shift, his surroundings engulfed in chaos. Within this chaos, elemental forces surged unpredictably, guiding his consciousness forward with a mysterious power. Suddenly, amidst the boundless chaos, he spotted a stream of purple energy weaving through the void, stretching infinitely into the distance. Just as he marveled at this sight, the purple energy transformed into an adorable infant, radiant with divine light. Insho's eyes widened as the heavenly child rushed towards him, instantly merging with his being. With a primal roar that echoed like that of a wild beast, Insho's voice reverberated through the air as his form plummeted into the void. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! You have successfully sown the seeds of fortune, granting you the ability to harmonize yin and yang. Upon your union with the female counterpart, you may enable her to break free from the shackles of her cultivation, significantly enhance her roots and aptitude, and possess a certain probability of assisting her in elevating her cultivation level. Upon hearing the system prompt, Insho couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The golden radiance saintess, filled with delight, had never anticipated that the matters between men and women could be so exquisite. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, she felt both bashful and exhilarated. A yearning to start anew swelling within her. Most importantly, a sudden realization dawned upon the golden radiance saintess. She sensed a loosening of the constraints that had kept her at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, indicating a potential breakthrough to the 12 Golden Immortal stage. Furthermore, she felt that her comprehension and aptitude had been significantly enhanced, heralding even greater achievements to come as one of the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island. The Golden Radiant Saintess had been taken as a nominal disciple by the Master of the Celestial Teachings due to her lackluster qualifications, not even qualifying as an outer disciple. Now, with her aptitude elevated, it signified that her cultivation could ascend to even greater heights, perhaps even affording her the opportunity to become an outer disciple of the Master of the Celestial Teachings. Human Emperor, the Golden Radiant Saintess called softly, her once ethereal demeanor now replaced by a countenance of bashfulness, her previous composure having vanished. Insho mused inwardly that regardless of the nature of a woman, be she an aloof beauty or a breathtaking enchantress, when placed in certain circumstances, all manifestations are ultimately the same. It is merely a matter of seeking pleasure. Golden Radiance, I must apologize for my earlier abruptness, Insho stated with a calm demeanor. The Golden Radiance Saintess licked her lips and inquired, Is it possible for us to do it again? Startled, Insho raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Golden Radiance Saintess had come to a sudden epiphany and was now inclined toward a spree of indulgence. Fortunately, being a 6-yang sacred body, he could withstand such relentless demands. An hour later, the Golden Radiance Saintess radiated an overwhelming brilliance, streams of primordial light bursting forth from her body, accompanied by the sound of rumbling thunder. Insho observed quietly as her aura intensified, expelling the chaotic yin-yang forces contained within the universe seed bag. With a resounding pop, a series of sonic booms emerged from within the brilliance. Soon, the radiance subsided, and the golden radiance Saintis' cultivation broke through to the 12 Golden Immortal realm. At the same moment, Insho received a feedback of her cultivation, advancing to the mid-stage of the 12 Golden Immortal realm, greatly enhancing his own power. Only then did the golden radiance Saintis rise, gazing at Insho with a tender look in her eyes. "Human Emperor, how do we escape from here?" Insho stroked his chin, explaining, "Mithria is a disciple of the Western teachings, and this universe seed bag is one of his prized treasures. Thankfully, he refrained from activating its powers out of consideration for my human fortune. Otherwise, we would both have perished. Exit the universe seed bag. We can only open it from the outside." No sooner had Insho's words fallen than Mithria's voice echoed, "Human Emperor, you possess great insight. Indeed, the universe seed bag can only be opened externally. If you wish to escape, you must seek my assistance. Human Emperor, Golden Radiance, did you find enjoyment in your recent activities?" Upon hearing this, the Golden Radiance Saintis recalled her recent encounter with Insho, feeling a mix of shame and anger as she realized Mithria had been observing them from outside. "Mithria, once I escape from this universe seed bag, I shall challenge you to a duel." "Ha ha!" Mithria's laughter rang out. "Golden Radiance, why the ire? It is said that fate is predestined. Your union with the human emperor is simply the will of heaven. Ha ha! Mithria, should you not release me, you may find yourself entangled in endless karma. I advise you to let me go swiftly," Insho retorted coldly. "Fear not, human emperor, I will indeed release you, but not at this moment. You truly believe you can break free from my universe seed bag? Human emperor, you are welcome to try. Even a mighty sage cannot escape once ensnared within my universe seed bag." Upon hearing this, Insho's hand moved, and the Xianyuan sword appeared in his grasp. As the sword manifested, an inexhaustible force of fortune surged forth from it. Within the universe seed bag, they were cut off from external fortunes. However, Insho had already summoned the golden dragon of fortune, which coiled around the Xianyuan sword, embodying a significant portion of the Great Shang's national fortune, human fortune, and a measure of dragon fortune. Indeed, a golden dragon erupted from the Xianyuan sword, entwining itself around Insho. Mithria's astonished voice rang out simultaneously. "The golden dragon of fortune? You, human emperor, have managed to conceal such a powerful force." The golden radiance Saintis stood by, equally astonished yet filled with joy. Perhaps this golden dragon of fortune could indeed break the universe seed bag. As the fortunes converged, Insho bellowed, striking forth into the void. The sword of fortune. It was none other than the sword of fortune from the three swords of the human emperor. The sword of fortune was unleashed. An infinite flow of fortune amalgamated with the golden dragon, forming a colossal beam of sword light stretching 1,000 feet towards the void. Boom! Where the light reached, thunder rumbled, and serpents of lightning danced amidst the chaos. With each resounding explosion, a beam of light shot down from afar. The universe seed bag was breached, revealing a minuscule opening. As the universe seed bag cracked, the external fortunes were drawn in by Insho, sweeping away the chaos within. "Let us go." Seeing this, Insho shouted, pulling the golden radiance Saintis along as they flew out through the beam of light. Before them lay a vast expanse of mountains, where Mithria sat upon a peak, gazing at Insho and the golden radiance Saintis with astonishment. They had truly escaped the universe seed bag. "Mithria, you have imprisoned me within the universe seed bag. Today, I demand justice." Upon seeing Mithria, Insho was filled with fury, sweeping out with the Xianyuan sword. At the same moment, the golden radiance Saintis unleashed her golden radiance mirror towards Mithria. "Human emperor, though you possess the fortune of the human race, do you think it easy to harm me? Until we meet again," Mithria declared, waving his sleeve, a beam of Buddhist light descending to block the attacks from Insho and the golden radiance Saintis. In an instant, he transformed into a ray of light, vanishing into the distance. Insho watched Mithria flee, but did not pursue him. After all, he was at the pinnacle of the great 12 Golden Immortal realm. Chasing after him would yield no results. With Mithria's escape, Yin Shou sighed and turned his gaze to the golden radiant saintess, who had returned to her previous serene demeanor. Human Emperor, please do not mention the events within the universe seed bag to anyone. Let us consider it a dream and forget it, the golden radiant saintess implored. Yin Shou stroked his chin, bemused. Indeed, women were fickle. Once the pants were up, they denied all accountability. How fervently she had been the universe seed bag. Yet now she feigned indifference. Of course, while Yin Shou thought this, he kept it to himself. He understood that this matter would not simply be dismissed. Having sown the seeds, it was nearly impossible for the golden radiant saintess to conceal the truth. Very well. Yin Shou nodded. Saintess, shall we return to the military camp together now that we have escaped? Not necessary. The golden radiant saintess shook her head. I intend to return to Golden Ao Island and enter seclusion. Until we meet again. With that, the golden radiant saintess transformed into a streak of light and sped towards Golden Ao Island, disappearing into the horizon in an instant, having traveled a great distance. She landed atop a mountain and looked back, filled with myriad emotions. What a convoluted fate! Some matters are simply impossible to forget. Suddenly, the golden radiant saintess felt a stirring within her abdomen, realizing that a seed had taken root. Could it be? Am I truly pregnant? Is this the seed of the human emperor? Panic seized her heart. After a long moment, she sighed deeply and set off into the distance, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, upon returning to the main camp, Yin Shou found Wen Zhong and the others anxiously awaiting him. Upon seeing his return, the soldiers rejoiced. "My king, did you slay the five elements hermit? Where is the golden radiant saintess?" Wen Zhong inquired, bombarding Yin Shou with questions as he took his seat at the head. Yin Shou replied, "The five elements hermit has been slain, and the golden radiant saintess has returned to Golden Ao Island. Now that the five elements dragon trapping formation has been broken, shall we launch a direct assault on the enemy and annihilate them utterly?" Wen Zhong shook his head and said, "My lord, within the northern D encampment, besides the five elements scattered person, there are several formidable experts, each possessing profound magical abilities, whose strength should not be underestimated." Yin Shou furrowed his brows, yet soon composed himself. Since the Western sect was aiding the Northern D, they would undoubtedly not have summoned merely one powerful figure. Perhaps the strong man from the Western sect might even intervene personally at that moment. A guard reported, "My lord, Grandmaster, the four generals of the Mo family have arrived. Only now do they come." Yin Shou mused, stroking his chin. Having arrived using the transformation of the rainbow technique, it seemed implausible that the four generals of the Mo family, despite traveling by cloud, would be delayed to such an extent. It was worth noting that he had engaged in battle with the Holy Mother of Gold Light for at least an hour within the Qian Kuan bag. Let them in. Indeed, it was not long before the four generals of the Mo family entered the large tent, bowing towards Yin Shou. "We greet the king. We greet the Grandmaster." Yin Shou waved his hand, gesturing for them to be seated, and then inquired, "Why have you all arrived only now? Did you encounter difficulties along the way?" Mo Liqing replied, in response to the king, "We were delayed because we encountered an old friend on our journey." "I see." Yin Shou nodded. Just then, another guard reported, "My lord, Grandmaster, there are two individuals outside the camp challenging us to— generals, let's go and see," he said, rising and leading Wen Zhong and the others outside the encampment. There, they beheld two figures standing outside the camp. The man was grotesque, with a crooked mouth and a large, unsightly growth on his head. Exuding an air of repulsion, he wore a red leather coat, exposing his crimson skin, and held a large wolf-tooth club, glaring fiercely at the crowd. In stark contrast, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. With slender feet and bronze skin, she was a sight to behold, clad in red leather and a short skirt that revealed her navel, accentuating her alluring and voluptuous figure. Especially striking was her mane of red hair, which added a wild beauty to her appearance. Quite the sight, Yin Shou thought to himself, quickly activating his breaking illusion's golden eyes to scrutinize the two, and his eyelids twitched in surprise. These two were indeed of the Azura lineage. Rumors had it that the men of the Azura tribe were unsightly, while the women were stunningly beautiful. The tales proved true. Both of them possess early-stage golden immortal cultivation that I wonder what brings them to the Northern D battlefield at that moment. The two Azura individuals were also assessing In Shou and his companions. The man shouted, "I come on the orders of the Northern D King Yuan Fudong to seek a duel. Who dares to step forth and fight me?" A faint smile crept across In Shou's lips. Now, as a mid-stage type golden immortal, he could easily overpower this fellow. Who gave him the audacity to challenge him? "What an ugly creature! State your name," In Shou called out loudly. The man replied, "I am Wuyan, and this is my junior sister, Wu Qing." "Who are you? State your name." "Goodness, does this fellow have poor eyesight?" In Shou thought, "He doesn't even recognize me, the illustrious emperor of the Great Shang." "Huh." In Shou laughed, "I'm the King Di Xin of Shang. If you do not recognize me, how dare you come to seek a duel?" "Wait, what?" "The human emperor Di Xin," Wuyan exclaimed in shock. "This fellow not only has poor eyesight, but also lacks common sense." In Shou thought, stroking his chin, "I see you both are from the blood sea of the netherworld. You intend to meddle in the affairs of humanity." The two exchanged glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. This human emperor had discerned their origins at a mere glance. The Azura tribe resided in the blood sea of the netherworld, with many never setting foot in the vast primordial world. Some Azura, however, yearned for the expansive primordial realm and slipped out quietly, becoming solitary cultivators. Wuyan and Wu Qing were among those who had stealthily emerged from the blood S. At him, "Why, Lord? Why waste words with them? Allow me to subdue them," Mo Li Hai urged, stepping forward to request permission. The four of them had been delayed on the road and could not participate in the battle against the five elements scattered person, thus eager to slay enemies and earn merit. Seeing Mo Li Hai's request, In Shou nodded slightly. "You must exercise caution. The Azura tribe possesses unusual divine abilities." "Understood," Mo Li Hai affirmed and strode forth. As he stepped to the front lines, he slightly bowed to the two Azura, fellow Daoists. "I am Mo Li Hai. Please enlighten me." Noticing the magical power radiating from Mo Li Hai, Wuyan did not dare to be negligent. With a flick of his hand, a blood-red longsword appeared. "Fellow Daoist, please." With that, he soared into the air, slashing his longsword towards Mo Li Hai. A streak of blood-red sword light descended from the heavens, enveloping the area in a mist of blood, and in an instant, it reached above Mo Li Hai's head. Mo Li Hai's figure swayed, shooting upwards, and simultaneously, a long spear materialized in his hand as he charged at Wuyan. In the blink of an eye, the two formidable beings clashed in the sky. Thunder roared and lightning flashed as boundless magical power surged wildly. Each strike from Wuyan unleashed waves of bloodlight, embodying the murderous aura of the Azura tribe, while Mo Li Hai's spear technique was equally divine, with his spear dancing amidst the sword light, creating ripples of primordial force. The generals of the Great Shang looked up at the sky, and In Shou waved his hand, employing the Great Barrier technique to erect a barrier around the Great Shang camp to shield against the aftermath of their battle. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the void, three figures stood. Point one, draped in a cloth bag and holding prayer beads, was none other than Mithria's right stood a Daoist clad in a robe, holding a Buddhist pagoda, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. He was the medicine master, a disciple of the Western sect's master of purity. The other was a monk clad in a cassock, known as Liu Guang. All three were disciples of the Western sect, possessing profound magical abilities and the cultivation of great Luo Golden Immortals. The master of purity, seeking to advance the Feng Shen calamity, had dispatched these three disciples to incite the Northern D conflict to deplete the resources of the Great Shang. Upon descending, they enlisted numerous scattered cultivators to aid the Northern D's Yuan Fudong in thwarting the Great Shang army's advance. After several fierce battles, the Great Shang suffered significant losses and had to request reinforcement from Chaoge. Even when Zhong had to summon many allies for assistance to stabilize the situation, In Shou aimed to slay the five elements scattered person, necessitating Mithria's intervention for rescue. However, the five elements scattered person was ultimately slain by the combined might of the Holy Mother of Gold Light and In Shou, which caused Mithria to lose face that he had intended to capture the Holy Mother. But unexpectedly, the Qian Kuan bag had also ensnared In Shou, as a human emperor, Mithria dared not utilize the powers of the Qiankuan bag, merely watching helplessly as Yin Shou broke free. After vacating the battlefield, Mithria approached the medicine master and Liu Guang to discuss Yin Shou's matter. Upon learning that the human Emperor Dixin possessed magical powers and had condensed a golden dragon of fortune to escape the Qiankuan bag, both were taken aback. Thus, they dispatched Wu Yin and Wu Qing, who had stealthily emerged from the Blood Sea, to test Yin Shou's true strength and report back to the Master of Purity for early preparations. Unbeknownst to them, the one stepping forward to challenge was not Yin Shou, but Li Hai. Mithria, who do you think will emerge victorious? Liu Guang inquired. Mithria maintained his usual smile. Neither has unleashed their killing moves. Thus, it is naturally difficult to determine a victor. Just as Mithria spoke, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more as Wu Yin began to chant incantations, an overwhelming surge of vitality emanating from him. And his aura skyrocketed uncontrollably. Blood Demon Spell. Indeed, it is the unique martial arts of the Azura clan, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation in a short span of time. Witnessing that Wu Yin unleashed the secret technique of the Azura clan, Li Hai waved his hand, summoning the Pipa from behind him, and sat cross-legged in the void, plucking the strings with fervor. The sound of the Pipa resonated in the emptiness, producing a flurry of sound blades that surged towards Wu Yin. At that moment, Wu Yan's secret technique had reached completion. With a mighty roar, he brandished the blood sword, cleaving through Li Hai's sound blades. As the sound blade shattered, Li Hai remained unperturbed, his hands dancing over the pipa in a fervent rhythm, the sounds of slaughter echoing through the void. The sound blades coalesced into an invisible wave, cascading towards Wu Yin swung the blood sword, utilizing the blood magic energy coursing through the blade to counter the onslaught of sound blades. However, he could never have anticipated the sudden appearance of a white weasel behind him. The little weasel opened its mouth and inhaled forcefully, absorbing the blood magic energy emanating from Wu Yin. Was none other than Li Shou, who had unleashed the purple golden flower weasel. This extraordinary creature, a rare breed of the primal era, delighted in blood energy, and upon sensing Wu Yan's blood magic, it became exceedingly exhilarated. It tore through the void, instantly appearing behind Wu Yin, directly siphoning away his blood magic energy. Without the blood magic energy, Wu Yin was utterly incapable of resisting Li Hai's sound blades. With a series of puncturing sounds, the sound blades sliced through the air, erupting into clouds of blood mist, as Wu Yan's blood magic-infused body was torn to shreds, transforming into a mist of crimson that was consumed by the purple golden flower weasel. Once the weasel had consumed the blood mist, it returned contentedly to Li Shou's satchel. The events transpired with such swiftness that even Yu Qing, despite his intentions to intervene, found himself too late. Witnessing his brother's demise ignited a fiery rage within Yu Qing, who summoned a blood-red long sword and charged towards Li Hai that moment. Li Hong intervened. He shifted his form and intercepted Yu Qing mid-air, unfurling the primordial umbrella. Instantly, darkness enveloped the sky, the sun and moon obscured, as boundless forces of wind and water surged forth from the umbrella, shrouding Yu Qing. With a flick of the primordial umbrella, Yu Qing vanished from sight. In the distance, Milu, Yao Shi, and Liu Guang exchanged astonished glances, having intended to provoke Xian into action to observe the outcome. They had not anticipated that these two would be subdued by the four generals of the Mo family. The trio exchanged looks, and Yao Shi remarked, "It seems I must personally intervene to test him." Lumi cautioned, "Yao Shi, do not act recklessly. If the Emperor of Humanity's fate is harmed, it could spell disaster." Yao Shi smiled and replied, "Rest assured, my senior brother, I'll hold back." With that, he transformed into a barefooted man clad in simple robes and made his way towards the battlefield. Upon witnessing the demise of Wu Yin at the hands of Li Hai and the capture of Yu Qing by Li Hong, Yin Shou could not contain his joy and prepared to return to camp. Suddenly, a cloud of auspicious mist drifted down from the sky, and a barefooted man in simple robes leapt forth from it. "Stop right there. I come on the orders of Lord Yuan to collect your heads." The man spoke in a coarse voice, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. as if proclaiming himself the greatest in the world. "Who is this wild man, daring to assert dominance on the battlefield?" Geely bellowed. The four generals of the Mo family turned to face the newcomer, their divine senses scanning him, only to find that he possessed no discernible power, provoking a sense of disdain within them. In Shou furrowed his brow. This fellow had clearly arrived on a cloud, yet exhibited such frivolous and brash behavior. Indicating something amiss, he promptly activated his eye of insight and regarded the newcomer. A faint smile gracing his lips. What a remarkable act! This individual is quite the performer. In Shou instantly recognized the man as Yao Shi, who would later be known as Yao Shi Rulai. What, pray tell, does this Western sex Yao Shi Rulai seek in this place? In Shou pondered, yet he inquired aloud, "This esteemed friend, do you also wish to challenge us?" Yao Shi replied, "Indeed, the audacity of a great 12 Golden Immortal descending to challenge them was astonishing." Upon hearing that Yao Shi had come to duel, Mo Li Qing raised his Qing Feng sword, eager to step forward, only to be halted by In Shou. "Are you jesting? This individual possesses the cultivation of a great 12 Golden Immortal. For Mo Li Qing to advance would be tantamount to courting death. Only I can confront him. After all, the Emperor of Humanity bears the aura of fate, and even Yao Shi would think twice before making a move against me." Stepping forward, In Shou declared, "Very well. Allow me to witness your prowess." Yao Shi Rulai was elated that In Shou accepted the challenge. His personal involvement was intended to gauge In Shou's true strength. "My king, why expend great effort on such trivial matters? This rustic individual is hardly worth your time," Mo Li Qing remarked in confusion. "This man is formidable. You are not his match," In Shou replied. "What?" The four generals of the Mo family and Wen Zhong focused their divine senses on Yao Shi, yet they remained unable to discern his true strength. In their eyes, Yao Shi seemed no different from an ordinary person. What does this signify? It suggests either that this individual possesses the ability to conceal his cultivation or that his power far surpasses that of the rest. In Shou's form flickered, and he was already in the void. The Xin Yuan sword in hand, as his aura surged mightily, he unleashed a strike towards Yao Shi. Observing this, Yao Shi soared into the air, and with a motion, a Buddhist pagoda materialized above his head. The pagoda radiated with Buddhist light, golden runes dancing around it. As the pagoda appeared, a resonant chant echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. This seven-tiered pagoda, a treasure forged by the Daoist and the progenitor, was crafted by a sage and possessed extraordinary power, serving both as a defensive treasure and a weapon of destruction. Witnessing the extraordinary artifacts spring forth from this man, Wen Zhong and the four generals were left in a state of shock. The king spoke true. This individual is indeed a hidden master. With a thunderous crash, In Shou's Xin Yuan sword struck the pagoda, producing a deafening sound as boundless orator through layers of Buddhist light. Yet, the light emanating from the pagoda spanned 36 layers. Ultimately, the aura of the Xin Yuan sword was thwarted by the Buddhist light. Truly formidable. Yao Shi's heart raced. Had he not possessed this treasure and the cultivation of a great 12 Golden Immortal, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to withstand that blow. The Emperor of Humanity undoubtedly possesses formidable strength, yet I am unable to ascertain the depths of his cultivation. The method of attack employed by Emperor Dxin does not rely on his cultivation, but rather harnesses the power of fate, channeling it into his weapon. What, I wonder, has transpired here? In the distance, observing the battle, Lu Liguang finally comprehended that In Shou indeed possessed cultivation. However, the fact that In Shou could breach the Qian Kuan bag left him utterly perplexed. Emperor of Humanity, we shall meet again. With that, Yao Shi Rulai utilized the pagoda to deflect several of In Shou's attacks, then swiftly withdrew from the fray, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the distance. He arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In Shou did not pursue. After all, Yao Shi had not truly attacked him, merely defending against a few blows. What does this imply? It indicates that this individual has come solely to test my strength. Even with a clear understanding of Yao Shi Rulai's intentions, In Shou found himself powerless to send others forth, for they would surely meet their demise. Yao Shi Rulai would not hesitate to slay a few cultivators to weaken the power of the Dashan. The four generals of the Mo family, along with Wen Zhong and their commanders, were left perplexed by Yao Shi's sudden departure, unsure of his true intentions. That M.Y. King. Who is this person, and why did he leave so abruptly? Wen Zhong inquired. Insho replied nonchalantly, "This man hails from the Western sect, a great luo in cultivation. Let us return to the tent and discuss further." Upon hearing this, the others were struck with astonishment. The Western sect? Why would they extend their influence to the northern lands? Wen Zhong suddenly understood. No wonder I encountered formidable opponents each time I launched an attack. It seems the Western sect has been pulling the strings behind the scenes. Having returned to Milu and Lu Liguang's side, Yao Shi Rulai was met with a smile from Milu. "What news?" he inquired. Yao Shi replied, "The Emperor of Humanity, Daoist, indeed possesses cultivation, having shattered the celestial shackles that bind the Emperor from practicing. This matter is of great significance. We must return to Shumi Mountain to report to our master." Agreed. Milu and Lu Liguang nodded in unison. 3 streaks of light departed from the north D, heading westward. Before long, they reached the skies above Shumi Mountain in the west, where the progenitor remained seated beneath the Bodhi tree. As the 3 streaks of light descended nearby, he slowly opened his eyes. That "I greet my master." 3 individuals approached and performed a grand salute. The Daoist Zhun Ti slightly nodded. "Your sudden return. Could it be that there are significant events unfolding in the primordial wilderness?" The medicine master replied, respectfully reporting to the master, "The Emperor of Humanity, Daoist, possesses remarkable cultivation. Furthermore, he wields the Xianyuan sword and adeptly utilizes the power of fortune that surrounds him. This matter is of utmost urgency, and we 3 have hastened to inform the master, hoping for your guidance." Upon hearing the medicine master's words, a look of astonishment appeared on Zhun Ti's face. "It is said that the Emperor of Humanity cannot cultivate, as it is a restriction imposed by the heavenly principles and cannot be broken without the intervention of a sage." What? All 3, including Milu, were taken aback. "Master, does this imply that there is a sage supporting Daoist?" Zhun Ti stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Yuan Shi, Taishang, my elder brother, and I would not intervene to assist Daoist. The only ones capable of doing so are Nuwa and Tongtian." It seems that this time of the Feng Shen calamity will be fraught with challenges. During your incursion into the northern D, did you receive assistance from those of the Jia sect? Milu promptly replied. That Wen Zhong is indeed a member of the Jia sect. He has summoned many powerful Jia sect practitioners to aid him, and we have suffered considerable losses among our cultivators. That is precisely correct. Zhun Ti nodded slightly. Years ago, my elder brother and I vowed to elevate the Western teachings and mend the spiritual veins of the West. This Feng Shen calamity presents an opportune moment. If our Western teachings were to confront the Jia sect head-on, it would not be a wise course of action. Milu, you 3 must issue an immediate order to withdraw all disciples of the Western teachings from the Northern D. All disciples must return to the West, and without the decree of the 2 leaders, they are not to set foot in the Eastern Divine Land lightly. Understood. The 3 disciples responded, quickly cupping their hands in respect. They then soared into the air, heading towards the east. Zhun Ti and Jiayin had already conspired with Yuan Shi Tianzun to collectively promote the Feng Shen calamity, intending to elevate the Jia sect to the Feng Shen list. Naturally, the 2 saints of the Western teachings sought to seize their own opportunities during the calamity to strengthen their sect and fulfill their grand heavenly ambitions. If the Western teachings were to stand opposed to the Jia sect, it would not be the desire of either Saint Milu, the medicine master, and Lu Liguang received their orders and promptly made their way towards the east, disseminating commands to withdraw all cultivators stationed within the northern D. Meanwhile, Insho returned to the central military tent with his companions. After everyone was seated, Insho inquired, "Where did the Hunyuan umbrella take that female cultivator of the Azura clan?" Emo Li Hong, upon hearing this, responded hastily, returning to the king. Once the Hunyuan umbrella is activated, its power is boundless. That female cultivator, being merely at the golden immortal level, stands no chance of survival once drawn into the Hunyuan umbrella. Insho sighed inwardly at this unfortunate turn of events. The Azura clan possesses an innate allure, and that female cultivator indeed exhibited extraordinary beauty. Alas, The battle of today ends here. Tomorrow, I shall personally breach the enemy's camp and engage the Northern Di in a decisive battle. Upon returning to his quarters, Insho sat upon his bed, feeling a sense of ennui. He soon made a motion, retrieving the Enlightenment sacred mirror, stepping into the sacred realm, and began his cultivation within the ethereal expanse of the Enlightenment sacred realm. The following day, Insho emerged from the Enlightenment sacred realm, his cultivation more solidified than before. Indeed, the Enlightenment sacred realm is a revered place for cultivation. Regrettably, for one as exceptional as Insho. The benefits of the Enlightenment sacred realm were somewhat diminished. The gathering of generals had already assembled in the conference hall, eagerly awaiting Insho's arrival. As Insho stepped forward and took his place at the head, his gaze swept across the assembly before he spoke. Esteemed colleagues, the Northern Di has risen against our Shang and disrupted our borders. Now, I shall personally lead our forces to quell the chaos of the Northern Di. Within the Northern Di, there are many capable individuals, yet their army remains holed up within their protective formations. Today, I shall lead you all to breach the Northern Di's protective formations and decisively defeat their forces. Leaving no survivors, Yi Li and Yu Qing shall hold the main camp, while the remaining generals shall accompany me in the assault on the Northern Di's encampment. Yes, the 4 generals of the Mo family. When Taishu and all the leaders responded in unison, bowing their hands in respect, Insho waved his hand grandly and led the charge out of the camp. Soon, the troops gathered, flowing like a tide under Insho's command, advancing towards the Northern Di's encampment. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the Northern Di camp. When Taishu commanded the troops to form ranks, and upon observing the clearly armored and orderly Shang army, Insho nodded slightly. When Taishu truly proved himself to be the backbone of Shang, capable of independently leading troops in a battle, who dares to challenge? With a resounding shout from Insho, a figure emerged from the ranks and approached him, slightly bowing. I, your subordinate, am willing to go forth. Upon looking closer, Insho recognized the individual as none other than Mo Li Qing. The 4 generals of the Mo family were skilled in their craft, and Mo Li Qing, being the foremost among them, was met with Insho's nod of approval. Very well. This protective formation possesses immense power. Exercise caution. Mo Li Qing, having received the command, stepped forth to stand before the Northern Di's protective formation and proclaimed loudly, "People of the Northern Di, heed my words. The king of Shang, Di Ixin, has personally come to battle. Quickly emerge to face us. Otherwise, should we breach your protective formation, we shall leave no survivors among you." With his magical prowess, Mo Li Qing projected his voice into the Northern Di's camp. In no time, a troop of soldiers surged forth from within the Northern Di encampment, a middle-aged man clad in peculiar attire, riding a gallant steed and leading his soldiers, charged outward and swiftly formed ranks outside the camp. Upon closer inspection, Insho noted that this individual was formidable in stature, wielding a crescent halberd and sporting a golden helmet, exuding an imposing presence. He surmised that this must be Yuan Futong. Yuan Futong approached the front lines and scanned the Shang camp. Indeed, he recognized a figure in a black robe standing beneath the great banner, none other than the Emperor of Humanity. Di Ixin. Yuan Futong raised one hand and declared loudly, "All listen. Lay down your weapons." Upon finishing, he cast aside his own weapon. The officers and soldiers, witnessing Yuan Futong discard his arms, promptly followed suit. Yuan Futong dismounted and knelt on the ground. I, the Sinner Yuan Futong, pay my respects to the Emperor. The soldiers of Shang were utterly perplexed. What is happening? Were we not here to battle? Yuan Futong, who had once been a figure of great authority, now bowed in reverence to the king. Even Insho was taken aback. What was Yuan Futong up to? Was he not going to fight? Yuan Futong, you stand before the Emperor of Shang. Our kingdom has treated you of the Northern Di with kindness. Why then do you conspire with the 72 lords to oppose Shang? Insho inquired sternly. Yuan Futong replied, Your Majesty, I was misled and thus declared myself king. Now, I have come to my senses and implore the Emperor for mercy. Insho turned his gaze towards Wen Taishu and asked, Taishu, what do you believe we should do in this situation? Wen Taishu clasped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, I have been on the campaign for over a year, and the soldiers are longing for their homes. If we can swiftly conclude this war, it would be most favorable. However, Yuan Futong's sudden surrender raises concerns. He may not remain loyal to the Shang. Inshou scanned Yuan Futong's troops with his divine sense and found no one possessing magical power among them. Simultaneously, he surveyed the void and discerned that there were no observers present. Quickly utilizing his breaking illusion's golden eyes to scrutinize Yuan Futong, he suddenly understood. It turned out that all of Yuan Futong's allies had unexpectedly departed from his camp, leaving him with no escape. He likely deemed himself incapable of contending with the Shang, hence his choice to surrender. Yuan Futong, how can I trust your words? Inshou demanded. Yuan Futong responded, Your Majesty, I am willing to swear to the heavens that I shall never rebel against the Shang for as long as I live. Furthermore, I offer my 2 daughters to you and shall send my son to Chaoga as a hostage. Upon hearing this, Inshou stroked his chin thoughtfully that in this world, oaths are believed to hold weight, provided they are recognized by the heavenly principles. Should one violate an oath, they would inevitably face heavenly retribution. Yuan Futong's willingness to take an oath suggested he might not rebel in the future. Historically, Inshou would not have hesitated to annihilate the entire northern Di to eliminate future threats. However, in the realm of Feng Shen, slaughtering the northern Di would undoubtedly undermine the overall strength of humanity. Very well. Since you are willing to swear, I shall trust you this once that in the future, the Shang shall establish a protectorate within the northern Di, with officials appointed by the court. You agree? Yuan Futong replied. I am willing. Upon hearing this, Inshou could not help but feel elated. Yuan Futong surrendered and vowed that in his lifetime, he would never betray the great Shang. Upon witnessing Yuan Futong's oath, Inshou could not help but feel immense joy, exclaiming, Yuan Futong, your treachery against the great Shang has incited chaos, resulting in the deaths of over 10,000 of our soldiers on the battlefield. I am certain that your northern Di have suffered grievously as well. You truly believe that with the strength of the northern Di, you can overthrow the great Shang, though you have surrendered. Your crimes are unforgivable that I demand that you erect a stone tablet here to commemorate today's events, pledging your allegiance to the great Shang henceforth, and agreeing to pay tribute annually. You consent. In the present moment, with the Western Church having retreated, Yuan Futong, lacking any support, had no choice but to acquiesce to Inshou's terms. Seeing Yuan Futong's agreement, Inshou nodded slightly and commanded Grandmaster one of his stationed troops among the northern Di to intimidate the various factions, ensuring they would not dare to rise up easily. After accepting Yuan Futong's surrender, he, in a gesture of sincerity, presented a letter of submission, while Inshou graciously waived a demand for Yuan Futong to send a hostage. However, once the Imperial Academy was established, Yuan Futong's son would be permitted to study there as the Emperor of the Great Shang. Inshou was settled in the most lavish and spacious palace of the northern Di, attended to by exotic beauties who catered to his every need. In the evening, a waft of fragrant air filled the room, and Yuan Futong entered Inshou's chambers accompanied by 2 beautiful maidens. Your Majesty, these are my 2 daughters, who shall henceforth follow your Majesty and serve you, Yuan Futong proclaimed, bowing deeply. The 2 maidens approached, greeting Inshou. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Inshou gazed at the 2 beauties. His heart momentarily startled. Why my word, they are indeed enchanting, with golden hair and captivating figures, one clad in a red gown, the other in blue. Moreover, they appear to be identical twins. Is it true that there are Westerners in this realm? Can it be that these 2 are truly Yuan Futong's daughters? Perhaps sensing Inshou's astonishment, Yuan Futong explained, Your Majesty, in years past, I befriended the Qiangrong clan and encountered a woman of extraordinary beauty, whom I took into my harem, and she bore me a pair of twin daughters. I cherish them dearly, and today I present them to your Majesty as a fitting match. Upon hearing this, Inshou could not contain his delight. Twin beauties, my joy multiplies. Understanding the situation, he waved his hand, signaling Yuan Futong to take his leave. The attendants followed suit, exiting the chamber. Inshou then turned his attention to the 2 golden-haired maidens. What are your names? The maiden in red replied, Your Majesty, I am Yuan Jie, And this is my sister, Yuan Na. Yuan Jie. Yuan Na, a lovely pair of names. Insho nodded approvingly. Your father has entrusted you to me. Are you willing to serve? In response, Your Majesty, in our northern D, we cannot defy our parents' wishes. Moreover, Your Majesty is the most powerful man in the world. Naturally, we are eager to follow and serve you. Yuan Na replied. Ha! Insho laughed heartily. Well then, why do you not come closer? The two maidens swayed gracefully towards him, taking their places on either side. Insho felt a surge of exhilaration, never having anticipated such an enchanting encounter in the northern D. With the feast laid out before him, he had no reason to refuse. Thus, he indulged heartily. The night passed without further incident, filled with satisfaction as Insho reveled in the exotic allure of his surroundings. Particularly that of the twins that, of course, in the face of his iron will, all else faded into mere illusions, unable to deter his pursuit of pleasure. As dawn broke, the train finally reached its destination. And Insho alighted with a sense of fulfillment, having luxuriated in the imperial lifestyle for 3 days within the northern D. Other matters were deftly handled by Grandmaster Wen, requiring no concern from him. The adeptness with which Grandmaster Wen managed these affairs rivaled that of Insho himself. Days later, Zhang Kuei and Zhang Laniying's entourage arrived in the northern D, though the battles had already concluded. The couple came to pay their respects to Insho, who appointed them to lead 3,000 elite troops as the first protector of the northern D, overseeing its affairs. This prompted Grandmaster Wen to return to court. Insho, not in haste to return to Chaoga City, was accompanied by the two exotic beauties as he leisurely traveled towards Chaoga in a grand dragon carriage. Along the way, various performances provided entertainment. The news of a northern expedition's return soon reached Chaoga City, where officials and citizens alike eagerly awaited the procession, gathering along the roadside. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed as a troop approached Chaoga City. At the forefront was a man with flowing white hair, exuding righteousness, wielding dual whips, his imposing presence unmistakably that of Grandmaster Wen. Following him were his two disciples, Ji Li and Yu Qing. Amidst the procession, a dragon carriage, surrounded by soldiers, advanced slowly. They have arrived, the ministers exclaimed, hastily bowing. We welcome your majesty and the Grand Master back in triumph. Grandmaster Wen waved his hand, halting the procession. Insho drew back the curtain and stepped down from the dragon carriage, a golden-haired head peeking out curiously to survey the surroundings. There is no need for such formalities, Insho announced as he approached the gathering, prompting the ministers to rise. Let us return to the Longda Hall to discuss matters. Having spoken, he re-entered the carriage, and the ministers followed closely behind as they made their way to Chaoga City. Long live the king! The citizens, witnessing the arrival of the dragon carriage, fell to their knees in reverence, only rising once it had passed, joining the procession towards the city. Soon, they entered Chaoga City, where Grandmaster Wen organized the soldiers to rest in the barracks. While Insho ordered the daughters of Yuan Fudong to be escorted to the harem before proceeding to Longda Hall. The ministers once again offered their respects. We pay tribute to your majesty. Wishing you longevity and prosperity. All of you may rise. Upon seeing them stand, Insho inquired, now that the northern D has been pacified, during my absence from Chaoga, has there been any significant occurrence? At this moment, Shang Rong stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Imperial Academy in Chaoga City has been completed, and the Ministry of Rites is currently drafting plans for admissions that we await your decree. The Academy is completed? Insho mused, stroking his chin. Now that it is established, I intend to offer courses in the liberal arts, martial arts, and sciences. First, we must engage experts from various fields to draft the curriculum. The liberal arts will encompass rites, music, and languages, while the martial arts will focus on combat techniques. The sciences shall welcome talents from all trades to develop agricultural tools, observe celestial phenomena, and explore architectural techniques, all of which shall be included in the curriculum. What do you all think? Seeing Insho's innovative ideas, the ministers were thoroughly impressed. The selection of talents fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Personnel, while the arrangement of the curriculum was managed by the Ministry of Rites. With Insho's direct involvement, both departments promptly mobilized to post recruitment notices across the Great Shang, seeking talents for the Imperial Academy. Everything was proceeding with great urgency under Insho's direction. as the ministers began their tasks. Naturally, such intricate matters were of no concern to Yin Shou, who entrusted them entirely to his officials. Another matter soon arose on the agenda. With the increase in Yin Shou's offspring, the palace had become rather cramped. Thus, he commanded Mei Bo to gather workers and draft plans to construct Qingda City. Once completed, this city would provide residence for the consorts and princes. Of course, those who had been designated as consorts would continue to reside in the palace. After several days of campaigning, Yin Shou returned to the harem, making his way towards the courtyards of Princess Longji and the three holy mothers. There, Princess Ao Ying, Princess Longji, and the three holy mothers were conversing softly, their laughter ringing out joyfully at moments of delight. Particularly, Princess Longji's boisterous laughter echoed far and wide. Despite her pronounced pregnancy, it seemed to have no effect on her carefree demeanor. "What are you three laughing about?" Yin Shou stepped into the courtyard, smiling. Upon seeing his entrance, the three individuals hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the great king." These three were all beings endowed with magical powers. However, within the royal palace, due to the suppression of human fortune, their divine senses could only perceive a very limited distance, rendering them unaware of Yin Shou's arrival. As Yin Shou approached, he noticed the three young women were engaged in sewing garments for children. He picked up a half-finished piece, examined it closely, and remarked, "Indeed, this is unmistakably crafted by Lady Chan. How can you tell, Your Majesty?" Princess Longji inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Quite simply," he replied, "Lady Chan's work is meticulous, while yours exhibits a certain carelessness, and the garments sewn by Lady Long appear rather haphazard. Therefore, I deduce without a doubt that this must be the handiwork of Lady Chan. Your Majesty is truly remarkable." Princess Longji chuckled, then asked, "By the way, great king, how fared you in your expedition against the Northern D? Are they formidable foes?" Upon hearing Princess Longji's inquiry regarding the battle, the two divine mothers, San Sheng Mu and Ao Ying, turned their gazes expectantly towards Yin Shou. He stroked his chin and replied, "The Northern D are merely vassals of the great Shang, incited to rebellion through manipulation. Once I unearth their schemes, they shall submit to the great Shang." "Ah, I see." The three women sighed in relief. After conversing with them for a while, Yin Shou rose and made his way towards the courtyard of Su Daji since the birth of her child. Su Daji had secluded herself within her quarters, spending her days in the company of her offspring. She had even declined the services of a wet nurse, taking upon herself the responsibility of the child's nourishment and care, attending to every detail with great precision, as if the child were her entire world. Yin Shou entered Su Daji's courtyard. He found her cradling the child, nursing him, her exposed bosom visible as Su Daji's eyes were fixed on the child, radiating an endless tenderness. Yin Shou stepped closer, causing the child to sense his presence, turning his head to gaze at Yin Shou with a radiant smile. Yin Shou immediately felt the profound bond of blood connection. Su Daji noticed Yin Shou and instinctively set aside her garments, rising to perform a bow, but he gently supported her, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Consort Su." Stepping back, Su Daji's voice was calm, devoid of joy or sorrow. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yin Shou couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although Su Daji had borne him a child, she remained wary of him in her heart. However, "Come, let father hold you." Yin Shou extended his arms, and Su Daji reluctantly placed Yin Hao into his hands, her careful movements revealing her reluctance. "But no wonder he is my Xian son. He truly resembles me," he exclaimed, gently caressing the child's delicate face. While little Yin Hao reached out with his tiny hand towards Yin Shou. "Oh dear, this mischievous little one can even interact with me." Yin Shou placed Yin Hao's small hand in his palm, feeling the softness and warmth. Now over 3 months old, Yin Hao was already cultivating spiritual energy, a clear indication that even in infancy, he was training. This child possessed great fortune. Should he cultivate to adulthood, he would undoubtedly become a formidable expert. After playing with Yin Hao for a while, Yin Shou stood and returned the child to Su Daji, saying, "Now go to your mother. Father has other matters to attend to, but I shall visit you again when time permits. Consort, do take good care of your health. Should you require anything, simply instruct the servants." as my consort, you have nothing to hesitate about." After giving her further instructions, he left the courtyard. Stepping out of Su Daji's quarters, he felt a sense of stability and warmth in his heart, perhaps a unique feeling bestowed upon him by the child. Reflecting upon this, he proceeded towards the palace where the three fox spirits awaited as expected. The three spirits were playing with the child in the courtyard, and upon seeing Inshou enter, they promptly stood and bowed in greeting. Observing the three enchanting consorts, a smile crept onto Inshou's lips as he embraced one and then the other, his heart blooming with joy. After surveying the harem with satisfaction, he returned to the Palace of Longevity and Blessing. Meanwhile, the Western sect had retreated from the Northern D, with all the adept practitioners returning to the West, forbidding any from stepping into the East without a command from the saints. The Daoist Zhun Ti dispatched the medicine master to Kunlun Yushu Palace to report on the affairs concerning Inshou to the primordial heavenly sovereign. Riding on a cloud, the medicine master arrived at the base of the Kunlun Shilin Cliff, where he was halted by the white crane celestial boy. "Medicine master, what brings you here? What business do you have with my Yushu Palace?" The medicine master, knowing the sanctity of the place, replied respectfully, "I am here on the orders of my master Zhun Ti to convey an important matter to the heavenly sovereign." Upon hearing the mention of a command from a saint, the white crane did not dare to obstruct him and swiftly led the medicine master to the entrance of Yushu Palace. "The heavenly sovereign awaits you inside. Please hold on a moment." Not long after, the white crane celestial boy emerged again. "The heavenly sovereign is inside. Please enter, Daoist." The medicine master steadied his mind and adjusted his attire before stepping into the Yushu Palace. Inside, he beheld the primordial heavenly sovereign sitting cross-legged on a mat. His eyes gently closed. The medicine master, upon seeing this, approached without hesitation to pay his respects. "Medicine master pays homage to my esteemed elder. May you live long and prosper." The primordial heavenly sovereign slowly opened his eyes and regarded the medicine master. "What is the purpose of your visit at the behest of your master?" "Esteemed elder," the medicine master responded, "my master has discovered that the Emperor Xian has shattered the shackles of heaven's law and acquired the Xianyuan sword, greatly augmenting the fortune of the great Shang, that he has instructed me to relay this information to you." Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly sovereign's brow furrowed slightly. So, that DXN has indeed broken the shackles of heaven and obtained the Xianyuan sword? His expression darkened as he gazed toward the top of the Yushu Palace. "It seems the situation has shifted. The three from Huiyan Palace have not yet given up their aspirations. This matter must pertain to Nuwa." "Very well. I shall make arrangements. You may return to the West." The medicine master, upon receiving this directive, took his leave. As he prepared to exit, the primordial heavenly sovereign called out, "White crane." The white crane celestial boy immediately entered the palace. "Heavenly sovereign, how may I serve you?" "Go and summon your senior brother Jiang," the primordial heavenly sovereign commanded. Following the order, the white crane swiftly left the Yushu Palace and ventured into the distance. Shortly after, a cloud floated over the Qilin Cliff, and the white crane celestial boy descended alongside an elder. The elder, clad in a white robe, with white hair and a long beard cascading to his chest, bore a ruddy complexion, exuding an otherworldly aura. Especially notable were his calm, unfathomable eyes, which betrayed the wisdom of sage. "Senior brother, please come in. The heavenly sovereign awaits you within," the white crane celestial boy announced. Zhang Zia took a deep breath before stepping into the Yushu Palace that he found a primordial heavenly sovereign facing away from him, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the palace's ceiling, through which the starry sky was visible. Though it was daytime, the vast expanse of the cosmos could still be seen within the Yushu Palace. Upon noticing the primordial heavenly sovereign, Zhang Zi's demeanor shifted to one of solemn respect as he approached. "Bowing deeply, disciple Zhang Zia pays his respects to my esteemed master. May you live long and prosper." The primordial heavenly sovereign slowly turned to face Zhang Zia, speaking with measured tone. "Zhang Zia, how many years have you spent cultivating on Kunlun Mountain?" "Disciple has been in Kunlun Mountain for a full 42 years, esteemed master," Zhang Zia promptly replied. "Indeed," the primordial heavenly sovereign nodded slightly. "You were born with a fragile fate, and the path of immortality is arduous. You may only partake in the blessings of the mortal realm. The time of the Shang shall soon end, and the Zhou shall rise. You are to assist in the divine decree, supporting the rightful ruler. As a minister, it shall not be in vain for your 40 years of cultivation. Kunlun Mountain is not your permanent abode. Prepare to descend at once. Jiang Zia was taken aback, falling to his knees. Master, I have sincerely devoted myself to the path. With utmost sincerity, if I have erred, I implore you to guide me, and I shall surely amend my ways. I have spent decades on Kunlun, acquiring but the most rudimentary of skills. Please do not cast me down the mountain. I would rather endure hardship and solitude than covet the riches of the mundane world. That I beseech you, show mercy. With a deep sigh, the primordial heavenly sovereign replied, Such is the decree of heaven. I am powerless to alter it. Zia, your destiny lies within the mortal realm. That go forth. Once the divine enterprise is complete, it shall be your time to withdraw, seeing the primordial heavenly sovereign's refusal to retain him. Jiang Zia's tears fell. I shall prepare my belongings at once. I take my leave. Upon concluding his words, Jiang Zia exited the Yushu Palace. His heart laden with inexplicable sorrow, he returned to his stone chamber of cultivation. Gathering his qin, sword, and garments, lingering with reluctance as he cast a final glance at the chamber before stepping out. His gaze swept over Kunlun Mountain, the vast and boundless sea of clouds. He then proceeded towards the Yushu Palace, but was intercepted by the white crane boy. Zhejiang, Master has instructed that you need only descend the mountain, without the need for farewells. He has everything arranged. Once you descend, you may seek refuge in Shichi to assist in the overthrow of the Shang and achieve great undertakings. Jiang Zia bowed deeply to the Yushu Palace, offering 3 respectful prostrations before turning to depart. Upon exiting Qilin Cliff, he beheld a Daoist seated outside. The Daoist, clad in gray and white robes, held a dragon-headed staff adorned with a gourd. His white hair and prominent forehead indicative of his extraordinary nature. Upon seeing him, Zia hastily approached. I pay my respects to my senior brother, the immortal elder. The South Pole immortal regarded Jiang Zia and said, Zia, Master's arrangement aligns with the heavenly mandate. After you descend, engage in benevolence and virtue, and you shall surely return to Kunlun one day. Go forth, for there are many matters in the mortal realm awaiting your resolution. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zia felt a surge of comfort within. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. That I take my leave. With that, he utilized the Earth Escape technique, heading towards Chaoga City. Meanwhile, in Chaoga City, under the meticulous arrangements of numerous ministers, the preparations for the Imperial Academy were fully complete. Many sons of high-ranking officials flocked to Chaoga, ready to enter the academy for their studies. Some commoners, having passed the assessments, also earned the qualifications to study at the academy. Various lords dispatched their offspring to Chaoga, eager to secure entry into the Imperial Academy. In the Londa Hall, the officials gathered for audience. Insho sat at the head, casting his gaze upon the ministers. Stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, the heirs of the 4 vassal states have brought valuable gifts and are waiting outside the hall for Your Majesty's summons. Who has come? Insho inquired. Replied, the heir of Shibua, GFA, the heir of Dongbua, Jiang Wenhuan, the heir of Beibua, Chong Ingbiao, and the heirs of Nanbei, Yishan. Upon hearing this, Insho nodded slightly. Let them enter. Announced, the heirs of the 4 vassal states have come to pay their respects. With the proclamation of the herald, 4 youths emerged from outside the hall, bowing deeply to Insho. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live long. Except for GFA, Insho had met the other 3 before. Each heir was striking in appearance and exuded valor. Insho's gaze lingered on the heir clad in white, adorned with a fishtail purple gold crown and a silk belt. This must be GFA. The future King Wu, pivotal in overthrowing the Yin Shang dynasty. However, Insho knew that the true son of destiny was not GFA, but rather Bo Ikao, who bore the innate appearance of an emperor, exuding a thick aura of purple microcosm in both intellect and courage. He surpassed GFA significantly. Thus, Insho saw no need to trouble GFA. Moreover, Ji Chong was meticulous in his actions, even should GFA be used as a hostage. Ji Chong would certainly not falter if he sought to rebel. You four may rise. With your inclusion in the Imperial Academy, it shall undoubtedly shine brighter. Insho's gaze briefly rested on GFA before shifting elsewhere as he spoke aloud. Thank you, Your Majesty. The four responded in unison. GFA, how is your father's health? What is the situation in Shichi? Insho casually inquired. GFA replied promptly. Father is in good health. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, Father often speaks of Your Majesty's kindness, urging us brothers to learn from Your Majesty and heed Your Majesty's arrangements. Upon entering Chaoga, my father specifically instructed me to present this sobering mat to Your Majesty. Indeed, your father has been considerate. Insho acknowledged. He then inquired about the other heirs regarding the circumstances of their respective lords, and each heir responded in turn. Akati this moment remarked, Your Majesty, the opening ceremony of the Imperial Academy will take place tomorrow. To signify Your Majesty's importance, we request Your Majesty's personal attendance. Naturally, the Academy shall become a place for the cultivation of talent for the Dashang, a cornerstone of the Dashang. Therefore, I shall certainly attend. Chaoga, the Imperial Academy. Spanning over 1,000 acres, the Academy was adorned with various flowers and plants, with numerous two-story wooden teaching buildings featuring gray tiles and white walls, the buildings for the liberal arts. Martial arts and sciences were segregated, with spacious entrances crafted from white jade, the words Chaoga Imperial Academy intricately carved above. Upon entering the gates, one would find a vast activity plaza. That moment, thousands of scholars had already gathered in the plaza. These students, recruited through various channels, donned the Academy's custom attire, each discipline distinctly represented. The students stood arranged in neat lines, all eagerly anticipating the day's events. Today marked the grand opening ceremony of the Academy, during which the Dashang monarch, Emperor Exin, would grace the occasion alongside his ministers. For many students, this was a rare opportunity to behold the emperor. Legend spoke of a benevolent and compassionate ruler, leaving the students filled with curiosity about his true appearance. Indeed, it was not long before a troop of soldiers approached the Academy, led by Huang Feihu and his guards, who flanked either side, causing the onlookers to part. Soon, a dragon carriage appeared, gliding down the street. In front of the dragon carriage, when Taisher rode a black Qilin, wielding a pair of majestic whips, exuding righteousness and commanding presence. The crowd lining the streets expressed their admiration upon seeing Wen Taisher, a venerable minister of 3 dynasties and a highly esteemed advisor. Following Wen Taisher, a contingent of armored guards marched, each clad in resplendent armor, riding uniform white steeds, brandishing battle staves with a formidable air. Behind the soldiers came Insho's dragon carriage, drawn by 8 swift steeds, flowing gracefully within the procession, followed closely by numerous civil and military ministers. Long live the king! The gathered populace erupted in cheers. Elderly men, fathers with children on their shoulders, and various townsfolk all directed their gazes towards the dragon carriage, aware that within it resided the Dashang emperor. The sovereign wielding supreme authority and known for his innovative reforms, Emperor X. Amongst the crowd was an elderly man with a bag slung over his shoulder, his hair white yet youthful in appearance, who also watched the dragon carriage intently. This man was none other than Jiang Zia, who had just descended from Kunlun Mountain. Freshly returned to the mortal realm, Jiang Zia was filled with emotions as he contemplated his circumstances, ultimately deciding to seek refuge with his old friend Song Yiren at Songjia village outside Chaoga City. Upon arriving in Chaoga City, he was taken aback by its grandeur, and while wandering, he learned of the king's procession. Eager to witness Emperor Exin, he hastened to follow the retinue. Excuse me, my good fellow, may I inquire what purpose the Imperial Academy serves? Why does the king wish to visit the Academy? Jiang Zia asked an elder beside him, who appeared to be of similar age. The elder glanced at Jiang Zia, a look of disdain crossing his face. You must be from afar. You don't even know about the Chaoga Imperial Academy? It was established by the king's decree as a place for young scholars to study. Only those of exceptional talent may enter. I've heard that there are divisions for liberal arts, sciences, and martial studies. Gaining admission to the academy signifies a path to prominence, allowing outstanding students to serve in the court and become talents across various fields that, of course, It is said that one must pass the king's personal assessment to qualify. Jiangzi, upon hearing the elder's words, felt bewildered. The Imperial Academy held such significance. Being of extraordinary intellect, he could easily deduce that the establishment of the academy would disrupt the entrenched power of aristocratic families. Such a brilliant insight could only stem from a prodigy. Could it be that within the Shang court, there emerged a figure of unparalleled wisdom? Given the splendor of Chaoga, it seemed improbable that the Shang was in decline. Instead, its fortune appeared robust. Why then did my master implore me to assist Shiqi in overthrowing the Shang? In a moment of contemplation, Jiangzi found himself steeped in uncertainty. And why, good fellow, I must admit, I have just returned from overseas. From what you've said, Emperor Xn must be a wise ruler. Jiangzi inquired further. Upon mentioning the king, the elder's demeanor brightened. Indeed, ever since his ascension, the king has toiled day and night, implementing numerous policies beneficial to the people, earning the love and respect of the citizenry. The establishment of the Chaoga Academy is indeed a monumental act for the ages. The illustrious Shang dynasty is blessed to have such a wise ruler, a true fortune for the common people of Shang. As an elder of my years, I still receive monthly interest payments from the court. The sovereign once stated that the citizens of Shang should enjoy their twilight years with security, joy, and sustenance. Look at me. In my 70s, I am still vigorous. Should I be granted a few more decades of life? I am eager to witness how the sovereign will transform the Shang dynasty. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiangzi stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Such measures are unparalleled throughout history. It is not an exaggeration to call DXIN a ruler of the ages. Yet, in the eyes of my master, the impending demise of the Shang dynasty raises a flicker of doubt within Jiangzi's heart. Meanwhile, within the dragon carriage, Inshou's divine consciousness swept across the surroundings. Observing everything intently, soon, he noticed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Jiangzi, causing his eyelids to twitch. Utilizing his piercing golden eyes, he gazed intently at Jiangzi, a smile instantly spreading across his face. It is indeed Jiangzi. I did not expect that at this moment. Jiangzi has already descended from Kunlun Mountain. He is the son of destiny, the true catalyst of the conferred deity's calamity. Now, his presence in Chaoga must be on the behest of the primordial supreme being. I shall first observe what purpose brings Jiangzi to Chaoga. With this thought, Inshou's divine consciousness stirred, and a wisp of it drifted forth that he opened his mouth and blew a breath into that divine thought. Immediately, a small bee appeared before him. Inshou waved his hand, and the little bee flew towards Jiangzi, quietly hiding on his back. Under the eager gazes of the scholars, Inshou's dragon carriage slowly exited the Imperial Academy of the Chaoga Empire. All the ministers stood solemnly beneath the high platform. At this moment, Grand Tutor Wen stepped forward and softly urged, "Your Majesty, please disembark." The curtain of the dragon carriage was gently lifted, and Inshou stepped out. All the ministers and scholars promptly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty." Inshou ascended the high platform and slowly addressed them. "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise." Only then did everyone lift their heads, directing their gaze towards the Xen atop the platform. Observing Inshou, one could sense the swirling aura of fortune around him, his demeanor exuding a natural regal presence, causing the scholars to avert their gazes in deference. Each cohort of scholars entering the Chaoga Academy consisted of no less than 3,000 individuals. Inshou scanned the crowd from the high platform, and then spoke slowly. "Esteemed scholars, your admission to the Imperial Academy of the Chaoga Empire speaks volumes of your exceptional talents, as our Shang dynasty undergoes reform. We require more gifted individuals. This is your opportunity, and equally a chance for the Shang dynasty to, if you diligently apply yourselves, in 2 or 3 years, once you have achieved proficiency and passed the assessments, you may enter the court and assume positions in various sectors, contributing your strengths for the benefit of the Shang dynasty and the populace. Today, the Imperial Academy is officially established, and it shall endure through the ages, nurturing more talents to contribute to the Shang dynasty and the world. Among you, there will surely be those who rise to the court and create history, making contributions that astonish all. I hope that you will strive to learn diligently within the academy. Furthermore, I look forward to seeing your figures within the court in 2 or 3 years' time. The future belongs to the Shang dynasty, and it equally belongs to you. You are the future of the Shang dynasty. Let us strive together. Yin Shou's address was not lengthy, yet it ignited fervor among all the scholars beneath the high platform. The sovereign's personal presence was a testament to the significance placed upon the Chaoga Academy. Thank you, your majesty. All the scholars bowed deeply in gratitude. Yin Shou waved his hand, stating, I have said enough. Your future lies in your own hands. With that, he ascended the high platform and took a seat at a nearby position. Then, Shang Rong stepped up to the high platform, unfurling a scroll in his hands, and began to articulate the Academy's regulations. The various instructors also took to the platform, sharing their perspectives on the Academy and offering words of encouragement to the students. The lengthy opening ceremony finally drew to a close. Yin Shou rose, approached the front of the high platform, and declared loudly, Today, I announce the establishment of the Imperial Academy of Chaoga City. A resounding cheer erupted from all the scholars. At that moment, the skies suddenly filled with auspicious clouds, and purple mist enveloped the air, faint sounds of celestial music wafting down from above. Everyone looked up toward the heavens. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot down from the sky, merging into the Imperial Academy, causing the energies of literary and martial arts to surge within. Upon witnessing this, Yin Shou was filled with elation, as the first to establish an academy. Though not blessed with heavenly merit, he had nonetheless attracted the energies of literary and martial arts to the institution. With these 2 formidable essences, the atmosphere of learning within the Imperial Academy would undoubtedly grow richer, and the students' comprehension would greatly enhance. Though others may not comprehend the significance of the events unfolding, the auspicious clouds and descending light assuredly signified a fortuitous occurrence. The heavens had bestowed their recognition upon the Imperial Academy. With the conclusion of the opening ceremony, the Academy began to operate in earnest. Under the watchful eyes of all, Yin Shou's dragon carriage set forth once more, making its way toward the royal palace. Upon returning to the palace, Yin Shou did not immediately retreat to the harem, but instead sat within the 9-hall palace, attuning himself to Zhang Ziya's whereabouts. With the divine consciousness he had cast upon Zhang Ziya, it did not take long for Yin Shou to locate him. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziya, upon witnessing Daoist enter the Imperial Academy and overhearing the discussions among the citizens, felt an increasing sense of suspicion. Why did Daoist enjoy such a high regard among the populace? Could it be that he truly is a wise ruler of the ages? With a heart full of doubt, Zhang Ziya sought out Song Jiazhuang on the outskirts of Chaoga City. Song Yiren, an old childhood friend of Zhang Ziya, now a prosperous man with a large family, welcomed him warmly upon hearing of his arrival. Friends reunited, they exchanged heartfelt words. Brother Zhang, in our youth, your intelligence was unparalleled. Among us, you stood out the most. You ventured to Kunlun Mountain to pursue the path. Why have you suddenly descended now? Have you achieved great mastery in your arts? Song Yiren inquired with genuine concern. The mention of Kunlun Mountain stirred a bitter ache within Zhang Ziya's heart. Brother Yiren, I must confess, I spent 40 years in the Yushu Palace of Kunlun, apprenticed under the primordial supreme being, but have only grasped the most rudimentary of Daoist arts. The remainder of the time was spent in meditation within the stone chamber. What? Are you saying that you have merely squandered 40 years? Song Yiren responded, astonished. His unintentional words pierced Zhang Ziya's heart like a dagger. Indeed, I, Zhang Ziya, devoted to the path with unwavering resolve, once believed that by studying under a sage, I would one day attain greatness. Yet, after 40 years, I have only acquired the slightest hint of understanding. Now, I find myself cast down from Kunlun by the primordial supreme being, told to enjoy the fortunes of the earthly realm. Although I may return to Kunlun, deep down, I know this is merely a comforting lie. 40 years of time. Wasted in that moment, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped Zhang Ziya, seeing the expression on Zhang Ziya's face. Song Yiren realized he had touched upon a sensitive subject and quickly reassured him. Old friend, your return is a momentous occasion. You may stay with me at Song Jiazhuang. With your intellect, you will surely find success. Zhang Ziya had no choice but to temporarily settle in Song Jiazhuang. The following day, Song Yiren prepared a feast of chicken and lamb to honor Jiang Ziya. After a hearty meal, as the two conversed in the hall, a guest suddenly arrived with news. Master, two individuals are at the door, one claiming to be Huang Feihu, seeking an audience. The king of martial valor, Huang Feihu. Song Yiren was taken aback by the revelation. He was merely a small official on the outskirts of Chaoga, a commoner, and though he had sons in minor positions at court, they were insignificant roles. He had never encountered someone of Huang Feihu's stature. The fact that Huang Feihu himself had come to visit left Song Yiren astonished, and he quickly joined Jiang Ziya to greet them outside the residence. Indeed, standing just outside were two figures. One donned battle armor, unmistakably the king of martial valor, Huang Feihu. The other was a robust figure, eyes like stars, clad in a black robe, and was none other than Daoist himself. I have met the king of martial valor, and I must apologize for not having come to welcome you. Please forgive my oversight. Song Yiren hastily spoke. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya's gaze was directed towards Daoist, and with his discernment, he immediately recognized that Daoist's status far surpassed that of Huang Feihu. In the entire realm, only a handful of individuals held a position higher than that of the martial king. The identity of the man before him was becoming increasingly apparent. Commoner Jiang Shang pays his respects to your majesty. Jiang Ziya stepped forward and deeply bowed to Yin Shou. What? Your majesty? Upon hearing this, Song Yiren was instantly struck dumb with astonishment. The sudden arrival of the emperor left him in a state of bewilderment, while Jiang Ziya felt a hidden trepidation. The primordial heavenly sovereign had commanded him to descend the mountain, to aid the West Qi in their endeavor to overthrow the Shang. And yet, Daoist was his adversary. How had his presence been revealed so swiftly? At that moment, Song Yiren, overwhelmed with surprise, invited Yin Shou and Huang Feihu into the reception hall. Upon entering, Song Yiren offered Huang Feihu and Yin Shou their seats. However, Yin Shou suddenly turned to Jiang Ziya and said, "Today, I have come for the esteemed Flying Bear. It is said that Master Flying Bear has studied under the primordial heavenly sovereign, acquiring unparalleled skills and wisdom. Our great Shang is in a period of transformation and is in dire need of talented individuals. With such extraordinary capabilities, it is imperative that I pay a visit to Master Flying Bear, hoping that for the sake of the common people, you will consider serving and aiding great Shang." What? Upon hearing Yin Shou's words, Song Yiren was elated beyond measure. "Ziya, this is splendid news. I always said that with your intellect, you shall shine wherever you go." Jiang Ziya was equally astonished. He could scarcely believe that the emperor of the Shang, the illustrious Yin Shou, would personally come to invite a humble man from mountains. What a demonstration of honoring the worthy and earnestly seeking talent. Such actions could be likened to those of Yao and Shun. No wonder his dear friend Song Yiren and the common folk of Chaoga held Yin Shou in such high esteem. Their words were not without merit. However, he had descended from Kunlun Mountain to assist the West Qi. If he were to enter Chaoga, it would be in direct contradiction to his master's instructions. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. By visiting Chaoga, he could gain insight into the situation of the Shang, allowing him to formulate targeted strategies in the future. With this in mind, Jiang Ziya promptly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I am but a commoner from the mountains. How could I possibly deserve such a personal visit from your Majesty in the Yushu Palace? I have merely acquired a modicum of Daoist knowledge and am not worthy of being called a recluse of the world. Since your Majesty has come to pay a visit so warmly, how can I not express my gratitude?" Yin Shou, upon hearing this, could not help but be overjoyed. Ever since discovering Jiang Ziya, he had secretly resolved that he would not let this individual slip away under any circumstances. This man was the child of calamity. If he could not be utilized for his own ends, then he must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. With Jiang Ziya's intellect, he would undoubtedly become his formidable rival. Even if he served the Shang after entering Chaoga, he would need to be on guard, ensuring that this man did not make his way to West Qi. The invitation of Master Flying Bear to come forth is indeed a blessing for great Shang. Yin Shou declared eagerly at that moment. Yin Shou declined Song Yiren's insistence to stay, and together with Huang Feihu, took Jiang Ziya out of Song's estate. where Yin Shou's dragon carriage awaited not far away. "Master Flying Bear, please." Yin Shou gestured towards the dragon carriage as he addressed Jiang Ziya. Jiang Ziya was taken aback. This was a dragon carriage, a symbol of the supreme authority of the Shang. DXIN was actually inviting him to board the dragon carriage. Such treatment was beyond anything he had ever imagined. "Your Majesty, as a mere commoner, how can I possibly ride in the dragon carriage?" Jiang Ziya quickly declined. DXIN smiled and replied, "Master Flying Bear must not decline. You are a great talent capable of stabilizing the nation and ensuring its prosperity. If I can secure your service, it would indeed be a blessing for Great Shang and a fortune for countless common people. I am but a king born into royalty. My abilities are surely far inferior to yours." Seeing that his refusals were in vain, Jiang Ziya had no choice but to ascend the dragon carriage, sitting upright in a dignified manner at the lower seat, while DXN also took his place atop the carriage. Huang Feihu let out a shout, and the dragon carriage swayed as it made its way towards Chaoga City. Inside the dragon carriage, despite Jiang Ziya's cultivation, he could not shake off a sense of unease. While Yin Shou regarded him with a beaming expression, "I have heard that the primordial heavenly sovereign is a supreme sage, possessing profound powers capable of severing star rivers with a mere thought, and is also imbued with benevolence beyond our comprehension. Is this true?" Yin Shou inquired. At the mention of the primordial heavenly sovereign, Jiang Ziya envisioned the majestic figure of the sovereign. That was the true embodiment of the highest existence. Impervious to calamity, whose every action affected the lives of countless beings and could reshape the cosmos. Regrettably, his own limited aptitude prevented him from following the sovereign in the cultivation of the Tao. "Indeed, the sovereign is an existence beyond our reach," Jiang Ziya solemnly responded. Yin Shou smiled slightly and said, "It is a pity that I have yet to meet the sovereign. Otherwise, I would surely seek his counsel on governance." "Master Flying Bear, are you familiar with the Imperial Academy?" Jiang Ziya nodded. As he descended the mountain, it coincided with the commencement of the Imperial Academy, so he was indeed aware of it. "I wish for Master Flying Bear to become the head of the Chaoga Imperial Academy, responsible for educating the youth and nurturing talent for Great Shang. Would you be willing?" This, Jiang Ziya hesitated momentarily before agreeing. "As a commoner, I shall certainly heed your Majesty's command." "Excellent. Upon our return to Chaoga, I shall arrange for you to take up the position at the Imperial Academy," Yin Shou said, and he continued discussing various governance strategies with Jiang Ziya, who listened in astonishment. Some of Yin Shou's ideas seemed almost divinely inspired. Concepts he had never encountered before. Could this Emperor of the Shang truly be a doomed monarch? Before long, the dragon carriage came to a stop outside the Nine Hall. Yin Shou instructed Huang Feihu to wait outside while he escorted Jiang Ziya into the Nine Hall. "Master Flying Bear, please take a seat." Yin Shou beckoned, allowing Jiang Ziya to sit down. As soon as Jiang Ziya settled into his seat, Yin Shou suddenly flicked his finger, activating a formation that had long been set in the Nine Hall. Simultaneously, a great barrier was established above the hall, completely shielding their surroundings. Although Jiang Ziya's cultivation was not particularly high, he sensed that a formation had been laid out, and his heart leaped in surprise. "Fear not," said, "I have set up a formation within the Nine Hall. Henceforth, our conversation shall remain undisclosed from prying eyes. Even a sage would be unable to eavesdrop on our discourse." Yin Shou reassured him. "What?" Jiang Ziya was taken aback once more. In this primordial world, such a formation existed, and it was laid by the Emperor DXN himself. "May I ask, Your Majesty, do you possess any cultivation?" Jiang Ziya, possessing a keen mind, felt shocked internally, but managed to maintain his composure outwardly. Yin Shou ceased his pretense. Jiang Ziya was, after all, his rival, and although he had agreed to serve him, Yin Shou knew that with Jiang Ziya's intellect, he could easily deceive him. Thus, he needed to confront the truth. If Jiang Ziya's heart did not align with him, he would not let him leave the Nine Hall. Even if he was the child of calamity, Yin Shou would not allow him to live. The atmosphere in the Nine Hall turned tense and peculiar. Yin Shou revealed his cultivation, and as the primordial scriptures within him revolved, an overwhelming aura of imperial might surged forth from his body. Despite his efforts to restrain his power, the oppressive pressure left Jiang Ziya in a state of shock. Seeing this, Insho reined in his power and smiled slightly. Zia, did you not expect that I possess cultivation? Zhangzi nodded in acknowledgement. It is said that emperors cannot cultivate. Your Majesty's ability to break free from such constraints truly astonishes me. Insho smiled gently. As long as one has the heart to pursue the Tao. It matters not whether one is human or beast, even those in their embryonic stages can attain cultivation and achieve the Daoist fruit. Your talents are remarkable, Zia. You are certainly not incapable of cultivating. If even I can break free from my shackles, how can you not? Jiang Zia pondered over Insho's words. In his youth, he was wholeheartedly devoted to the path, possessing extraordinary intellect, and was regarded as a youthful prodigy. The primordial heavenly venerable, recognizing his ardent sincerity, exceptionally took him under his wing. However, upon entering Kunlun, he found that the heavenly Tao only provided him with the fundamental methods of cultivation. After 4 decades of cultivation, he had achieved nothing at this juncture. The primordial heavenly venerable candidly expressed his doubts about Jiang Zia's ability to attain enlightenment, which left Jiang Zia with lingering skepticism. Nonetheless, such word from a sage could only be harbored in his heart, even if he questioned them. Now, even the Emperor of Humanity had attained cultivation. Why then could Jiang Zia not pursue the Tao? Was it possible that his master had deceived him? This thought sent a jolt through Jiang Zia's mind. He held the primordial heavenly venerable in the highest esteem. Why would the revered sage wish to mislead his disciple? The primordial heavenly venerable had sent him to the mortal realm to assist Zhou in overthrowing Shang, to accumulate merit, and to rescue the common folk. Yet upon reflection, Insho appeared to be a wise ruler, and the realm of the Shang was stable. The people did not require his intervention if he were to instigate conflict, resulting in the suffering of the populace and countless casualties on the battlefield. How could that be deemed an accumulation of merit? In that moment, a flicker of doubt arose within Jiang Zia. Observing Jiang Zia's expression, Insho realized that he had planted a seed of thought in his heart, one that would soon take root and ultimately lead Jiang Zia to align with the Shang. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. It seems I've begun to comprehend something, Jiang Zia expressed. Insho lifted his gaze to the ceiling of the 9 hall and slowly articulated, "What is the Tao?" The Tao exists everywhere in the world. One can cultivate it at any place, as long as one harbors benevolent intentions, benefits the people, and fulfills one's responsibilities. That is enlightenment. Life itself is a journey of cultivation. Does one truly need eternal lifespan and boundless longevity? Insho's words profoundly moved Jiang Zia. The notion that life is replete with opportunities for cultivation and that eternal life may not be essential challenged his previous beliefs. Could it be that those who seek immortality in their cultivation are mistaken? Your Majesty speaks with great wisdom. I am enlightened. Jiang Zia rose and saluted Insho. Insho continued, "Very well, Zia, that as long as you manage the Chaoga Academy well and teach your students, you will naturally grasp the Tao within your heart in due time." With that, he waved his hand, dispelling the grand protective barrier and dismantling the array. He then proclaimed loudly, "Bring Mr. Feixiong down to rest. Tomorrow, I shall personally send him to the academy for the position of its head." Soldiers promptly entered the 9 hall. Jiang Zia stood, bid farewell to Insho, and turned to leave as a disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable. Jiang Zia was unparalleled in both intellect and insight. With him as the headmaster, the academy would undoubtedly cultivate many talents for the Shang. Now, however, doubts regarding the primordial heavenly venerable had begun to fester in Jiang Zia's mind. Unless a significant mistake occurred within the Shang, he would not turn to ally with Shichi. After sending Jiang Zia off, Insho took a deep breath and proceeded towards the inner palace. Tonight promised to be a splendid evening. The following day, the court convened. Grand Tutor 1, upon returning to Chaoga, was appointed as the head of the cabinet by Insho and stood at the forefront, with ministers flanking him on either side. Insho's gaze swept across the assembly, stating, "Esteemed officials, yesterday I discovered a remarkable talent named Mr. Feixiong. Jiang Zia. He once cultivated under the primordial heavenly venerable of Kunlun and possesses extraordinary intellect. I intend to appoint Jiang Zia as the headmaster of the Chaoga Academy. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, The ministers began to murmur among themselves, "It is indeed splendid that His Majesty has secured a disciple of the heavenly venerable. Mr. Jiangxia must be an extraordinary individual. His Majesty's discerning eye is surely trustworthy. To be a disciple of a sage speaks volumes of his capabilities. This is a true blessing for the Shang." Seeing the minister's expressions filled with delight and hearing no dissent, Yin Shou then announced, "Let us invite Jiangxia to the hall." As his words fell, Jiangxia, clad in official robes, stepped into the Longda Hall and bowed respectfully to Yin Shou, proclaiming, "I, Jiang Shang, pay my respects to your Majesty. Jiang Shang, today I formally appoint you as the headmaster of the Chaoga Academy. This is the royal decree. Receive it." Upon finishing, a palace attendant presented the decree to Jiangxia. Jiangxia accepted it with both hands and stepped aside. "Xia, you may proceed to the academy at once. There, you can fully apply your lifelong knowledge." "Yes, your Majesty," Jiangxia responded and took his leave. Once Jiangxia departed, Yin Shou addressed the ministers. "Currently, my inner palace has over 100 offspring. However, I plan to expand the inner palace further, commanding the 18 vassal lords to select more beautiful women to enter the palace, aiming to reach 1,000 in number. What do you think?" The ministers were taken aback by this announcement. Upon returning to Chaoga, Grand Tutor had heard of Yin Shou's endeavors, and the king's selection of hundreds of beauties was indeed astonishing. The reforms he implemented had enriched the people, earning their affection, and they turned a blind eye to Yin Shou's actions. After all, with his magical prowess, emulating Xin Yuan by managing 3,000 women was not beyond his capabilities. The other ministers, seeing no opposition, remained silent as long as the king did not become enraptured by the inner palace and continued to manage the court affairs. With no objections raised, Yin Shou was filled with joy. "In that case, let it be known that I command the 4 vassal lords to each select another 150 beauties to send to Chaoga City." Messengers were dispatched without delay. Yin Shou added, "These beauties will require palatial accommodations, and I plan to expand the inner palace further and construct the fragrant garden for them to reside in. What do you all think?" Given Yin Shou's prestige, none dared to oppose this decree. He promptly arranged for Du Yuanxi to oversee the construction of the fragrant garden, ensuring that once the beauties arrived, they could be accommodated, with the orders issued. A subtle smile graced Yin Shou's lips based on his understanding of the system. There would be rewards for reaching a certain number of consorts. If the number exceeded 1,000, he could expect substantial bonuses. Thus far, he had already reaped numerous rewards from the system, yet it seemed insufficient to contend with the Western teachings and the Chan school. As time passed, on this particular day, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. An immense force of fortune converged upon the royal palace. Yin Shou immediately felt a stirring within him, his consciousness extending outward, revealing that Princess Longji was about to give birth. Knowing that she was carrying a child of destiny, Yin Shou dared not delay and hurried to the Western Palace, entering the courtyard of Princess Longji, where the 3 holy mothers and Ao Ying awaited anxiously. Ao Ying cradled their 1-year-old son. Yin Long, upon seeing Yin Shou arrive, the 3 holy mothers and Ao Ying quickly approached to pay their respects. Yin Shou waved his hand. "My beloved consorts, no need for such formalities." Their child, peering out, greeted Yin Shou in a sweet voice. "Greetings, father." The adorable sight of Yin Long brought immense joy to Yin Shou. "Ah, truly my son. So clever. Come here, let father hold you." As he approached Yin Long, he beamed at the child's cherubic face, filled with affection, and playfully kissed his cheek. "Father, you are so annoying," Yin Long remarked. "Ha ha." Yin Shou could not help but burst into laughter, and both San Sheng Mu and Ao Ying also revealed smiles. Their earlier concerns alleviated significantly that moment. The heavens above thickened with fortune as a stream of radiant runes surged through the void. Amidst this luminescence, the ethereal silhouette of a divine statue slowly coalesced. An extraordinary phenomenon heralded the birth of a child of destiny. Yin Shou was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, the divine statue raised its head towards the sky and let out a resounding roar, before transforming into a beam of light that shot into the inner chamber. A piercing cry of a newborn soon echoed within the palace of Princess Longji. The three of them were filled with exuberance. A midwife emerged, exclaiming, "Congratulations, your majesty! Both mother and child are safe, and a lady has given birth to a prince that ha-ha." Insho rejoiced, handing Yin Long over to Ao Ing and stepped toward the chamber of Princess Longji. Simultaneously, he heard the system's prompt. "Ding! System notification. You have successfully sown the seeds of destiny, birthing the embodiment of the divine statue. You have received the divine statue's prison suppression jade slip." Hearing this, Insho's delight deepened. Truly, it was the embodiment of the divine statue, and the reward was the formidable power of the divine statue's prison suppression. Upon entering the chamber, he saw the midwife cradling the freshly cleaned child, while Princess Longji, nestled in her bed, gazed at Insho with a blissful expression. "Heavenly consort, you have worked hard," Insho promptly said. "Not at all," Princess Longji replied, a gentle smile gracing her face. Insho took the child, noting his robust and lively appearance, which filled him with even greater joy. Quietly, he held the jade slip of the divine statue's prison suppression and chose to use it on the child. Instantly, a stream of light surged into the child's mind. "This little one is sturdy. He shall surely achieve great things in the future. I shall name you Yin Yang," Insho declared with a smile. At that moment, the system's prompt resounded in his ears. "You have successfully used the jade slip of the divine statue's prison suppression, receiving a tenfold feedback, and you have comprehended the heavenly divine fist." Once again, he was met with delightful news. Overjoyed, Insho presented the child to Princess Longji, saying, "My beloved, behold, this is our child." With a tender expression, Princess Longji accepted the child, her face radiating joy as she gently patted the baby's back. "Yin Yang, my dear Yang, hee, I am your mother." Seeing the happiness on Princess Longji's face, Insho couldn't help but smile broadly. After becoming a mother, he wondered if her personality would change in any way. Just then, Ao Ing and San Shengmu entered the chamber. As soon as they stepped in, San Shengmu exclaimed, "Sister Longji, congratulations on becoming a mother. Come, let me hold the child." With the birth of the child, joy filled the chamber. Insho lingered in Princess Longji's chamber for nearly an hour before he finally stepped into the Nine Chambers Hall. Among his children, yet another child of destiny had been added. Moreover, he had received the feedback from the divine statue's prison suppression, comprehending the heavenly divine fist that in the future, as this child practiced the divine statue's prison suppression, he too would receive a tenfold cultivation feedback. Leaving the Western Palace with a heart full of joy, Insho made his way towards the Nine Chambers Hall, where Du Yuanqi was already waiting. I pay my respects to your majesty," Du Yuanqi said upon seeing Insho enter the hall, quickly stepping forward to bow. With a commanding presence, Insho took his seat at the main position and inquired, "What urgent matter do you bring?" "Your majesty, the imperial fragrance garden you wish to construct has been completed. Please, your majesty, proceed to inspect it," Du Yuanqi replied. Insho nodded. "The progress is quite swift." "Good, I should go take a look." Thus, Insho and Du Yuanqi headed towards the imperial fragrance garden. The garden was not far from the palace, merely separated by a surrounding wall. The design of the garden was personally drawn by Insho, featuring artificial hills, fountains, pools, and more. Within the garden, a plethora of flowers. Grasses and trees were planted, reminiscent of the charm of Suzhou gardens, as they walked along the gravel path of the imperial fragrance garden. Du Yuanqi continuously described the features within, to which Insho nodded in acknowledgement. In reality, he had already scanned the entire garden with his divine sense, fully grasping its condition. Now that the imperial fragrance garden is complete, it awaits the selection of beautiful maidens by the lords of the four towns. Insho remarked, nodding in agreement. Just then, as they exited the garden, a soldier approached with news. "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Shibua, Ji Chong, has sent 150 beautiful maidens who have arrived at Chaoga." Upon hearing this, Insho was filled with elation. Have them sent directly to the imperial fragrance garden. Following the arrival of the 150 maidens from the Marquis of Shibua, in a few days, the Marquis of Dongbua, Jiang Huanshu, the Marquis of Beibua, Chonghohu, and the Marquis of Nanbua, Yichongyu also sent 150 exceptionally beautiful maidens each, with 600 maidens entering the palace. Insho found himself tirelessly engaged, attending to the needs of multiple women daily. Fortunately, his profound cultivation and being a six-yang body allowed him to remain invigorated even amidst such exertions. As he diligently managed state affairs in the court, naturally, the ministers were aware of Yin Shou's daily engagements with the maidens. Initially, they worried for his health. However, as Yin Shou attended court each day, managing affairs with ease, the ministers gradually set aside their concerns, feeling envious instead. The health of His Majesty is truly remarkable. If only I could possess even a fraction of it, I would have no regrets. Whenever these ministers finished their own indulgences and felt utterly exhausted, their envy for Yin Shou only deepened. Time swiftly passed, and nearly half a year had gone by, during which Yin Shou had finally completed his engagements with the 600 newly arrived maidens. However, in attending to these new maidens, he also had to consider the needs of the previously entered consorts, whose demands had significantly escalated after childbirth, almost reaching insatiable levels. Even with Yin Shou's extraordinary capabilities, there were moments when he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Finally, a system prompt resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host! The number of consorts has surpassed 1,000, achieving a new milestone in consort acquisition. You have received the system reward, the Void Suppression Barrier. Hearing this, Yin Shou was elated beyond measure. He promptly opened the system space and indeed found a small disc added within. Taking out the disc, he gazed at it through the broken void golden eye, and immediately, information about the disc appeared before him. Barrier Formation Disc. Using this disc will create a no-fly zone within a certain range. Within this no-fly zone, no cultivator, regardless of their cultivation level, can fly. Any attempt to fly will result in backlash from the formation, and this barrier does not affect the user of the disc. Upon reading the system prompt, Yin Shou felt a surge of excitement. What a powerful tool! This no-fly barrier means that even a sage cannot fly within it. Does this imply that if a heavenly Dao sage were to reach the skies above the barrier, they would be unable to fly? If other cultivators cannot fly within the barrier while I remain unaffected, wouldn't that grant me a significant advantage? This barrier was formidable. As the grand palace of the Daoist, how could its dignity be maintained if cultivators soared above it? He wondered about the area that this disc could cover. Well, I shall see when I use it. Stepping outside the Nine Chambers Hall, Yin Shou activated the formation disc with a thought. Instantly, a beam of light shot forth from the disc into the sky, transforming into countless streams of light that cascaded back towards Chaoga City. Soon, these streams connected, forming a massive barrier. Once the barrier was established, Yin Shou extended his divine sense and discovered that it enveloped the entirety of Chaoga City, extending 5 miles beyond its walls. This meant that anyone entering within 5 miles of Chaoga City would be grounded, unable to fly. Quite impressive. Yin Shou was thoroughly satisfied with the barrier. His efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. His tireless labor was rewarded. With the barrier set up, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode towards the rear palace. Now, the first batch of children had reached around 1 year of age, while the second batch was still in swaddling. Once this second batch of children was born, he would be able to achieve a new milestone and receive further rewards. This system certainly had its quirks. For instance, originally, acquiring 100 consorts would earn a minor achievement. Now it requires the enrollment of 1,000 individuals to attain an achievement, and in the next phase, one must gather 10,000.10,000. Such a notion is beyond the wildest dreams of Yin Shou. To court 10 women daily would take nearly 3 years to rotate through them all. Particularly, after numerous encounters with women, even if his body can endure, the psychological threshold rises significantly. Not even the most stunning beauty can pique Yin Shou's interest anymore. He finds it utterly uninteresting unless there are new tricks to be played. After all, Yin Shou considers himself quite the seasoned veteran, having exhausted all conceivable diversions. While Yin Shou stroked his chin in contemplation, a sudden phenomenon arose in the sky. It appeared as though the void had been torn open, with an endless stream of scholarly energy surging forth from the rift, converging above the royal palace. A colossal brush danced in the air, each stroke imbued with a profound scholarly aura. That moment, all the inhabitants of Chaoga City looked skyward, their faces painted with astonishment. Within the Imperial Academy, Jiang Zia stood in the square, gazing into the heavens, stroking his white beard, seemingly enlightened. The Chaoga Academy, suffused with scholarly energy, resonated with the words of the Emperor Exen, who once proclaimed that all things possess a path. If one were to absorb this scholarly essence and cultivate it, could they not comprehend the way of scholarship? Contemplating this, Jiang Zia closed his eyes, attuning himself to the scholarly energy from above, and with his extraordinary intellect began to deduce its secrets. Simultaneously, Inshou naturally noticed the celestial anomaly, his divine sense sweeping out to discover that the three holy mothers in the Western Palace were on the verge of giving birth. Calculating the time, he realized that the three holy mothers had completed their term. It was indeed time for the child to arrive. He quickly shifted his form and appeared outside the three holy mothers' chambers. Outside the chambers, Dragon Girl Ao Ying and Princess Long Ji had long been waiting by the door. Ao Ying's child, Long Air, already over a year old, was bouncing about in the courtyard, his movements fluid and swift, far exceeding those of ordinary children. Upon seeing Inshou, Long Air rushed over, exclaiming, "I greet my father!" Huh! Upon witnessing Long Air, Inshou felt a surge of joy and promptly scooped him up. "Father, look!" Long Air pointed excitedly at the celestial phenomenon, his childlike voice chiming. "The air is so thick up there. Mother said it's because my third aunt is about to give birth." Hee, Inshou chuckled. Indeed, when Long Air was born, the roar of 10,000 dragons was even more extravagant than this. "Is that true?" Long Air blinked his eyes in wonder. "Of course it's true. Now, let father see if you have made any progress in your cultivation," with a slight probe of his divine sense. Inshou scanned Long Air and felt the true dragon aura surging within him, realizing that he was quickly nearing the first transformation of the true dragon 9 transformations. This child is indeed the true dragon's sacred body. In just over a year, he is close to achieving the first transformation. Once the true dragon 9 transformations are perfected, he will undoubtedly possess earth-shattering power. Moreover, Long Air's advancement will reflect tenfold upon himself. The faster Long Air progresses, the greater the benefits Inshou reaps. In this past year, several fated children have been diligently cultivating, and Inshou himself is on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the 12 Golden Immortal realm. Just as Inshou engaged in conversation with Long Air, the endless scholarly energy surged into the chambers of the three holy mothers. Moments later, a resounding cry of a newborn echoed from within the chambers. "They have given birth." Princess Long Ji and Ao Ying rejoiced, and even little Yin Long beamed. "Father, my third aunt has given birth. It must be a little brother." "Indeed." Well said. Inshou smiled gently, playfully ruffling Long Air's nose. At that moment, the system notification chimed in Inshou's ears. "Ding! You have successfully sown the seeds of a fated child and received the special Technique 9 Heaven's scholarly path. The reward has been deposited into your system space. Please check it." Hearing the system prompt, Inshou could not contain his elation and hurriedly opened his system space. Indeed, he found a jade slip within. Utilizing his Puwang golden eyes, the information from the jade slip materialized before him. 9 Heaven's scholarly path, a special technique that awakens scholarly energy through cultivation. Mastering this technique allows one to obtain cultivation power, and upon reaching perfection, one can create worlds with a stroke of their brush. Penning the stars, incredible, truly a method for cultivating the scholarly path. Inshou could not help but rejoice, stowing the jade slip and making his way into the birthing chambers. Long Air, Ao Ying, and Princess Long Ji followed closely behind. Upon Inshou's entrance, a midwife promptly presented the newborn to him, saying, "Your Majesty, the prince is exceptionally handsome." Inshou took the child into his arms and indeed observed that the infant had a straight nose and a square jaw, with eyes like stars radiating righteousness. Though he had yet to fully develop, his bone structure indicated he would undoubtedly grow into a striking young man. The infant's gaze was fixed upon Inshou's face, causing him to beam with joy. The charm of a newborn is undeniably powerful, flooding Inshou's heart with warmth. Stealthily retrieving the jade slip, he directed its power toward the infant, and a beam of light entered the child's mind. Simultaneously, Inshou received a tenfold feedback of the technique, comprehending the essence of the scholarly path. "Father, I want to hold my little brother," Long Air exclaimed, bouncing at Inshou's feet. Inshou extended his arms. lifting long air into his embrace, one in each arm, a smile of pure happiness illuminating his face. "Father, this little brother is truly adorable." Long air began to speak again, but Ing had already approached, taking long air from Shou's arms. "Long air, let your father spend some time with your brother first, all right?" "Okay, mother," Long air replied, understanding. Shou brought the infant before the three holy mothers, who instantly beamed with warmth. "From now on, this child shall be named Bai." "Very well, whatever the king decides shall be so," the three holy mothers agreed, with the joyous addition of a son, and another fated child at that. Shou was naturally elated. Meanwhile, Princess Longji and Ing gathered around the three holy mothers, chattering incessantly. Now that all three had children, they had much experience to share, observing the three consorts engaging in animated conversation. Shou gradually stepped out of the chambers. With Bai's cultivation focused on the scholarly path, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset as he grew. Currently, he had 10 fated children under his care. And when the time came for the divine calamity, in opposition to the celestial saints, they would all emerge as formidable forces. It seems he must devise a way to expedite their training. As time flowed steadily, half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Shou's children had matured considerably. During this period, a continuous stream of children had been born, and Shou's offspring had now surpassed 200. These children, bearing Shou's exceptional genes, exhibited far greater intelligence than ordinary children. Regrettably, none were fated children. Shou worked diligently, hoping for his consorts to conceive again. Yet the likelihood of a second child was significantly diminished, and none of the consorts had managed to become pregnant. Meanwhile, at Golden Island, above the training grounds of the Golden Light Holy Mother, an explosion of light suddenly radiated, with an infinite sacred aura converging from all directions. Illuminating the area above the Golden Light Cave with a dazzling brilliance, a celestial phenomenon erupted, and a powerful holy light pressure swept across the land. Streams of light shot toward the Golden Light Cave. First arriving were the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Island. The Earth Flame Heavenly Lord Bai Li, the Heavenly Lord Tian Ju Qin Wan, the Earth Split Heavenly Lord Zhao Jiang, the Ice Cold Heavenly Lord Yuan Jiao, the Soul Falling Heavenly Lord Yao Bin, and the Red Water Heavenly Lord Wang Bian. The 9 heavenly lords, along with the Golden Light Holy Mother, formed the 10 heavenly lords, cultivating together and maintaining an excellent relationship. Upon witnessing the brilliant display from the Golden Light Holy Mother's cave, the 9 heavenly lords hurriedly converged. Junior Sister Golden Light must be cultivating a powerful divine ability. Such an immense phenomenon indicates her newfound prowess, remarked Heavenly Lord Tian Ju Qin Wan, and the Earth Trap Heavenly Lord Zhao Jiang added. Last time, when Junior Sister ventured alone to the Northern D to assist Wenzhong, she returned rather taciturn. Yet upon her return, her cultivation had unexpectedly broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. In just half a day, she must have comprehended new divine abilities. Indeed, we should celebrate Junior Sister's achievement. With a gaze fixed upon the peculiar phenomena adorning the heavens, the 10 heavenly lords expressed their astonishment. That moment, a streak of luminous light descended. Landing outside the Golden Light Cave, revealed a woman clad in a pale yellow gauze dress, her expression stern and serious. This woman, possessing exceptional beauty and a tall, statuesque figure, embodied the essence of an ice-cold beauty, accentuated by her austere demeanor. As she approached, the 9 heavenly lords swiftly stepped forward to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Sister Jinling." Indeed, the visitor was none other than the Holy Mother of Golden Light. The Holy Mother of Golden Light nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to the apex of the Golden Light Cave, where the swirling golden radiance caused her brow to furrow in mild concern. This golden light is indeed peculiar. It does not appear to stem from any cultivation technique or magical artifact. What? The 9 heavenly lords exchanged bewildered glances. If it was neither a result of cultivation methods nor magical artifacts, what could possibly be the cause? Just then, 2 more figures shot through the air, revealing 2 additional women. Point 1 was adorned in black armor, exuding an air of heroism, her high crown accentuating her striking form, while the natural eye makeup added a touch of allure to her martial demeanor. This was the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, a disciple from the celestial sect. The other, wearing an elegant Taoist robe and an ame crown, bore a gentle smile that radiated warmth and kindness. Her mature aura reminiscent of a ripe peach, awaiting harvest. This was the Holy Mother of Unfathomable. Upon witnessing the gathering of the three Holy Mothers, the 9 heavenly lords once again stepped forward to pay their respects. The Holy Mother of Unfathomable waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. I believe Brother Duobao will be arriving shortly." Indeed, scarcely had the Holy Mother of Unfathomable's words faded when a beam of light shot forth, landing nearby to reveal a figure clad in a yellow Taoist robe and a high crown. None other than Duobao Daoist. The 4 inner disciples of the celestial sect had all assembled, their gazes fixed upon the sky where the luminous aura continued to coalesce. The 4 inner disciples and the 9 heavenly lords gathered outside the golden light cave, their eyes turned skyward, where beams of light intertwined above, an overwhelming aura of divinity pressed down from the heavens. Several highly skilled disciples of the celestial sect gaped in awe, eager to investigate the golden light cave. Yet hesitant to disturb the Holy Mother of Golden Light's seclusion, they attempted to probe the cave with their spiritual senses, only to be met with the barrier of the protective formation. At that moment, all the radiant energies in the void surged toward the golden light cave. As the light entered, the sound of an infant's cry echoed from within. What? The 4 inner disciples and the 9 heavenly lords were collectively taken aback. How could there be an infant's cry within the golden light cave? Could it be that the Holy Mother of Golden Light had encountered an incident? "Let us enter and investigate," declared the Holy Mother of Golden Light, her figure flickering as she swiftly entered the cave. Upon entering, she was immediately struck dumb by the sight before her. There sat the Holy Mother of Golden Light upon a soft couch, her expression tender as she gazed at the infant cradled in her arms, the tiny head of the baby nestled against her, as if seeking nourishment. The Holy Mother of Golden Light, in the realm of quasi-sainthood, extended her spiritual sense and perceived the rich aura of light emanating from within the infant. She was certain that the celestial phenomena earlier were caused by this unborn child. As the Holy Mother of Golden Light marveled at this revelation, the Holy Mother of Unfathomable, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Duobao Daoist, and the 9 heavenly lords all entered the cave, upon seeing the infant in the Holy Mother of Golden Light's embrace. Their expressions turned to astonishment. The Holy Mother of Golden Light slowly raised her head to regard her fellow disciples and stated calmly, "You are not mistaken. This is my child that I, the Holy Mother of Golden Light, have truly become a mother. You." The Holy Mother of Golden Light hesitated, her words unspoken. Within the regulations of the celestial sect, there was no prohibition against marriage or childbearing for its disciples. Thus, the birth of the child was her prerogative. Duobao Daoist sighed deeply and remarked, "Sister, such a significant matter should be conveyed to our master, so that he may be informed. The child in your arms possesses the holy body of light, with profound potential for greatness in the future. Indeed, brother, I believe this matter cannot remain hidden from our master," the Holy Mother of Golden Light replied, as if on cue. A resounding voice, rich in resonance, echoed within the golden light cave. "Golden Light, I am already aware that you have just given birth, that I shall assist you in restoring your vitality." Upon the conclusion of the voice, a surge of spiritual energy descended from the void, enveloping the Holy Mother of Golden Light, instantly replenishing her strength. "Golden Light, bring your child to Bo Palace so that I may have a good look at him. You should all come as well." The voice continued. The 4 inner disciples and the 9 heavenly lords promptly bowed, responding, "Yes, Master. Let us depart." Duobao Daoist gestured with a wave of his hand, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he made his way toward Bo Palace. Following closely were the 9 heavenly lords, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Unfathomable. The Holy Mother of Golden Light turned back to the Holy Mother of Golden Light and said, "Golden Light, let us go." "Very well, sister," replied the Holy Mother of Golden Light. Rising to her feet, cradling the infant as she followed the Holy Mother of Golden Light toward Bo Palace. At the very moment, the Holy Mother of Golden Light brought forth her child. A notification echoed in her ears. Ding! You have successfully sown the seeds of fortune, gaining a descendant of the holy body of light. The system rewards you with the Great Light Technique, which has been issued to your system space. Please check. What? The system notification sent a jolt through her heart. She immediately understood the source of the message. It must have originated from the Holy Mother of Golden Light. Having conceived her child, she returned to Zhou Island. Should the other immortals learn of her childbirth, it could spell either fortune or misfortune that if they sought to harm her child, it would undoubtedly be perilous. No, she could not abandon her child on Zhou Island. Even if she had to risk everything, she would ensure her child's safety. With this thought, she exited the Grand Master's residence and instructed the guards that she would be departing on a long journey. Then, with a flicker of her form, she invoked the purple rainbow technique, instantaneously arriving beside Wen Zhong. Your Majesty, Wen Zhong, deep in meditation at his residence, was startled by her sudden appearance and hastily rose to pay his respects. When Taisher, I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of Zhou Island and how to reach it, she stated directly, not wishing to waste time. Wen Zhong's heart trembled at her words. Your Majesty, why do you inquire about Zhou Island? That is the domain of the celestial sect, home to countless powerful beings that I have urgent matters to attend to and must visit Zhou Island. Just tell me the way. She insisted. Seeing her urgency, Wen Zhong ceased to withhold information and promptly relayed the location of Zhou Island. Your Majesty, it has been a long time since I returned to Zhou Island. Would you allow me to accompany you? After considering, she thought it wise to accept. Wen Zhong was indeed a disciple of the celestial sect. Though his rank was not high, his connections were commendable. His presence might prove beneficial on their journey. Very well, you may accompany me, but I shall travel swiftly and will go ahead of you. With that, she departed the Grand Master's residence and activated the purple rainbow technique, swiftly heading toward Zhou Island. In the blink of an eye, she beheld a distant, vast expanse of ocean, upon which lay a celestial island. The island was adorned with gathering auspicious clouds and drifting purple mist, an endless flow of Daoist rhythms. And various auspicious apparitions danced above. Truly, Zhou Island, the abode of sages, resembled a realm beyond this world. She couldn't help but marvel at the sight. With a flicker of her form, she glided toward the island. Meanwhile, the Holy Mother of Golden Light, accompanied by her child, arrived at the entrance of Bo Palace alongside the Holy Mother of Golden Light. The water and fire children stood at the entrance, and upon seeing their arrival, promptly announced, "The Master is awaiting you both in Bo Palace. You may enter." The Holy Mother of Golden Light and the Holy Mother of Golden Light swiftly entered the palace. Indeed, they found Daoist, the Holy Mother of Unfathomable, the 9 heavenly lords, and the 7 celestial attendants standing within. In the center of the palace stood a tall, robust young man clad in a Daoist robe. Exuding an ethereal aura, he gazed upward at the grand ceiling of Bo Palace, where a magnificent mural depicted the grand assembly of all immortals. This man was none other than the master of the celestial sect, the saint of the heavenly way. Greetings, Master, the Golden Light Holy Mother and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, upon encountering the Lord of the celestial teachings, hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully. The Lord of the celestial teachings turned around, his gaze sweeping over the Golden Light Holy Mother, ultimately lingering upon the infant cradled in her arms. He spoke slowly. Golden Light, how many years have you followed my teachings? The Golden Light Holy Mother, upon hearing this, promptly replied, since the calamity of the witch and the demon, I have been devoted to my master. But you understand that for those of us on the path of cultivation, if one allows worldly desires to take root, one's progress in cultivation will stagnate, making it exceedingly difficult to advance further. The path to the great Tao is fraught with challenges. The Lord of the celestial teachings continued. Understand, Master, the Golden Light Holy Mother responded, conceive a child. It requires the union of yin and yang. From my discussions in the Purple Cloud Palace, I have instructed all disciples of the celestial teachings to enter seclusion and refrain from leaving the island. Are you aware of this? The Golden Light Holy Mother was taken aback and quickly said, I acknowledge my error, and I implore Master to mete out punishment." Seeing this, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother quickly interjected. "Master, Golden Light is wholeheartedly devoted to the path. Her departure from the island must have been compelled by some pressing circumstance. She was surely led astray, resulting in her current state. I beseech you to ascertain the truth before making a decision." Indeed, the Daoist of the precious treasure chimed in. "Golden Light is a person of loyalty and would never willingly tarnish the teachings of our sect. Please, Master, investigate thoroughly. Please, Master, uncover the truth." The unfettered Holy Mother and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother also joined in pleading for the Golden Light Holy Mother. The 9 great celestial lords prostrated themselves on the ground, imploring, "Master, in light of Golden Light's unwavering devotion to the path, please show leniency." Touched by the sincere pleas of her fellow disciples, the Golden Light Holy Mother felt a swell of emotion. "Dear brothers and sisters, there is no need to intercede on my behalf, that I willingly descended the mountain, willingly let myself be compromised, and willingly gave birth to this child. Whatever punishment Master deems fit, I bear no resentment. However, this child is innocent. I ask Master to show mercy." The tears slipped from the corner of the Golden Light Holy Mother's eye, and the image of a towering figure floated in her mind. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she resolved to bring the child into the world, not for anyone else, but for that man, for those blissful 2 hours. Even if cast into the depths of hell, she would have no regrets. Seeing her fellow disciples pleading for her, the Lord of the Celestial Teachings remarked, "When have I ever stated that I would punish Golden Light? All of you, rise." The disciples, their hearts shifting from worry to joy, stood up. Although Golden Light's state was compromised, it had shattered the shackles of her cultivation. Moreover, her foundation had become even more profound. Given time, it was not impossible for Golden Light to ascend to the great Luo realm or even the quasi-saint level. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings spoke slowly. What? The disciples were taken aback. A compromised state was typically thought to halt one's progress. Yet Golden Light had seemingly purified her foundation and broken through her shackles. No wonder she had been trapped in the Golden Immortal realm for countless years and had now reached the 12 Golden Immortal level. This was truly astonishing that in an instant, several senior brothers and sisters felt a surge of joy for Golden Light. Such a breakthrough in purifying one's foundation required immense fortune that if Golden Light were to enter the quasi-saint level, another powerful being would emerge from the celestial teachings. Perhaps Golden Light might even gain the opportunity to enter the inner sect and become a direct disciple. I too cannot fathom why Golden Light is in such a state. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings continued. However, this matter must be related to her compromise and the individual involved, that I cannot conceive of anyone in this primal world possessing such capability. The disciples were once again astounded to achieve union and purify one's foundation, enhancing one's aptitude. Even the revered Master could not recall anyone with such power. Who, then, was the one who had united with Golden Light? However, the subsequent words of the Lord of the Celestial Teachings left the disciples even more astonished. Golden Light, the infant in your arms is a holy infant, a holy infant. The Golden Light Holy Mother was both surprised and delighted. Holding the child even tighter, the disciples were filled with a mix of shock and oh wonder the birth of Golden Light's child had been accompanied by celestial phenomena. No wonder even Master had been stirred. This child was indeed a holy infant. A holy infant is one of extraordinary foundational strength, possessing the potential to attain a saintly position in the future. Among them, no one possessed such a constitution. This type of aptitude had not been seen since the dawn of the primal world. Yet, the Golden Light Holy Mother had given birth to a holy infant. It was no wonder the disciples of the Celestial Teachings were left in utter disbelief. But the Lord of the Celestial Teachings continued. This child possesses a radiant holy body, containing within it the essence of light. The radiant holy body, also known as the body of purity, is devoid of any malevolent thoughts. For us cultivators, who harbor both virtuous and wicked thoughts, to attain a saintly position, we must sever both the good and evil corpses. However, the radiant holy body, lacking any evil thoughts, can achieve sanctity without the need to sever any corpses. Such a foundation surpasses even mine. What? The disciples gaped in astonishment. This holy infant-esque foundation was said to be superior to that of their master. It was known that the master was one of the three pure ones, an incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with the merits of creation, with a foundation so profound that few could surpass it in the primal world. Yet the master claimed that this child's foundation was greater than his own. This was simply too. Just as everyone was engulfed in astonishment, the figure of Insho appeared in the void above Jineo Island, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the protective array surrounding the island. This array had been set by the saint of the celestial teachings and was not easily breached, of course. With the chaotic primordial array technique at his disposal, Insho could, given sufficient time, break through the protective array. However, he felt a sense of urgency and had little time to ponder the intricacies of the array. If he were to forcefully attack it, not only would he risk alerting the Lord of the celestial teachings, but it would also reflect poorly on him and the disciples of the celestial teachings that moment, when Zhong arrived riding the inked Qilin, swiftly approaching. The speed of Insho astonished even when Zhong, as the inked Qilin was known for its remarkable swiftness within the Qilin clan. Despite this, when Zhong could not even catch up to Insho's silhouette. "Greetings, your majesty," when Zhong quickly approached, bowing deeply. Insho waved his hand dismissively and said, "Grand Tutor, no need for such formalities. Quickly tell me how to breach this array." When Taisher produced a token with a flick of his hand, saying, "This is the token of our celestial teachings. The bearer of this token can enter Jineo Island. Your majesty, please follow this old minister." With that, when Taisher tossed the token, which emitted a series of radiant beams directed toward the protective array of Jineo Island. Instantly, a void appeared in the array. "Let us proceed," when Zhong exclaimed, swiftly entering the array. Insho, without hesitation, followed suit. As they entered the array, the two made their way toward the direction of the Bio Palace. Once inside, Insho truly felt the grandeur of Jineo Island, with towering peaks, ancient trees reaching the heavens, and lush greenery. The rich essence of the world invigorated his spirit. The energy here was at least dozens of times more potent than that of the outside world. It was indeed a sanctuary for cultivation. At the center of the island stood a magnificent palace, surrounded by swirling circles of Tao energy, grand and solemn. Even Insho marveled, acknowledging it as a true abode of the saints. When Zhong and Insho landed before the Golden Light Cave, "This is the place where my esteemed teacher, Golden Light, cultivates. Your majesty, what business do you have with her?" when Zhong inquired. Insho did not respond to Zhong's question and swiftly entered the Golden Light Cave. Inside, the cave was empty, devoid of any presence, yet the aura of the Golden Light Holy Mother surged toward Insho. Where could she have gone? Insho's brow furrowed slightly. Logically, the Golden Light Holy Mother, having just given birth, should not have strayed far. Could it be that she had been taken away? Perhaps it was the Lord of the Celestial Teachings who had taken her that moment. When Zhong also entered the Golden Light Cave and, seeing it devoid of life, could not help but display an expression of surprise. "Let us go to the Bio Palace and seek the Lord of the Celestial Teachings." Insho spoke. Upon hearing this, when Zhong could not help but feel a jolt of his spirit. However, he refrained from further inquiries and accompanied Insho towards the Bio Palace in the blink of an eye. The two arrived before the majestic edifice of the Bio Palace, its grandeur becoming increasingly apparent as they approached. Above the entrance floated three prominent characters. Bio Palace, that moment, a flash of light appeared, and a young acolyte, the Water and Fire Boy, who served directly under the Tongtian Jiao Master, obstructed their path. When Zhong, "What brings you here?" the Water and Fire Boy, a close attendant to Tongtian, inquired upon seeing Zhong. When Zhong promptly replied, "I accompany His Majesty, who has come to the Bio Palace to seek an audience with our revered master. I kindly ask you to relay this message." Upon hearing that the human emperor had arrived, the Water and Fire Boy immediately turned his gaze to the side, where Insho stood. The Water and Fire Boy could not discern the depth of Insho's cultivation, having attained the state of returning to simplicity. He then conveyed, "Indeed, the human emperor has come, but our master is currently occupied with pressing matters within Bio Palace and may not be able to meet with you at this moment." Pressing matters, a tremor coursed through Yin Shou's heart. Could it be related to the Holy Mother of Golden Light? He hastily inquired, is it connected to the Holy Mother of Golden Light? The water and fire boy was taken aback. How does the human emperor know this? He quickly regained his composure, adding, this is an affair of the Jiejiao, and outsiders must not pry. Yin Shou's heart raced with urgency. The Holy Mother of Golden Light had borne a child for him. If the Tongtian Jiao master were to penalize her, how could he face her? He implored, I beseech you to convey my words. The water and fire boy replied, the master is currently preoccupied. If the human emperor wishes to meet, he must wait here. Yin Shou could not suppress a cold snort, declaring, I am the human emperor. Even if the Tongtian Jiao master is a sage, I am entitled to an audience that if you refuse to convey my message, I shall enter unbidden. With that, he swiftly maneuvered around the water and fire boy. Both Wen Zhong and the water and fire boy were caught off guard and could not stop him in time. As Yin Shou darted into the Bo Palace, Wen Zhong was taken aback and hurried forward. Within the Bo Palace, Tong Tian was engaged in conversation when suddenly a figure flashed and Yin Shou appeared in the hall. Upon noticing the intrusion, Daoist, the Holy Mother of Golden Light, and others shouted in unison, who dares to intrude upon the Bo Palace? The formidable auras of the Wudong Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and the 9 great heavenly lords surged, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Even Tong Tian furrowed his brow. Since the establishment of the Jiejiao, no one had ever dared to breach the sanctity of the Bo Palace uninvited. Who are you? Tong Tian's divine sense swept over Yin Shou, failing to penetrate his depth. His brow furrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. Over a dozen formidable auras immediately locked on Yin Shou, poised to act. Yet, Yin Shou remained unfazed as the human emperor, blessed with the fortune of his people, who would dare to harm him. His gaze traversed the assembly, ultimately landing on the face of the Holy Mother of Golden Light, who revealed a hint of panic. Upon seeing the sleeping infant in the Holy Mother's embrace, Yin Shou finally felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. Noticing that Yin Shou had ignored them, Dao Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Light, and others grew incensed and were about to voice their outrage when Wen Zhong rushed in, bowing before Tong Tun. Disciple, Wen Zhong pays his respects to the Master Ancestor. He then turned to the Holy Mother of Golden Light, saying, I pay my respects to the Master. Wen Zhong, how did you come here? The Holy Mother of Golden Light inquired. Wen Zhong replied, I accompany His Majesty to seek an urgent audience with the Master Ancestor. Seeing that the Holy Mother of Golden Light and her child were safe, Yin Shou stepped forward and slightly cupped his hands toward Tong Tian, stating, I have come to the Bo Palace with matters to discuss. In my moment of haste, I hope the sage will not take offense. The revelation that the human emperor had arrived astonished everyone in the hall, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief. And the previously tense atmosphere subsided. Tong Tian himself did not expect the reigning human emperor to unexpectedly visit the Bo Palace to seek an audience with him. Human emperor, what business do you have with me? Tong Tian inquired. Yin Shou responded, I have come for 2 matters, and I hope the sage will grant me your consent. He bore the fortune of the human race, unperturbed by Tong Tian's imposing presence, calmly facing the esteemed figures within the Bo Palace. Speak, Tong Tian commanded. Yin Shou's demeanor astonished Tong Tian. This human emperor, seemingly lacking in cultivation, stood unflinching before the weight of the sage's presence, exhibiting a composure that was truly remarkable. The first matter concerns my desire to take the Holy Mother of Golden Light and the child in her arms from Jinao Island. For that child is mine. What? The disciples of Bo Palace were instantly taken aback. The child of the Holy Mother of Golden Light was, in fact, the offspring of the human emperor. And no matter how much Tong Tian pressed, the Holy Mother of Golden Light had steadfastly refused to divulge the identity of the child's father, even willing to endure a punishment of confinement for 100 millennia rather than reveal it. It turned out that the one who had caused the Holy Mother of Golden Light to break her asceticism was none other than the current human emperor, with the human emperor embodying the fortune of humanity. It was no wonder that he could lead the Holy Mother of Golden Light to transcend her cultivation constraints, thus improving her foundation, and even giving birth to a sacred infant. Yes, they regarded Yin Shou, the Holy Mother of Golden Light, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Wudong all found a thought rising within. They had cultivated in the Bo Palace for countless years. Yet their progress had been slow, even stagnating, reaching the limits of their cultivation. To suddenly break through such barriers and continue their ascension was an arduous task, a feat that seemed nearly impossible, perhaps even eternally unattainable. However, if they could purify their foundations and shatter their constraints, could they not continue to elevate their cultivation? In an instant, the hearts of the three holy mothers began to stir with newfound hope. If the Holy Mother of Golden Light were not to be punished, might they not share the same fate? Upon hearing that the child in the Holy Mother's embrace was Yin Shou's, when Zhong was equally astonished. Calculating the time, it had only been a little over 10 months since the battle against the begetting. And no wonder the Holy Mother of Golden Light had vanished during the battle. Could it be that an unforeseen incident had occurred while they battled against the 5 elements Daoist, leading to the Holy Mother of Golden Light's pregnancy? Yet Tong Tian appeared unfazed, the human emperor, bearing the fortune of humanity, producing a child of destiny, was well within the realm of reason. His gaze fell upon Yin Shou, seemingly attempting to pierce through the depths of his thoughts. This matter is not one I can agree to lightly. Tong Tian replied earnestly. First, whether the Holy Mother will accompany you is not within my purview. Second, why should I consent to your request? While you are indeed the human emperor, my Jiejiao is not under your jurisdiction. Ha ha! Upon hearing Tong Tian's refusal, Yin Shou could not help but burst into laughter. Well, you Tong Tian sage, your Jiejiao's downfall is imminent, yet you dare to flaunt your authority before me. How absurd, truly laughable. What? The disciples of Jiejiao were instantly thrown into a frenzy, their formidable auras surging forth once more, locking onto Yin Shou. Even Tong Tian furrowed his brow, his divine sense fixating on Yin Shou. Preposterous. Since the establishment of Jiejiao, we have stood tall for countless years. How could we face annihilation? Daoist retorted. The Holy Mother of Golden Light added, Jiejiao boasts countless powerful figures, and our master is a sage of the highest order, one of the 3 pure ones. Unless the Dao ancestor intervenes, who could possibly bring about the downfall of Jiejiao? Human Emperor, you have audacity indeed to come to my Bo Palace and utter such nonsense. The clamor of voices echoed throughout the hall. When Zhong and the Holy Mother of Golden Light could scarcely believe their ears, unable to fathom why Yin Shou would utter such statements. Since Jiejiao's inception, it had welcomed myriad celestial beings, reigning as the foremost sect in the wilderness. Who could possibly bring about its demise? Was this not a jest? However, when Zhong knew that his sovereign would never speak without conviction, faced with such overwhelming auras, the fortune within Yin Shou surged quietly, cloaking him from all pressure. Tong Tian coldly declared, Human Emperor, I would like to hear your reasoning as to whom might bring about our downfall. Yin Shou replied, A great calamity is imminent. Whenever such a calamity arises, countless powerful beings fall and the tides of the wilderness shift. Jiejiao has already reached the pinnacle of strength. Thus, the saying prosperity leads to decline holds true. In the past, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans dominated the wilderness. How formidable they were! And what of the witch and demon clans? Now, they have turned to dust, exiting the grand stage of the wilderness that if they could fall. Why not Jiejiao? I ask you, Tong Tian sage, have you not signed the god list in the Zishao Palace, preparing to enact the god bestowal calamity? Preposterous. How can my Jiejiao possibly be compared to the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans? My Jiejiao is protected by sages. Even if you are the human emperor, do not presume to speak so liberally. Indeed, today, were it not for the presence of my revered master, I would undoubtedly demand an explanation from the emperor of humanity. The disciples of the Jie sect began to voice their discontent in unison. However, the Tong Tian patriarch's expression darkened, his eyelids twitching erratically, and his heart suddenly raced. The calamity of the Feng Shen. How could the emperor of humanity be aware of the Feng Shen calamity? It is known that within the Zishao Palace, the 3 teachings collectively signed the Feng Shen list. Even among the 3 teachings, knowledge of it is limited. Even if others were aware of the Feng Shen calamity, the emperor should not be privy to such knowledge. Could it be that this emperor truly knows something? With this thought, The Tongtian patriarch waved his hand, casting 2 seals of power, and with a surge of energy, Yin Shou found himself suddenly transported to a palace. There stood the Tongtian patriarch not far away, his countenance heavy as he regarded him. "Emperor, our discussion here shall remain unknown to anyone. How is it that you learned of the Feng Shen matters? Furthermore, does the Jie sect truly face a calamity?" Yin Shou, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and replied, "May I ask, Tongtian sage, does the Feng Shen calamity necessitate the conferral of titles to 365 righteous deities? To confer divine positions, must the true spirits be inscribed upon the Feng Shen list? How could the Supreme Heaven Emperor allow mere mortals to be listed? Moreover, among the 3 teachings, the Jie sect boasts the most disciples, claiming to have a myriad of celestial beings in attendance. How could the other 2 teachings possibly muster 365 disciples? If the Feng Shen is to succeed, who else could be inscribed if not the Jie sect disciples?" The Tongtian patriarch took a deep breath. Did he not also understand the validity of Yin Shou's words? However, within the Zixiao Palace, the 3 teachings convened, and with the Dao ancestor presiding, he could not refuse, only signing his own name upon the Feng Shen list. After returning from the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian instructed his disciples to enter seclusion for cultivation, hoping to evade this calamity. Yet he could not truly believe that the Jie sect would be annihilated, even if a few outer disciples perished. He could accept it, but the total destruction of the sect seemed too far-fetched. Currently, the Jie sect stands at the zenith of its power. How could it be said to perish at will? We, the Jie sect, are immensely strong. Who could possibly destroy us? Tongtian scoffed. Who could annihilate your Jie sect? Do you truly have no answer in your heart, sage? Yin Shou queried. Tongtian inhaled deeply. With so many Jie sect disciples, he feared no single saint to destroy the Jie sect would require the combined efforts of the 5 great saints, or perhaps the Dao ancestors' intervention. The 3 purities are one family. How could Taishang, Laojun, and Yuanshi Tianzuan possibly act against the Jie sect? The only remaining possibility would be the Dao ancestor. Yet the Dao ancestor has always favored him and would naturally not act against the Jie sect. Thus, within the primordial chaos, none could annihilate the Jie sect. With this thought, Tongtian's heart was set at ease. No one can extinguish the Jie sect. Ha. Yin Shou laughed. Tongtian sage, your confidence is excessive. Overconfidence can indeed be a flaw. Know that while one may recognize another's visage, understanding their heart is far more elusive. Though the 3 purities are united, the Jie sect's rising prominence over the years has inevitably stirred jealousy. The Western teachings, aiming to rejuvenate themselves, would surely seek to gain from the coming calamity. Should they unite, even a master of profound powers may find it difficult to contend with the 4 saints. With great calamity approaching, the heavenly laws are shifting. All things shall not remain constant. Much like the solitary king. Upon finishing, Yin Shou felt the primordial Dao scripture within him surge, an overwhelming tide of human luck and formidable power suddenly bursting forth, only to retract fiercely. You possess cultivation. And yet, you are at the realm of the 12 Golden Immortal? Tongtian was taken aback, his heart racing. Scanning Yin Shou with his divine sense, he discovered that there was no detectable wave of power emanating from him. How can it be that, with his saintly cultivation, he could not perceive the Emperor's powers? This was a remarkable ability. The Emperor was unable to cultivate due to the shackles of heavenly law. Yet now, the Emperor had broken through these shackles and acquired cultivation. Coupled with the birth of the saintly infant, Tongtian sensed that Yin Shou harbored a significant secret. Otherwise, he would not have known of the 3 teachings discussions regarding the Feng Shen. Could it be that the Jie sect truly faces a great calamity? Emperor. Tongtian's tone softened considerably, indicating that he recognized Yin Shou and acknowledged him as an equal in the world of primordial chaos. Aside from the heavenly Dao saints, saints of the pinnacle of existence, below the saints, all are but ants. This is not mere rhetoric. While your words possess a merit, the 3 teachings are, after all, one family. My 2 elder brothers share blood ties with me. How could they possibly act against me? Although Tongtian harbored doubts, he could not believe that his 2 elder brothers would act against the Jie sect. Yin Shou replied, Tongtian sage, with your unparalleled intellect, If you wish to ascertain whether Taishang and Yuanshi would act against the Jie sect, a simple test would suffice that in truth, the Jie sect has already been infiltrated by the other three teachings. If the patriarch does not believe it, he may certainly verify it. Indeed, Tontian nodded, this matter I shall certainly investigate. However, I have another matter to discuss. Please go ahead, Insho replied. May I leave that saintly infant on Golden Ao Island? This child is a body of radiant light. His future achievements are limitless. That I intend to take him as my disciple, and with the resources of Golden Ao Island, his cultivation will surely soar. Of course, should the Great Shang face peril in the future, I shall allow him to assist the Great Shang. How does that sound? Tontian proposed. Insho was taken aback. The Tontian patriarch wishes to take his own child as a disciple. This child, indeed, is the body of radiant light, as the Tontian patriarch referred to him as the saintly infant. The Jie sect is the foremost sect of the primordial chaos, and Tontian is the supreme saint. If this child remains on Golden Ao Island, his cultivation will undoubtedly progress by leaps and bounds. After a moment of contemplation, Insho acquiesced, very well. It is indeed a great fortune for this child to have the opportunity to be taught by a saint. I permit him to stay on Golden Ao Island. Moreover, I implore you to remain vigilant regarding the calamity facing the Jie sect. Farewell. With a wave of his hand, Tontian sent Insho back to his original spot. In the eyes of the other immortals, it seemed as if the two had never moved. They were oblivious to the fact that Insho had exchanged thoughts with the Tontian patriarch within the dimensional space through divine sense. Ha! Tontian patriarch laughed heartily. I intend to take this radiant saintly infant as my disciple and nurture him diligently. This child shall remain on Golden Ao Island. What? The disciples of the Jie sect were immediately taken aback. Their patriarch intends to take the child of Jin Guang as a disciple. The master has not taken a disciple in countless years. Even Jin Guang Xingmu could not help but feel a surge of excitement. A saint's disciple holds an esteemed status. Traversing the world of primordial chaos, none would dare to provoke them, and their status is exceedingly lofty. For one child to be accepted as a disciple by a saint, their future achievements are boundless. Thank you, Master, Jin Guang Xingmu finally spoke. Insho remarked, since the saint wishes to take him as a disciple, I naturally consent. Since the child has made his move, I have yet to grow close to him. With that, Insho stepped forward to Jin Guang Xingmu, who looked at him, ultimately entrusting the child to Insho's care. That a rich aura of radiance surged from the child as he gazed at Insho. A tender smile spread across his face. Ha ha. Observing the child, Insho smiled as well. You are my son. Let me bestow upon you a gift. With a flick of his hand, the jade slip containing the great radiance technique appeared in his grasp. He chose to utilize it on the child. A stream of light shot into the child's mind, while simultaneously, Insho experienced a tenfold feedback from the great radiance technique. Ding! You have received a tenfold feedback from the great radiance technique. Acquiring the great purification technique. The system prompt echoed. Insho was elated, gently stroking the child's small hand, saying, from this day forth, you shall be named Yin Ming. I shall leave you on Golden Ao Island, hoping for a brighter future for you. Rest assured, I will often visit Golden Ao Island to see you. The little Yin Ming waved a small hand, seemingly understanding Insho's words. After a long while, Insho reluctantly handed the child back to Jin Guang Xingmu. Her gaze fell upon Insho's face. At that moment, it seemed she had much to say. All her words were conveyed through her eyes. Insho patted Jin Guang Xingmu's shoulder. If you have any matters to discuss, do not hesitate to inform me. You are my woman, and I shall never allow you to suffer. With that, he turned to the Tontian patriarch. Tontian sage, farewell. Insho turned around and walked toward the exterior of the Bo Palace. Wenzhong hurriedly bid farewell to the Tontian, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and the assembly of the immortals, and followed suit. A myriad of emotions played across Wenzhong's face. He could hardly fathom that the great king had fathered a child with the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Moreover, this child was taken as a disciple by the ancestral master. Having devoted numerous years to the Wenzhong had only a handful of opportunities to converse with the Tongtian, whereas this child was directly accepted as an inner disciple. Alas, such is the nature of fortune. Great king, are we returning to Chaoga? Zhong inquired once they exited the Bo Palace. Insho nodded slightly. Let us depart for the Chaoga Imperial Palace. The two left Jinao Island, heading toward Chaoga. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Insho and Zhong's departure, the Tongtian remarked, the matter of the holy infant must not be disclosed to outsiders. When a child reaches 3 years of age, we shall hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony, and I shall officially accept him as my disciple. Understood, the disciples promptly replied. The news of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's childbirth swiftly reached the 7 fairies in attendance, who were stationed outside the Bo Palace. The long-eared Jingguang fairy, upon receiving the news, returned to his cave, conjured a jade bracelet with a flick of his hand, and, forming a seal, flicked it towards the bracelet, proclaiming, Uncle Zuni, an important event has transpired at Jinao Island. The Golden Spirit Junior Sister has given birth to a son, a being of luminous holy essence who has been accepted as an inner disciple by our master. Please take note. With that, he clapped his hands, and the jade bracelet transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. Observing the departing bracelet, the long-eared Jingguang fairy displayed a smile. However, in an instant, a figure materialized within his cave, startling the long-eared Jingguang fairy, who quickly recognized the visitor as none other than the Tongtian. Alarmed, he hurried to pay his respects. I pay my respects to the master. The Tongtian's expression was as cold as ice as he regarded the long-eared Jingguang fairy. Long ears, how many years have you followed me? Master, I have been in your service for several 100,000 years. The Tongtian nodded slightly. In the past, when I was on a journey, you had just awakened your intelligence and were pursued by a wolf demon. Your life hanging by a thread, I intervened to save you. After bringing you back to Jinao Island, how have I treated you over these countless years? The long-eared Jingguang fairy's heart trembled. Master, your kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. I have etched your teachings into my heart, and it is nearly impossible to repay you. The Tongtian waved his hand, and the jade bracelet appeared in his grasp. Is this how you repay your master? P.S. A small gift for you. The long-eared Jingguang fairy's countenance changed dramatically at the sight of the jade bracelet in the Tongtian's hand. He never imagined it would fall into his master's possession. With his master's capabilities, acquiring the information within the bracelet would be a trivial matter. Thud! The long-eared Jingguang fairy's legs buckled, and he knelt before the Tongtian. Master, I was wrong. I implore you to punish me. The Tongtian's gaze was icy as he addressed the long-eared Jingguang fairy, his tone severe. Long ears, I have treated you generously, yet you have engaged in treachery with the Western Church. Speak. Reveal all your actions over these years, and perhaps I may consider sparing you. The long-eared Jingguang fairy's heart sank. He understood that his master had always harbored a deep disdain for traitors. Master, you have been kind to me, yet among my fellow disciples, my aptitude is inferior. The aspiration for greatness seems near impossible for me. I harbor resentment and jealousy that I believed I would forever remain at the 12 Golden Immortal realm. However, the Zuni Daoist of the Western Church offered me hope. If I relay critical information from the Zuni, he promised to assist me in achieving enlightenment. Master, my ultimate aim as a practitioner is to attain the fruit of cultivation. Thus you have betrayed your master? The Tongtian's voice was cold. Yes, the long-eared Jingguang fairy nodded. I know this is a breach of righteousness, and I am deeply conflicted. Each time I act against my cultivation falters, and I am plagued by inner demons, forcing me into seclusion. Now that you are aware, whether you choose to kill or punish me, it is but a form of release. Upon hearing this, the Tongtian exhaled deeply. He had never anticipated that among his disciples there would indeed be a traitor, and that this traitor would be his own direct disciple. The human emperor's words were not unfounded. If there truly was a traitor, then the collusion among the 4 churches to annihilate was likely credible as well. Enough. Mai has drawn too much attention. Even my 2 senior brothers harbor jealousy. Long ears. Do you know why Zuni seeks information about the Tongtian inquired. The long-eared Jingguang fairy, recognizing he had no hope of survival, ceased to conceal the truth. Zhun Ti Daoist stated that amidst the Feng Shen calamity, he is destined to perish. Those who follow the will merely ascend the Feng Shen list, forever controlled by it. Only by following the Western Church can one become immortal or enlightened. achieving true fruition. I am aware that my path to immortality is bleak. Thus I resolved to gamble once. Very well. The Tontian nodded slightly, finally grasping the situation. It appeared that the four saints had indeed formed an alliance to eradicate the... Regrettably, he remained in the dark. With a wave of his hand, a surge of power erupted forth, and before the long-eared Jingguang fairy could react, he was reduced to ashes, his essence completely obliterated. Humph! Since you wish to annihilate how could we merely sit idly by? The Tongtian's form flickered, appearing within the Bo palace, pointing towards the void. Instantly, waves of magical might surged forth. Let it be known, all disciples are to return to Jineo Island and reforge the great array of 10,000 immortals. In preparation for any unforeseen circumstances, without delving into the Tongtian's assembly of this myriad immortals to prepare the great array of 10,000 immortals, let us return to Inshou and Wenzhong, who had returned to Chaoga City. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, Inshou had sown hundreds of seeds, yet not a single one had manifested as a destined child. The reforms within the Great Shang proceeded smoothly, the bureaucratic structure refined, and the governance became more efficient. The first batch of students from the Imperial Academy successfully graduated and, having passed their evaluations, were dispatched to various regions of the Great Shang to assume important positions. In addition to the Chaoga Academy, Inshou established 4 more academies across the Great Shang, allowing students who passed their evaluations to enter the Chaoga Academy for further study. With the implementation of this system, a culture of learning flourished throughout the Great Shang to alter their fates. Many nobles began nurturing their offspring's academic abilities from a young age. Meanwhile, Inshou frequently frequented the inner palace, striving to sow more seeds and continue his efforts. Several of the fated children's cultivation progressed swiftly, endowed with unique constitutions and supplemented by specialized techniques. Within 3 years, their abilities saw significant advancement. Though merely 2 or 3 years old, these children's maturity was remarkable, earning them Inshou's affection. On this day, outside Chaoga City, the clouds churned ominously, and above the clouds stood over a dozen figures. The foremost 4 were none other than the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Today marked the day the 4 Sea Dragon Kings came to welcome the true dragon holy body. Dressed impeccably, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings prepared a grand feast within the Dragon Palace, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the true dragon holy body to commence the festivities. Countless high-ranking aquatic beings had gathered within the Dragon Palace, awaiting the arrival of the true dragon holy sun. Before long, a group descended near Chaoga, plummeting from the clouds. Thud! The East Sea Dragon King, covered in dirt, staggered to his feet, spitting out mud from his mouth, looking utterly disheveled. The other Dragon Kings fared little better, each appearing equally grimy, while the West Sea Dragon King had the worst luck, landing directly in a field atop a heap of dung, emerging from it with a foul stench, continuously spitting out dark substances. Who plotted against this dragon? The West Sea Dragon King bellowed. If I find out who is responsible, I shall show no mercy. The West Sea Dragon King hastily cast a spell to cleanse himself of the filth that clung to him, and then invoked a divine power in an attempt to soar into the sky. However, just as he ascended a mere 10 feet, he came crashing down with a resounding thud. The unfortunate pile of cow dung once again struck the West Sea Dragon King. Rising once more, his countenance had transformed into a shade resembling that of a blacksmith. With remnants of debris cascading from above, he quickly performed another incantation to remove the impurities, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. When he heard the East Sea Dragon King's voice, "Alwyn, do not push it. We are within a forbidden aerial barrier." A forbidden aerial barrier. The assembled dragons were taken aback, and no wonder they were unable to take flight. Initially, they had arrived in high spirits to welcome the true dragon saint body, only to find themselves stumbling at this juncture. Let us proceed on foot. It seems we must enter Chaoga City by walking. The East Sea Dragon King took the lead, and the group adjusted their attire before setting off towards the direction of Chaoga City. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of Chaoga City. Standing at either side of the grand entrance were 8 soldiers wielding large halberds, while civilians formed a queue, each being scrutinized for their identification tokens. The East Sea Dragon King and his entourage quickly joined the line. Pressing forward, who dares to cut in line? 2 soldiers rushed forth, their halberds crossing threateningly before the East Sea Dragon King's neck. The East Sea Dragon King, taken aback by the soldiers' audacity, felt a surge of indignation. As a Dragon King, he was unaccustomed to such treatment. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a surge of power, causing the 2 soldiers to stagger back a few paces. Had the East Sea Dragon King not held back, that strike could have obliterated them. Seeing that someone had the audacity to retaliate, the soldiers shouted in unison. Instantly, all the guards of the city gates surged forward, encircling the East Sea Dragon King and his companions. A soldier, clearly the leader, bellowed, "Who are you to cause a ruckus in Chaoga City? Present your identification tokens." "What? Identification tokens?" The East Sea Dragon King was perplexed. He had come to Chaoga to escort the Dragon Maiden, unaware that Chaoga City had such restrictions on flight. Being obstructed by these mortal soldiers at the city gates left him thoroughly displeased. However, today was a day of celebration, and the East Sea Dragon King chose not to provoke any trouble, especially since this was the domain of the human emperor. In the absence of identification tokens, you are not citizens of the Daoist Kingdom. Under Chaoga City, you must declare your purpose. Speak, from whence do you come, and what business do you have in Chaoga City? Meanwhile, the West Sea Dragon King, already in a foul mood from the earlier incident, could no longer contain himself upon hearing the soldiers' shouts. "We're the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. How dare mere mortals raise their voices to us? Are you tired of living?" With that, he waved his hand, and a dragon's shadow surged forth. Roar! The resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the very walls of the city. The soldiers were immediately taken aback, never having expected that these individuals were indeed Dragon Kings. "Dragon Kings, what brings you to Chaoga City?" The leader of the soldiers inquired, though still shocked. The East Sea Dragon King responded, "We have come to Chaoga to discuss important matters with the human emperor. Please clear the way." The soldiers, realizing they could not impede the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, stepped aside, allowing them to enter Chaoga City and proceed towards the royal palace. Inside the 9 Chambers Hall, Insho was engaged in state affairs when soldiers arrived with news. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings request an audience. Startled, he quickly rose and went out to greet them. Indeed, he found the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and several high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan awaiting him. "I apologize for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival. Please forgive me and enter the hall." Once inside the 9 Chambers Hall, Insho inquired, "What brings you to Chaoga City?" Hearing this, the East Sea Dragon King replied, "Human Emperor, the 3-year period has come to an end, and the true Dragon Saint body has turned 3 years old. We, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, have come to honor the Saint Sun's return to the Dragon Clan. We seek your consent." Insho stroked his chin, remembering his promise to allow Long to join the Dragon Clan. Being the true dragon, under their tutelage, his cultivation would accelerate. That if he remained in Chaoga City, he would forever thrive in the shadow of his own wings. Hindering his growth, bring forth the Dragon Maiden and Long. With a resounding command, the guards hastened away. Before long, a figure darted into the hall, a child. Although Long was only 3 years old, his magical power had already reached the Earth Immortal realm, appearing no different from a 6 or 7-year-old child. "Dragon Son greets father." Upon entering the 9 Chambers Hall, Long bowed deeply to Insho. "Dragon Son, come here. This is your grandfather. Go and pay your respects." Insho pointed towards the East Sea Dragon King. The young dragon approached the East Sea Dragon King and bowed deeply. "Greetings. Grandfather Do, there are so many people today." The East Sea Dragon King, delighted by the dragon child's charming demeanor and decorum, beamed. "Dragon Son, you are truly well-mannered. Today, Grandfather will take you to the East Sea. Would you like to come? The East Sea, is it fun?" Long inquired. "Of course. The East Sea is filled with fish and shrimp, and it's all beneath the waves. Such wonderful adventures await." "Really?" The child's face lit up with joy. At that moment, Ing also entered the 9 Chambers Hall, greeting the East Sea Dragon King and the other Dragon Kings. Insho remarked, "Dragon Maiden, these Dragon Kings wish to take Dragon Son to the East Sea. What say you?" Ing replied, "Perfect. It has been a long time since I returned to the East Sea. Let's go together and take a look." Seeing Ying's willingness to go to the East Sea, Insho could not object. In that case, please make your preparations. Soon, you shall accompany the Dragon Kings to the East Sea. Ing took her leave to prepare, while the Dragon Kings remained in the Nine Chambers Hall, engaging in curious conversation with the East Sea Dragon King and his companions. Back in the West Palace, Ing bid farewell to Princess Longji and the three Holy Mothers, the parting filled with affection. After making their preparations, they returned to the Nine Chambers Hall. Let us depart for the East Sea, where we shall gather like a multitude of dragons, awaiting Dragon's son, declared the East Sea Dragon King. Dragon's son, go and bid farewell to your father. Yin Long then approached Yin Shou. Father, I am leaving now. You must come to the East Sea to visit me often. Yin Shou, feeling a pang of reluctance, nodded. Dragon's son, if you miss me, you may always return to Chowgad. I hope that once you reach the East Sea, you will diligently cultivate, so that one day you may become a great support to me. I understand, father. After bidding farewell to Yin Shou, Yin Long then departed with Ing and the four Sea Dragon Kings, taking to the clouds as they journeyed towards the East Sea. Within the Crystal Palace of the East Sea, countless aquatic beings gathered, anxiously awaiting their arrival. In a flash of light, the East Sea Dragon King, along with Ing and her child, and the other Dragon Kings materialized in the Grand Hall. Greetings, Dragon Kings. The aquatic beings hurriedly approached to bow in reverence. Turning to Yin Long, they proclaimed, We greet the true dragon Saint's son. Why are they bowing to me, mother? Yin Long asked, puzzled. Dragon's son, there is no need for such formalities. Ing replied, Indeed, no need for formalities. Thank you, true dragon Saint's son. The aquatic beings rejoiced at the return of the true dragon Saint's son to the Dragon Clan. The Jinghe Dragon King stepped forward. Saint's son, to celebrate your return to the Dragon Clan, I have specially brought forth the treasured water pearl, which I have cherished for many years. Please accept it, Saint's son. Upon hearing this, Ing was filled with surprise and joy. The water pearl was a precious artifact, and the Jinghe Dragon King was willing to part with such a treasure. As the Jinghe Dragon King presented his gift, other aquatic beings also stepped forward, offering their own rare treasures and cultivation artifacts. Even the West Sea Dragon King, South Sea Dragon King, and North Sea Dragon King contributed their finest treasures to enhance the young dragon's magical power. Once the offerings were complete, the East Sea Dragon King declared, Today marks a momentous occasion for Dragon Son's return to the Dragon Clan. He is the future of our lineage. Next, we shall send Dragon Son into the Dragon Gates, transforming Dragon Pool for cultivation. And upon completion, he shall emerge. Yin Long shook his head. I want to stay with Mother. I do not wish to enter the transforming Dragon Pool, an elderly turtle spirit. Witnessing this, proposed, since the Saint's son wishes to remain with the third Dragon Princess. Why not send them both into the Dragon Gate together to cultivate in the transforming Dragon Pool? Upon hearing the words, others could not help but express their admiration in unison at that moment. The entire assembly of aquatic beings emerged from the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. The four Sea Dragon Kings positioned themselves in the cardinal directions, chanting incantations as an endless surge of dragon energy emanated from their forms. Coalescing above the Crystal Palace, the dragon energy gathered. A radiant portal gradually manifested above the palace. The Dragon Gate. Upon witnessing this portal, the expressions of all aquatic beings transformed into a blend of solemnity and exhilaration. This Dragon Gate is a sacred artifact of the dragon lineage. Entering the Dragon Gate can elevate one's cultivation. Even those without dragon blood can step through and receive the blood of a true dragon, significantly enhancing their foundation. Over the past 2 years, dozens of aquatic beings have entered the Dragon Gate, transforming into true dragons and experiencing remarkable improvements in their cultivation and foundation. Ing Long Air, go forth and enter the Dragon Gate. Your cultivation will see substantial enhancement, commanded the Dragon King of the Dragon Sea. Hearing this, Ing hesitated momentarily before taking Long Air's hand and soaring towards the Dragon Gate. In the blink of an eye, the two had entered the portal. Inside the Dragon Gate, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, and boundless water elemental energy surged through the void. Only by overcoming the 9 trials within the Dragon Gate could one access the Dragon Transformation Pool and absorb the power of the dragon lineage to attain the status of a true divine dragon. However, the 9 trials are not easily surmountable. Without the right opportunity, even those at the Golden Immortal level would find it impossible to pass through the 9 gates. Over the past 2 years, countless powerful aquatic beings from the 4 seas have attempted the 9 trials of the Dragon Gate, yet only a handful have succeeded. Naturally, this has greatly enhanced the overall strength of the dragon lineage. After stepping through the Dragon Gate, the bloodlines of the 4 sea dragon kings were purified, their cultivation shackles shattered, leading to elevated powers among several of them. Given sufficient time, the 4 sea dragon kings would undoubtedly reach the Great Luo realm, or even the quasi-saint level at that point. The resurgence of the dragon lineage would be inevitable. Mother, Long Air feels a deep sense of familiarity here, Long Air remarked, gazing at the environment before him. Indeed, as a true dragon's sacred body, you will resonate with this place. Ao, Ing responded. Long Air, look up at the sky. We need only to ascend to that portal to clear the first trial. All right, Mother, let us ascend, Long Air declared, as the true dragon energy within him stirred, manifesting swirling dragon shadows to envelop his form. With a gentle leap, he found himself amid a colossal dragon shadow, which, with a flick of its tail, propelled him towards the portal in the sky. Observing this, Ao Ing quickly followed suit, harnessing Long Air's dragon energy to soar upwards. Roar from the ground, countless guardians emerged, yet they posed no threat to Long Air. Instead, they prostrated themselves as if in reverence to a sovereign. Long Air effortlessly surpassed the first trial. The second trial mirrored the first. Under the influence of true dragon energy, both Long Air and Ao Ing encountered minimal resistance and swiftly entered the third trial. In mere moments, they traversed all 9 trials. Outside the Crystal Palace, witnessing the radiant glow of the Dragon Gate, the aquatic leaders erupted in ecstatic exclamations. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea stroked his dragon whiskers, nodding in approval. Indeed, it took merely the time of a stick of incense for Long Air to pass the 9 trials. His speed rivals my own. Indeed, echoed the Dragon King of the Western Sea. Long Air is but 3 years old, yet displays such swiftness. He truly embodies our dragon lineage's sacred body. The revival of our dragon lineage is within sight. The heavens are surely watching over us. The aquatic leaders collectively voiced their astonishment. Esteemed ones, Long Air has already passed through the 9 trials and entered the dragon transformation pool. He will not emerge for some time. I urge everyone to return to your respective abodes and await news. The day Long Air emerges will herald the grand flourishing of our dragon lineage, proclaimed the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Upon hearing this, the aquatic leaders bowed in deference and departed. As Long Air successfully navigated the 9 trials, a vast blood pool appeared before him. Within this pool, violet mist swirled and dragon shadows glided through the depths. The Dragon Transformation Pool. This is a genuine sacred artifact of the dragon lineage. Upon death, dragons release their energy, which the Dragon Gate absorbs, allowing it to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Any aquatic being that enters the pool and absorbs its energies can purify their bloodline. A profound sense of familiarity washed over Long Air as he felt an intrinsic connection to the Dragon Transformation Pool. The energies within seemed to acknowledge his presence and rejoiced. Long Air, let us proceed to the Dragon Transformation Pool and absorb the dragon energy. Ao Ing urged. Indeed. Long Air nodded, and with a determined leap, he plunged into the Dragon Transformation Pool. Upon entering, the boundless dragon energy surged towards him as though greeting a master, flooding into his being. In response, Long Air quickly activated the True Dragon 9 Transformations technique, drawing in the overwhelming dragon energy. Thud, thud, thud. Within Long Air's body, his mana transformed into colossal dragons. Racing through his veins, in no time, he ascended to the second transformation of the True Dragon 9 Transformations. 3 days later, he reached the 3rd transformation. Half a month later, he achieved the 4th transformation. Meanwhile, as Long Air immersed himself in the Dragon Gate, on the 3rd day of his arrival in the Eastern Sea, a cloud of auspicious mist drifted towards the outskirts of Chaoga City. Standing atop the cloud was a figure clad in a blue robe, none other than Kong Xian of the Phoenix lineage. Soon, Kong Xian arrived 5 miles outside Chaoga City. Suddenly, without warning, he stumbled headlong from the void, landing in a muddy field. Kong Xian rose from the waterlogged ground, mud dripping from his head, his appearance utterly disheveled. He quickly scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no one had witnessed his fall. Hastily, he performed a spell to cleanse himself of the filth and, utilizing his powers, instantly dried his soaked garments. After adjusting his attire, he extended his consciousness, discovering the anti-ascension barrier surrounding Chaoga City. No wonder, I thought someone was plotting against me. Kong Xian mused as he stepped out of the muddy field, following the official road towards Chaoga City. Before long, Kong Xian encountered the guards of the Eastern Sea Dragon King, who blocked his path. Who are you? From where do you hail? Do you possess an identification token? What brings you to Chaoga City? One soldier scrutinized Kong Xian with 4 pointed inquiries, causing him to frown. A quasi-saint level powerhouse. How could he endure such interrogation from a mere mortal? Had he not been on official business in Chaoga City, this soldier would likely have met a grim fate. Additionally, what was this identification token? Just then, a commanding soldier rushed over, greeting him courteously. May I inquire as to your purpose in Chaoga City? Esteemed Daoist? Noticing Kong Xian's ethereal demeanor, the commanding soldier treated him with utmost respect. Kong Xian then replied, I am Kong Xian, here on a matter of importance to meet the Emperor, the commanding soldier. Recognizing the remarkable presence of Kong Xian, promptly ushered him into Chaoga City. Before long, Kong Xian arrived at the entrance of the Nine-Hall Palace. Hearing of his arrival, Inshou quickly welcomed him inside. Upon entering the Nine-Hall Palace, the two took their seats, and Kong Xian wasted no time in stating his purpose. Your Majesty, years ago, I took on your son as my disciple. Today, he has reached the age of 3, and I have come to request your consent to take him to the southernly Fire Mountain. Inshou understood that Yin Yin possessed the fire spirit's sacred body. While he had made some progress in his cultivation over the past 3 years, it remained slow without the consumption of exotic flames. The Phoenix lineage resided in the southernly Fire Mountain, where fire attribute cultivators were abundant, and Yin Yan's presence there would yield numerous benefits. Crucially, as Yin Yan's cultivation improved, Inshou would also receive a corresponding boost in his own powers. Upon hearing Kong Xian's request, Inshou promptly summoned the guards to fetch Prince Yin Yan. Moments later, a boy, appearing 4 or 5 years old, stepped into the Nine-Hall Palace. Dressed in a brocade robe, he exuded an air of grace despite his tender age. Yin Er greets father, the boy said, approaching Inshou and bowing deeply. This Yin Yan was the son of a yellow concubine, who was currently with child and unable to move freely. Thus, only Yin Yan came to the Nine Halls. Yin Er, even while you were still in swaddling clothes, a great master took you as a disciple. Now, this Daoist is to take you to Nanli Volcano to pay respects to your esteemed teacher. Yin Yan had long been aware that he would leave Chaoga at the tender age of 3, and thus he was mentally prepared. Upon hearing Inshou's words, he turned to Kong Xian and said, Yin Yan pays his respects to his senior brother. Kong Xian, seeing Yin Yan's remarkable appearance, couldn't help but feel immense joy despite the child being merely 2 or 3 years old, already exhibiting signs of extraordinary talent. Excellent, this child will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future, he thought. Since that is the case, I shall take Wangli to Nanli Volcano. Yin Yan, upon realizing Kong Xian was to take him away, hurriedly bid farewell to Inshou. Inshou personally escorted Kong Xian and Yin Yan out of the 9 halls, watching the two depart with a tinge of reluctance in his heart. Although he had many offspring, only a few were destined for great fortune, each deeply cherished by Inshou. Yin'er. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become a formidable figure in this world. Inshou said slowly. Kong Xian led Yin Yan out of Chaoga City, riding on a cloud towards Nanli Volcano. Standing atop the cloud, Yin Yan felt no fear. His gaze was calm as he looked into the distance. Soon, a fiery glow illuminated the horizon, revealing a volcano, with the surrounding temperature rising rapidly. A fire spirit sacred body, Yin Yan was impervious to all fire-based harm, and thus felt no discomfort from the heat. Before long, the two alighted beneath a phoenix tree outside Nanli Volcano. Kong Xian cupped his hands toward the volcano and loudly declared, Yin Yan has arrived. Esteemed elder, a voice emanated from within the volcano. I am already aware. Let him enter. With that, a beam of red light shot forth from the volcano, landing before Yin Yen and forming a staircase of flames. Ascend this fiery staircase, and you shall meet me. Came the instruction. Recognizing that his teacher awaited him within the volcano, Yin Yen wasted no time and stepped upon the fiery steps. As he ascended, he was enveloped in flames, soaring upwards towards the summit. Suddenly, he felt a shift in his surroundings, finding himself in a space filled with vibrant red hues. There, a woman clad in colorful garments stood, her face illuminated with a smile as she regarded him. "Disciple Yin Yen, I greet my esteemed teacher," he said, realizing this must indeed be his master. He quickly approached and bowed deeply. The woman in colorful garments scrutinized Yin Yen with her spiritual sense and raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, you are a fire spirit, sacred body. Such a physique is rare in this world. Come, allow me to examine you closely." She inspected him from head to toe and continued, "This Nanli volcano is rich in fire attributes, making it exceptionally suitable for your cultivation. I shall send you to the heart of the volcano for your training, where your powers will enhance rapidly. Here, take this Flame Star Sutra for your cultivation." With a wave of her hand, she struck a jade slip, and a beam of light entered Yin Yan's mind, granting him mastery over the Flame Star Sutra. The Flame Star Sutra was incredibly potent, being one of the finest fire-based techniques, though it paled in comparison to the Burning Sutra, which could absorb foreign flames for cultivation, while the Flame Star Sutra focused on training within fire itself. Once Yin Yen had fully absorbed the information of the Flame Star Sutra, the woman waved her hand, and in a flash of light, he found himself in another fiery space. Countless fiery energies surged around him, erupting violently with resounding booms. "You shall cultivate here. Do not leave the mountain until you reach the 12 Golden Immortal realm." Her voice echoed in his ears. Yin Yen began to survey his surroundings. It was a cavern from which deep rumbling sounds emanated. As he stepped deeper into the cave, a strange cry rang out, and a fire crow burst forth, charging towards him. Yin Yen extended his hand and captured the fire crow effortlessly. As a fire spirit's sacred body, he was immune to any harm from this fiery elemental creature. Grasping the fire crow, Yin Yen sat cross-legged, activating the Burning Sutra to absorb the fire elemental energy from it. His cultivation surged rapidly, and after 3 days, he had completely siphoned the fire energy from the crow, elevating his cultivation to the returning void realm. This fire crow, formed of pure fire elemental energy, contained exceptionally refined power, allowing Yin Yen to break through 2 minor realms with astonishing speed. With his cultivation ascended, Yin Yan's confidence soared, and he ventured further into the cavern. Not long after, he heard the roar of a colossal beast. A fire fox charged at him, and upon seeing this, he quickly activated the Burning Sutra, capturing the creature regardless of its attempts to attack him. "Absorbing this fire fox should enhance my cultivation significantly," he mused, sitting cross-legged once more to refine the creature's energy. Yin Yan's cultivation growth also reciprocated to Yin Shou, amplifying his own power tenfold. As his child grew, Yin Shou's mind became more agile. Even those offspring without spiritual roots received ordinary cultivation methods from him. Though they might not reach great accomplishments, their health and longevity were assured. Yin Shou naturally focused on nurturing the other fortunate children as well. In the courtyard of the Longevity Immortal Palace, Yin Shou waved his hand, summoning the Tao Enlightenment sacred realm before him, that he stepped inside, and with a flash, he found himself within the vast expanse of the realm, which extended for thousands of miles, filled with swirling primordial energies far denser than those outside. Here, the speed of cultivation was exponentially faster, standing in a void of the Tao Enlightenment sacred realm. Yin Shou chanted the true incantation, his innate Tao scriptures revolving, and boundless fortune energy surged from his body. Then, with a flick of his fingers, numerous command flags appeared in his hands. He formed several mudras and pointed to the flags, which then soared into the air, surrounding him. Gathering Spirit Great Formation, activate. With a powerful shout, all the flags began to spin, quickly forming a Gathering Spirit Great Formation. The primordial energies within the Tao Enlightenment sacred realm rushed towards this formation. The already dense energies intensified even further, becoming tenfold more concentrated. Excellent. Yin Shou nodded in satisfaction at the formation he had arranged. Cultivating here would yield results far beyond the outside world. He then moved his hands in rapid succession, setting up 8 more gathering spirit formations. Almost all the primordial energies within the Tao Enlightenment sacred realm flowed into these formations. Once the formations were established, Yin Shou stroked his chin thoughtfully, waving his hand to release fortune energy, which shaped palatial structures within the formations. 8 palaces floated in the Tao Enlightenment sacred realm. With everything prepared, he focused his thoughts and exited the realm. Bring forth several princes and princesses to the longevity immortal palace. Following Yin Shou's command, it wasn't long before several fortunate children gathered within the palace. Although these children appeared to be only 2 or 3 years old, they were remarkably perceptive, displaying high intelligence. "Greetings, father," they chorused, stepping forward to bow to Yin Shou. He nodded slightly and employed the eye of breaking delusion to observe them. He noticed their significant cultivation advancements, particularly with Yin Wan, who had astonishingly reached the celestial immortal realm at just 3 years of age, showcasing her extraordinary cultivation speed. "Wan, tell father how you have progressed so swiftly," Yin Shou inquired. The young girl replied, "Father, I absorbed the spiritual energy from the jade Rui gifted by my master, which directly elevated me to the celestial immortal realm." "What?" Yin Shou, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a tumultuous shock within his heart. It was then that he recalled the terrifying nature of the devouring heaven demon art, which had the ability to consume treasured artifacts to elevate one's cultivation. Furthermore, it could bestow upon the practitioner the accompanying abilities of the consumed treasures. In other words, if he were to provide little Wan with a sufficient number of treasures to devour, her cultivation would soar at an astonishing rate, in a matter of years, or even over a decade. She could potentially step into the realm of the great Luo. Yin Shou stroked his chin, his thoughts becoming increasingly lively. However, it seemed he possessed no worthy treasures at hand for little Wan to consume. He then glanced at the other princes, among whom Yin Tian, the human emperor's sacred body, boasted the highest cultivation, having cultivated through the power of fate, which was far swifter than ordinary methods. "Excellent," Yin Shou nodded. And with a flick of his hand, the array plate of the Enlightenment sacred realm appeared before him. "From today onward, you shall enter seclusion for cultivation, and 10 years hence, your father will naturally allow you to emerge." "Yes, father," the princes replied in unison. One by one, they stepped into the Enlightenment sacred realm, and Yin Shou followed suit. "Father, what is this place? The essence of the world is so rich here," Yin Tian inquired. Yin Shou responded, "This is the Enlightenment sacred realm. There are 8 palaces here. Each of you shall occupy one to begin your seclusion. Every action of yours will be observed by your father. So go forth, little Wan, Yin Jiu, Yin Tian, Yin Zhan, Yin Mu, Yin Yang, Yin Bai, and Yin Hao, 7 children. Each dashed into the 7 palaces. Yin Shou began to enter these palaces in turn, guiding the children in their cultivation. After all, the techniques these children practiced would yield a 10-fold feedback to Yin Shou, enhancing their perfection through the deductions of the Hongmeng Dao Sutra. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. The cultivation of the secluded children had escalated at an extraordinary pace. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, within the Dragon Gate at the Dragon Transformation Pool, Yin Long sat cross-legged, surrounded by countless illusory dragons swirling around him. After absorbing the endless dragon energy from the pool, Yin Long's true Dragon 9 transformations had reached the 7th transformation, allowing him to embody a divine dragon, attaining the pinnacle of the 12 Golden Immortal realm. In just 1 year, he had achieved such a level, unparalleled throughout the entire primordial world. However, the dragon energy contained in the Dragon Transformation Pool had become significantly thinner, rendering Yin Long's progress slower. Beside him, Ao Ing, who was cultivating alongside Yin Long, had also reached the early stage of the 12 Golden Immortal realm, albeit at a much slower pace due to her absorption of dragon energy. The enhancement of Yin Long's cultivation also reflected back on Yin Shou. The 10-fold feedback propelled Yin Shou directly into the Great Luo realm, although he had only reached the early stage of the Great Luo. This elevation in realm had multiplied his strength exponentially. His divine consciousness grew more formidable, and with the reforms initiated by Yin Shou and the elevation of the Daoist nation's fortune, his cultivation surpassed that of the average Great Luo practitioner by a considerable margin. At that moment, as Yin Long's cultivation advanced, a child arrived on the shores of the East Sea. This child appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, with a golden steel hoop slung over his shoulder and a fiery spear in hand. Making his way to the edge of the sea, the vast ocean. Upon sighting the sea, the child was instantly filled with excitement, soaring into the air before diving headfirst into the water. The ocean is so much fun. The child joyfully swam through the water, occasionally diving below the surface and then resurfacing. Suddenly, he waved his hand, releasing a surge of spiritual energy. Bang! With a resounding crash. A jet of water erupted from the ocean. The child seemed to have discovered something remarkable. He leaped from the water, and with a flick of his wrist, a long red silk appeared in his grasp. With another wave of his hand, the red silk darted into the water like a spirited serpent. Boom! Countless splashes erupted on the ocean's surface. As the waters exploded, the child felt even more exhilarated and continued to unleash his powers. Frolicking in the sea with immense delight, that moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the ocean, a grotesquely ugly man clad in armor and wielding a steel fork. It was none other than the East Sea's patrolling night demon. The night demon, having sensed the commotion in the East Sea, came to investigate and discovered the child playing in the water. He immediately shouted, "You there, child? Who are you, and why are you playing in the East Sea?" The child, upon seeing him, shouted back, "I am Neza, son of Li Jing from Chuntang Pass. And you ugly monster, who are you to shout so loudly and disturb my enjoyment?" Upon hearing himself referred to as an ugly monster, the night demon became furious. "You insolent brat. This is the territory of the East S.A.D. Do not act so arrogantly here. I advise you to return to Chuntang Pass quickly, or do not blame me for being unmerciful." Neza, however, paid no heed to the night demon, retorting, "Humph. A mere little deity dares to be disrespectful to me. Come at me." With that, he waved his hand, sending the golden hoop flying towards the night demon. The night demon, unaware of the danger, reached out to catch it. Puffed. The night demon's finger was instantly broken by the hoop, which then struck his head, causing his brain to burst forth as a fragment of his primordial spirit fled towards the East Sea Crystal Palace. Neza stowed away the golden hoop, disdainfully wiping off the bloodstains and curling his lip that moment. The Dragon King was conversing with the Dragon Queen within the palace when he suddenly saw the night demon's primordial spirit flying in. Bowing before him, "Dragon King, a wicked child has arrived on the shores of the East Sea, playing in the water. I went to inquire, but this child was unreasonable, directly using a treasure to kill my corporeal form. I implore the Dragon King to seek justice for me." What? The East Sea Dragon King was taken aback, exclaiming, "Such audacity to slay the leader of my East Sea aquatic tribe. This child is truly bold. Someone go capture that child and bring him before me." At this, the third prince Ao Bing stepped forward. "Father, allow me to lead the troops to capture this rogue." Ao Bing, already at the Golden Immortal realm, should have no trouble dealing with a mere child. The Dragon King nodded slightly. "Very well, but you must exercise caution." Thus, Ao Bing led 200 aquatic soldiers to the surface of the sea. Indeed, they soon spotted a child playing on the water surface. Ao Bing soared into the air and called out, "You audacious brat! How dare you cause a disturbance in my East Sea and kill my patrolling night demon? Today, I shall take you to the Crystal Palace to face justice." Having slain the night demon, Neza felt no remorse. Seeing someone shouting at him, he soared upwards to confront Ao Bing. "And who might you be?" "I'm the third prince of the dragons," Ao Bing declared. "You too are a third prince?" Neza scrutinized Ao Bing disdainfully and coldly replied, "The dragon third prince is nothing special. You think you can take me to the EC Dragon Palace?" Ao Bing, incensed by Neza's arrogant demeanor and disregard for him, raised his hand, summoning a silver spear and charging at Neza. Neza, being a celestial being descended from the spiritual pearl, possessed the cultivation of the golden immortal from birth. When Ao Bing charged at him, he remained unfazed, brandishing his fiery spear and engaging Ao Bing in combat. Rumble. The skies above the EC erupted as Ao Bing and Neza clashed, unleashing boundless essence of the world that exploded in the void, stirring up towering waves on the ocean's surface. After a lengthy battle, Neza, growing impatient from not gaining the upper hand, waved his hand, summoning the heavenly silk to ensnare the dragon third prince. This heavenly silk, a powerful companion treasure of Neza, proved formidable. Caught off guard, Ao Bing found himself tightly bound, plummeting from the sky. The dragon third prince is nothing to write home about, Neza proclaimed as he kicked Ao Bing towards the shore. The hundreds of aquatic soldiers, witnessing their prince being captured, were taken aback and rushed forward to rescue him. However, Neza swiftly dispatched them, causing them to flee in panic toward the Crystal Palace to report to the Dragon King. Meanwhile, Neza flew to Ao Bing, placing a foot upon his back. A mere little dragon dares to challenge me. Today, I shall extract your dragon tendons and see how you continue to be a dragon. Having spoken, he brandished the fiery spear in his hand, directly piercing through Ao Bing's dragon tendons, his form swaying as he departed with haste. Meanwhile, the Dragon King of the East Sea, upon hearing of Ao Bing's capture, was taken aback and swiftly emerged from the depths of the East Sea. There on the sandy shore lay Ao Bing, writhing in agony to Binger. What has happened to you? The Dragon King soared forward, his divine consciousness sweeping across, only to discover that Ao Bing's dragon tendons had been extracted. With his tendons gone, Ao Bing was rendered powerless. To restore his dragon form would require centuries. The Dragon King, witnessing this, was immediately filled with rage. You, Neza, have dared to sever my son's dragon tendons. I shall not let this matter rest without seeking an explanation from you. Consumed by fury, the Dragon King took flight toward Chuntang Pass. Before long, he arrived above Chuntang Pass, his form flickering as he descended within its confines. This moment, the Dragon King gradually regained his composure. The commander of Chuntang Pass, Li Jing, was no ordinary man, but rather a disciple of the revered Zhun, and he was an acquaintance of the Dragon King of the EC. Zhun was a being of unparalleled power, standing at the pinnacle of the great 12 Golden Immortal realm. Now, with the Dragon clan in decline, the Dragon King dared not offend Zhun. Thus, he transformed into human form and approached Li Jing's residence to seek an audience. Upon hearing that the Dragon King of the EC had come to visit, Li Jing did not dare to be negligent. He hastily welcomed him into his abode, inquiring curiously, "What brings you here, Dragon King, with such a troubled countenance?" The Dragon King replied, "Li Jing, you have a fine son. Why do you say such a thing?" Li Jing questioned, puzzled. Your son Neza went to bathe in the East Sea and unprovokedly killed one of my sea patrol night demons that I sent my third son, Ao Bing, to question him, yet he was met with Neza's extraction of his dragon tendons. Li Jing, how shall we settle this score? Li Jing was taken aback, and without delay, he dispatched someone to seek out Neza. Little did he know, the news had already reached the ears of Lady Yin Shenyang, Li Jing's wife. Out of her affection for Neza, she had promptly sent word to him, prompting Neza to realize the gravity of his predicament. He hurriedly made his way to Qianyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave in search of help from Tai Zhun. Soon, Neza arrived at the entrance of the Golden Light Cave, where he was intercepted by the Golden Cloud Boy. "What brings you here?" "Neza, alas." Neza waved his hand, saying, "I come from Chuntang Pass with pressing matters to consult my master. Please inform him at once." The Golden Cloud Boy replied, "Your master is within the cave. You may enter." Neza entered the Golden Light Cave, and indeed saw Tai Zhun seated on a mat, holding a whisk. Hearing the commotion, he slightly opened his eyes. "Neza, what brings you here in such a state of alarm?" Neza, upon seeing his master, rushed forward. "Master, save me!" Tai Zhun inquired, "What has transpired to cause such panic?" Neza recounted his encounter in the East Sea, detailing how he had extracted Ao Bing's dragon tendons. Upon hearing this, Tai Zhun could not help but smile slightly. "Neza, there is no need for alarm. Ao Bing's demise at your hands is merely fate. His life was meant to be ended as for the Dragon King of the East Sea. You need not fear him. The dragon clan is in decline, their fortunes waning. You are my disciple, a third-generation member of the Yushu Palace, to say nothing of killing Ao Bing, even if you were to slay the Dragon King himself. What of it? The Dragon King will likely seek retribution in the heavenly court that I shall draw a talisman for you. You may proceed to the southern heavenly gate. If you encounter the Eastern King, strike him without hesitation. That old dragon is tough-skinned and resilient, shielded by the fortunes of his clan, and will not perish easily. Having finished speaking, Tai Jinren gestured, producing a talisman in his hand. With a flick, the talisman flew before Neza. Overjoyed, Neza exclaimed, "Thank you, master. I shall go to the southern heavenly gate and await that old Dragon King's arrival." Meanwhile, at Chentang Pass, the Dragon King of the East Sea, finding no trace of Neza, was consumed by wrath. Yet, wary of Li Jing's connection to Tai Jinren, he dared not act recklessly and declared, "Li Jing, you harbor Neza. Once I report this to the Heavenly Emperor, I shall ensure divine punishment befalls your Li family." With that, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, departed Chentang Pass, soaring towards the heavenly court. In no time, he had traversed the tumultuous layers of wind, thunder, and fire with the southern heavenly gate in sight. The Dragon King sighed deeply, preparing to enter when suddenly a circular ring flew forth from the void, striking him fiercely at the back of his heart. The Dragon King was knocked to the ground, and just as he attempted to rise, a red silk ribbon ensnared him tightly. Emerging from the void was none other than Neza. "You old rascal, I hear you intend to report me, Neza, to the heavenly court? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Neza seized a golden brick and struck it against the Dragon King's back. Though the Dragon King possessed the cultivation of a 12 Golden Immortal, Neza's sudden ambush, coupled with the binding power of the red silk ribbon, rendered the Dragon King's abilities restrained. The golden brick, being another treasured artifact, rained down blows upon him, eliciting cries of agony from the Dragon King. "Neza, you strike me today. I shall repay you double another day." The Dragon King bellowed, "Ah, you old fool. It seems you remain unyielding. I, Neza, am a disciple of Tai Jinren of the Yushu sect. What is your East Sea Dragon Palace in comparison? My master has said, not only is it permissible to kill your son, but even you, should it come to that, would have the support of the celestial sovereign. Watch as I pluck your dragon scales and strip your dragon tendons." With that, Neza reached out and tore a scale from the Dragon King's side. The Dragon King cried out in pain. Fearing for his life, he could no longer hold back. "Spare me. I concede, Neza. I concede." Neza struck the Dragon King with a few more blows before lifting him up, emerging from the tumultuous layers and hovering above the East Sea, where he hurled the Dragon King back into the waters. Reciting a true incantation, he retracted the red silk ribbon and, as if nothing had occurred, returned to Chentang Pass. Having suffered a great loss, the Dragon King returned to his crystal palace, growing increasingly infuriated and humiliated at the thought of his son having his tendons severed and himself being brutally beaten by Neza. Unable to endure this indignity, he promptly summoned the other Dragon Kings. Before long, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings gathered in the East Sea Dragon Palace. After listening to the East Sea Dragon King's account, the other 3 Dragon Kings were equally incensed. "This is utterly outrageous. A mere third-generation disciple of the Yushu Palace dares to bully our dragon clan. This cannot go unpunished," Ao Run exclaimed. "Indeed, this cannot be tolerated." They echoed, "Oh, they truly believe our 4 sea clans are without strength? Brother, let us march upon the heavenly court and report Neza's transgressions to the heavenly emperor." Only the South Sea Dragon King remained composed. "Gentlemen, do not be hasty. Even if we were to appeal to the heavenly court, the Supreme Emperor would not dare to offend the Yushu Palace. At most, it would result in a token punishment, and we would only invite their ire, resulting in greater losses." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Kings deflated like punctured balloons. "Indeed, our clan is now weak, while the Yushu Palace hold a sage among them. Furthermore, the 12 Golden Immortals are all at the Great Luo level, while we are merely at the 12 Golden Immortal stage. Against the likes of Yuan Shi Tianzun, Nanji Xianwang, and Ran Deng Dao Run, along with any of the 12 Golden Immortals, we would stand no chance. Sighing, the East Sea Dragon King lamented, and the other 3 Dragon Kings fell silent. Had the Dragon Clan been at its peak, with countless great Luo powerhouses, even the Chan sect would not dare to underestimate them. However, at that moment, the entire Crystal Palace suddenly shook, and a dragon's roar echoed from above. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings hastily exited the palace, only to witness the emergence of a dragon gate above the Crystal Palace. Is it possible that the dragon offspring is about to emerge? The Dragon King of the East exclaimed in astonishment. As his words fell, an endless aura of divine dragons surged forth from the Dragon Gate, instantly engulfing the entire East Sea region. Numerous dragon-shaped apparitions writhed within the waters, a cacophony of 10,000 dragons roaring. The formidable presence compelled the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas to nearly kneel in reverence, while countless aquatic beings gazed in bewilderment towards the direction of the Crystal Palace. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the divine dragons rendered these aquatic creatures prostrate in fear. In the primordial world, all dragonkind felt a resonation in their hearts, unleashing a collective roar. As the aura of fortune converged, a figure slowly emerged from the Dragon Gate, a beautiful woman dressed in colorful garments. Gliding gracefully down it was none other than Ao Ing at that moment. Ao Ing had already ascended to the realm of 12 Golden Immortal, her cultivation rivaling that of the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas. Following her union with Yin Shou, Ao Ying's foundation experienced a significant enhancement. Now, having received the baptism of the Dragon Transformation Pool, Ao Ying's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 12 Golden Immortal realm in just over a year. Just as the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas were taken aback, another figure floated forth from within the Dragon Gate. It was a child, surrounded by countless small dragons, with dragon energy swirling wildly around him. The instant the child appeared, even the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas felt an immense pressure. Could it be the child has already broken through to the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal? The Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas were filled with uncontainable joy, tears streaming down their faces. After countless years, dragonkind had once again witnessed the emergence of a formidable being at the Luo Golden Immortal level. The revival of the Dragon Clan was within reach. Greetings, Father. Ao Ing gracefully landed beside the Dragon King of the East, offering a respectful bow. The Dragon King of the East nodded, his gaze still fixed upon Yin Long hovering above the Crystal Palace. The aura of 10,000 dragons surged around Yin Long, and the overwhelming pressure of the Luo Golden Immortal realm swept across the surroundings, causing countless aquatic beings to bow in submission. The Dragon Clan, born as the sovereign of aquatic beings, naturally exerted dominance over other water-dwelling creatures. Moreover, Yin Long, being a true dragon with an exceptionally pure dragon bloodline, would only grow more potent after the baptism of the Dragon Transformation Pool. Not to mention, at this moment, Yin Long had already reached the Luo Golden Immortal realm. After a long while, Yin Long finally retracted his overwhelming presence and stepped forward to stand before the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas. Upon seeing him, the Dragon Kings hurriedly approached to, my son, you truly are the embodiment of a true dragon. In just over a year, you've ascended to the Luo realm, a remarkable achievement indeed. The Dragon King of the East chuckled. The child quickly bowed to the 4 Dragon Kings, and then said, the dragon energy from the Dragon Transformation Pool has ceased to be of significant benefit to me. It is now exceedingly difficult to enhance my cultivation. The Dragon Kings exchanged glances, and the Dragon King of the East spoke, my son, our Dragon Clan possesses a hidden treasure ground capable of elevating your cultivation. This place is known only to us 4 old dragons. Not even the Dragon Mother or other dragon offspring are aware of it. This site is our clan's greatest secret, and now that you've emerged from your seclusion, and being a true dragon, we should take you there. With that, the Dragon King of the East directed his gaze towards the other 3 Dragon Kings. They all nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a pivotal moment for our Dragon Clan. We should unveil this secret ground. Ao Ing, intrigued, asked, Father, what place are you referring to? I don't recall you ever mentioning it. The Dragon King of the North? Ao Shan replied, because this matter is of great significance. Should other forces learn of it and seize the treasures within, it would result in a tremendous loss for our Dragon Clan. For countless years, our clan has been weakened, and thus we have refrained from opening this secret ground, waiting for the right opportunity. Indeed, echoed the Dragon King of the West, Ao Run. Within that secret ground lies the dragon souls of countless powerful beings from our clan, as well as our ultimate treasures, the 9 Suns Dragon Pearl and the 9 Dragon Scepter. Only those with great fortune can obtain these treasures. This secret ground is the Dragon Tomb of 10,000 dragons. What? Ao gasped in astonishment. The 9 Suns Dragon Pearl and the 9 Dragon Scepter had only appeared in the legends of dragonkind. That it was said that the ancestral dragon had 9 sons, namely Chinyo, Yazi, Chaofeng, Pulai, Swanni, Baxi, Bilian, Fushi, and Chiwen. Each of these dragon offspring had unique forms, all perishing in the great calamity of dragons and phoenixes. After their demise, the ancestral dragon, heartbroken, took the dragon pearls of his 9 sons and forged them into the 9 Suns Dragon Pearl. An immensely powerful artifact. Each of the 9 pearls contained the essence of wind, fire, thunder, electricity, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and when combined, they wielded boundless power, capable of manipulating all elements of the universe. However, after the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, the 9 Suns Dragon Pearl vanished without a trace. The 9 Dragon Scepter, on the other hand, was the weapon wielded by the ancestral dragon, a treasure of fate for dragonkind, akin to the Xianyuan sword for humanity. To think that these 2 treasures still exist in the world, and within the Dragon Tomb of 10,000 dragons no less, though the child was unaware of the exact might of these 2 treasures. Observing the reactions of the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas and his mother, Shou understood they were undoubtedly of immense value. Let us depart and head to the depths of the South Sea to unveil the Dragon Tomb of 10,000 dragons. Once my son matures, our clan shall no longer bear the shame of today. Ao Run sighed. Father, has something happened today? Ao inquired with concern. The Dragon King of the East shook his head. No, today is a good day, haha. The Dragon King of the South, Ao Chin, frowned and said, Elder brother, how much humiliation has our dragon clan endured over the years? Since my son is a true dragon, we should not keep secrets from him. Today, the disciple of Tai Zhunren from the Yushu Palace, Neza, came to the East Sea, killing the patrol knight demon and seizing the dragon third prince's dragon scepter. Your father went to seek an explanation and was instead humiliated by Neza, who used his powers to leave your father battered and bruised. What? Ao and the child both erupted in fury upon hearing this. The child declared, Grandfather, how dare Neza bully you? We shall go avenge you at once, regardless of his status as a disciple of the Yushu Palace. We will slay him first. Ao, too, was eager to confront Neza to relieve the Dragon King of the East's grievances. However, the Dragon King of the East quickly interjected, the primordial heavenly venerable of the Yushu Palace is a supreme saint, and the 12 Golden Immortals are all at the Deluo level. Furthermore, there are formidable beings, such as the Lantern Master and the Southern Extreme Celestial Elder. Our dragon clan is certainly not a match for the Chan sect. T present. My son has only just stepped into the Deluo realm, and our clan remains weak. My son. Remember, only by growing strong can we establish our footing in the primordial world. Once you enter the Dragon Tomb of 10,000 dragons and obtain the 9 Dragon Scepter and the 9 Suns Dragon Pearl, your cultivation will surely advance. For now, all we can do is endure. The child nodded, understanding. Rest assured, Grandfather, we shall temporarily spare Neza. When I emerge from my seclusion, it will be his time to meet his end. Good. The child displayed understanding, bringing immense relief to the Dragon King of the East. Let us proceed to the depths of the South Sea and unveil the Dragon Tomb of 10,000 dragons. The Dragon King of the West proclaimed, in no time. The group departed from the East Sea and made their way towards the South Sea. Upon reaching the South Sea, they ventured to its deepest recesses, where the depths were unfathomable, a place unreachable by ordinary aquatic beings. The 4 Dragon Kings took their positions at the 4 cardinal points, and their forms transformed into 4 colossal dragons. The 4 dragons uttered the dragon language, and as they opened their mouths, 4 dragon pearls were expelled. The pearls emitted radiant light and resonated with the dragon language spoken by the 4 Dragon Kings. Indeed, a luminous doorway, gradually materialized beneath the sea. With the words dragon tomb of 10,000 dragons floating at its apex, why son, enter quickly. We can only maintain this for a brief moment. The voice of the Dragon King of the East echoed. The child dared not delay, swiftly darting toward the glowing portal and, in the blink of an eye, entered the dragon tomb of 10,000 dragons. As the child stepped inside, the luminous doorway quickly vanished. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, taking human form, gazed at the spot where the doorway had disappeared with hopeful expressions. May my son discover the 9 suns dragon pearl and the 9 dragon scepter within the dragon tomb of 10,000 dragons. When he emerges, his cultivation will surely experience another significant advancement. The Dragon King of the East Side, the Wanzhong Ruins, is indeed a hidden realm. Yin Long stepped into the Wanzhong Ruins. His eyes were met with an endless expanse of majestic mountains, an atmosphere of profound desolation enveloping him. Each mountain rose like an ancient titan, some sprawled like colossal beasts, while others shot skyward like arrows piercing the heavens. With countless massive vines entwining the ancient trees, the sky above was shrouded in a hazy gloom. Yin Long stood suspended in the void, his consciousness sweeping forth to explore the vast mountain ranges, where he seemed to behold countless great dragons soaring, their resonant and powerful roars echoing through the air. He simply closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to roam freely among the mountains. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through his eyelids, compelling him to open his eyes abruptly and gaze toward a towering peak. The mountain's undulating terrain was strewn with disordered rocks. With a single step, Yin Long found himself atop a pile of rubble. With a wave of his hand, numerous boulders soared into the air, revealing a radiant orb of light nestled beneath the stones. The dragon soul. A faint smile graced Yin Long's face. The dragon soul embodies the essence of the dragon clan, forged from the condensation of a dragon's primordial spirit. Despite the passage of countless epochs, this dragon soul remained intact, harboring even the remnants of the will of the majestic dragon, by absorbing these remnants. One could gain a fragment of the dragon's consciousness, including techniques for cultivation and combat experience. The acquisition of a dragon soul filled Yin Long with indescribable joy. He promptly settled cross-legged in the void, enveloping the orb with his consciousness, which gradually delved into the dragon's soul, drawing forth its lingering will. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Nanli volcano, Yin Yin had absorbed countless fiery behemoths, elevating his cultivation. Though not as monstrous as Yin Long, he too had ascended to the realm of 12 Golden Immortal. Within a single year, achieving such a formidable advancement was indeed astonishing. At last, Yin Yin reached the end of the cavern, where he beheld a pulsating flame. The blue flame, measuring merely a yard across, radiated a terrifying energy that was undeniably extraordinary. This is, he realized, his eyelids fluttering with excitement. After a year of intense cultivation, Yin Yin had matured into a figure of remarkable composure. Only with a heart as tranquil as still water could he suppress the raging fire attribute within him. With determination, he reached for the blue flame,